clock is moving. Colorado can't afford to surrender more than 3 here, but they're going to give up a touchdown straight ahead. Moa into the end zone. 26-0 BYU. GMs and scouts to those guys that sat out or started and then didn't play the second half. Touchdown for L.J. Martin. The story tonight has been BYU.
Colorado State's inability to get any sort of offensive momentum.
How about this from Kevin Davis? He's off to the races. The 30, the 20. Snoop with 2 G's.
First and goal at the 3. 31-yard reception by Higgins, who's over 100 tonight with 2 touchdowns. And Burrow with the ball. First and goal. End zone. Caught. Higgins. Touchdown. Bengals win. And they are alive in the playoff race.
Okay, glad to be back. Lot to get to. I hope y'all had a Merry Christmas. I want to go back to Saturday, though, because here is the pressure that you face now. It's what I feared. It's what scared the hell out of me. It's why when the loss to the Chargers happened, and it stung, and it felt like a massive missed opportunity, that I went and looked at, the things that we've been kind of following all year just because you haven't been in the playoffs in years. And so you're looking at these playoff percentages. And as of a couple weeks ago, the Broncos were above 90%. It's like it would take something insane for them to drop from comfortably in playoff spot to outside the thing entirely. And then they lose to the Chargers. And that 91% drops to 86. And I remember the next day that we were on the air, after Thursday Night Football, I said, it doesn't feel like 86 to me. It feels less. I think Cincinnati poses a big matchup problem that's going to make it really hard for the Broncos to keep up with. And let me tell you something. That part was wrong. Broncos defense Saturday stepped up. And if you can hold Cincinnati to 10 points through 3 quarters, you can't ask anything more of them. Nothing. But it became very clear at the end of that game that it was going to be incredibly difficult to get a stop. That you can only keep them at bay for so long before they start putting up a number of touchdowns. Second half, it's a field goal drive for the Bengals. They follow that up with a touchdown. Then they fumble, score another touchdown, and it's the end of the end of regulation, heading into OT. When you have opportunities to slay a dragon, you have to take them. And here's what bothered me. Sean Payton is going to tell you, and look, to a certain extent, he can be a little bit right on this one, that overtime started, and you got to stop. Multiple stops, in fact. Now, lucky that you get the doink of the field goal off the upright that gives you an extra opportunity. But Sean Payton's whole MO is about we cannot play scared. And he is, I think, almost overcompensated for that aspect of this team with how often he has his rookie quarterback throwing the football. There have been few players in all of the NFL this season that have attempted more passes than Bo Nix has. He's top 5 in passing attempts. That, to me, tells you something. He's trying to prove a point that I am not scared to play my style of offense with a young quarterback, and I will do that sometimes at the expense of running the football. But when it came to nut cutting time, when it came to one play to make the postseason, you get the miracle of a touchdown from Marvin Mims on 4th and 1. No time left on the clock in the fourth quarter. You're now down 1. And you kick the field goal, the extra point. I don't get it. If your defense was still getting stops, I think it's a better argument to make. But just the idea that you're going to leave that up to chance, where you're essentially asking this question: is my offense going to be able to score when Cincinnati's won't? And I just thought that was a dicey proposition. That was, you're leaving a lot more room for variables out there than just going for 2. Going for 2, trusting your guy. Sean Payton, offensive play caller and offensive genius. You don't got to play to get you 2 yards. You lay that scenario out for me, I take that 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,000. You're saying the Broncos go on the road at Cincinnati against that offense with a 2-point conversion try with no time left to try and win the football game and make the postseason. I'm taking that opportunity every single time. And I just don't get it. It feels like sometimes throughout the course of this season, Sean Payton has gotten very stingy and conservative in moments that would make sense to be more aggressive that he passes on. And that's one of them I just don't get. And look, man, the amount of opportunities you had in that game to try and put it away. Again, especially in OT. And it started to me in a couple of different places. Cincinnati fumbles on a play that, by the way, you recover the ball at around the 40. Not your own 40, but still. It's a 17-17 ball game with 5 minutes left on the clock. And you got a real shot to put a dagger in them. And that drive ends in an interception. Only to have the Bengals come back down, score a touchdown. You get the miracle to send it to OT. Pass up on the 2-point conversion attempt. You get a stop on the first drive of overtime. Then go 3 and out. Then you get the doink, which gives you another opportunity. And this time, the stakes are so low. All you have to do is get a first down, and you can take knees for a tie to get into the postseason. And once again, 3 and out. Cincinnati says, I don't care that we're at the 3-yard line. We're going to punch the ball in with our offensive playmakers because we don't trust the kicker. And they do just that. And now you're faced with a situation where you got to win this weekend against Kansas City to punch your ticket. And make no mistake, you lose, you're out. You are not getting you're just not going to get lucky enough to where the things that you need to happen as far as teams losing are going to lose.
If you blow the final game of the season to your lookalike boy, to your doppelganger, Carson Wentz and the Chiefs JV team, if you blow it at home with a chance to make it to the playoffs, sell the team, fire Sean Payton, trade PS2, send Cortland Sutton to work at Casa Bonita. Like, if this doesn't work, blow up the entire team, because I can't believe we're actually sitting here talking about this scenario.
And here's the trouble. Here's the trouble is that I told people, like, here's what happens, okay? A season starts. The season continues, and whatever expectation you had before the year mostly is not going to be the same that you would have in the middle of the season. You think your team's going to be one thing. Sometimes they're better, sometimes they're worse, but you change expectations. When the Broncos were 9-5, you have to have a postseason appearance, or this season is not going to feel like, hey, if I told you before the year the Broncos went 9-8, would you take it? Yeah, I would, but this is different now. It's different. And I'm allowed to move the goalposts. Everybody does in the middle of a season. You take a look at what you thought you had before the season started, and then where the team's at now, and you change things. And somebody on the Safeway Twitch feed says, wait, Brett, go for 2 and then kneel to tie? Who are you? I'm somebody who wants to make the playoffs. And both of those scenarios get you in the postseason. That's my only concern. Like, I did not care about winning that game once you got the ball that second time with a chance to get a first down and then burn the clock out. Because here's what you can't do. If you're somebody who's like, I would never have gotten the first down and then taken a knee, well, then you shouldn't have been crushing Brandon Staley a couple years ago for doing the same thing. Remember when the Chargers just needed to tie the Raiders the last week of the season to make the postseason, and there was like 9 seconds left, and the Raiders were totally cool with letting the clock tick out. And he called a timeout, which gave the Raiders enough time to get in a field goal position and win the football game. And they missed because of that. My sole concern was don't leave it to the last week. Get it done now. That's all I want. And it's for 2 straight weeks. You had victory and you lost it. And now, yes, you've left this, and you've been incredibly fortunate, by the way, that Kansas City's already clinched what they need to clinch, and they're probably going to throw out their preseason squad. You know what those teams love to do? Ruin your bleeping day. They don't get to play very often. They're finally on the field. They got something to prove for when the Chiefs inevitably get better over the course of an offseason. All those guys that are playing in this game are putting tape out for other teams in the offseason. I just wanted to leave no doubt heading into this week. And it feels like you blew it 2 weeks in a row. Now, here's what gets interesting. Can the guy that you're investing your future in pull it together after a couple of sucky finishes in the last 2 weeks and be the leader that the team needs at the moment? Like, that's the big time question now. You have everything going in your favor. Game at home. Backup's likely going to be on the field for the Chiefs. Nothing to play for them. Everything to play for you. Does the pressure mount and you start to crack a little bit? Or do you make the plays that you have to in order to finally punch that ticket? But 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. A lot to get to. I'm sure I'm going to rehash some things that were discussed last week, but that's what happens when you miss for a while. Between the Avs and the Nuggets over the weekend, the awfulness that was the CU and CSU bowl game day, yuck. A whole bunch of ground to plow. Get to it in the next couple of minutes. Stick around. All right, a lot of text coming through. One thing that, just a few more minutes on the Broncos here. And then I want to touch on the bowl games from over the weekend, especially with CU and CSU, because I have this general outlook of bowl game results don't matter. They don't care as much as regular season games or conference championship games or playoff games or whatever. This is different for CU and CSU, and I'll explain in just a bit. But some people looking at, well, why didn't the defense get a stop? The defense did its job. There is not a single person that should be talking about defensively. The Broncos should have done this, this, and this. That is one of the more high-octane offenses in the NFL. The fact that they're 8-8 with that offense is a miracle. A miracle. Because all that team does is just shred you by putting up points. I mean, Burrow's got 4,600 yards and 42 touchdowns, okay? The fact that the defense held them to those numbers for that long, I mean, talking about 17 points through 3 quarters is incredible, and gave the offense more than enough opportunities. But whenever you needed that one play on offense, outside the very end, which, again, amazing. And we were so fortunate to have Kevin Harlan on that call, because is there anybody better than Kevin Harlan calling a big play like that? The Mims touchdown, whatever, like just mwah, chef's kiss. So you get that play. And that's why I thought it's just like you have all the momentum in your favor. And I know they went to a review, and so the Cincinnati had time to kind of like relax for a second, not be in panic mode, but still, you got to have a 2-yard play in the arsenal that you're confident in. And maybe this is just another byproduct of not having a lot of confidence in your running game, despite the fact that Jaleel over the last few weeks has been really good. I mean, should have ran him more in that game. 10 carries for 69 yards doesn't feel like enough for somebody who's averaging the yards per carry that he's averaging. I mean, he has been, I don't think there's any question, your best and most consistent runner throughout the course of the year. But the disappointing thing is when your balls are on the table, and to quote Mosier, somebody's got a Ginsu knife out, you got scared. And you didn't play to the brand that you preached, and that's
a lot of
what I
balls
hated.
on the table.
That's what I hated. It's like you shrunk in the moment. You had a chance to be bold, and you didn't take it. In a situation that just felt like it. Felt like you should. I mean, the defense played insane. 7 sacks. I mean, Zach Allen alone with 3.5. You're getting punch-outs. You're holding the Cincinnati rushing game with Chase Brown to they ran the ball 20 times with Chase Brown. He only had 67 yards. And he's had a really good season this year for him. Like, it felt like you were doing everything right. But you struggled on third down a little bit. But when you needed a play outside of one, and it was massive at the end of the game, when you needed a play, it just didn't feel like it was there. You know, you miss Troy Franklin on a deep ball. You overthrow Cortland Sutton a little bit. You just have all of these little things that stack up. You know, you get a fumble with a chance to win the game in a 5-minute situation, and you throw a pick on that drive. Just that sort of stuff over and over again killed you. And you gave Cincinnati more and more opportunities, and you knew eventually they were going to capitalize on one of them because they're too good offensively not to. But, man, it just hurts. It hurts a lot, considering the situation that you were in. You know, I know Riley Moss didn't have some sort of stellar game, but, first real sort of confident maybe action back after an injury against that kind of offense, and a real, T. Higgins is a number 2 on that team because Jamar Chase exists. He's the number 1 for a lot of teams in the NFL. That's just going to happen sometimes. But it sucks. Now, you should be still a confident football team heading into this last week. Again, everything that you could like sort of do in the check mark or the checkbook of things being in your favor, pros and cons list, you got a lot of check marks in the pros column. Not only are you pissed off from losing the last 2 games, you can feed back into the blocked field goal at the end of the Chiefs game at Arrowhead early in the year saying we should have beat this team even when they're fully healthy. If they're going to be playing backups this game because they've already clinched the number 1 seed, then that's another check mark in your favor. Like, you should have a lot of things going your way, but it is going to be as nerve-wracking as a game's been for the Denver Broncos in a long, long time. As far as the stakes are on the line. The last 2 weeks, here's what you had. Everything to gain and very little to lose. You've lost the last 2 weeks and you're still in playoff position. You still control your own destiny. Nothing felt like it killed you. But bottom line is, this is win or go home now. Because all the stuff that we were maybe hoping for, that hey, Miami's going to drop one here coming up. Cincinnati, they can't win out too. Well, Miami just played against the Browns, who are now awful, with Tyler Huntley in 120-3. And they have the Jets left, and based on the way that Aaron Rodgers is speaking, I don't even know if Aaron Rodgers is going to play. I mean, he went to his coach on the sideline and said, hey, we're down 33. You want to put the backup in? Because I'm done today. So with all of that, there's no like, hey, well, I think Miami can lose, and then Cincinnati can lose to Pittsburgh. Honestly, if you lose to Kansas City and both of those teams lose and you back your way in, you're going to feel gross about it. Like, just want the team to earn this one.
By the way, did you see Aaron Rodgers throw an interception and get called for unsportsmanlike conduct on the same play? Did you see that?
I did.
Yeah, the guy who picked him off was returning the football, and Aaron Rodgers shoved him after he had already clearly gone out of bounds. And I got to find the ref's call of that. The ref was actually laughing as he was saying the penalty because I don't even think he could believe he was calling an unnecessary roughness on a quarterback.
Well, and look, it was like a light little nudge out of bounds, but I kind of like that because if that happened to Aaron Rodgers, it's an automatic flag. So I like that they called it. But that's a guy who's just checked out. Like, he's done. So I don't think Miami's losing, even if Tua, for whatever reason, whether it's the hip or whatever he's got going on, if he can't go again, I think they still win. Like, you got to win this game. And you have to do it for yourself. Because when you're faced with this situation, it's about how you respond. And I think for a rookie quarterback and a head coach that's trying to turn the culture of this team, losing 3 in a row and missing the postseason, it's a killer. Because then you lose a lot of faith. Like, all of that stuff you're trying to build of confidence of winning a football game and mistakes are okay because we can overcome them, all of that now creeps into your psyche for the following season. Like, the Broncos are 8-4 next year, 12 games in. They're going to have this in the back of their heads. So here's the other thing that I believe I have correct here. Because the thing I love about the last week of the NFL is you're going to have a handful of games that have a whole bunch on the line, and certainly the Broncos playing in this, they're one of them. You're going to be playing Buffalo if you make the postseason. That's just it. You're going to be, you win on Sunday against Kansas City. You're going to be playing against Josh Allen in his own home stadium. And that's something that, again, you know what? Totally cool with. Even if you go there and you get your doors blown off, the ability to make the postseason and have that on your resume, especially with a rookie quarterback, is huge. Anything after a win on Sunday is gravy. Okay? But if they don't get the dub, this is not a season you can look back and say, no, they did actually a lot better than I thought. They were 9-8.
Big time win.
Can't do it. So, to the bowl games. I have a long-standing theory ever since the playoff has begun. Bowl games do not matter. If you lose, it's nothing to get upset about. The care factor is not nearly equal to what a regular season game would be. But this one's different. For CU and CSU, it's different. Especially CU. They came out and they said, we made this bowl game. Our season is not over. You will see Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter again. You will see all of our starters playing. We are going to play this game as if it's a regular season game, and you got torched. That's a different kind of feeling. If they walked into that game and they said, hey, Shedeur, he's getting ready for the draft, and so is Travis Hunter, and so is a handful of people, and they lose 36-14, and to be honest, that score feels closer than the game actually was, even that, then that's one of those that you just kind of look at and you go, all right, whatever. Totally get it. Two guys who were preparing for their NFL futures decided not to risk it in a bowl game. But you got your butts kicked with those guys on the field. And it hits different. It does mean something. And had they won the game in that fashion, it would too. Like, I think it puts a nice little stamp on the end of the season that, look, is disappointing because you had your future, your destiny controlled by yourself when you went in to play Kansas and you blew it. But to play all of your dudes, you saw Shedeur, you saw Travis, you saw Shiloh, you saw Wester, you saw Jimmy Horn, you saw Will Shepard, you saw all these different guys. Levante Bentley, that have been huge pieces of your success this year that could have NFL futures, to go out there and play and then lose hurts.
And then, of course, you inevitably saw it on Twitter as the game was happening. You had all the Genty truthers come out and be like, is this your Heisman?
Well, that's natural. I mean, it's expected. And the idiocy of that is thinking that the win or loss in a game like that is all about a wide receiver or corner. Like, I think people get this confused. I hate that MVPs and stuff, especially in football, have come down to like one position, which is quarterback. Now they're making the argument for running back, and I get it. And he is incredibly important. I've said this forever. That Ashton Genty in a season, in a world in which Travis Hunter doesn't exist, wins this Heisman, I would hope like unanimously. No joke. That's how great he's been. But Travis Hunter is a freak of nature and is doing something that's never been done and probably never will be done again, or at least for a very, 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 very long time. By the way, Travis Hunter was really good in that game. Just so we're aware. I mean, the one highlight reel touchdown he had, it didn't mean anything because you were down, 20 or 27 to nothing, whatever the score was. But you break a couple ankles and you have one of the guys from BYU tackle his own defender instead of touching Travis Hunter. It's pretty cool. But yeah, the Ashton Genty people are going to be out there because, look, they get to say this, and you know what? They get to have it. They made the playoff, you didn't. Now, they might have a large slice of humble pie dealt their way here soon. That could happen. Very easily it could. Like Penn State decimated SMU. And I do, see, this is the stuff that I missed that I do want to get to in a bit with the first round of the college football playoff, the results that you got, not a single game was close, like all those different things. We can talk about that a little bit later. But bottom line is, the general thoughts that I have when it comes to bowl games and you don't get emotionally invested because it's just a different animal and a different beast that you're dealing with, that doesn't apply to CU or CSU because you had your dogs on the field. Like, if that was a regular season game, it probably would have looked really similar to what you saw as far as a roster in the bowl games.
That was just bad for the brand of football in the state of Colorado, man. Watching the CSU Rams, they must have been sparking up in the locker room with Snoop D-O-double-G before the game because they didn't even even show up. They left their cleats in Fort Collins. CU, same thing. They looked woefully unprepared. Maybe they were puffing in their hotel rooms like Dion warned them not to, and he just didn't smell it because they also didn't show up. And then the Broncos snatched defeat from the jaws of victory in Cincy. That was a brutal tic-tac-toe 3 in a row for the state of Colorado, man. That sucked.
Down the line.
Thankfully, the Nuggets beat an awful Pistons team and saved Saturday, I guess.
Well, I went to the game on Saturday, and so it's funny. I'm like driving to the Nuggets game with the Broncos overtime on my phone. And so you're like, I'm trying to balance the 80 miles an hour being on the highway to get to where I need to go with intense moments in football game. Kind of want to watch that too. And I couldn't watch the field goal try in OT, but I heard the doink, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. And that's all I thought was get a first down, the game's over. You get a first down, you go to the postseason. And when they couldn't do that, you had the sinking feeling that it was inevitability knocking at your door. And that it was going to come down to week 18, and that's what's going down now. And I do want to talk a little bit about the Nuggets and how confusing they are. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Defensively, it's just such a mess, and it makes it such a difficult prospect to win easy and play defense the way the Nuggets do is an impossibility. But can it be fixed? Because I watched a couple of things closely when I was at Ball Arena on Saturday for that game against the Pistons, and thank God they stepped up and made up for the game the previous night. So we'll get to that. The Avs signing McKenzie Blackwood to an extension, which I think is incredibly smart in the way that they did it. We'll get to that in a couple of minutes. Stick around.
There's the horn in Denver. Denver gives up a season high with 80 points in the first half. Cleveland scores a season high 149 points. Nikola Jokic has a triple-double that goes for naught as Denver gets beat by Cleveland 149 to 135. 3 seconds left to go in Denver, and there is the horn. Well, it was two 30-point performances. Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, 34 and 37 points respectively, and Denver beats the Detroit Pistons 134 to 121. The final tonight from Denver.
Okay, so the Nuggets at least bounced back after an awful game against Cleveland, and it's so entirely frustrating. I've mentioned this before. When the Broncos have been in the middle of their offensive drought, which has existed for almost a decade now, before this season anyway, they're putting up points this year. But everybody said, you know what? If the Broncos lose, can you at least make it like a 35-32 kind of game? Because I just want to be entertained. And I said, that sounds fun now just because you aren't scoring points, but there is a helplessness and a real frustration to not being able to stop the opposing team. For you to just look like, Swiss cheese defensively and not be able to get a stop anywhere. And that's what I'm experiencing with the Nuggets right now. They're doing the offensive thing. You aren't going to find many offenses across the entire NBA that can do what the Nuggets do every single night. And especially the last couple of games where you get Jamal throwing in, anywhere from 27 to 34 points, like the offense even goes to another level from there. But when you can't get a stop, you have no faith on any given night, no matter who the opponent is, who's going to win and who's going to lose. Like the Nuggets play the Jazz tonight. They should beat Utah. But if they continue to give up 120, you're just putting so much pressure on your offensive side to be perfect that they can't have, forget an off night, they can't have an off quarter. That's the intense pressure that you're putting on the team offensively. And then it starts to drain on both ends. The amount of work you have to expend on the offensive side only exacerbates the problem that you have on defense. And until they get that rectified, I don't think you can go into any game with the Denver Nuggets saying that they're going to win. Now, conversely, you can't go into any game saying they're going to lose either. Because they are too potent offensively. But I know it's tough. Like, you looked at the schedule and you said, all right, after giving up 149 bleeping points on Friday night, you got to come back tomorrow and play again. And the Nuggets are really good on back-to-backs, and they're really good at responding. Because they responded to that, and not to mention the giant clunker that you had on Christmas. That was just another brutal watch, because you got actually a little bit of both. Defense wasn't terrible against Phoenix, but you combine the problem of, hey, it was a bad offensive night, and it just feels ugly at the end of it. But they bounce back, they get that win. Now, they got a stretch of games coming up here against what you would consider, like, if this was the typical, I believe Nuggets are championship level type of games coming up, you should feel pretty good about them because it's Utah, and then it's Atlanta, and then it's San Antonio. All teams, with the exception of Utah. Utah's just bad. Please, God, don't lose tonight. But Atlanta and the Spurs obviously have some problems that they pose opposing teams. Now, Trae Young's difficult to stop. San Antonio with Victor Wembanyama, it's a unique challenge every time that you play a team like them. But you got a 4-game stretch coming up here. That feels like this should be this is an opportunity anyway to try and get things back on track. And for the questions that we have about the Nuggets, we have answered questions about the Avs. What the Avs have right now is something we've been begging for forever. Consistent goaltending. Ever since the trades that you've made to acquire Wedgwood and then eventually Blackwood, the Avs have been on a roll. Entering the first game that Wedgwood came in relief for Georgiev, they were 13-12. Since then, they're 22-15. So 9-3 overall in that stretch. And you have one of the best save percentages, team save percentages in the league since the trade. I think it actually is the best, which, how's that for flipping the script a little bit? But the Avs did something that I think is really smart. You've identified a goaltender, McKenzie Blackwood, that I don't think is ever going to be in the conversations of this guy's top 5, maybe even top 10 goalie in hockey, but he's solid. And solid is good enough for what this roster is. We've seen it. You did this with Darcy Kuemper, and that's not disrespect. Like, he's a fine goalie. But fine was all that you needed to win a cup because the team was so talented. And that's where the Avs are at now. They identified that. They signed him to an extension, 5 years at $5.25 per, which puts him, I think, right where he is in the league, which is middle-of-the-road contract. Give it a couple years. It's going to be the back half of what contracts are for starting goalies in the NHL.
By the way, did you see San Jose Sharks Twitter losing their mind over the weekend?
Oh, with Georgiev?
Yeah, they had a game that they were keeping close, and then Georgie let in like 3 goals late, and they blew it. And Sharks fans were losing their mind, and they were going, "Why did we trade for this guy? Why did we go out and get him?" And all of Avs fans were going, "Welcome to the party, pal."
Well, also, San Jose, I have the answer to your question because your team is bad and they don't really care right now. That's why. Georgiev, since the trade, has been no better and probably worse than he was with the Avs, if you can believe that. He got his first start in San Jose was a win. Now, allowed 3 goals on 20 shots, but they did win 4-3. Since then, he's given up 4, 4, and 5. And every game, his save percentage has been sub 880. So, yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to dunk on the guy. I know that Georgiev, look, it wasn't like a lack of effort thing with him here. I think it was a lot of between the ears stuff and some inconsistency problems that he's failed to figure out. But with all that, you found 2 goalies that you believe in. Like, this really does give me some Darcy Kuemper Francouz vibes of, remember when Darcy went out in the playoffs? You're like, gosh, this hurts. But it didn't feel like it killed you because you had Francouz behind him. And you're like, I have confidence in the backup goaltender. I'm having that same sort of feeling here with where the Avs are at. Now, what the Avs are doing, and they go out and they make another move, they go out and get Parson in. It's like, can we fill out the depth on this team? In case we get hit with a few more injuries or something like that, can we just find a way to stack things up for a cup run again? And you know what? I give total credit to the Avs front office. They recognize deficiencies and problems with this team. They know that, look, man, the future's not guaranteed. Look at Gabe Landeskog. You have no idea what's going to happen next year, 2 years, 3 years down the road. You got to kind of plan for it. But when you see your window of opportunity, don't let any time go to waste. And look at what they've done. I mean, some pretty major moves that have resulted, at least initially, in some high-end yield in return. And I think that the goalie stuff is a prime example of that. Like the fact that you have, I think it is, I haven't checked the numbers in the last couple of days, but the best or one of the best save percentages as a team since making those deals for Wedgwood and Blackwood. It proves 2 things. Number 1, that the Avs were right to make the move. And number 2, that they weren't going to sit around and wait. You got McKinnon, you got McCarr, you got Mikko, you got a whole bunch of guys in this roster that are primes of their careers, strike while the iron's hot, and they're doing everything they can to get there. So, 303-504-0925. I am so happy to be back talking about sports. Get a hold of us. Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. You can also watch the show on the Safeway Twitch feed. It's twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and again, that Safeway Twitch feed. Ring in the new year with Safeway. They make it easy to prepare with party platters, cheese trays, cakes, and sweets. Get started with easy delivery or free pickup at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Mose Lombardi and Kane next.
Clock is moving. Colorado can't afford to surrender more than 3 here. But they're going to give up a touchdown straight ahead. Moa into the end zone. 26-0 BYU. GMs and scouts to those guys that sat out or started and then didn't play the second half. Touchdown for L.J. Martin. The story tonight has been BYU.
Colorado State's inability to get any sort of offensive momentum.
How about this from Kevin Davis? He's off to the races. The 30, the 20. Snoop with 2 G's.
First and goal at the 3. 31-yard reception by Higgins, who's over 100 tonight with 2 touchdowns. And Burrow with the ball. First and goal. End zone. Caught. Higgins. Touchdown. Bengals win. And they are alive in the playoff race.
Oh, and it's Mosier's favorite song to start off the morning. How about that? Hello,
I still
boys.
think it's fun, by the way. It's fun. This is fun, guys. It's not supposed to be easy. Come on.
Well, it didn't have to be this hard, and that's what I can't get out of my head.
Yeah, but I mean, if I had given you at the beginning of the season that the Broncos go into the final week with a shot to make the playoffs, you would have taken it hands down.
Yeah, but Vic, here's the problem. Before the season, I would have taken it. If you would have told me they're 9-5 and they just had to win one of their final 3 games, I would have taken that scenario, which they got, and they didn't capitalize.
Yeah, but
their
last games were tough. Their last games were tougher than the previous 3 games. When they lost to Kansas City at the buzzer in KC, the next 3 games were easy. Hell, the next 4 games were easy. They were easy, and now they're hard.
It's a different thing, though. And look, I'll explain. I'm so happy to be back. I'm just going to explode with takes in just a moment.
Baby boy's back in the seat again.
Beautiful baby boy. Moj, where are you, by the way? Where is this place that you're at?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, cool.
So you're in the living room.
If I was you,
Nailed it.
if I was you, I wouldn't worry about where I'm currently located.
I'm worried about it because you're in a
here's
living room.
Yeah, here's the problem. Because if I tell you where I'm located, at some point today during the program, it's going to come off the rails because of you two, not because of me, because nothing that I want to do or be a part of, but because of you two, it's going to come off the rails.
Okay, so we'll get Keith on the show a little bit later in the program today.
That's exactly right.
So listen,
that's exactly correct. I don't know what else to say.
Here's what I'm getting at, though, and look, this is just my read on it. And I'll tell you, look, I'm not like super pissed this morning or anything. Like, the Broncos still have an opportunity, and with where Kansas City's at, clinching the 1 seed already, should be a good opportunity to win this weekend. Should be. But you had 2 opportunities against, yes, Vic, tougher games, tougher opponents, but you had the moments to capitalize and win, and it felt like you missed. And outside of the miracle play at the end of that game, which was a whole bunch of fun, the touchdown to Marvin Mims, and we'll get to the Kevin Harlan call, which I thought was amazing, in a second. Sean Payton has preached aggressive, tough, confident all year. And he's shown that because his rookie quarterback, you want to see what confidence looks like, he's top 5 in passing attempts this year among quarterbacks in the NFL. He is not scared. And I felt like there's been a couple of moments in this season in which he's blinked, and I thought that was one of them. Vic, you got a 2-yard play to punch your own ticket to the postseason. Or you got a Cincinnati offense that found it late in the game that you were risking that in overtime. I didn't get.
Let me start with this, because obviously I knew this was going to be topic A on the show today.
Why wouldn't it be?
Well,
it should be. Why wouldn't it be?
Well, it should be. So let me address that, and then Moj, I'll hear your take on it. In hindsight, 2 days after the fact, 2 hours after the fact, 2 minutes after the fact, It's easy to go back and say they should have gone for 2. Clearly, they lost the game. Yeah. At the time, when they were hustling up to the line of scrimmage after that amazing catch by Mims, and I saw Bo Nix raise his fingers too, I was like, yeah, let's go, let's finish it. But the more time passed, because they had to review the play, the more I was like, yeah, you know what, let's go to overtime. I was fine with it. I was fine with the decision of going to overtime because of the amount of time that passed between the touchdown and the alleged two-point conversion that was coming. I just think you lost the element of surprise. And by losing the element of surprise, then it's harder to pull it off. That's me. So I was fine with the overtime decision. I was not fine with the play calling in overtime because you stopped them. You forced them to kick it to you. And what did you do? You got conservative, and that killed them.
Go ahead, Moshe.
Well, Vic, I tend to agree with you, okay? But knowing that you still had first of all, what I don't want to do is take the chance of giving Joe Burrow the football in OT. Now, you
got
stopped him one time.
You stopped him.
You did.
It took them 3 shots to win the game.
I know. Well, actually, it took them less than that, but the dude doinked it. So, okay, I mean, the total doinkaroo, and we all know that. Vic, I completely dig what you're saying, but what I'm saying also, if you've got the luxury of another week here, you're going to be home against KC. And by the way, what are you, a 10-point favorite in that game? That's how many dudes Kansas City's going to rest. So I'm going to feel good about them getting into the postseason. But you've got some play with some leeway here. Why not just go for it, man? Why not just say, you know what, let's put our blank on the blank and let's just go ahead and see what we can do here.
Well, again, did you feel that way at the time?
Take our chances.
Yes.
All right, Moshe, did you feel that way at the time?
When I saw when I saw Knicks do this,
Knicks, yeah.
I was like, yes, let's go.
Okay.
And then they had the review.
Sure.
And then they brought out the field goal unit, and I did not like it at the time.
So you see, I'm not going to lie and pretend that I was going for 2 after. I think the review stopped everything. After the review, I was like, oh, God. Nah, just go to overtime. That's the way I was. Moshe, at that time, where was your brain?
My brain was basically, I was pretty iffy. To be honest, I was pretty iffy.
Well, you can't be iffy.
I know, understood. Well, I'm not Sean Payton either. I'm not the one who has to make that call. I was pretty iffy because I'm thinking to myself, you've got so much leeway. You still got a whole other game. Should things go awry here, you got them down and out. You just drove down the field and made a beautiful play. It would have been way more beneficial had they been able to run up to the line and run their
but they couldn't.
Best
they had to wait.
Play.
Could I lay out my case?
I know they did.
Could I lay out my case for it?
Sure.
Because part of it's what Mosier's talking about. That wasn't do or die. That was do great, don't. It's okay. You got another week. That's number one. Number two, Sean Payton, this is what he does. He's the offensive mastermind. He calls the plays. He sets up the scheme. He does everything on offense. He's got to have a play that he believes in for 2 yards.
What's your play?
Well, he's got to know it. Not me.
I'm asking you though. What would have been your ideal play in that situation? I'm just curious because I was thinking about what are they going to run here? What's your play?
I'm not calling the plays, Vic. I don't know, but he's got to have one. Vic,
I'm just asking, what would you like to see?
Well, I would assume some sort of play action boot, try and find somebody dragging over the middle, one of those plays.
How about Vic, as long as you want to get specific,
give Knicks the option to run or throw the ball sort of thing.
How about a play they've run 1 billion times, and every single time in practice, it doesn't matter what the defense thinks is coming, you make it work, and you punch it in for a much-needed 2 points. How about that play? I don't know. Excalibur right wing 63 deuce on 3, ready, break. I mean, I don't know the exact friggin' play. You keep asking Brett for the exact friggin' play. I don't know. Whatever it is they feel like they can execute like a mother trucker, and they do it all year long and are successful at it.
But that's the thing, though. What I'm getting at here is for the play, if I just top of my head, give Knicks a play where it's an option to run or throw, which a boot I think would do that. But more than that, the last thing, and then I'll let you go. The last thing is, because it's not lose and go home, I think there's something to be gained off of, even though you had the review and the break in between. Hey, offense, I believe in you guys. Go win me this game. Knicks, you got my full faith. Go out there. I trust you in this moment to go win us a football game. I think you could stand a lot to gain by just giving them the opportunity.
Hey, as I sit here today, again, I wish they had gone for it now. I really do. I wish, but at the time, I'm not going to lie to you. At the time, I thought they made the right decision because I'm looking at the clock. I'm looking at all the time that had gone by waiting for the review, and I'm like, oh, man, let's just settle in overtime and hope you – and this is where I make the mistake. And hope you win the coin toss. Hope. Yeah. I used the word hope, and I said to myself afterwards, God, the fact that I employed the word hope tells you all you need to know about the decision. Why even use hope? Take hope out of it. Put hope in your own hands and go win the damn game.
But you had the ball in your hands twice in OT and 2 3-and-outs. I mean, we can get into the play calling and so on and so forth, especially on the second. You ran 3 plays for 2 yards, and you killed 23 seconds off the clock. You're like, what in the hell are we doing?
And all they have to do is execute a first down on that second possession. Yeah. If they get a first down there,
you're going to get a tie, and you're going to go to the postseason.
They were out of timeouts.
Does he? I wondered this because I would have, and I wouldn't have judged him for
it.
If you get the first down, I'm taking knees afterwards.
Of course.
Oh, you're damn right I am. 100%.
Stupid? Like I don't. Dummy? This is just about making
Brett, honestly, have you ever had your IQ tested?
I was wondering.
Have you ever had your IQ tested?
Seriously, what is wrong with you?
Because it seems pretty low right now.
Hang on. I'm saying the same thing you guys are. First of all, second of all, the only reason I wonder that is Sean Payton the kind of guy that would he still run the football? Is what I'm saying. Would he give it to Jaleel or Estime or somebody instead of taking a knee?
Well, can we all agree on this? I think the NFL overtime rules are so stupid. I mean, you're sitting there just. Oh, my God, you lose a coin toss. And like last night, Washington winning it just because they won the coin toss. It's just such a dumb rule. Whatever.
Everybody should get a possession, no matter what.
Fine.
That's the way I look at it.
But the Broncos, both cases can be true here. When we debate, should they have gone for 2? Both sides of this are right. Yeah, they should have gone for 2 because they could have ended it right there. Yeah, they should have gone to overtime. They had 2 freaking possessions in overtime.
Yeah, 2. And you went 3 and out both times. The first one chewed up a lot more clock than the second one. And once you got the benefit of the doink, once it was full doink-a-thon, I'm thinking to myself, oh, yeah, okay, the football gods are looking down upon the Denver Broncos. Here we go. And then
herein lies
absolute.
That game was a classic example of the number one flaw of the Denver Broncos. I found it. I know what it is. And that is the boom or bust mentality of this offense. Mm-hmm. On one series, oh my God, did he just throw the ball 67 yards in the air to Marvin Mims on a rope? Did I just see that? On one drive, oh my God, was he backpedaling, throwing to Marvin Mims in the end zone? Oh my God. And then on the next series, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. They lead the league in 3 and outs. Again, I repeat, they lead the league in 3 and outs. You can't have them. Especially in those monster situations like overtime. Can't do it.
Here's the other thing, too, is this is going to sound weird to say in a game where you had a clutch touchdown with no time on the clock on 4th and 1 to give yourself the opportunity for overtime. They missed out on key plays over and over again in that game. Like, to have this play, listen.
Bo Nix, son of a coach. Biggest NFL game he's played in, 1st and 10. Good time. McKenzie block. Going deep. Oh, he's got him. He's got Mims. Touchdown. The Broncos have come back again.
So to have that play,
Mims is going to be on the backside.
And you're going to say, like, oh, well, they made the play to tie the game. The ones that stick out to me are the ones you're talking about, Vic. 2 possessions in overtime, 3 and outs.
Yeah.
Here's the big one, though. It's a 17-17 ball game. You get a fumble, and you're starting your drive on your 40-yard line with 5 minutes left in the game, can kill all of the clock, first of all, get in the field goal range, win it, move on. And you throw a pick right back, which led the Bengals to go up 24-17, and then, yes, you get that touchdown to tie.
Yeah, but you tied the game. So that
I know, but I'm just saying, like, there's different opportunities. This is the boom or bust thing you're talking about.
Sure.
Extending drives and killing some clock it's like that doesn't exist. We're scoring a touchdown, we're going 3 and out.
Well, they got to figure out who the hell they are because when I'm watching the Cleveland game, I'm seeing bombs and missiles. I'm seeing the long ball all day to the point where you're like, okay, what are we doing here, right? Is this
that's Vic's defense contractor
exactly
talk right there, right?
Are we watching Al Davis's Raiders? Is this Eric Coryell? What is going on?
Try to name every large artillery and missile inside.
ICBM missiles coming at you, all of it. That's what we saw in against Cleveland, right? To the point where like calm down a little bit. But you go from that to if I see another screen, another wide receiver screen or dump off, I swear to God, guys, you saw my Twitter feed the entire game. I'm like, what? Throw the ball down the field.
Yeah.
And when they did, what happened? When they threw the ball down the field,
for the most part, good stuff.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Now,
for the most part.
The one time they threw it down the field, where I said to myself, okay, what are we doing here? In overtime, 3rd and 7, okay? When is the last time a fade pattern or any type of sideline pass down the field to Troy Franklin, when's the last time that's worked?
Every time Franklin's on the field, the ball lands 2 yards in front of him, and you're just like, dang it.
What are we doing? This was a game in which Mims, every time he had the ball near him, he caught it. This was a game in which Sutton made play after play. What are we doing in overtime?
Okay, hang on to this. I want to get to it in a couple of minutes. Talk about the bowl games, by the way, which are awful on Saturday as well, and also the Nuggets and Avs from over the weekend. Thank God the Nuggets bounced back on Saturday because, good Lord, that was a bad couple of games that they had. We'll get to all that in a couple of minutes. Stick around.
What are you going to change in 2025? Maybe do something about that erectile dysfunction if you have any right now, or try to figure out what you can do about it. Give the best gift you can for the new year to yourself and the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. And I'm talking about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail, and their success rate is well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, look, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor, schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit, only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. And if it doesn't work, your total visit is free. But you know it's going to work. They have an expert staff, and you could be right back in business that day. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you from Fort Collins all the way to Colorado Springs. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Obviously, a hard-fought game, a tough one to lose. We had our opportunities. I'm proud of this team. I thought it wasn't perfect, but man, the will to compete and answer, it was pretty impressive. We spent some time thinking about. I'm gonna answer this now. All right, going for 2. We knew a tie though was for us just as beneficial as a win. And we felt like we had the momentum at that point. So, look, it went back and forth, and in the end, we didn't make enough plays. They did. All right. Any questions?
It looked like Mo was holding up 2 fingers.
We discussed it all. We're plenty of time. And the decision we made was the right one.
Okay, it's Payton after the game.
That's the part I disagree with him on. I was in agreement at the time that going to overtime with all that time that was used up with the review, I agreed with Sean Payton, just go to overtime. But in hindsight, it's okay to say, hey, probably should have gone for 2. It's okay. It's okay to say, probably if I had to do it all over again, would have gone for 2. Especially when he says we had all the momentum. Well, what'd you do with the momentum?
Yeah. And
what'd you do with it?
Here's the other thing. There is no way a tie is entering your brain at that moment. Like, you're really factoring in that neither team scores for another 10 minutes? There's no way that's true.
But using the term momentum implies that you want the ball, that you want to take care of your future. The fate is in your hands. You have the momentum. So if you have the momentum, wouldn't you want to go for 2?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. When you look at the numbers, though, it's hard for me to believe this game went to overtime and the Broncos were even that close, because when you look at the number of first downs, you realize the Bengals had 34 first downs in that game. 34.
Dude, they punted one time in overtime, correct?
I know. Yeah,
Once.
they had 34 first downs. They had 23 passing first downs. Their third down efficiency was more than about double what the Broncos were.
And by the way, how dumb were they, Moj? How dumb were they continually going for it on 4th down when they gave up 6 points early in the game? I'm like, why are you chasing points now? The game just started. Just take the field goals. I mean, they went full Dan Campbell on us.
They did. They dominated the total plays. They dominated the total yards. I mean, the Joe Burrow was what we thought he was going to be. Was he not, Kaner? I mean, we talked about it at length, that this guy's the best thrower of the football in the league right now, and he showed it off again yesterday. And maybe I should be happy that they were in this thing late and had a chance on a miracle toss-up. But when I look at that Bo Nix pass, I know it was sort of a hope and a prayer and a miracle and all this kind of stuff, but
which one?
For him to the game tying one,
the 4th down one,
the last
4th and 1. Yeah.
And so he's rolling out, he's flushed, and he just heaves. And there's 2 defenders, and it's perfect coverage. I mean, how do you have better coverage than that? And Mims just skies between them
lucky
and pulls it in. I mean, it was but you know what? It was also really awesome. Yeah, we're also freaking out here. I watched the game with some Broncos fans down here. Yeah, it was killer. And maybe that's the reason that they were, quote, in the game or going to overtime, because it probably shouldn't have been that way. But nonetheless, man, we'll have another whole week to talk about the Broncos' ability to spank Kansas City.
You bring up a good point. You got there with sort of a lucky play, right? Sort of a desperate throw it off your back foot while running down the right side of the line of scrimmage. You're there by chance anyway. Just take another chance. Go for 2.
Yeah.
Again, in hindsight, the more I examine this, the more I say to myself, man, I think going for 2 was the right move. At the time, though, I was all in agreement with Sean Payton to go, let's go to overtime. As soon as they got to overtime, I was like, oh, crap, they lost the coin flip. Oh, they forced him to punt for the first time in this game. That's when you got to see, you got that first possession in overtime. All it takes is a field goal at that point. A field goal, that's it. That's when you have to go for broke. And that's when they failed themselves. Their play calling, everything failed themselves.
Well, and on top of that, it's weird to say when you look at the numbers. I thought the Broncos defense was pretty good, actually. Like, I know you can look at like 500 total yards allowed and 30 points total by the end of that overtime. They held Cincinnati to 17 points through 3 quarters. You know how difficult that is to do against that offense, with the amount of weapons that they have, the amount that they got after Joe Burrow, by the way, would they finish with like 7.5 sacks in that game? Making the plays when they have to, like Cincinnati, yes, is going for it on 4th down, but they're 4th and short, and you're getting stops. I thought they played their asses off. And considering the offense you're going against, I don't blame the defense a single syllable for anything that happened in that game.
We have the same speech after most of these games. The offense let them down. I mean, just look at the offense in overtime. In overtime, they ran 6 plays for a grand total of 6 yards in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
That's, for a team trying to make the playoffs, it's unacceptable.
Yeah.
It's boom or bust. Again, you mean to tell me that you can go downfield the Mims in one fell swoop? You can do that stuff. You can find Sutton for 35 yards. You can do all that, but you give me 6 plays and 6 yards? It's just not going to work, man.
Yep. Gosh, and they just had – I still can't get over. You get the doink, and it's what you said, Moj. It felt like the gods were saying, here's your favor. Here you got. Like, whatever you guys needed, I know it's not been a perfect game, but you know what? This is your free token here to the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
And all you had to do was pick up a 1st down against, make no mistake about this either, Cincinnati's defense is terrible. I mean, the fact that their offense is putting up the numbers that they have and they're 8-8, like, that tells you all you need to know about them. And it's like, you didn't go for 2 to try and capitalize on the worst aspect of that team, which is their defense, and then you get to overtime with 2 different opportunities to just try and move the chains and burn some clock, and you can't do it.
If you put the truth serum on Sean Payton today, Mark Mosier, if you put the truth serum to him and you said, would you go for 2 in hindsight, what do you think he'd say?
I think he says yes, but I don't think he will allow us to know that he would say yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way he's letting a needle by him at all on this football Monday whatsoever. Look, man, again, we're going to lament what they. I didn't think they were going to win the football game anyway, so I guess I'm really not freaking out.
Can I go back?
Well, then you have to.
What's wrong? What's wrong with starting your press conference today and saying, you know what? As I look back at it, I mean, I just did. I know I'm not the head coach, but I just did.
Well, hold on.
In hindsight, going for 2 was the play.
These are much bigger decisions than us on this pro. Well, listen, we admit when we're wrong on this show, do we not? Like, oh, man, I screwed that up, right? And if we don't, the other guys will point it out to you. Hey, by the way, you screwed it up. Like we were talking about Brett's IQ a little bit earlier. He would never admit that it's like 80, but we can point it out to him. And
it's still above room temperature, though.
No, I was teasing you, B. You're actually an incredibly smart dude. If we actually put you, you'd probably win. You and Nelly would win in the whole thing here. But, no, I mean, because, Vic, these are big decisions. These are these are million-dollar decisions that he's making. And to admit that it's basically admitting he was wrong at that time. Even though you can justify him not being wrong, he's admitting that he was wrong, and he doesn't want to allow himself to do that.
All right. Can we call
that's my guess. I don't know. I mean, maybe he would say, you know what, I'm happy with my decision, and I really, truly mean that, and truth serumed out, but who knows?
We have a lot to get to on the Broncos and what's going to happen this week and so many different things that can happen this week. And this is all for a right to go to Buffalo in early January. That should be fun. We'll get to that in a second. Can I make one statement about the weekend's college football bowl games? Mm-hmm. Another reason why. Anything outside of the CFP, if you're in the CFP, these bowl games are stupid. They're stupid. They're dumb. It's getting there. Like, I'm going to take Colorado as an example. Colorado qualified for a bowl game. They qualified for a Holiday Bowl. Oh, why are you playing BYU? Should be playing Miami.
It was the Alamo Bowl.
I'm sorry, whatever the hell it is. The Alamo Bowl. Sorry. Qualified for a bowl game. The victory was in qualifying for a ball game. The victory was getting there. Once you're there, I give credit to Shedeur and Travis Hunter for playing. Full credit. I really do. Not sure why you played. They had no interest in winning that game. They had no interest in playing that game. There's no interest. The outcome of that game doesn't matter one bit, win or lose. Let's say you reverse the score. Let's say that CU blows out BYU. What does it matter?
Doesn't really.
What does it matter?
You get a nice trophy to put in your trophy case.
Who cares?
I'll make you one counterpoint because I agree with you. Ever since the advent of the playoff came around, and whether it's 4 teams or now 12 or whatever, it has rendered those games meaningless. And you can tell by participation rates in these.
You can tell by the way they play. Those games don't mean jack.
But I will say one thing. if CU entered the bowl game and said, look, as much as we love to capitalize on a 9-win season, try and get to 10, do all these good things, Shedeur and Travis Hunter have bigger goals in mind. They're going to sit out. They're going to get ready for the draft, make sure they don't get hurt, which I totally understand, and I actually was advocating for it. I said I probably wouldn't play if I was Travis
shocked
or
they
Shedeur.
played the entire game.
But they did. And so did everybody else, and you got embarrassed. That there is something to that you went into that game with everybody playing saying this does matter.
Brett, there's no juice.
But Vic, all I'm saying is it's really hard for and I don't think Deion's doing this, but for people to pull the card of they didn't care when they told you over and over again that it did matter going into it.
You could say it, now you got to show it, right?
I got
say it. You could say, listen, all week long, all we heard is, oh, man, you got Peggy to a bowl game. Yeah, the victory was getting there. That was the mountaintop. Even for CSU. Oh, we're playing in a bowl game. It's been a while. That's the victory. But once you're there, you're going through the motions. Because at the end of the day, what does the victory mean? Nothing.
No, I agree with all of that. I agree with all of it. But it does feel different when they say the opposite thing and they play their starters. That's all I'm saying. If they went into it, like, remember Florida State last year when they were 13-0 and they got left out of the playoff and they said, bleep this. Everybody just said either I'm transferring or I'm just straight up not playing. And they lost by 70 points. That one you could just be like, oh, they literally did not care because nobody played. This one they told you they cared and people played and then you got your doors blown off. I just think that hits a little bit different than a usual bowl game feel.
What I don't think it's going to do is I don't think it's for some of these guys, it's not going to sting at all. There's zero sting.
Yeah.
In getting your doors blown off in the Alamo Bowl, okay? Right now the attention is fully turned to the future pro career. I would argue to you, though, Kaner, that for like Colorado State, I mean, that stings. To get worked over the way they did by Miami of Ohio, I think that stings.
Totally.
And Vic, I'm going to take a little umbrage with what you said. To you, it doesn't matter. To Shedeur and Travis and all these guys, you're not playing for a national title. You can't bring the juice. I agree with all that. But I saw plenty of games where guys were pumped, man. They were happy to be playing more football. Hell, watching Navy come back and beat Oklahoma
it matters to the underdogs.
Was
it matters to the team. It mattered to beat. Why did it matter to BYU more? Tell me why. Why did it matter to BYU more? You tell me. You know the answer. Why did this game matter to BYU more than it did CU?
Because they're playing the prime.
Because they're playing CU.
Yeah, because they're playing the prime.
Exactly. We all know this. Why did it matter to Navy more? Why?
Because they're playing
Oklahoma. They're playing Oklahoma.
Because it's Navy. This is. I mean, we could rewrite history. Every bowl game like this. Fear the team. Fear the underdog. Fear the team that it matters most to. This game didn't matter for CU. They got dudes going to the pros that probably shouldn't have even played, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Sort of went through the motions, to be honest with you.
I would have pulled Shedeur, too.
Dude, how about that play late in the game when he's scrambling to his left, he gets sacked from behind and he grabs his leg, and I'm like, oh, that's
the only thing I was thinking at that point was just please don't get hurt now. Because you aren't going to win this football game. And Deion said, we came here to play. These guys are going to play, all that different stuff.
3831 says, who are you, Vic, to tell us who it matters to? I don't know. Did you watch the game? You tell me. It's a
pretty good question,
does it look like it mattered to them? You tell me. Did you watch the game?
It's a pretty good question. Who are you, really, to tell anybody?
That's who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, did you watch the game? Did it look like it mattered to CU? That was the worst game of the season. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Worst game of the
season.
Yes. You know why?
100%.
They didn't care. And I don't blame them for not caring. Because bowl games don't matter outside of the CFP. They don't matter. You might think they matter. You think next season, anybody who won a bowl game is going to go, BYU just won the Alamo Bowl. Oh, this is going to change everything. Watch the portal go to work for us.
Yeah, when you go back and you look at this season, the last thing you're going to mention, I would think, is going to be this bowl game. Like, it's the last thing.
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
What bowl game did CSU play? I don't even know what bowl game it was called.
Care.
They lost to Miami of Ohio.
It's the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl.
Whatever the hell they win.
Come on, dude.
Getting there is more important than playing there. That's all I'm saying. Getting there, saying that you're a bowl team, qualifying for a bowl game, finding out who your opponent is, all the pomp, all the circumstance. The actual game, nobody gives a you-know-what.
Yeah, but I'll maintain this. That you can't tell me it matters all the way leading up to this game and play all your starters and then say, it doesn't matter all that much.
Then get shellacked. Then we got 26-0, and yeah.
You can't just use that as an excuse at the very end that, actually, it was just a bowl game that, didn't really matter.
But how did CU and the entire fan base treat it? It was a big party all week long. Party, party, party. The team partied. The fan base partied. We're back in the bowl game. By the time the game got around, they looked like they were partied to death. It didn't matter. What matters is the CFP. These games have consequences. These games this week, those have consequences. You play on.
Yeah, but you also have some schools that, they're happy to be there and they're excited and they want to play more football, these little engines that could. And I like to watch those guys. I like to watch. By the way, we also had some pretty damn good football games over the weekend, too, in terms of these bowl games. I mean, Iowa State and Miami, a 42-41 finish in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Then you got, by the way, they killed off the Strawberry Pop-Tart last year, and Strawberry suddenly was resuscitated and came back out this year. I mean, that's a pretty big deal, right? When you kill off a Pop-Tart and he's dead and he's gone, nobody can eat him. And then all of a sudden, he's reincarnated as Strawberry again. That's a pretty big deal.
Those guys are marketing geniuses. I can't remember the last time I had a Pop-Tart, but I may have to have one after watching this unfold all weekend.
Well, Kane, we got Pop-Tarts. We got Pop-Tarts in the vending machine just down the lane there. You know that, right?
Yeah, I think I'll pass this morning.
Hey,
I do
Kaner,
like the bowl game.
Well, if I was there, you know what I'd be doing, right? What would I be doing?
He'd be eating the hell out of those Pop-Tarts.
Yep, you'd be taking money from little Timmy.
Yep,
Kaner, why isn't your back's thing lit up there? Why are you on a black screen?
You think I know how stuff in here works?
Nelly, why isn't it lit up?
The screen is black because we're mourning the loss of good football in the state of Colorado.
Gotcha,
That's why. It's a symbolic gesture.
303-504-0925. Safeway can help you ring in the new year. They make it easy to prepare with party platters, cheese trays, cakes, and sweets. Get started with easy delivery or free pickup at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Want to talk about the Avs and Nuggets from over the weekend? I'm sure I'm probably going to rehash some ground that you guys have covered already, but I love the Blackwood extension. I think that's incredibly smart from the front office. And the Avs just don't stop making moves. I think this is a great place to be as a fan, is seeing your front office say, we recognize deficiencies, and we're doing everything we can to try and make up for those. So we'll get to that in a second, along with, thank God, the Nuggets bounced back and won on Saturday, but still major defensive concerns that we'll get to next.
There's the horn in Denver. Denver gives up a season high with 80 points in the first half. Cleveland scores a season high 149 points. Nikola Jokic has a triple-double that goes for naught as Denver gets beat by Cleveland 149-135. 3 seconds left to go in Denver, and there is the horn. Well, it was 2 30-point performances. Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, 34 and 37 points respectively, and Denver beats the Detroit Pistons 134-121. The final tonight from Denver.
Still incredibly frustrating that you can't predict a Nuggets win or loss on any given night because they are going to score a ton of points, but they might give up a ton more. And I just don't know. Like Cleveland putting up almost 150 in a regulation basketball game is some insanity that you never thought would exist with a Mike Malone coach team. Now, they bounce back the following night, as they usually do, really good on back-to-backs, and they take care of Detroit. Now, again, it's like I was watching the game with a buddy of mine that was in town, and it's the fourth quarter, and I go, the real question is, are they going to give up enough points in the fourth quarter where Malone feels the need to go back to Joker? And, of course, they did, because they let the rope slip a little bit, and Malone did that clean up the mess thing and just get us out of here with a win. But I don't know, Vic, like, their offense is as good as anybody's offense in the NBA. But when you give up 120 points every single night, you don't know if it's good enough to win. Because you can't have forget an off-shooting night. Yeah. You can't have an off-shooting quarter if that's how you play defense.
I have a theory, and remind me as soon as I'm done with this offensive synopsis here. I have a theory about why the Nuggets suck on defense. All right?
Okay.
Why
what would that be?
Is atrocious.
I'll get to it in a second. Well, let's hear it, Einstein. Lay it out, please.
I'm going to get to that in a second. I want to give you some offensive numbers, first of all. Because every time I hear people say, and I repeat, well, they got to make a trade, and some of the trade bait that's out there, it's MPJ, really. And some of the scenarios bring in guys like Zach LaVine, Brandon Ingram, we've heard that name tossed about. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, what do those guys do? They're scorers. Mm-hmm. They're offensive players. They're not exactly known for their defense. Those guys are scorers. You don't need more scoring. I repeat, this team does not need more offense. They are number 3, tied for number 3 in the league, tied with the Celtics. The Celtics, they peel off twice as many threes per game as the Nuggets do. Doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, they all get to the same number, which is about 120 points. How you get there doesn't matter. If you're going to throw 53s a game versus 23s, great. What's your final score? Oh, really? You both scored 120? Oh, well, you just got there using different means, okay? So there's only one team in the NBA right now, one, that is top 5 in the 4 most important categories when you think about it. Points per game, Nuggets, top 5. They're tied for 3rd. Field goal percentage, they're 2nd. Second best shooting team in the league. 3-point percentage, they're 5th. Top 5. Assists per game, they're number 1 at sharing the ball. One team in the league that say they're top 5 in 4 of the most important categories. And yet here they are. Why? Because they can't stop anything. Because they can't stop anyone. Because they're complete Swiss cheese on the other side. It's not the offense. Quit asking for more offense. Stop. They don't need offense. They need defense.
So what's the theory on the defensive side?
Yeah, let's get to your – I don't disagree because it feels like every given night, any given night, whatever you want to say, that you're just hoping that the opposition doesn't shoot their way ahead of you. That's it. I mean, because you're going to score plenty to win the basketball game.
I think the hidden reason why, because it's the same scheme they used when they won a championship. People have asked, what are they doing differently? Well, nothing, really. They're doing the same thing. They just don't have the same pieces. So what's wrong with the Nuggets fundamentally defensively? I think they're over-rotating. And the reason they're over-rotating, like when you're playing defense and you're a guard and you get beat, okay? If I have, let's say I'm Jamal Murray, and I get beat off the dribble and like, oh, crap, I just got beat. This guy just blew right past me. If I had Wemby behind me versus Joker, and this is not to demean Joker, because Joker's a great defensive player in his own right, but you're not as worried when you have a shot blocker behind you. Worried about chasing and over-rotating when you have shot blocker behind you. They don't have a shot blocker behind them. So what do you have to do if you get beat off the line, when you get beat at the perimeter? Everybody's got to rotate, and they don't rotate quickly enough. They're dancing, they're chasing, and that's what starts the movement to get easy open three-point looks for opposing teams, because the rotation doesn't happen fast enough, and all of a sudden it results. I think in that Cleveland game, they had 23 wide open threes.
Yeah.
23 wide open threes because of the rotation. And the rotation stems from not having a shot blocker waiting back there to stop somebody from entering the lane.
Well, and I'll tell you this, Vic, I'll just capitalize on it because I think that's correct. But I think there's a big reason for this. And I think this is where they miss KCP, because KCP was really good at it.
Yeah.
They switch everything.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even try and work through a screen to stick with their guy. So the second they do that, there's a lot of times where it's like a miscommunication. I switch this one, but not this one. And then both guys are kind of in no man's land, leaving somebody wide open. I noticed that a lot on Saturday, where it's just whenever a screen was coming, and it could be a lazy screen, Moj, like somebody's going up and just going through the motions of what a screen would look like. They see it and automatically switch, as opposed to what KCP used to do.
Yeah.
He'd run through the screen and stick with his man.
Right.
But that's how you
Right.
get mismatches, and that's how you get guys like cut to the hoop, and now you're out of position, wide open guy in the corner, all that stuff.
And therein lies the problem. You know, you got somebody like Westbrook. He's been beaten a few times on his own accord, but he prefers to stick with his man. I'm telling you, he's like, no, leave me alone. I got my guy.
Mm-hmm.
While other dudes are like switching all the time. And it causes mass chaos and scrambling and rotation. And you see it. You guys watch the games.
Yep.
It doesn't look right.
Yeah, the
and I'm not sure
connectivity
how
is
you
not
fix
there.
it.
Yeah. I don't either, Vic. And I'm sure that Michael Malone and company, I'm sure they preach it every single day that they have an ability to practice. They're going through it, and they're watching film ad nauseum, and you got to get here, and you got to da-da-da. But once you put it into practice, once real life takes over and you're on the floor, they just seem to get disconnected. I don't know either. I mean, you hope that one day, I guess, it just clicks, or you keep working on it, but I don't know, man. I don't know what the answer is either, but it's incredibly concerning because they're one side of the – I mean, it'd be like this, though. It'd be like – I guess they're like the Cincinnati Bengals, where they can pretty much outscore –
Exactly.
they can – they'll put up 35 a game, but they're also going to give up between 30 and 40 a game. So, where are you going to finish?
They are the best. And you know what's ironic about that, Moj? The year they won a championship, look at how they won the championship. Hell,
They played defense like a mother. They were awesome.
Game 5.
Awesome
the
defensively.
The clinching win was one of the ugliest games I can ever remember. Remember that? Remember
Yeah.
how low scoring that was? Because they played defense.
Well, and how about this? Just for a dichotomy between two of the franchises here in town. Moj, the Avs had a problem, and theirs was a lot easier to identify. It was goaltending. Do I have this correct?
A lot easier to fix, too.
Yeah.
A lot easier to fix.
Do I have this correct, Moj? Since the trades for Wedgwood and Blackwood, do the Avs lead the league in save percentage?
They are the number one goalie duo in the entire National Hockey League. The answer to that, Kaner, is yes. I heard you talking earlier about, hey, they got a little Darcy, Frankie thing going on here.
It does feel that way to me. Like, if Blackwood had to miss a game, like, I feel confident in the backup to come in, too.
Agreed. I would argue to you, and again, you talk about getting ahead of the game with a new contract extension, right? Thinking, okay, look, top end goalies in this league are making $10-11 million a year, are they not?
Yes.
Right? Okay. If you're paying half for your goaltending, and it's as good as Blackwood has been and as good as Wedgwood has been, then you're in pretty damn good shape. I would argue to you that McKenzie Blackwood right now is playing better than, and I think has a higher ceiling than, Darcy Kemper did during the Cup run.
Sure.
I would argue that to you, that he looks better, he's playing better, the numbers are better than when Darcy won the whole damn thing with the Colorado Avalanche. And that's nothing against Darcy Kemper, but he didn't have to be great. He just had to be good at times, and he was very good at times. But he wasn't a great goalie, okay? Not a great dude. I think Blackwood's got an opportunity to with this team in front of him and Wedgwood as well, to, I think, really up things, to really where you just feel damn good about it. You know what I mean? You just go into any given night and you feel good. The other night, I mean, it got to the point where, man, Utah's not going to score on these guys. They're just not going to do it anymore, right? You're coming away with the dub, and you did. You came away with the 2 points, first game back from Christmas.
Not to mention, it's starting to look right again, and they execute another trade where they get Parsonen in here to get a little bit more depth. I do have a concern that I want to get to later with that trade. Has nothing to do with him, but a bigger subject that we can dive into a little bit later in the show.
What's a bigger subject?
Well, he's like a depth piece to this team.
That's correct.
And he's
not going to be a major factor.
But you thought that some guys are coming back, and some guys are coming back. And I still wonder about the one guy, just the one guy who's been coming back for a long time.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm not saying this is a one-to-one has to do with him specifically, but still, whenever I see depth continue to get added that kind of way, it just makes me wonder. It always takes me back to Gabe and just being like, where are we at? And when is some sort of concrete movement going to happen with that stuff? That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. But listen, the more I think about it, and I was just driving down the road the other day here at my location thinking about this.
In your location?
There has to be.
Are you like a spy? Are you in the witness protection program?
Again, Vic, I don't want to tell you where I am because you're going to throw this Brett, he has the ability to actually turn this.
I know
it's not a secret to us.
Yeah, I mean,
we figured it out in 2 seconds.
What is this grand secret about where in my location here in the United States?
Because when everybody realizes that I'm at my parents' house and Keith strolls by, you're going to go, oh, throw Keith on. Don't throw Keith on.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Yeah. I haven't talked to Keith for a minute. I would love to talk to him.
I know, so I'm trying to keep him sequestered on the other side of the house. I don't want him in this general area.
In his own home?
Yeah, in his own home. He's got to hide in his own home. That is correct.
All right.
So that's why I'm anyway, yeah.
We'll jump
By the way,
back
the
to
sun
this
is rising in Arizona, as you can tell. Look here.
Yeah, very cool. Sun rises everywhere on Earth. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. A lot more to get to. Stick around.
First and goal at the 3. 31-yard reception by Higgins, who's over 100 tonight with 2 touchdowns. And Burrow with the ball. First and goal. End zone. Caught. Higgins. Touchdown. Bengals win. And they are alive in the payoff race.
Every Monday, 8 o'clock, we recap the NFL weekend with Adam Schefter, who joins us now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Adam, always good to talk to you. Broncos 9-5, just needed to win the last 3 weeks to punch their ticket to the postseason, and now it's time to be nervous because it's down to that final week. But what did you think end of game? Broncos get the miracle touchdown. Looks like they're initially going to go for 2. The review comes in. And then they change it.
I mean, look, I mean, we all saw it, right? It looked like they were going out there. And then I think what happened was when they reviewed the touchdown, they thought about it and Sean said, okay, well, if we tie, that scenario is a part of this, that's a win. And I think, you straddle on the fence on something like that. And I think it pushed them the other way. And, look, I always say this with coaching. Coaches make decisions. Like Sean has always been very aggressive and bold and daring. And in the Super Bowl with the Saints, he opened the second half with an onside kick. And I always use that as the ultimate example. If the Colts recover it and win the game, Sean Payton's going to be criticized and mocked and ripped for the rest of his career. But because they recovered it and they won the game, he is bold and daring and aggressive. And look at him. And what an unbelievable move. So it's the same thing. He didn't go for 2. They lost the game. Now we're going to question it. If he had gone for 2 and they missed it, we're like, why are you going for 2? Whatever happens, it goes that's just the nature of there's no right or wrong. You're going by your gut. I think it is fair to talk about and wonder, okay, why did he change his mind? Because it looked like they were going to go for 2. That's fair to bring up. Did he get scared there? Did he lose a little bit of his nerve? I think he did. I think right at that moment, the more they thought about it, rather than being aggressive and going for it, I think they took they kind of let up a little bit because they went through the scenarios. And again, if they had won, we'd be saying how smart that was to think like that. But they didn't win that. And now we're wondering about it.
Well, I mean, again, hindsight is always the victor in this case because that's how it works. And at the time, Adam, I was with Sean Payton. I was like, okay, too much time went by. Let's just go to overtime and finish it there. And the beauty of overtime for the Broncos was it worked. They forced the Bengals to punt for the first time in the game, for the only time in the game. The Bengals punted in overtime. You had the ball back. The problem was what they did when they got the ball back. They went 3 and out. And that's the.
By the way, and they threw the ball, Vic. They threw the ball. If the tie's a part of the equation, then why not run the ball and try to bleed the clock?
Yeah, there's a lot of conflicted issues. I mean, at that point, playing for the tie, I understand what it gets you, but I go back to what our boy Brett said, and you made such a great point, Brett, to start the show. You knew that this wasn't the end all. You knew that you had another chance playing Kansas City this week. So why not just go for the damn 2? Because, you have a fallback. You have an outlet. You have a chance to redeem yourself. Just go for the damn 2 and end it. In hindsight, I agree. At the time, I agreed with Sean Payton.
By the way, and I'll give you one more reason, right? After the game, Zach Taylor says Joe Burrow is the greatest player in the world. We're watching Joe Burrow that day. By going for 2, you have a chance to not have to face Joe Burrow again.
But then you stopped him.
No.
But you stopped him. That's the crazy thing. That's what makes you want to pull your hair out. You stopped him for the first time in the damn game.
Yeah, you did, and then you got the benefit of the doink, and then you couldn't stop him. I mean, you give that guy enough chances, Adam. I think that's the problem, right? Maybe you stop him once, maybe you get the benefit of a doink, but you give that guy 3 shots in OT, he's going to get it done because that's how good he is right now. And I think we're looking now, again, whether or not to go for 2. You're looking at the play calling there in overtime, and that last drive, 3 plays, minus 2 yards, you took 23 seconds off the clock. So if you're wanting to tie, if you want to tie the game and go to the postseason, What are you doing? You need to milk that like Brett would in Omaha with his cow Bessie. So that's why we're just look. I think they're going to win this week. I think they're going to beat Kansas City's JV team, and they're going to go to the postseason. But you had it right there in your hands, and you let it slip through.
Hold on. I have a point to make, but does Brett have a cow named Bessie?
I don't.
Yeah,
I'm from Nebraska. I didn't live on a farm and have never milked a cow, but they are convinced that I have about 15 at my house when I go home.
Okay. I got it. Yeah, which means he does. Okay. But anyway, again, I was thinking after that loss, because I'm watching the game, and it was one of the best, if not the best game of the season. It was that riveting, that compelling, that dramatic. It was incredible to watch that game. And you lose that game, and it's like a gut punch because they were this close to clinching their first playoff spot in 8 years. Like, it was there. All they had to do was make one more play, and they couldn't get it done. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm Sean Payton. What am I telling them? Like, how do you get this team past this? And I just think it's like, okay, we got one chance here to beat the Chiefs and go to the playoffs, and you just got to erase that in short memories. And like, if we had said at the beginning of the year, okay, would you take a game in the last game of the year against the Chiefs JV team, to steal Mark's phrase, to get into like, you sign me up over and over. So they're still in as good a spot as you could hope they could be. Well, the spot that you don't want to be would be having the playoff spot clinched, but they're not. But they're still, relatively speaking, compared to what was expected, in a great spot. But man, they were so close on Saturday, and so disappointing if you're a Broncos fan. So disappointing.
Adam Schefter with us at ESPN. I got a question that's more about historical context, because Saquon Barkley is doing something that very few in NFL history have done. He's run for 2,000 yards in a season, and he did that in what is considered the normal NFL length before a couple years ago when they switched over to 17 games. I know that Eric Dickerson, who holds this record for rushing yards in a season, is very proud of that. How do you think he feels about Saquon, who's now at 2,005 yards, needing, is it something like 80 yards in this last game coming up to break the record? How does he feel about that might being broken with the extra game added on the schedule?
Well, it's not going to be broken. Saquon's not going to play, so it's a moot point.
Oh, well, there you go.
He's at 2,003 yards, and the record's 2,105, and the Eagles aren't going to put Saquon out there. They're just not going to do that. Now, is that official? No. Have they said that? No. I'm just telling you, like, they don't have a bye. I know they're close to the record. There's an extra, you can debate all of this you want, talk about it all you want. They're not playing Saquon in the last game. He's not going to play. So he becomes the 9th running back in NFL history to go over 2,000 yards. He had an incredible rookie season, regular season, first season in Philly. He'll probably get some MVP support. Won't win it, but he'll get some support because it'll go to Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. And it's time for Saquon and the Eagles to start looking ahead to the postseason.
By the way, Brett, Eric Dickerson has gone on record already saying he does not want to see Saquon break the record, no matter what.
You can tell.
Yeah, he's already said it.
He goes to those games and, stands over him like he just wants to be a ghost, being I will stop you if I have to.
And I agree with Adam here. For those who want to see Saquon go for some whatever milestone, it doesn't feel organic. It's in 17 games. I mean, all of these NFL records, when they push the season from 14 to 16. Same thing, right? I mean, what are we doing here? You're giving guys extra games. What's the point of arriving at a milestone if you have an extra shot at it? It doesn't mean it. Sit Saquon and live to play in the playoffs and save him for the playoffs. What would it take for Saquon to play, Adam? I mean, you seem to think he's not going to.
Well, what would it take for him to play? A complete role reversal, a complete change of thought, and ignorance seeping in. Like they're not doing it. And by the way, I don't even think they ever considered doing it.
Okay.
Like done.
All right. On that note, then, the Kansas City Chiefs with the bye will not play football again, a competitive game with their starters, 24 days. What? Is it outlandish to think that maybe Andy Reid may trot Mahomes out there for a couple series, or should we even think that way?
I don't think that'll happen. Okay. Again, Last year, he rested him in a spot similar to this. It's not exactly the same, but they wrapped up their playoff spot, and he rested him in the last week of the season. And I think you've got a case here where this team has gotten better and better and better, and they may be playing right now as well as they have at any point. And it's important for Patrick Mahomes to rest that high ankle, and Chris Jones to rest that calf, and Isaiah Pacheco to rest his ribs. And you can't rest everybody. Like, there aren't enough guys to rest. But there are certain guys who are banged up, who are key to your postseason push. Like, I don't know this, but Travis Kelce is older. Like, why are you going to burn him here? Like, could he play a series? Sure, that could happen. I don't know that he's hurt to my knowledge, but I would bet he doesn't play. Like, you're going to see a group of guys that just don't play. Like, this is going to be Carson Wentz. It's going to be Carson Wentz versus Denver.
Moj, before you jump in here, can I ask one question about that Philly game? Because there was a play that I didn't think was real when I first saw it come across, and it was Kenny Pickett trying to make this throw. It's one of the most wild things. So he tries to hold the ball and ends up flipping over himself and fumbling. And for Kenny Pickett, like, he's jumping in for an injured Jalen Hurts that day. It's just got to be one of those, like, are you kidding me? This is my start that I get? Just crazy.
Well, he was playing with a rib injury, and I don't know, like, how much that entered into it. Like, he's playing with broken ribs out there. So it's only possible. Yeah, it's only possible.
Well, I've never seen a guy flip himself trying to stop from throwing a pass, though. I mean, he literally did a karate flip on his own onto the ground. I've never seen that before. Hey, real quick, around the rest of the league, Drew Lock goes off yesterday for the New York Football Giants. Now, they may still end up with the overall number one pick, but I look around the league. These guys who have nothing to play for, maybe sometimes they just let it all hang out and find their way to victory. I mean, that's a game that the other team needed, and he just decides he's going to go crazy in that game. It just cracks me up the way it works at the toward the end of the season.
Well, here's what fans don't always realize. Like, all the Giant fans want them to lose the game, and I got it. My dad's a big Giants fan. He couldn't wait for them to lose enough. I haven't spoken to him yet, but I guarantee he's devastated this morning. Okay, I guarantee it. I know it. But here's the thing: these players are going out, and their contracts aren't guaranteed. They're playing for their jobs. They're playing to put their production on tape, and the coaches are fighting to keep their jobs. They're not going to go out and lay down. So you got a motivated coaching staff. You got a motivated player base. Like, these guys, they don't care about the first pick. The fans do, but the players and coaches don't. And to me, I don't know, like, if you're in the front office of the Giants, you're in the ownership group of the Giants, you're not trying to lose the game either. But it's sort of like, the analogy I would use is sort of like, go back to college, you're out late and you go, for fast food at 2 a.m. and you're like, I shouldn't eat that. You eat it, it tastes really good, you're happy, and then you wake up and like, why did I do that? And this is kind of like the same thing. They're eating the fast food yesterday, they're enjoying, this is great. And they wake up this morning like, what did we do? Shouldn't have had that yesterday.
But even if you're not motivated, and this is where I go back to Broncos-Chiefs this Sunday. Chiefs are going to come in with a lot of second-string players. Great. Their coaches
it's going to matter a lot to those guys.
Of course it is.
Hard. It's not a gimme.
That's my point. For all the Bronco fans who assume a win, I hate when you do that. Because let me tell you something. Those Chiefs coaches, they'd love nothing more than to slam the season shut on the Denver Broncos this Sunday.
Hey, Vic, those players are part of a 53-man roster that has won 2 straight Super Bowls. Yes, I don't expect that we're going to see Mahomes or Chris Jones or Isaiah, but you're going to see 47 other guys whose livelihoods depend on it.
They want to win.
Absolutely.
They want to win. Yes. So I've never understood this. Well, the Chiefs are going to lay down. What do you mean going to lay down? They're going to want to win.
No. Those guys are not laying. The backups. This is for some of those guys. It's a playoff game for them. It's their opportunity to step back. Carson Wentz, this is the biggest game of the year that he's playing. It's the only game of the year he's playing. Like, he's going out there to play the best he can. Yeah. By the way, I don't know if he's in a 1-year contract. He might be a free agent. There's money involved for him. He wants to prove that he can still play in the league. Like, these guys are going out. This is not a gimme. They're just not getting the Chiefs' top players. That's all.
Last thing, we'll let you go, Adam. And you are knowledgeable on all things NFL, and I need your help on this. What is protocol for animals allowed on the field during a play and plays you need to stop with animals? Because if there was a dog before that blocked punt in the Tampa game, I think they stop play. If there's a dog on the field, they don't seem to care about ducks. Where's the cutoff here?
Well, that was the duck and ear, so it gets some, it gets exempt there.
What about a cheetah?
If there was a horse out there, they're like, hey, time out. But there's a duck. It's a duck. If we get smoked, he gets smoked.
I mean, that duck was like 2 yards away from that play, too. Dangerous.
We've seen squirrels and rats in the Yankee Stadium running around in the outfield, during the course of it. I guess the rule is if it's small enough that it doesn't obstruct anybody, then play carries on. If it's big enough to be noticed and be an obstacle, then you halt play. But either way, somebody should have shooed that bird to a local river and gotten him out. But the bird was enjoying the game. You want to see the Buccaneers try to take another step to winning the NFC South.
What about a rattlesnake?
Probably call it a little bit. Let's get the snake out of here.
Just take a
that
quick
probably
tea.
qualifies.
Quick tea, get a net or something like that. I got you. Adam Schefter joins us every Monday. Always appreciate it, Adam. Thanks for the time, buddy.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Buddy.
Happy New Year to you too, buddy.
Adam Schefter joined us every Monday at 8 o'clock in All Conversations with Adam, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more.
33-yarder to win it. Oh, doink! He missed it! No good! And the Broncos will get the ball back in 2:43 to go. Stunning.
You think about the losses that the Bengals have had this season.
I remember that, hearing that, and I was wondering, is Kevin Harlan such a pro that he's just going to let angry fans yell the F-bomb during the telecast after the missed field goal? Because if you're a Cincy fan, you thought your season was gone right there, that it was going to end in a doink off the upright in overtime from 30-some yards out. And still, they get the opportunity to come back and win, which I thought was really funny. They're at the 3-yard line. And you're just like, they aren't putting that field goal kicker back out there. He might as well have gotten in his car, went home, and never to be seen again, because that guy was not – his foot, his toes were not getting near a football for the rest of that game.
It's astounding to believe – it's astounding to me that the Denver Broncos lost the coin toss and still had 2 possessions in overtime with the chance to win the game. And all they needed was a field goal in each of those possessions. If I had told you –
Vic, they needed a first down on the second one.
Exactly. If I had told you, hey, you're guaranteed 2 possessions in overtime. You're going to lose the coin toss. You're going to lose the flip. But you're still going to get 2 possessions. And all you need is a field goal or time to exhaust. You're like, okay. And they still couldn't do it.
Yeah.
That's what's so deflating. That's what hurts. And by the way, I want to make this other point. I keep hearing these conspiracy theories. Oh, well, Kansas City's not going to play hard. They don't want to see Cincinnati in the playoffs. Well, did you forget that Cincinnati's not up? They don't have first dibs at the playoffs. Miami does.
Yep.
Cincinnati can win Saturday night at Pittsburgh. They can win that game and still not make the postseason.
And it still won't matter. Yeah. Still might not matter.
It's not Cincinnati's call. It's not. Miami's first in line if the Broncos lose. Miami. They're the ones who will get in if they win and Broncos lose.
Yeah. I'm so with you, by the way, Vic. I am not anywhere near the mindset that just because the backups are in Kansas City, that they're going to win on Sunday.
In fact, Brett,
not at all.
In fact, I think it makes this game even scarier because I don't know what the hell I'm going to see.
Yeah, if this was the starters, Moj, maybe the Chiefs go through the motions with guys like Mahomes, like, hey, let's not get hurt, just take it easy, we'll be conservative. These guys are going to be out for blood. These backups are, at least.
Okay, that being said, the Chiefs have opened up as a nearly double-digit underdog, number one, okay? And number two, the Broncos are going to be the more motivated team, whether it's a little bit more or a lot more, we'll find out about that. And I just feel like they're going to be able to put it together enough to get it done. My only real fear is that the Broncos have been remarkably healthy all year long. If something bad were to happen, I'm knocking my wood, hang on. If something bad were to happen early, then all bets are off, I think. And I don't even want to get into it. I don't want to talk about it. That's a fear that I have buried inside my head. But I feel good that they're going to win this game. Sunday at 2:25 kickoff. I feel really confident about it. I just feel good. I'm disappointed in yesterday for a number of different reasons, including that second possession in overtime. They ran Estime on first down, and he got 3 yards. Then they had 2 screen passes that took no time off the clock. And
if I see another screen motion, I will scream.
Yeah, I know.
If I see another screen.
And then took no time off the clock. I mean, the entire possession, all you had to do was really kill off what was it, a minute 45, or try to kill off a minute 45 and then punt it. Well, I mean, and the Bengals had what, 1 touchdown or 1 timeout left? Yeah. And then you just.
If I want to scream, I'll scream.
You just boot it as deep as you possibly can, and then you hold them to a tie, and you're going to the postseason. It's just all this hindsight stuff this morning is painful to think about.
Can I ask one thing? Because there was a clip that we played earlier from Sean Payton where he was talking about the decision to kick the extra point as opposed to go for 2, and he said, we knew that we could tie the game too. He brought up the word tie. Why was he calling timeouts in overtime?
To set his defense.
Okay.
But you make a point. You know, the numbers dictate a lot more. The numbers tell the story. And I get it. The Broncos defense limited the Bengals to 30 points, which feels like a victory. That's overtime. But 412 yards passing by Joe Burrow. They punted the ball one time in overtime. You look at the Broncos, 219 yards passing for Bo Nix. But those 219 yards, you take away the 2 passes to Mims, right? The bomb. At one point in this game at halftime, he was averaging, and when I saw it, I couldn't believe my eyes. He was averaging 3.1 throwing yards, air yards per attempt.
Mm-hmm.
The ball traveled 3 yards, just under 3. It was 2.9, I think. Under 3 yards in the air. And I'm thinking, what? That's not even that's a handoff. That's a pitch.
Yep.
Why did they get so ultra short passing game on us? What?
Well, especially
Why?
if you're gonna do that, Jaleel was having another really good day. Like, he was running the football well. He was hitting the hole hard. Like, he was averaging almost 7 per carry. And it's like, if you want to play that style, then just run it. If you want to do that.
Did the interceptions against Cleveland scare them into this? Did they just suddenly go to because I would much rather see them lose a game, airing it out, than that way. If you're going to lose a game,
Bengals defense,
go throw it down the field. Other teams have beaten. Did you see what Russell Wilson did to the Cincinnati defense earlier this year?
Yeah. That Bengals defense is not good, but it was an ugly first half for everybody. I mean, that was a dog-butt, ugly first half of football. I don't know, man. It just
so as soon as they launch it,
I said this Monday, a little bit depressed, but not worried about next week. Yeah,
people say Beerman says I'm cherry picking stats. No, I'm not. The entire game I was saying, I was even tweeting it. Go back and look at throw the ball. Throw the ball right before the half. Remember when he took those 2 sacks before the half?
Yep.
He wasn't even looking down the field. And I don't know if that's Bo or if it's just the way they've designed it now, not to throw it. Throw the ball. Because when they did throw the ball in the second half, what happened?
Some good things.
Great things happened.
And it's what you said earlier. It's like that's why I just had a problem with the decision making, and I know it can go all the way back to always go back to the 2-point conversion stuff. But it's Cincinnati's defense is bad. Like, they're just straight up bad. They've lost a huge number of games when they put up over 30 points. Like, it's hard to do is lose games when you put up 30. And they've done that over and over again.
They've lost 4 or 5 games this year.
At least 4.
When they've scored 30 or more, or even like 34 or 35, they've lost games. It's crazy.
But there was a lack of aggression against that defense that didn't make sense to me.
All right, let's assume that the Broncos win Sunday, which is a terrible assumption to make, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. You better, if you go to Buffalo, which they won in Buffalo last year. They've won there.
Oh, come
Remember
on,
the Cortland Sutton catch?
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you go to Buffalo thinking that screen game is going to win you a playoff game, you might as well not even pack.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Don't even
pack.
I mean,
absolutely.
Don't even waste your time.
By the way, though, let me go back a little bit too, Vic. That first touchdown pass to Mims, the bomb, the 51-yarder officially, but I mean more like through the air, 60-something yards.
It was 67 air yards.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that was a big-time throw, dude.
That's the longest air yard throw for a touchdown this season.
And it was the second longest air yard pass, touchdown pass in the history of the next-gen stats.
Okay, so Bo Nix is he
can do it.
He can do it 70 yards through the air, man. And the only reason he probably didn't have to is because Mims was going to run out of end zone, for crying out loud. It was a big-time throw, and those things entice me so much when I watch him do that. I'm not talking about the fortunate one that tied the game, the last one, but that big boy throw where you roll out to your right, you plant your feet, and you huck that pig. Yeah. That's just such awesome football for me to watch, and it gets you pumped and it gets you excited. And I'm like, man, if you can do that, let's do some of that, man. Let's do a little bit more. Now, I understand it's you got to pick and choose and so on, but that play is in the arsenal. It exists, and that's what's so tantalizing about it.
Levi on the text line makes a good point. Weren't we just a couple weeks ago bashing Payton, just not running the ball, Well, here's my take on that. If you're not going to throw it down the field, then, run the ball.
Yeah.
Because the 3-yard dump off, what does that do for you? What does that do exactly?
It acts like a run. It acts like a running game, Vic, is what it acts like. It acts like a running game.
Is that a run? We might as well just call that a run then, right?
But a lot of the thing about the screen is there's an element of surprise to it, which if you can surprise the defense, it opens things up. You got a couple of guys in front of you. You can bust it for a big play. But when it's expected, it doesn't work. Like, you can't. That play is supposed to, all right, they're throwing the ball at least a little bit downfield. You let the initial rushers go by, and then you get a convoy in front.
Yes.
But that only happens when the defense is not in the back of their head going, oh, I bet they're just going to dump it off over here.
But when it's all you do, my goodness. Hey, let's talk about the other side of the ball real quick, because I thought, defensively they did enough. Whatever. Man, Joe Burrow got to the line of scrimmage. He looked at the Broncos defense, and he was like, where's 21? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Dude. I mean, it got
Riley
to the
got
point where if I'm Riley Moss, I'm like masking my number. I'm like, don't look at me. Seriously, didn't it feel that way?
There's one part of his
because
DNA.
You're not going to throw at number 2. Yeah.
One part of his DNA, Moj, you can't mask, though, and it's not his number. He's just easy to find in the secondary, is all I'm saying.
I got you.
Holy moly, I felt bad at one point. Burrow literally went to the line of scrimmage, looked around. I don't even think they called a play in the hunt. The play in the hunt was find number 21.
Mm-hmm.
They get to the line of scrimmage. Ready. Okay, there he is. He's on the right side. Set. Okay, let's throw it there. I mean, and that's all it was.
Pretty much. Moss coming back from injury. First game back. He's not Pat Surtain. And you've got that kind of weaponry at your disposal, and you got a Joe Burrow who's already throwing the ball all over the place. I mean, dude, and he's probably going to, depending on what he does, what does he have right now? He's got, 4,600? What does he got right now, Kaner?
Yeah, like 4,600 yards and 42 touchdowns, I think.
Dude has a chance to get to 5,000 yards if he lights it up against the Steelers. That's simply unbelievable to me. When you have that kind of vulnerability, Vic, or even if it's not a vulnerability, he's not Pat Surtain, you're going to go that way. You're going to look for it. And all those wideouts are probably like, let me get some, right? Because he wants to throw it to me. All I have to do is create a little separation, and this guy is going to drill it in my chest.
There's I feel fine about Riley. He's coming off the injury, and let's be honest, your first test coming off an injury is T. Higgins, who is a lot of teams' number one wideout. If he were to hit the open market, like, that guy's really good. But the Bengals are just like, their offense is insane. It's stupid how good they are. And that sort of duo that they have on the outside between him and Jamar Chase is as difficult to stop as any duo in the league. Like, you could throw up, you're talking about just the best 2 top wideouts. Mm-hmm. It's A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, it's Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson, and it's those two. Like, they're in the same category. But also, still, you held them to 17 points through 3 quarters, even through all that.
You did. When you watch the way that Burrow utilizes his tight end as well, does that make you salivate a little bit too? Does it make you want one of them kind of dudes? I mean, I'm watching the Atlanta game last night, right? That was a pretty damn good football game between Washington and Atlanta, right? And you see Kyle Pitts involved so much, and I know we're talking about high-end dudes, right? But you see Gesicki the other day, and he's got. I mean, he had 10 catches on the day, dudes. To have that kind of weaponry at a tight end spot,
yeah.
I don't want to call it a luxury, but man, it really, really helps. Some of the play calling last night in that game with Ertz and with Pitts. Mm-hmm. I thought both offensive coordinators were doing a great job. The creativity you can get into when you have a capable tight end who's a threat, it opens up a lot of stuff, man. And I want to get me one of them in the future too. I want to get one.
Look good. Penix last night,
he looked pretty good.
Come on,
he's got an interesting throwing motion though. His left-handed giddy up is a little bit different, is it not?
That ball that one to Pitts at the end of the game, to force overtime, to stick it in there.
Yeah, but he's got a bit of a hitch. He's got a bit of a hitch in his left-handed motion, a bit of one. But he's got this
smooth. I think it's smooth as hell.
Yeah,
no, it's not. It's not Steve Young.
What do you mean a hitch? I think it's the smoothest motion I've seen in the NFL this season.
I don't know about that. I mean, it's just because
he's
hitch? Lefty. If he was, I don't know. If he kind of does a. It's kind of a forcey deal.
You mean he throws it?
I don't know how to even describe it.
I'll tell you what.
He throws it. Vic.
I'll tell you what would really bother me. If I got a kicker who can't get the ball there from like 55 yards, you're off the table.
I know.
Sorry. Like
In the NFL,
if you can't get it to the crossbar from 55 out, no business on this roster.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Did it bother you guys a bit? You know, I admire and respect Joe Burrow. When he pulled out the gritty after that touchdown in regulation, did that bother you a little bit?
No. Why?
I think he's kind of a weird dude. Joe Burrow might be a strange duck.
I was like, come on,
he
man.
might be. I don't know.
Don't let him gritty you to victory here. Let's go. Come on. Respond.
What was bothersome? What makes his celebration different than anybody else's celebration?
I don't know. It just bothered me. At the time, I was mad because they scored.
Well, yeah, that would make sense.
It's irrational.
That checks out.
It's irrational bother. Okay. It was irrational. And actually, he was really good at it, too. That bothered me. The fact that he did it really well bothered me.
Okay. Well, why don't you go home and practice? You guys can have a gritty off. Derek typed in. He says, this is from some time ago, did Mosier say the New York football Giants? I was talking about that with Adam Schefter. Vic, would you like to explain to Derek and anybody else out there who doesn't know what
it's
I'm
ridiculous.
talking about?
I'm with him. I hate when people do it. I hate it.
Just so you know, at one point, historically, there were two teams in the New York City area named the Giants. One was a football team. The other one was a baseball team. That baseball team then moved to San Francisco.
Yeah, what year was that?
Giants with them.
1963.
Oh, so not in your lifetime. So why are you saying it?
Fellow by the name of Frank Robinson.
It's like the Civil War ended, and then that team moved to San Fran. You didn't have to say it anymore.
For that team.
Well, it's because just over the years, people in New York have continued to say the New York football Giants. That's why.
Here's an early fact checker. They actually left in 1958.
Oh, they did?
Yep.
I thought the last year at the Polo Grounds was like 62. Or did the Mets move into the Polo Grounds after the Giants
They
took
left,
off?
and then the
last year
Dodgers,
the Polo Grounds is 62.
When did the Brooklyn Dodgers move to L.A.? They were soon after.
Dodgers moved first. Moved first, and then the Giants moved, yes.
God, they lost two of those. Wow.
Two teams.
Yes, the Dodgers left in 1957, and then the Giants left in 1958.
What was the last year of the Polo Grounds where the Mets? I think the Mets played the first year of the Mets. They played in the Polo Grounds, and then they got a new stadium.
You know, Notre Dame used to play Army in the Polo Grounds back in the day. Polo Grounds.
It was more of a football field than it was a baseball field anyway.
Yeah,
it was a dumb-looking stadium. Although it's historic.
Brett's bored because
Nelly, what do you got?
Cows.
Yeah, pretty much. Nelly, what do you got?
The Mets played there in 1962 and 1963 at the Polo Grounds.
So I'm close. I was close.
So did the Titans, which became the Jets in the AFL. They played at the Polo Grounds.
Look, if this is all before I was born, then you got to cut me some slack. And Kaner, you shut up. It's before you were born too.
Yeah. So I just the only point I was making was you don't need to say that.
Are we only allowed to talk
history.
about stuff?
At least get a little history in your life, man.
You know, it's okay to enlighten folks with history on this show. You know, it's not about just everything that happens during our lifetimes. History happens.
You know, it really pisses me off that, like, something that happened in 1988, you're like, I couldn't give a rat's
we don't want to
crap
talk about it.
I don't
I wasn't
care.
around. Well, tough.
Well, we'll take a break from this American sports radio show and come back next.
Yeah, see? We're going to hit him with the left and hit him with the right. See? Yeah.
I should like this.
I want to say something here as we continue on with the program. Thanks for the old-timey music there, Nelly. Appreciate it. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane, we're all back together on this Monday. Doesn't it feel good?
Mm-hmm.
Like reunite, like Peaches and Herb?
It does. Yeah.
Kane, a couple things. Number one, I'll get to Vic in a second because now I'm just mad. Now I want to leave the show and come home. I'm coming home just a little bit, but I want to leave now. And you need to fix your camera, Kane, because you're not centered. Number two, this is from Lance.
Leaving headroom.
And Lance says it's rather disappointing that the guy with an elite 30s radio voice impersonation doesn't like talking about the history of sports. Be better, Brett. And I'm going to tell you, of all the impressions of old guy, Newt Rockney, 30s guys, whatever the case may be, you are the best. You do the best impression. You say the best things. You make us believe that we've been transported in time back 90 years. It's an absolute fact, yet you refuse to do it. And that's a bit of a disappointment to all of us, okay? So can you give us – my wife said, you know what? Of all the people, she's like, Brett was so good at that. I said, I know he was. Like, she pointed it out, too, in addition to Lance. Can you give us a little before we move on? Just a little bit.
No, it's inorganic. If it comes up organically, I'll do it. You can't, yeah. What am I, a jukebox?
Okay, well, here's something organic then. Vic Lombardi, for those who can't see on television or Twitch, is wearing a shirt that I'm assuming he got for Christmas, and I know exactly what this is. Brett, Vic told us a story some months ago about his kid and his kid's girl getting themselves a cat. And he says, you know what, I like to play with the kitty. Hey, but you kitty.
What was his name again, Leonardo or something?
Mr. Bill.
Mr. Bill.
Kitty. Yeah, close, Gator. And so he shows up during the commercial break here wearing a T-shirt with a picture of what I'm assuming is his kid's cat
Mr.
on
Bill.
it.
Yeah.
That he probably got for Christmas. Am I right about that, Vic?
Well, you guys know me. I'm not a pet guy. Didn't grow up with pets. That's not my family's background. So I'm not a dog
Well, you
guy,
ate your
not a
pets.
cat
So,
guy.
yeah, I get it. Your family ate all the pets.
Yeah, I'm not it. We ate pets. But for some reason, this little kitty, which belongs to my son and his girlfriend, it's taken a liking to me when I go there. And it admires me, and it's very friendly with me. And I've taken a liking to this little kitty. And we've had a pretty stout relationship for the last few weeks. And when they presented this to me for Christmas, a T-shirt with Mr. Bill on it, I felt, the loyalty to wear it on the air. I promised I'd wear it. So here it is. My one and only cat that I like.
And Mr. Bill, that story was so infamous, Vic, that it actually made the cut on Drunk Takes a couple months ago.
My son and his girlfriend have a small kitty, Mr. Bill, and I've found myself really appreciating the kitty. Small kitty. I feel like a grandfather to that little kitty. And is he cursing to me off air?
Yes.
Did he just curse me off air?
It is terrifying me because we are on the air, and if he hits the wrong button, then things could go poorly.
It's such a cute little kitty. It's so cute, and it plays, and it nibbles on my hands. It nibbles.
Here's the thing. They got one thing absolutely correct. You get a cat, that cat needs to have a name like Mr. Bill. Like that's if I got a cat, my cat's name would be Special Agent Jack Bauer. Like you need to have a name like that. It can't be Cuddles or anything like that. It's got to be something like Mr. Bill.
I automatically liked it because of its name.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Brett, point of order, Special Agent Jack Meower.
Oh,
it was
I
right
like that
there.
even better. Can you give me a couple of minutes here? And because I've been off the air when some big things have happened, can I just get like
let me know when it's time to come back because I'm not doing this.
Yeah, you can come back. I just want to get 60-second takes out of what you guys, I guarantee, have already talked about, but I just want to say something. First of all, regarding the college football playoff, I have one request, that Lane Kiffin just shuts the hell up and stops talking. Yeah. Like, just knock it off, okay? Because here's what makes me mad about the discourse surrounding the college football playoff, and the games were terrible. Like, I fully acknowledge not a single game was fun to watch in that first round. But losing has to matter, okay? You can't lose 3 games and then point to an SMU who has 1 loss or an Indiana who has 1 loss and say, see, this is why we should be in. Because here's what the translation is. It's games you want to see as opposed to teams who have earned their way into a spot.
Or games you think you want to see.
And that's what drives me nuts. Like, that's what kills me is, well, Ole Miss and Notre Dame would have been way more entertaining. Like, yeah, maybe it would have.
Well.
Maybe it would have. But don't lose 3 games. Yeah. And then you can totally have that argument and show it on the field.
Yeah.
That drives me nuts.
Well, it's, again, in professional football, do we have this argument ever? Oh, well, hey, the Bengals are playing great football. If they don't have a better record than the Broncos, they're not in the playoff.
That's the whole thing. You know what a better game would be? Like, let's say that the Broncos beat the quote, JV squad of Kansas City. You know what a much better and more entertaining game would probably be? Is Cincy and Buffalo. Like, would probably be a better game.
Great.
But you didn't earn your way in. Sorry.
Win.
Yeah.
Again, I am so tired of these. It's usually the SEC teams.
It's all SEC teams.
It's all. Alabama, don't go to Oklahoma and get your ass kicked. Oklahoma just lost to Navy.
Yep.
All right? Don't get your ass kicked.
Yeah. Not hard. Here's the other thing. I know we touched on this for a second, Moj. The Blackwood extension, I think, is so smart because what I said in the appetizer, this feels to me between him and Wedgwood kind of like a Darcy and Franco's 1-2.
But maybe even better. But maybe better.
Very well could be. Yeah. Very well could be.
But maybe better.
But I'm just saying on the surface, I think you got 2 guys that you are confident. Like, I don't think they're ever going to be top 5 goalies in this league, but we've seen that the Avs don't need that. They just need solid. And they're both solid. And when Darcy Kemper left in the postseason and Francouz came in, you didn't have this gut-wrenching feeling that, oh, now you need to score 7 a night because you had confidence in your backup. I feel the same way now.
He was 6-0 in the postseason, dude. He was really good.
I feel the same way now. And I saw some people barking about, not Avs fans, but other people saying, wow, look how stupid the Avs are overpaying for a goalie. And I'm like, let me look this up. He is middle-of-the-road payment for a goalie at a shade over $5 million a year. That is average pay for a goaltender in the league. And give that a couple of years, it's going to be sub-average of what you're paying goaltenders in the league, at least ones that you consider starting quality. I think it's smart to get out ahead of this stuff. Are you taking a little bit of a risk with a 5-year deal? Yeah, I suppose so. But look, man, there's something to be said of basically since I've gotten here, Moj, there's been like a new Avs goalie every single year for the most part. Like you've had some carryover, maybe he dips into another season, or maybe you do get a year 2, kind of like the Georgiev thing. But that's been a rotation, and you're talking about one of the most important positions on the ice that you need to have if you want to win a Stanley Cup, and trying to figure something out every single year is difficult. Locking that in and saying, you know what, we made this move, we did it for a reason, and the guy in a short amount of time has proven that he's capable of handling this job, especially with this roster. Let's just get this done and out of the way and not have to worry about this again for another few years.
I mean, if you feel like he's your guy, if you feel like he is going to be good enough to be your goalie of the future for the next 5 years, and you believe in him, and he's still in his 20s and blah, 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 well, then, yeah. I mean, get ahead. Like you just said, it was terrific, Kaner. Get ahead of the game. Get ahead of the cycle and lock him in. You know, the Avs, when they locked in McKinnon on his last contract, the previous one, and they paid him $6 per, right? So they overpaid a little bit, but you lock him in, and you know that he's going to come to life. You know that he's going to be that guy. Then he becomes underpaid, right? And then he gets he doubles it in his next contract. Okay, all well and good, but if you believe that he's the guy, do it now. Do it at this point, and then you're going to be in good shape because the cap is going to go up as time goes on. You're in good shape.
And I could see why the Avs would want to do it now because let's say he thrives with the Avalanche and starts winning games. Mm-hmm. And part of the reason he's winning games,
that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing right now.
Winning in May and June is what Vic's talking about.
And the reason he's winning games also is because he plays for the Avs. And a lot of goalies have come through here, like the last one, Georgie, and won a lot of games. All that's going to do is increase his price tag. That's all it's going to do. So get it before it increases. So I see it. It is a risk. It is a gamble. But I think it's an educated gamble. Hey, Moj, I do want to ask you this. Do you get a little nervous? I love it. But you get a little nervous when McKinnon throws him when he fights?
No, not at all. I mean, I don't want to see him get hurt. I worry about his little digits, right? I worry about his hands. But here you are, the highest scoring player in the National Hockey League, maybe the best player on earth right now. And he says, enough of this crap. Eat this, Hayton. Bam. Eat this one. Bam. Hey, did that taste good? Would you like me to spoon feed you a little bit more? Bam. Love it.
I do get nervous though.
Adore it.
I don't want broken
That's
bones
fine.
and stuff in there.
Listen,
I don't want that.
Nate doesn't do that much. He's got the fourth most fights on the Avalanche in the last 7 years or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. The one time that he ragdolled Christian Fisher in Arizona, oh my God, it was one of the most glorious things I've ever seen. He just ragdolled this 6'2", 200-pound dude, ragdolled him. I look, Vic, I wouldn't advise it all the time, but you have to know if you're an opposing player. You screw with him, he's gonna go, and he's not gonna stop. He's gonna go. Okay, now he's not gonna go against He's gonna go same weight class, and he's incredibly strong. You're gonna feel it. So you think dude's gonna jack with him again? No, dude is not gonna jack with him again.
It's quite remarkable how many similarities exist between McKinnon and Joker, MVPs of the respective leagues. The work ethic is unrivaled. But they also have that point of no return where they just snap, right? They're just like, oh, wait, did you just do that to me? Boom. Watch out.
When we come back, clip from Sean Payton in the postgame. And a simple question that I'll ask before we play it is, do you buy it? We'll get to it next. All right, so after the game, and again, the one thing that... Look, to say I'm bothered is probably an overstatement. I don't understand it because I think there's so much more to gain than there is to lose. Now, Sean Payton can come back and tell me after not going for 2 and kicking the extra point and going to OT, well, we got two stops and chances to win, and he'd be right. But here's what he said after the game when it comes to why not go for 2. Here's the coach.
We spent some time thinking about. I'm gonna answer this now. All right, going for 2. We knew a tie though was for us just as beneficial as a win. And we felt like we had the momentum at that point. So, look, it went back and forth, and in the end, we didn't make enough plays. They did. All right. Any questions?
It looked like Bo was holding up 2 fingers.
We discussed it all. We're plenty of time. Plenty of time. And the decision we made was the right one.
So here's just a few thoughts that I have, especially after listening to that. First of all, I got a really hard time believing he's thinking about a tie in that moment. There's 10 minutes of overtime. What? You're thinking that there's a really good shot that the clock bleeds 10 minutes and neither team scores even a field goal? That's tough for me to believe, number one. And number two, if you did think that, then why are you taking timeouts when Cincinnati's driving down the field? Because that seems counterintuitive. But the biggest thing is, in that situation specifically, you had the momentum, which you mentioned. That's one. Even after the review, the break, you're going up against the worst aspect of what the Bengals are, which is their defense. He's an offensive play caller. He's an offensive mind. He's been called an offensive genius. He should have a 2-yard play in his arsenal that he feels confident in getting. Mm-hmm. But more than that, I think these two factors. You didn't have a lot to lose. You had only stuff to gain because you have another week to try and get a W and get in the postseason. But I think saying to your rookie QB, I believe in you. Go win us the football game. Like, I think that would be a huge confidence boost to everybody within that offense, which has struggled at times this year and been inconsistent. It's a lot of boom or bust, what Vic's talking about earlier. Put the football in his hands and say, go win one for us. And guess what? In the back of your head, you go, even if he doesn't get it, we got next week. Like, you had all of that. And that's why I didn't understand it. That's all.
I agreed with the coach's choice at the time because I felt that too much time had expired reviewing that potential touchdown. I thought the element of surprise was gone. And I agreed with Coach Payton to send it to overtime. I did. In hindsight, now, I have the benefit of that. He doesn't. In hindsight, damn, should have just gone for it. And that's where I think Coach Payton, his biggest stumbling block in all this is just the hubris sometimes is too much and the lack of humility. And just sometimes it's okay to say, yeah, we probably should have gone for 2 there, but he just won't do that.
Nobody wants to be second guessed, Vic.
But
Nobody wants
I
to
get
be
it. But
second
guessed. You know what? It's you're human.
Right. But
you're
Vic's
human,
right.
though. You're human. It would show me more if he showed that humanity side. You know what? We probably should, because here's what I don't buy. We had the momentum. Well, why didn't you use it? Right? You're the one who just said we had all the momentum. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, here's your chance
Vic,
to use the momentum.
Here's why I don't believe that. What momentum? I mean, you tied the game on kind of a miracle play late, well, a fortunate play, and then you're leaving it up to a coin toss essentially. I mean, you got 2 possessions. Don't get me wrong, but you were at the time you're leaving it up to a coin toss. If the Bengals get the football and they drive down the blah 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 blah. You see what I'm saying? There were so many unknowns at that time.
The coin toss worked though. That's the crazy thing about this.
Well,
the coin toss. You forced them to punt for the first time in the game.
Understood. But you didn't know it was going to work. You're leaving it up to a coin toss. I don't know.
The coin toss thing, though, Moj, that when people say that, the assumption is if you lose the coin toss, then you lose the game because the team's going to go down and score, the opposing team.
Well, we've seen it happen on many.
Hang on. Before you get there.
It didn't happen, but we've seen it happen plenty of times.
Here's the other assumption, though. That if you win the coin toss, you're going to win the game. I don't buy that with the Broncos offense. If they won the toss, I don't think they drive down 70 yards and score a touchdown and the game's over. And that was what I was getting at was it's not even a guarantee that you go to OT, win the coin toss, and then you win. Like, your best opportunity is the 2-yard line.
Yeah,
when
you're in the moment, though, Brett, and again, this is hard because you're in that moment and you got everything flowing and you just scored a ridiculous touchdown, somewhat fortunate, and you're like, you see the quarterback go for 2, and you're like, and then you got to wait 2.5 minutes for them to review it.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly doubt creeps in, which I think is what happened. I think that's part of the
totally.
doubt crept in a little bit. Wait a minute. Maybe, hey, let's talk this through. Now that we have time, let's talk. What should we do here? Because I really believe if they had gone straight to the line of scrimmage, if that was just no review touchdown,
no
I
doubt.
think they go for 2.
I think so,
at the same time, let me second guess myself. Look, they're talking over the sideline. The review's going on. You've got a touchdown, so you don't have to worry about it, but they're reviewing it. All right, let's just boot it, and we'll take our chances in overtime. Should we lose, we still have next week. I guess the same kind of idea. Well, let's go for 2. If we don't make it, then we still have next week.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, 6 one way, half dozen the other. You probably, in hindsight, clearly, and I thought they should go for it at the time, you probably should have gone with your best 2-point play. What's the best play in your arsenal where you can get 2 yards? What is the best play?
I just think Sean gets in trouble sometimes with his presentation. Just the presentation doesn't fly sometimes. I mean, there's no reason. We could have done that. You make a good point. We could have gone for 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way he's steadfast. And nope, we made the right call.
I'm with you. I'm with you, by the way, Vic. I think that it's a good quality if a coach steps up to a microphone occasionally and goes, hey, I totally jacked that one up. If I could go back and redo it, I would probably do it a different way.
You know who does that? Dan Campbell.
All the time. Yeah. Texture says, these arguments suck. Whatever doesn't work, it's way too easy to be on the other side. If they go for it and don't get it, Brett's on the other side. Here's the thing. I promise you on something. I'll tell you, and there's been times where things have worked, and I said I wouldn't have done that. I don't try and play the hindsight game. I let you know exactly where my head was. Like I've told you over and over again, if I was in the Broncos' shoes, I would have drafted Brock Bowers this year. Okay? I think they made the right move now by taking Bo Nix. I try not to play this game. Going for 2 just made all the sense in the world for me at that moment.
Bold isn't always correct. Bold can sometimes be stupid, right?
Sure.
Bold in that situation, when you lay out your argument, it was probably the correct move. I'll give you another example. Early in that game, when the Bengals decided to keep going for it on 4th and short instead of kick field goals, I sat there going, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
You guys what are you doing? Take the points.
Yeah.
You're making this easier on the Broncos. You're putting up all these yards, and you're just on any given 4th down, things can break down like they did. They looked stupid doing that, I thought.
I think so, too.
Agreed.
Especially with a struggling Broncos offense.
Either way, I mean, we're going to pivot after this Monday. It's our first chance to get all of our thoughts out. And, you guys have been gone. Well, Vic, I guess you were there Friday, weren't you?
Where?
Did you work on Friday?
Yeah, I did. Uh-huh.
Okay, Brett, you've been gone for a long time. I mean, everybody wants their thoughts out. Everybody wants to get their voices heard. And all. We're going to pivot toward the Kansas City game as this week goes on. And you'll start to calm down a little bit. We'll see where that number eventually goes to, but I feel really good about their chances at home. But barring something unforeseen, I don't care if the KC second stringers, if they're excited to play and all this kind of thing, they won't have all their ammunition at their disposal.
It just sucks. So
you should feel pretty. It does suck. You should feel pretty good about your chances.
Here's what sucks about it. If things had gone right, you could be looking at playing Houston instead of Buffalo.
Yeah.
Going to Buffalo feels like a death sentence in many ways.
Now, Vic, I've said this. Hang on. I've said this for the last couple of weeks. We can play the game of what did you think the Broncos were going to be before the season, and if I told you it ended 9-8.
I get it.
But things changed when they were 9-5 and in the driver's seat.
Mm-hmm.
Like things changed, expectations changed. I fully admit I moved the goalpost because now if they don't make the postseason, it's to me feels like a disaster. Mm-hmm. Anything they do beyond that, if they win this Sunday, Moj, I don't care if they lose by 60 to Buffalo. Doesn't matter. Like they accomplished exactly what they should have, and everything on top is gravy, but they cannot miss the postseason after where they were at with a month left in the year.
The Dolphins are not going to lose to the Jets. They're not going to lose on the road to the Jets. At least I don't think they're going to lose. Maybe I don't know. I don't think they would. So that's one thing you're going to have to worry about. Look, the Pittsburgh Steelers are a mess right now, and they need a win just because they need to right their ship. They're into the postseason, but they need to win just because they got to get their act together. They don't look good right now.
They've been getting crushed.
So they're going to play hard against the Bengals. So they may help you out on Saturday night, and then you are congruent with the Dolphins game at the same time, and that's going to be back and forth, back and forth, back.
I like the way the NFL scheduled it too. By the way, they don't allow for any easy outs, right? Because people wondered if the Broncos would play Saturday. Well, if the Broncos played Saturday and won, that would make those other two games inconsequential.
Correct.
And now they set it up to where that game is meaningful. But even if the Bengals win, this whole craze that's out there, I keep hearing this, well, Kansas City doesn't want to have Cincy get to the playoffs because you don't want to face Cincy. Well, Cincinnati has to have two things happen. Broncos have to lose and Miami has to lose. Miami is more in a driver's seat than Cincinnati.
They're not going to lose.
Let's not forget that.
Miami's not going to lose. Yeah, they're not going to lose. They're not going to lose at the Jets. What did Aaron Rodgers say toward the end of that game the other day? What did he say?
Oh, my God. I got the clip.
Have you seen the dude completely? I mean, he is.
Lose it? Lose it. Personal foul on the pick in the whole 9 yards? What?
His brain, he's in vacation. He was in vacation mode 4 weeks ago. He's like gone. He wants no part of being there anymore. So, he hadn't made it secret either.
That game was 33-0. And they said, was there a conversation had between you and the coach about putting Tyrod Taylor in? And he said this.
What was the conversation like with Jeff when you took out of the game? What were your thoughts on that?
I mean, it was 33-0. We were sitting there, and I said at some point, probably go to Tyrod here, huh? And then the next play, they threw a screen for a touchdown, so it's 40-0.
I've never seen a dude of that caliber of player, or at least what we imagine him to be, that checked out.
Oh, he's been checked out for weeks, though.
Like,
he's been
no,
checked
you're
out
right.
for weeks.
For this extended period of time, just, I don't care. I'm Marshawn Lynch. I'm here so that I don't get fined and I can collect a paycheck.
So how on earth do you ever play again?
He can't play there.
Why would you even give him a shot? I mean, he's proven he's checked out. He gone.
Well, Miami's only Miami going into that game in MetLife is only a 2.5-point favorite right now, opening up. I find that hard to believe. I don't see how they lose that game.
And by the way, 4 different quarterbacks played in that Jets-Bills game, and Aaron Rodgers was the only one who didn't throw a touchdown pass.
Oh, boy.
You know, that was the other thing, too, is I'm watching the Eagles game. And I'm watching out of interest of this. Jalen Hurts is out, and I keep watching Kenny Pickett take hit after hit and also do a front flip when he's trying to throw a ball, which was bizarre.
That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. It looked like he had a lead balloon in his hand.
But you could tell he was hurt. And I'm like, who the hell do they got behind him? And that guy, Tanner McKee, I think was his name was.
Yeah, I never heard of him.
Did you guys see, though, he throws a touchdown to A.J. Brown. It's his first ever touchdown, and A.J. Brown throws it 80 rows up in the stands.
Yeah. But he got it back.
He did.
He got it back.
Yep.
He was imploring the crowd, please, let me have it, and I'll give you a jersey. But he got it back for the kid. So great. Good for them.
Last question for you. Last question. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Well,
no, I don't. I mean, all I'm saying is when it comes to these playoff games, there's nothing like the last 2 weeks of the season where you're always trying to figure out what incentive does this team or that team have. But at the end of the day, we forget, even like the New York Football Giants, Drew Lock's incentive yesterday, what was it? He just put together the best game of his career. What was his incentive?
Here's the other thing. You give guys opportunities when maybe they don't have anything to play for that week, whether that means they're already in the playoffs and locked into a seed or they're missing the playoffs entirely. But they're playing a division rival. Watch how much they care about stopping you from reaching your goal.
Exactly, which is what Kansas City's incentive is next week. I'm telling you right now, they're not playing their studs. Fine. It's a 53-man roster. You got to play some of your studs. Not all of your studs can sit. Starters are playing. Not all of them, but starters are playing. You don't think they're incentivized? They want to come in here and keep the Broncos out of the playoffs. That's an incentive. And the most important incentive for them, for any professional athlete, hell, for any athlete, don't you want to win?
Yeah, but if it could be
Don't
different,
you want to win?
It would be different if they were knocked out.
But that's
they couldn't
not
have a
the
chance
point.
to win, but you want to play the upset role. You're already locked in with everything. There's no motivation for you to do jack.
Moj, quit talking about motivation. I think what the most dangerous teams are the ones that win or they have no reason to be nervous. They're free.
Yeah.
They're free. They're liberated. Those are the dangerous teams.
Yeah, this could also be the one where it's like Carson Wentz is in and Andy Reid goes, how's like 5 70-yard bombs sound? Just take a shot because who cares?
People say their best players aren't playing. All right, Cards, best players aren't playing. Have you ever seen a team win without their best players before in any sport?
Well, of course.
Happens all the time.
We'll get back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925 back after this.
What are you going to change in 2025? Maybe do something about that erectile dysfunction if you have any right now, or try to figure out what you can do about it. Give the best gift you can for the new year to yourself and the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. And I'm talking about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail, and their success rate is well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, look, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor, schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit, only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. And if it doesn't work, your total visit is free. But you know it's going to work. They have an expert staff, and you could be right back in business that day. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, from Fort Collins all the way to Colorado Springs. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So at the bowl games ended for
I do.
CU and CSU.
Hold on, Brett. You know I like a good funk. You know I do. Do you too, Nelly?
Oh, I love
Give
it.
me some, man.
It's a sports show.
There's always room for Silk Sonic.
Says the guy who's wearing a picture of his kid's friggin' cat on his body.
By the way, is every element of your wardrobe camouflage?
I tell you what, dude. I'd rather look like I'm dressed for a Desert Storm than wear a cat on me. That's just me. I'm sorry. That's just the way I roll personally.
Okay, can you roll over to your Comrex and reset that real quick because you're delayed? One thing I wanted to ask here, now that the bowl games are wrapped up, is that was the last time that you saw Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter play in a CU uniform. And where do those guys rank as far as greatest players at that university scene?
Travis Hunter is the greatest football player ever produced by the University of Colorado. Just pure talent. Now, will he go down as the greatest after his CU career? I don't know. He's a Heisman winner. He did things I've never seen before.
Yep.
So that's number one. Now, Shedeur Sanders, how do you qualify? He's going to be the highest ranked quarterback ever drafted from CU.
Yep.
So does that qualify him as the best ever? Or does what you do as a collegian? He didn't win a national championship like Darian Hagan. He didn't have the same record that some other quarterbacks produced. He helped bring them back to the top of the mountain or near the top of the mountain.
At least start your climb again.
Yes, he helped bring them back, but he didn't have the same numbers in college that other CU quarterbacks had. But he will be the highest drafted quarterback in CU football history. So what does that make him?
Certainly, like, the other aspect of this is just the fun that you had, too, right? Like, it was fun for 2 years. And to throw the record out at him, because I've seen that happen a lot, of, oh, yeah, he was so great. And it's like 0-6 versus top 25 teams, whatever the numbers are. I don't know what they are. I'm like, well, there's a little bit more than just quarterback play that kind of goes into that record that you're ignoring in the middle of that, because Shedeur was phenomenal.
You know what CU looked like in that game? Obviously, they must have partied. They looked like their mascot running out to the field to start the game.
Yeah.
What the hell was that effort, Ralphie?
Dude, I don't want to talk bad about
I
an
will.
animal.
I will talk about.
Hey, hold on.
I have no
hold
problem
on.
talking about it. Hey, you're there to go full tilt, Ralph. Hey, Ralph, what are we doing?
Dude, how old is she right now? Is she like 3? How old is she? Because she should be running harder and better and bigger than she is. And I don't want to beat up on little Ralphie because, she didn't ask to be run before every game. But if you're going to run Ralphie, then we need a new Ralphie. And I don't know what to tell you, CU people. Listen, I love that buffalo. Okay, I love that bison, whatever you want to call it. But if she's going to run Brett, she needs to run. She can't just be a passive. No, she can't be passive, bro.
Buffalo,
she's got to do her thing. She doesn't want to run. Dude, have you seen the Buffaloes in the past? Dude, you give me the Buffalo 30 years ago, like Ralphie 3 or something. That mother is trucking.
Yeah, but
you can barely hang on.
She's on her phone too much. I mean, get off the phone and run.
She is.
Does a Buffalo know the difference between a college football playoff game and a bowl game?
Apparently not.
No, but she hasn't really run.
College football.
No, I would argue that she does because
she's a baby. She's a baby. Okay, so she's not like the full.
Well, then get an adult in the room.
Mosier, she was born in May 2020, so she is now 4.
Okay, so she's 4. Okay, well, she's 4.5.
Not that young.
Quit making excuses
for
the damn animal.
If this was like, if this was 1732 and she's somewhere on the plains, a wolf is definitely going to eat her. I mean, she'd be the easiest one to catch by a mile. No offense. I mean, no offense to Ralphie because she's cute as hell. Don't get me wrong. And every time I would sit in the
Why
end
are you
zone
so worried like Ralphie's going to get on Reddit and like call you out?
You think the Ralphie posts are going to be anti-altitude 92.5 because we criticized Ralphie's run? She sucked.
I mean,
figure it out.
It was just
set a bad precedent for the game. The tone was set, dude. The players saw that and they were like, "What the hell? We're cool, man. Let's just chill."
I think Miss Peggy could have run faster around the field than Ralphie before the game.
That's kind of funny.
Dude, a donkey would have lapped that damn buffalo.
What you should have done, Vic, is just take your kid's cat and whack it on the tail and let it run wild around down the field. That would have been more entertaining, too.
Well, look, there goes Mr.
With,
Bill.
With Vinny.
Yeah, with a laser pointer. Take a laser pointer around like the 50.
So I guess she just set the tone for what was going to be the entire day in San Antonio, man. It was just not good. And I don't know
telling
why
you,
she
by the
doesn't
way.
want to run.
Okay, enough with the Buffalo. Here's the thing.
It's a bothersome.
I said this earlier. I'll maintain this, that I, in 99.9% of bowl games outside of college football playoff stuff, will tell you that it makes no difference in my life. It doesn't matter if the team wins or loses. I don't think you remember them. I don't think that it means much. But the thing that makes that one a little bit different is that they said that it did mean something, and they did play their starters, and nobody did sit out of the game, and nobody did say, I'm preparing for the draft.
So what
and
happened?
Then you got your butt kicked. Like, I do think that there's more of a sting in that loss than most bowl games would feel.
So what do you think happened? Is BYU that much better than CU, or did CU just party too much?
Well, I don't know if they could be. I mean, that's what I don't want to do, though, is just say BYU only won that way because you didn't care.
I agree.
It's just a super convenient thing when I watch Kansas run the ball all over you, too.
It is convenient to do that. But that was up and down their worst loss of the season. There has to be some element of they didn't show up.
I think you're right. There was probably a lack of motivation. If they played them, in week 10 of the regular season as opposed to that game, I'm sure it mattered more.
They partied. The whole institution partied as if they were in the national championship game. They were in the freaking Alamo Bowl.
Oh, you're saying it when they qualified for it.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. But between them and CSU, it's like all you had to do was turn the game on for 5 seconds. You're like, all right, that's about enough of that. I don't need to watch any more of this. I mean, the one cool thing was I saw Travis Hunter's touchdown live, which was nice because in the middle of a crap sandwich, you get him literally breaking somebody's ankles to where 2 defenders tackled each other, and he was untouched on his way to the end zone, so that was fun.
Listen, I watched BYU this year. I know they had some silly losses, but they're a pretty damn good football team. We even had them again at one point. Hey, man, these guys can win the Big 12. They've been, they played some really good ball at times. So can they put it together on any given week or whatever? Hell yeah, they can. And they play hard. They really play hard for their coach. Give them credit, man. Buffaloes didn't bring it, and they got smoked like they should have.
Okay, can I ask you guys a question about the game that's going to be on tomorrow for the second round of the playoff? Are you pulling for Boise?
100%.
Or has, and I'm asking this to a lot of CU fans for this reason, because I'm with you, Moj. I'm not bothered by the chirping that they're doing because I'm like, you know what? They're very rarely in this position. They have this amazing player on their team, and they're probably, salty about the Heisman stuff. Fine. I get it. But I think there's a big group of CU fans out there that want to see Boise lose by 50 because of the stuff that they've said about CU. And you know what? Straw poll it. Maybe I'm wrong here, Nelly, but let's see.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Do you want Boise to get crushed tomorrow against Penn State? Yes or no? 303-504-0925. I just want to see what CU fans are thinking right now.
Travis Hunter already won the Heisman, and I'm begging for Boise State or Arizona State to win. That's all I'm begging for.
Who do you think has a better
one team
chance
to upset an apple cart?
Who has a better chance?
I think Boise State has
ASU?
I think Boise State has a better shot against Penn State than ASU does against Texas. I think Texas is going to thump those guys. Although I think the point spreads are about the same. No, Texas is like 3 points more. I think I have to look it up, but it's right there.
It's 11.5
2
for
points
Penn
more.
State, and it's 12.5 for Texas on Circa.
Okay, I got 11 and 13. Whatever.
What's best for the CFP is if both or one of these teams win. You realize that, right? Like if Boise State were to win, that would be a total. I mean, all those smaller conferences should be rooting for Boise State. All of them. If
they
you're not
lost
the
to
SEC
Oregon.
or the Big Ten, you should be rooting for Boise State.
They lost 37-34 in Eugene in the second week of the season. Now, again, it's only the second week of the season, and you saw Oregon really start to ramp it up as the year went along. But do you use that loss as any sort of a, hey, you know what, maybe Boise State can pull this off, actually? Do you use it as that?
Good, but remember, Oregon did not look good the first couple of weeks of the season.
Yeah,
that's my point. That's my point. They built their momentum through the year and became an absolute juggernaut.
I think early season failures. That's just so far in the rearview mirror right now. I don't think it matters as much. I don't.
I'm kind of with you. I don't want to totally discount the idea that they played the number one team in the country, who's the only unbeaten team left, to 3 points. Like, I do think that's a big deal. See, a lot of mixed stuff on here. There's a lot of people that are saying, I hope that Boise gets rolled. I don't. I want Boise to win.
I don't want them to get rolled. I want them to win,
State.
But they probably will get rolled, though. They probably will.
I'm afraid it could get out of hand if they trail early because of their style of, they run the ball. So the last thing they need is to be down 14-0.
I think that's what's going to keep them in it, though, is that if Genty can do his normal thing where he's getting, 7.5 per carry, they can control the clock a little bit better, move chains.
But it's much easier to do that if you have a lead. If you're playing catch-up, dude, and you have to throw the ball.
Well, that might be their best offense anyway. If they're down 14, it's just like hope that he breaks an 80-yarder or something like that. But I want to see him play against this level of competition.
I'm also afraid of Texas because I think Texas is really good. And if you're ASU, and maybe it gets back to the, hey, we've got nothing to lose type of thing. We're going up against Texas. Nobody expects us, blah, blah, blah. But you're playing in that Enormo Dome in Atlanta, and you're playing the Texas Longhorns. It's a pretty big deal. Might be too big of a stage for ASU at this point in their lives.
What's Texas's best couple wins of the season, Moshe?
Well,
you said they're really good, right? What's their best couple wins of the season? Tell me.
The best couple of wins of the year, I would say, well, they lost twice to Georgia. It's only 2 losses.
Okay, so give me their best 2 wins.
Well, they beat up the rest of the conference.
Well, I'm asking, give them to me.
Well, up until last,
52-0 over Colorado State. No,
beating A&M was decent. A&M's okay.
Yep. Notre Dame did that.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
and then Clemson last week.
This is not a put
there
Texas against Notre Dame type.
No, but I mean, everybody assumes Texas is so good because they represent the SEC, right? But who'd they beat?
That's what I've gotten at forever. Like, that's why I need Lane Kiffin to shut up.
Yeah, who'd they beat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but at the same time, I mean, Arkansas won their bowl game pretty well. Vandy won their bowl game. They beat both of those teams, and they were both, both.
I guess
pretty good
what I'm
ball
saying
at the
is
time.
you can use that argument for any team, right? Any team. Who'd they beat? What's their? There's always an argument to go against a team. If a team beat great squads and then they lost to a crap team, oh, well, look at they lost to that team. That's the beauty of college football, that there's always a debate. I love college football for this reason. It's always debatable.
For sure. Brett, real quick, enough of the unmotivated Buffalo. Okay, enough of that. Hopefully they can fix her. I don't know what they got to do. Cattle prod. I don't know what's going to take. But sorry, Ralph. But dude, when did we become so enamored with a Pop-Tart that takes its clothes off to reveal what it is? When did this become such a nationwide craze? How the 3 Pop-Tarts dance out on the field with their cellophane wrappers on, and you don't know what you're going to get. They all start stripping.
I'll tell you why.
At the 50-yard line, and the crowd goes insane.
I'll tell you why. There isn't a single person out there that says, I don't like Pop-Tarts. They might not be, no.
I don't like Pop-Tarts.
They might not be amazing, but you would eat a Pop-Tart.
They're too sweet.
Ridiculous.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Ridiculous
I'm dead serious. I don't like them.
That's actually the least shocking thing in the world. The guy who cracks his teeth on chickpeas goes, no thank you for me on the Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Brett, how do you eat your Pop-Tart, by the way? How do you eat it? Do you toast it or not? Because I don't, typically.
Well, just because I'm lazy. It's definitely better toasted. It's better toasted.
But I don't. I typically don't. And then you know what I do? Maybe I'm weird this way. I eat all the edges first. So then I have like it's a naked Pop-Tart where you can see the filling, and then I take a bite in the corner.
I actually do the little kid thing. I actually just peel the edges. Not for me. I throw them in the garbage, and I just go straight to the whole thing.
How many calories
Only
in it?
the
How much
frosting
sugar in a Pop-Tart?
Yeah, probably quite a bit.
Who cares? How many brain cells do you have? Who cares? By the way, Bear is just like you.
So many things I'd rather have over a Pop-Tart. So many.
Well, okay. Bear tears the edges off hers and throws it into the She says there's no frosting on it, so she chucks those
That's
too.
what I do.
I eat the edges first, then I have a naked Pop-Tart with
That's
no
like
edges,
your veggies.
and then I just bite into that thing.
If you gave me the option of a plate of asparagus or a Pop-Tart, I'd take the asparagus every day.
I would too. They're totally different things, though. Like, you give me a steak or you give me a Pop-Tart, I'm going to take the steak. Wow. Bold call on your part. I'm just saying.
Trying to make it even. Give me something that's on. That's why I chose asparagus. It's not like
how about
the
Oreo
main meal.
Oreo? How about a sleeve of Oreo cookies or a Pop-Tart?
Too much sugar.
Okay.
See, that's
not what we're asking.
You didn't even do comparable thing. You took a plant and you put it next to a sugar snack.
Okay, corn on the cob. You give me good corn on the cob.
That's a vegetable.
But it's sweet. Sweet corn.
Dude, you're only you could take a Pop-Tart discussion and turn it into friggin' rutabagas.
Wow.
This Pop-Tart craze.
Let me tell you something, Moshe.
It's led to the ruination of our country.
You put Pop-Tarts in front of me or a good miso soup, I'm choosing the soup.
It's like, exactly. I'm just asking, dude, because people, I couldn't help but notice over the weekend that
Put down the Pop-Tarts and go work out. How's that?
Dude, my timeline is blasted with Pop-Tarts. People are, everybody's enamored with these dancing treats. Everybody is.
How about you do away with the video game console, put down a couple Pop-Tarts, and go run a few sprints?
Kreckman Lindahl are going to be at Hofbrau in Westminster. They don't have Pop-Tarts, but they got good burgers. So go do that after you do sprints, I guess, beforehand. It's going to be from 3 to 6 today for Monday Night Football, which is Lions. And here's what Nelly wrote down. Lions at the far superior 49ers is what's happening tonight. So,
hey,
you know what's weird about that game, by the way, guys? Huge, and this is how I don't know how to handle this. So this game literally for Detroit means nothing. They could lose, they could win. It makes no difference. It all comes down to the following week against the Vikings. And I don't know how to watch a game like that when a game really matters afterwards, but this one doesn't. But I'm still going to be mad if they lose.
Mm-hmm.
Like people are talking about, do you bench? Do you do what the Chiefs are doing next week for the week before the final game? And I'm like, I don't think you can do that, right? You can't go out and bench your starting QB.
Take this week off and
and then
save it for next week.
Right. I don't know. It's weird.
But here's, if I'm Dan Campbell, here's what I'm afraid of. I still have a damn fine football team that can outscore almost all of its problems. Almost.
Yeah.
But I've seen my dudes go down like flies.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Year
do you consider
long.
it?
No team has suffered more, and no team has suffered more catastrophic injuries than the Detroit Lions. Yet here they are. And they still could be the dang number one seed. Although I was talking the other day, is Minnesota for real, dude? I think Minnesota might be for real.
Well,
they might be. And Darnold, the love that Darnold's getting from his guys, Vic?
Matt Darnold,
Sam
Darnold should be re-signed right now. I don't know what they're waiting for. Did you see expected wins from what they had going into the season? The expected wins for Minnesota, they're at 14. Preseason over-under on this team was 6.5. They're 7.5 over their expected wins already.
That's gotta be a
Broncos, by the way, are
first.
3.5 over.
That's got to be a first. That you're like almost eight wins over expected.
That's remarkable.
Yeah, that's crazy. But check out Kreckman Lindahl, Hofbrau at Hofbrau in Westminster, 3 to 6 for Monday Night Football. Fact check.
Oh, here's a good one. Pop-Tart or Hot Pocket? Contemplate.
I'll tell you something I liked over the weekend, though. I went to the Nuggets game on Saturday. And it's beautiful when you get something that's as advertised. Like, this is what the thing is billed to be, and then you get it, and it's like, maybe it's like a Christmas gift you got this year. It's like, this is the thing that I thought was going to be cool, and it's exactly as cool as I wanted it to be. Russell Westbrook is exactly as advertised. Like, there is nothing about him that has been said that is not true. He's a little bit erratic at times. He makes like some, oh my God, how cool was that plays. He makes some, oh my God, what the hell are you doing plays. But most of all, he has an attitude that is unrivaled by anybody else in the league.
And it's infectious and contagious. You're alluding to the point in the game where he got into it with half of the Pistons roster, Cade Cunningham, Isaiah Stewart, and the rest of the boys, and he's just egging them on, right? He's egging them all on. And it got everybody going for a while until the Pistons climbed back into it. But I love that attitude. I do. I totally agree with you. You need some of that juice. Bruce Brown gave you that juice the year they won a championship. Now, not as crazy as Russ, but he gave you some of that.
Russell might be legit crazy. Like, I don't think he feels pain. Like, if he's the kind of guy, like, you want to fight, and then he stands there with his hands behind his back. He goes, you get one shot to start off. And you just rip back, square in the jaw, and he goes, all right, now let's go. Like, I don't think he feels pain. He's not scared of anyone or anything. No one.
He doesn't stop moving.
We were talking about that. We were talking about that earlier. Do they really test Russ a whole lot? Because he's got that once he gets started, doesn't stop type of thing, too, like Joker does. And we were talking about McKinnon earlier, right? Every now and again, you just need to sort of reestablish that, look, you don't want this, and then we'll be fine. Let's play the game hard.
How about that call in the Cleveland game? I want to talk about it just briefly. There was a play, and listen, the Nuggets got their socks beaten off them. They were killed in that game. But there was a call where Donovan Mitchell attempted a three-point shot, and he fell forward. His feet went inside the three-point line. He landed inside the three-point line. Jamal Murray was trying to move out of the way with his feet, but as happenstance, Mitchell's foot landed on top of Jamal's. But it looked like he took an extra step to get there. They called a foul on Jamal. They got to figure a way to get this out of the game. This ridiculous, because I don't know how you defend a three-point shooter.
Like the landing area thing?
Yeah, the landing area. Well, so when you jump, you can't get underneath a guy. I get that.
I thought they did try to legislate that.
Well, they've tried. It's not working. So Jamal was not underneath Donovan Mitchell. He was not. He was at least 2 feet in front of Donovan Mitchell. And Mitchell finished his shot by jumping forward into Jamal Murray, landing on Jamal Murray. That's on Mitchell.
Harden does that all the time where he takes a three, but his feet are like a pendulum. So he shoots, and then wherever his body is centered, his feet go from here to like forward. And that happens all the time, and I hate it too.
I can't stand that call. It's still a problem in the NBA, and until they get rid of that, it's going to drive me crazy.
By the way, speaking of Jamal, at least offensively, a little bit more normal Jamal the last couple of games, right?
Did you hear how defiant he was after the game against Detroit, by the way? He was like, yeah, whatever. Talk bad about me. Say what you want.
Yeah, but part of me is like, you kind of got to acknowledge, dude, that you might think slow starter, yourself. But that it looks nothing like you. The last couple of games have. And I get it. He's going to be confident. And it's better than questioning yourself for having a confidence issue. But I'm encouraged, at least offensively for Jamal. It's looking a little bit more normal the last couple of nights. So hopefully that continues. Because this is, if you're following the Jamal sort of season trail, sputter, 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 kick it into high gear, and then starts to play really well around the All-Star break. So hopefully that's what we're going to see here soon as they take on Utah tonight. And I'm going to say what I say all the time about Nuggets games now. Utah is terrible. They're awful. I don't even know how they're fielding an NBA roster with some of the people that are on there. And I have no idea if the Nuggets are going to win. No idea.
Well, they've managed to lose. Mosier, if I even sense you're going to go there, you know how I'm going to feel about you. This is the NBA. If you even think about going there. This is a Nuggets team that lost to Washington Wizards. The Wizards lost 16 in a row before that game. It's a Nuggets team that lost to the Pelicans, a night in which the Pelicans were missing 6 rotational players. It's a Nuggets team that lost on the road at Portland. They lost 6 in a row before that game, the Blazers. This is a Nuggets team that's capable of losing to anybody and beating anybody. So don't.
That's the difference.
Even
no. I'm not doing. I'm no longer that guy. I'm not that guy anymore.
Well, you can't be. Not with the way the Nuggets are playing now.
No, I agree now that every game is an absolute unknown. And I feel like, you know what? Well, the way the lack of defense is going for the Denver Nuggets, if the other team shoots 50% from wherever, they're going to win the game. That's just all there is to it.
You know why?
It's just about how the other team shoots. That's
you know why upsets are easier to come by in the league. You know why more road teams are winning. By the way, home records across the board are lower than in a long time in the NBA. You know why? Because the 3 ball has neutralized all of that.
Yeah.
If you have a hot night shooting the 3, you can beat anybody.
Yep.
Sure.
That's it. And so could they go to Utah at 7-23? I saw them lose. How many wins did Washington have? 2? No. How many did they have? 5? How many did they have?
I think it was they had 3 wins entering the game.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I think it was 3.
It's embarrassing. Yeah, they could absolutely go to Salt Lake City and lose tonight. Absolutely.
No, don't expect them
but
to.
They absolutely could. I don't expect them to. They're a big time favorite. Well, what a 7-point favorite, something like that. I would think they would put it together and win, but this team has shown a great propensity just to sort of not look like themselves on a game-to-game basis. I mean, who would think that you give up 149 to Cleveland, you got to play right at home the next night, and then Detroit's no good, but you pace them. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Just before fact checker, I've now switched over to Vic on one subject. So Michael Vick got the job. Was it Norfolk State, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And then I saw Deshaun Jackson's coaching Delaware State now.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? So this is just the new way. If you aren't like a Power 5 school, you go to guy who had cool YouTube highlight video and just say, want to coach? So it's next. Like, Deshaun was fun to watch. Really fun. To my knowledge, hasn't been coaching. To my knowledge. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
I don't think he has. I don't think unless he was like an assistant someplace. I've never seen him coach. I really have no idea.
So
really have no clue.
Who's next on this then?
Mike Sanford?
A little different resume, I think, for him. But I'm like, if you had to choose the next guy, cool highlight video on YouTube, that's the guy I want to be head coach. Who is it? Who do you choose?
Swaggy P in basketball?
Maybe.
Maybe that.
Coach Sanford just had the ultimate, if you know. He's got his credential around his neck, but he's got his headphones on, and he tried to take them off, and then he realizes I'm screwed. Once you get that thing up here, you can't get it off you, Vic. You know what I mean?
Hey, Swaggy Sanford, where are you?
Scottsdale, Arizona.
Oh, nice backdrop, dude.
He did the Snoop Dogg Bowl. Now he's doing the Boise State game, so he just stayed down there. I know his routine.
I appreciate you, Moj, calling it Boise State, like a real one right there. Not Boise. There's no Z in Boise.
No, it's Boise State, yeah.
By the way, just a point of correction here. Deshaun Jackson did coach. He was the offensive coordinator for Woodrow Wilson Classical High School this year.
Yeah, take that.
Oh,
yes!
So he did have at least one season as an OC under his belt.
Hey, Teddy
Bridgewater coached to a championship, and then he's back in the NFL now. What's going on there with the Lions, man?
If you know what, if I see Teddy Bridgewater on the field, I might burn this entire place to the ground. Okay. With where I'm at. That's a good one. Devin Hester's got to be next. Give Devin Hester a call. That's a highlight reel.
Sure, that'd be great.
Or Marshawn's even better. Give Marshawn a college team to coach. I want to see those pressers. In the meantime, fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, Vic, here I have on screen the nutrition facts for Pop-Tarts Frosted brown sugar cinnamon, of course, which is the best flavor of Pop-Tart. Nobody at me. That's indisputable. You can look at this and tell me if you think this stacks up to a bowl of asparagus. It has
30 grams of sugar?
30 grams of sugar with it, which is 58% of your daily value in 2 Pop-Tarts.
Awesome. That's the way it should be, yeah. Look, when I eat a Big Mac, I know what I'm getting, Jack.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not confused by it.
I was called smug for my take on Pop-Tarts, and my retort is, eating healthy is smug? I'm just trying to help you eat healthy. That's all.
No, but
I want you to live.
But the way you deliver it, dude, your bedside manner is terrible.
Yeah, awful.
Terrible.
Really? Just awful.
Yeah, really bad.
Hey, Vic, go eat a cupcake. Then talk to me tomorrow. See how you feel.
Is it a plant-based cupcake?
No, it's not. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Get the cat off the
It's a late Christmas present for the Colorado Avalanche. Arturi Lehkonen gets 3. The Avalanche get 4 and only allow 1. For the second time this season, they beat Utah in Utah.
3 seconds left to go in Denver, and there is the horn. Well, it was 2 30-point performances. Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, 34 and 37 points respectively. And Denver beats the Detroit Pistons 134-121.
Again, I think last year was the anomaly. This year is what BYU football's been for the most part the last 6 or 7 years. And this game was why BYU started 9-0. This was a sensational performance by the Cougars.
Congratulations to the Miami, Ohio Redhawks out of Oxford, Ohio, and head coach Chuck Martin. Champions of the first ever Snoop Dogg Bowl, presented by Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop.
And Burrow with the ball, first and goal. End zone, caught. Higgins, touchdown, Bengals win, and they are alive in the payoff race.
A wild, jam-packed weekend, and while CU and CSU lose in their bowl games, while the Avs continue to roll with new goaltending, the Nuggets have, well, a horrible defensive effort, and then dueling 30-point efforts from Jamal and Nikola. We start with the biggest story of the day, and it has been for the last couple of days, and I'll ask you right off the bat, as Coach Mike Sanford joins us from Arizona after he had the call on the Arizona Bowl. He's there waiting for Boise State to take on, who do they have in that first round or that second round matchup, Coach? Penn State.
Just a laugher of a team, the Penn State Nittany Lions. Not necessarily a massive blue blood of college football. Just the Nittany Lions.
Taking on Penn State in the Fiesta Bowl on New Year's Eve at 5:30. I'll ask you right off the bat, Coach, why the hell don't you go for 2?
Well, you do go for 2, Raj. That's exactly what you do. You look at this opportunity to get into the postseason with a play. You have Joe Burrow on the opposite sideline, arguably the best passer currently in the National Football League. And there's an inevitability if you give Joe Burrow at bats, he is going to drive the ball down the football field. And he's also happens to be one of the greatest red zone throwers in the history of the game of football. And that's exactly how you lose in overtime. So you go for 2, Raj. You go for 2. You punch your postseason ticket, and you feel really good about it.
We spent some time thinking about. I'm gonna answer this now. All right, going for 2. We knew a tie though was for us just as beneficial as a win. And we felt like we had the momentum at that point. So, look, it went back and forth. And in the end, we didn't make enough plays. They did. All right. Any questions?
It looked like Bo was holding up 2 fingers.
We discussed it all. We're plenty of time. Plenty of time. And the decision we made was the right one.
I don't believe it was the right one. And when you say you sat down there and you weighed the percentages and you were also realizing that a tie could be beneficial to the Broncos, right? A tie removes the Bengals from any chance of making the playoffs there. It does help you. It doesn't get you into the playoffs, but it helps you by removing a team that now kind of stands in your way if you don't beat the Chiefs coming up this weekend, Coach. You didn't weigh the percentages. The number of regular season overtime games sits at 83 since the year 2012, which is the first time that they put in the sudden death overtime scenario. And it has changed a little bit, but it's still technically sudden death if you lose on a touchdown on that first drive. Only 83 games, Coach. 6% of those since 2012 have ended in a tie. This year, on 2-point conversions, the NFL averages 33% on 2-point conversions. So don't tell me you went through the percentages. Don't tell me that you made this a numbers choice. It was a bungled decision. And sure, you're not guaranteed that you're gonna be successful there. You're not guaranteed it at all. But at least you put it into your own hands. And your quarterback wanted it too.
He did. I mean, there's images of him on the sideline holding up the peace sign, and D-Mac and I talked about it last night on Altitude After Dark. That was not, a signal for world peace. It was a signal for Sean Payton to win the football game because I just led a drive that nobody in the National Football League thought that I would lead as a rookie quarterback at Cincinnati against Joe Burrow, similar to what I did against Patrick Mahomes, even though you didn't get the result. And the thing I hate about all of this is the fact that right now, the Denver Broncos have lost the game that they should have won against the Chiefs, and you would be in the postseason right now, and then you lost a game you should have won. In terms of the ending of the game, you should have won that game, and I believe that the Broncos, with the momentum that was on their back, with the athleticism of Bo Nix to take off and run, had they gone for two, I had all the confidence in the world. My question to you guys back in the studio, KJ, Raj, when you saw the back and forth, did you even think that there was a chance for a tie to get into the postseason? Was that in the back of your mind at the time, or did you figure it out more when the overtime started?
No, I knew that the tie was a scenario that helped you, right? Like, even with, you don't get in with a tie there. You're not guaranteed to get in. It eliminates Cincinnati. You're not guaranteed to get in with the tie. I'm almost positive that's the case. You still would have had to have gotten a win, because then Miami can win out and they have a higher win percentage than you do if you end up losing to the Chiefs. I'm almost positive that's the case, Coach. It helps you. It eliminates Cincinnati, but it doesn't get you in with a tie.
KJ, do you know the answer to that?
So
I thought a tie and you're in.
The broadcast was saying that if they tied, they would have won.
Oh, okay.
They would have secured the last.
All
spot.
right, then I'm incorrect there. I thought it was a tie eliminates Cincinnati, and then Miami could have done something else. But that notwithstanding, it was still the wrong decision to play that out. If you're going to go for the percentages, I just laid it out for you. 6% of games since 2012 have ended in a tie. It's not even like it was close. Like, if that had been 20% to 30%, I suppose you could win me over there. But if it's a math problem, you put the wrong answer on the sheet. That's a big red X with someone who's going through and grading it. And unfortunately, it's now 2 weeks in a row in games that Sean Payton has kind of cost you a win. He cost you in terms of his second half game plan against the Chargers. And again, it's not guaranteed that you get this 2-point conversion. It could just be Monday morning quarterback here, where you look back at a decision, and because it went the wrong way, it's automatically the wrong decision. But from a percentages standpoint, from a math standpoint, it was wrong.
Look, listen, Raj, we got to start having the conversation, not just about the Chargers game right before halftime, not just about the decision to go away from running the football. Obviously, you got to take into account everything that happened in the tail end of the Bengals game, play calling, decision to not go for two. What I thought about immediately is when you've been able to grab the postseason by the horns, you had that same opportunity last year with Russell Wilson playing quarterback against the Patriots. Now, it wasn't a clinch and you're in, but there was a trajectory to get into the postseason if you beat the New England Patriots. Do you remember some of the clock management, timeout usage down the stretch in that fourth quarter against the Patriots? It looked weird. And I think at the time, I thought it was a bit of sabotage towards Russell Wilson to move on from the guy that Sean Payton didn't like. I'm starting to wonder, is this like a trend that we're seeing down the stretch in a situation where you've got to make the optimal coaching decisions to get your team to the dance for the first time since 2015. What say you, Raj?
It matters who you're playing against too, right? Like, if this is Aiden O'Connell, it's a different conversation. If this is 2020 or 2024 version of Aaron Rodgers, it's a different conversation. It's Joe Burrow, who, if the Bengals were a playoff team, Joe Burrow is the MVP of the league, and it's not even close. But the fact that, well, they're likely not going to make the playoffs, and the Broncos still have a very good chance to get in just off of a win against the Chiefs, who are playing reportedly nobody next weekend. The Broncos are opening up at 9.5-point favorites. That's how. Wow. That's how decimated the KC
roster.
Seen
that line yet.
It's huge.
That line. Yeah, that's a massive line. And, gosh, how many starters do you guys think are going to actually play for the Chiefs? Because you got 22, right? You got 22 starters. You can't rest 22. You don't have enough. Maybe
I don't know, you play 5 on both sides, maybe.
Probably.
But you're not playing your big guns. You're not playing Mahomes. You're not playing Kelsey. You're not putting Chris Jones in there. You're gonna sit DeAndre Hopkins at that point, probably. Although it was like, is he truly a big gun in that offense right now? I don't know.
Certainly could be in the postseason, right?
It certainly could be, and they've done
Right.
that. They've done that with countless wide receivers that show up in big time moments. And Juju Smith-Schuster is one of the guys. And who was the guy last year with the punt return? Who's supposed to be like off the team halfway through, but has a monster.
Valdez Scantling or
can't remember.
Nicole Hardman.
Can't remember who. Any one of those guys looks fantastic, right?
Let's play a game of naming every obscure Chiefs receiver over the last 2 or 3 years. Let's have a lot of fun with that.
You'll have a good chance of beating that team, but I still think it comes down to the decision-making process with who's on the other side, right? If it's Burrow, if it's Herbert, if it's Allen, if it's Mahomes, allow yourself to take control of the situation. If you're going against an offense that isn't pushing the ball down the field, I would get it. But Burrow went 39 of 49 for 412 yards, 3 touchdowns, never looked like he was going to throw an interception. The only turnover happened to be a T. Higgins fumble, and that guy was sensational. We'll get into the mess that was Riley Moss as the day goes on, Coach. It was the wrong decision at the wrong time for the wrong opponent. And that's an issue for a guy who is regarded as one of the smartest and savviest head coaches in the league.
Well, I think there's a clear delineation between smartest, savviest, because, Kyle Shanahan is clearly one of the greatest play callers of the generation. Sean Payton, one of the greatest offensive play callers of his generation and even the current generation. Game management, end of game scenarios as a head coach is a completely different conversation. And I do think that, when to use your timeouts came up last night in the Atlanta Falcons Commanders game, and obviously now Raheem Morris is being obliterated for not using his timeouts when he had an opportunity to get the ball back in Michael Penix Jr.'s hands. And I think the same thing is, we're talking about the same narrative about Sean Payton, where he is such a locked in, dialed in play caller, generally speaking, designer of the offense. But sometimes you get lost in the sauce, and I've been there, Raj. I've been there as a play caller. My first year as a head coach, I gave play calling away, and I just managed the game. It went fair. To be fair, it was better than my second year when I took over play calling, and I was a jack of all trades, master of none in my second year. And that's where you either need somebody that you really trust that can make those critical decisions, or at least advise you strongly, and you give them the leeway and the green light to speak up if I'm doing something stupid. And I just don't know that that's the case right now with what the Broncos have cooking.
And I see the percentage text coming in, 303-504-0925 on the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Please be there all day. We'll read your text throughout the entire program. Happy to have you guys on here on a Broncos Postmortem Monday on the Morning Sprint with Raj and Coach Sanford. Sanford's live from Arizona. People say, hey, it's a 50% chance that you could win if you go to overtime. Yeah, that's true, but you're also hinging that on a coin flip. You're hinging that on saying that both teams are exactly the same exact team at that point. The offenses were not at that point on the road, right? Like the Bo Nix pass to Mims at the end of the game was sensational. But if you're telling me that the offense for Denver was as effective as Cincinnati's at that point in the game, I'd call you a liar. Right? So, sure, those percentages, I guess, on just face value would be, oh, yeah, there's two teams playing in overtime, one's going to win. It could be 50-50, although there's a tie chance in there as well. It just seemed like it was the wrong decision at the wrong time for Sean Payton. Are they still going to get into the playoffs? Yeah, I think you look back at this and go, well, it's not really going to matter. They're still going to be the 7 seed. You're still going to go see Buffalo in the playoffs. It may not matter. It's just a trend that I don't love. That's Coach Mike Sanford in Arizona. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Join us today, 303-504-0925. Watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. We'll get into the Broncos' big play replay on the other side.
Well, me, I have no decision making, so I'm, trying to go for twos. But, at the end of the day, that's probably not always the wisest decision. Glad I don't, make the decisions for our team, because I would go off straight emotion and what I want to do. But, they thought it out, they processed it, and, in that case, it was better to kick a field goal and play in overtime.
Bo Nix defending his coach on the 2-point conversion at the end of the game, deciding not to go for it and play in overtime for either a win or a tie there, although the offense sputtered in that overtime period. Cincinnati essentially beats you twice there, Coach, where you get into field goal range and then you doink one. If Evan McPherson is there, it's probably over on the first try, but Bengals one off the upright, and then you get a second chance, you get life. And there's that 3rd and long throw, 3rd and 9 or 3rd and 10 or something that just goes over Troy Franklin. You hit that, you probably find a way to either win the game or at the very least, and this is what Sean was saying, run the clock out.
Yeah. You don't assume that you're going to end up getting 2 cracks at it when you have Joe Burrow on the opposite sideline. Like, my assumption when it went to overtime, even though the momentum had swung to the Broncos, it's like, who's going to win this coin toss? You know what it was called? Heads was called. Raj, you can't call heads on a coin flip.
Tails never fails, Coach. Everyone knows that.
You got to go with it.
Everyone.
So who gets the ball? Joe. Big Joe gets the ball, and you're like, yep, should have gone for 2 immediately. That's the immediate thought. But you end up getting 2 cracks at it, and to have 2 3-and-outs when you are gifted, I mean, from the football gods above, a just beautifully wrapped present, and you go 3-and-out twice. As a coach, as a play caller, you've got to have your best stuff when your best stuff is needed. And that was in the overtime to punch your ticket and to get through to the postseason.
All right, let's see how we got there. We do it every single Monday after a Broncos game. The big play, replay. Offense looked great to start off. You had Bo Nix going 4 for 4, positive gains on all pass plays on that first drive. He had that dot to Devon Vele for a 20-yard or to the 20 on a 16-yard gain. Almost got a Bengal to jump offside with a little hard count there too. Broncos look great on offensive drive number 1. They get a 30-yard field goal from Will Lutz, and then you saw what Cincinnati could do. They just moved the ball down the field constantly. T. Higgins didn't look... He didn't look injured at all. If anything, the worst wide receiver for the day because of his 2 drops, that was the guy who might win the Triple Crown in Jamar Chase. He dropped 2 balls in the first 3 series. But what it came down to early on in this game, and honestly, it's the thing that gave the Broncos a chance to even get to overtime. The Bengals go for it on 4th down twice inside the 5. You don't take the points?
Didn't take the
they
points.
Put Jamar Chase and Chase Brown in the eye. 4th and 1. Burrow, Chase Brown, as he tries to gouge his way for that first down. And again, if the officials are true, they're short.
Benito coming off the edge. Looks like he's the one that gets him in the backfield.
Do you like him going for it here as opposed to trying to tie?
I do. I'm all for being aggressive. This is a must-win for them.
4th and goal. Blocked by Mims. Here goes Burrow. Look at him dance. Oh, from behind, Cooper got him. What a play. Jonathan Cooper. And the defense of the Broncos does it again.
Your 2 best defensive players, Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper, coming up big on 4th down. There's one difference in I think the decision there from Zach Taylor. You heard the play-by-play call saying, yeah, I like you being aggressive. If you don't get it the first time, you probably should take the points the second time.
Yeah, but if you're going to the Dan Campbell school of aggressiveness, then you do it once, you got to do it all the time. And what I would say is that Zach Taylor has called plays as an offensive-minded head coach with arguably the worst defense in many of the games this season. The Bengals have not stopped anybody. And Zach Taylor knows he's got to put 6 on the board and then kick the chip shot extra point to potentially keep pace with a Broncos team that certainly looked good on the offensive side of the ball to start that contest.
That was the first of 7 sacks for the Denver defense. That one from Jonathan Cooper keeps the Bengals off of the score sheet. 2 4th downs in a row. They would have a Higgins 2-yard touchdown catch from Burrow on a pretty easy slant where he beats Jaquan McMillan. 7-3 is the score for Cincinnati. The first half for the offense was not great after that first drive. First half ends. Caden York gets a 10-3 lead for Cincinnati on a field goal to start off that second half in the third quarter. But then the Broncos start to come alive. A gorgeous back shoulder fade throw to Courtland Sutton ties the game at 10.
Estime is in now. Nice balance by the Broncos, as you saw. Second down, goal to the end zone. Caught! Sutton, touchdown! Touchdown, Denver! And an extra point away from tying the game.
Perfect throw from Bo Nix, 7 yards on a fade to Courtland Sutton. That was after Jaleel McLaughlin had an 11-yard gain on second down. McLaughlin looked awesome. Dude nearly has 70 yards on the ground for the Broncos. You could not stop him, and he was having gash run after gash run. He sets up that touchdown.
Yeah, nice 6.9 yards per carry for Jaleel McLaughlin. And unfortunately, a familiar refrain for us is a guy that's averaging nearly 7 yards per carry, finishes the day with just 10 carries. We'll get to that later. Here we go again. We're having the same discussion week after week after week. But the execution on the throw from Bo Nix, this is a takeaway from me that's been consistent all year long. I really like Bo Nix in what he can offer you in the red zone area as a passer. The back shoulder fade to a guy that he knew he had a great matchup on, and you just put it in that airspace for a guy like Courtland Sutton. Just brilliant execution. Bo Nix in the red zone, fantastic. Chef's kiss throws. That's why you go for it even more on a two-point conversion, because the two-point conversion is another red zone snap.
Broncos tie it up at 10. Right after that solid kickoff return from Cincinnati puts the Bengals in plus territory. Mike Gesicki seemed unstoppable for the entire day, but then Cooper and Allen combined for a sack at the Cincinnati 41. It's the team's third of the game. That loss sets up 2nd and 17. Bengals are forced to take a timeout, the second timeout of the third quarter, which I thought was going to be a really, really big thing at the end of this game. But then just like the Justin Herbert play, Joe Burrow scrambles for a bunch. He gets a first down, scrambles for 19 and a first down to end that quarter. It was brutal. Tillman gets a 6-yard sack to set up 3rd and 9. Huge third down. Big tackle from Brandon Jones stops Gesicki to set up 4th and 2. But then the Bengals stay on the field again. They finally get this one, and it sets up a 13-yard T. Higgins touchdown.
2nd down and 5 with Brown the back. Burrow to the end zone for the lead. Higgins. They beat Moss. Touchdown.
So right there, if you're Moss, you don't even think the ball's coming in his direction. He waited till the last possible moment, laid hands, doesn't give an indicator to the defensive back, and he's able to make a clean catch.
Coach Riley Moss was targeted 14 times. He allowed 11 receptions, 125 yards, and 2 touchdowns, both to T. Higgins. That was the first of 2.
Yeah, you know, Riley Moss has been in position all year long. He's made a lot of the plays when the balls are potentially 50-50s. There was some ring rust that I saw from Riley Moss having sat out the last couple games, and you're playing against arguably one of the most talented wide receivers in the game in T. Higgins. Has he been as productive as his counterpart, Jamar Chase? No, but T. Higgins had Riley Moss in the blender. He was turned around. He was in a bad position. It was a tough day at the office for Riley Moss, and I think he'll respond just fine.
No panic from the Broncos, though. It's not like they immediately went to the air right after that. Mims takes it out of the end zone for some reason, gets hammered at the 20, so the Broncos start 10 yards behind where they should have been, but they start handing the ball off. McLaughlin gets 5. Estime gets 7 on the next play. Sutton gets 13 on 2nd and 10. After that first down, he gets him to damn near midfield, and then we have what we thought was the best throw of the game, the most exciting throw of the game. That'll happen later, but this is the first touchdown for Marvin Mims.
Bo Nix, son of a coach. Biggest NFL game he's played in, 1st and 10. Good time. McKenzie block. Going deep. Oh, he's got him. He's got Mims. Touchdown! The Broncos have come back again.
The longest air yard pass from a quarterback this year at 67 yards. It's a 52-yard touchdown pass on the box score from Nix to Sutton, or Nix to Mims, rather. 17-17 is the tie, and that thing was gorgeous.
It was as beautiful of a throw as you will see, and it was Bo Nix's by far best downfield deep shot throw and it would rival what I would call more of an intermediate seam throw that he threw to Marvin Mims, backed up in his own end zone against the Cleveland Browns. I loved this throw from Bo Nix. He did give it everything he had in 67 air yards. Just doesn't happen very often in NFL games where the ball is caught a yard and a half from the back line of the end zone. This was as good of a throw as you can make, and the degree of difficulty on it was serious.
67 yards in the air. Again, 52 yards on the box score, but 67, the longest air yards touchdown thrown by a quarterback in the NFL this year. Cincinnati continued to buzz, but Pat Surtain comes up big, forces a fumble. The Broncos get it after a challenge. Surtain forces the fumble and recovers it himself, but a really weird play call right after that. You have this screen call to Javonte Williams in the middle of the field. It just didn't fit with how the Broncos were kind of running the entire day. I didn't understand that, Coach.
Yeah, I didn't either. You're in this flow offensively. You got things cooking. I'm 100% with you there, Raj.
Clock was running there. Burrow does get the ball back. He has a 1-yard quarterback sneak to take the lead at 24-17. And then your final drive of the fourth quarter. 1st and 10 from the 30. Nick scrambles for 8. He gets out of bounds with 1:22. The Broncos have 2 timeouts there, or 1 timeout remaining. 2 timeouts at that point. Sutton has a catch to the Cincinnati 48. It's a 15-yard gain. He gets out of bounds with 1:14. 1st and 10. Another zip between double coverage for 14 to Sutton. Back-to-back plays. Kroll gets 5 with the clock running. 30 seconds to go. 2nd and 7 is an overthrow to Sutton between defenders. Really sketchy throw that could have been another interception for Bo Nix and ended the game right there. Javonte Williams makes a sensational diving catch, but it's short of the sticks and he stays in bounds. The Broncos have to call a timeout, 4th and 1 with 14 seconds to go. And Bo Nix and Marvin Mims Jr. magic once again.
You got to get the first down, get a lineup on, and then get a spike to try and get a play.
That's Burton next to the quarterback, Nix. 4th and 1.
Anarumo saying, get over the top of Sutton.
Burton the block. And Nix will throw it. It is. Caught! Touchdown! Touchdown! Mims got the ball! Marvin Mims caught the ball! Touchdown, Denver! Outside the pocket, Nix has been terrific.
Kevin Harlan. That's the best in the business there, man.
Marvin Mims. He catches it. Touchdown.
I could have sworn they were going to overturn that, Coach. Could have sworn. I was waiting for it to happen.
So I was actually calling the game, the Snoop Bowl in Arizona, when this happened. And of course, as this game got into the latter part of the fourth quarter, and you just sensed that this was going to be the most dramatic game maybe of the season in the National Football League, I snuck my little digital device. I had my phone playing the game, and I saw the way that Marvin Mims shifted his wrist under the football was absolutely incredible. This was a coming out performance for Marvin Mims, and it makes you question a bit, why has Marvin Mims not been used in a lot of these types of situations, not just last year, but I'd say for the first 10, 12 games of the regular season this year?
An amazing play to tie the game, send this thing to overtime, tied at 24. The Broncos, they force the first punt of the game for Cincinnati. That comes in overtime. They get the ball back. They go 3 and out. They have to punt themselves. You get that missed field goal from like 34 yards or something like that. Maybe it was a little bit. No, yeah, 33-yard field goal hits the left upright. And then the Broncos, once again, you go 3 and out. There's an overthrow to Franklin. And then Burrow comes down. T. Higgins for his second touchdown catch over Riley Moss, his third of the game. It just felt like overtime after all of that momentum that you have built with a 52-yard touchdown, a last-second 4th and 1, prayer that you throw up. And it was a perfect throw to Mims there where he's the only guy that can go up and sky that ball. It just felt like you had the momentum and you gave it right back. You kind of reset the clock for a guy who was ready to go down and beat you in Burrow.
This word momentum is proving to be something that Sean Payton does not believe in, does not want to hear your takes on, doesn't want to listen to the talking heads like me and you, Raj, and you, KJ, on a Monday morning, because the momentum, it didn't swing in the end of the second quarter against the Chargers. And I guess you didn't have the momentum on the road against the Bengals when you do face the insurmountable odds for a rookie quarterback on the road, and you indeed end up just kicking the extra point. The rest is history.
Your thoughts on Bo Nix just as a whole yesterday? I thought he was fine. 24 of 31, 219, 3 touchdowns. He does throw a bad pick, like a pick that you didn't necessarily need to throw that ball. But he was good enough to get you in positions to win that game. And he continues to show things that a lot of people didn't think, yourself included, that he had in his arsenal. This downfield laser of an arm, he keeps showing it.
Bo Nix has brass balls, and they have been on display for a majority of the season. Some of the perceived physical limitations, whether it be consistency on downfield throws, whether it be consistency, in your accuracy, there's still some of those questions that remain. But the main question, and the thing that I always was looking for when evaluating a quarterback myself, does he have it between the ears? Yes. Is he an incredibly tough-minded individual that when the game's on the line, he wants the football in his hands? Yes. Does he use his legs in critical moments and lean into the athleticism to move the chains like he did in setting up some very significant drives down the stretch? Yes. So I'm very pleased with Bo Nix. Is he stamped himself as a top 5 NFL starting quarterback? No. He hasn't. But does he have the wherewithal to be the type of player that can win you a game at the end? Yes, he does.
Yeah, he's not a top 5 guy yet, but he's done the one thing that Broncos fans have needed since 2015. You're not worried about who your starting quarterback is anymore. You're not worried about who that guy is. You're not in the position where, like, and God forbid you'd be in the position where Vegas or the Giants are right now, where you win week 17 games. What is happening? Like the Drew Lock scenario for Giants fans, that's worst case scenario. Imagine being a Giant or a Raider fan right now where you were ready to either select Shedeur or Cam Ward at the top of that draft, and you win this weekend. Broncos fans don't have to worry about that, man. Bo's the guy. He's the guy. Is he top 5 right now? No, he's not. Could he get there? I certainly think he could.
Yeah, and you got to look at the Broncos situation with where they're going to be drafting. Losing these last 2 games wasn't all the worst thing in the world, I guess. So if you do indeed win this game against the Chiefs backup squad, at least you don't have 2 more wins, and you weren't the 5 seed in the postseason, I guess. If the thought process is that you're going to go and get obliterated anyway by the Bills, well, you're going to be closer to a Tyler Warren or maybe an Ashton Genty. So we'll take that, Raj.
I'll take either one of those guys in the upcoming draft. That's Coach Mike Sanford live from Arizona. Alex Ryanemi, it's the morning sprint. We do that every single Monday after a Broncos game, the Broncos Big Play Replay. We'll have NFL notes coming up at 11:15 on the other side. It wasn't just the Broncos this weekend. We had 2 bowl games. CSU and CU petered out to finish off their seasons. The Nuggets split their games. The Avs continue to get stellar goaltending. All that and so much more next as we take you guys all the way up until noon here on Altitude 92.5.
Congratulations to the Miami, Ohio Redhawks out of Oxford, Ohio, and head coach Chuck Martin. Champions of the first ever Snoop Dogg Bowl, presented by Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop.
Not just the Broncos losing on the gridiron this weekend, Coach. You had the call in the Arizona, the Snoop Bowl, as CSU gets stomped this weekend. Colorado did not do much better. They were down 20-0 at halftime, only put up 14 points, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions from Shedeur in that game. You do get over 100 yards and a touchdown from a guy who might be now the number 1 overall pick in this draft, with the Patriots seeming to have that number, or the inside track rather, to the number 1 pick in the draft this year. How was your experience at the Snoop Bowl, Coach?
It was phenomenal, Raj. I had so much fun. It was a first-class experience, and the person that made it first class was literally Snoop Dogg himself. He was everywhere. The guy is omnipresent. He is a pro's pro. He was up in the broadcast booth with the TV guys on the CW network. He was down in both locker rooms at pregame speech, halftime speech. He called the first play for both teams. He wanted to get into 5 wides, and launch the ball down the field, which is exactly what Miami of Ohio did on their first offensive play. He was great after the game. He rolled out in a lowrider. He ended up getting Chuck Martin, the winning head coach from the Miami of Ohio Redhawks, on his lowrider with him, handed out bling to the winning team, so death row records. And I'll say this, Raj, Ram faithful showed up big time. For a lot of these off bowls, if you will, the attendance of people who actually show up, it's typically like from 12 to 17,000. There were 40,076 in attendance, and it was a very pro Ram crowd. The only thing that didn't show up was the CSU Rams offense and defense in the second half, and it was abysmal.
The CSU gives up 217 yards on the ground and 5 rushing touchdowns. 5 rushing touchdowns on the ground against it. It was a rough watch. That season kind of feels like it went out with a whimper, because a month ago, you remember they had a chance to play in the Mountain West Championship game just a month ago.
Like, if some really crazy things had happened, the CSU Rams actually had a slight chance at a college football playoff. If they had won out in their last few games in the group of 5, just completely fell apart, in their championship games. But yeah, that program, it was a major step in the right direction to get to a bowl game for the first time in 7 years. And I think that's why, Rams faithful just completely took over Tucson, Arizona. And that's something that historically hasn't necessarily been the case with CSU in bowl appearances. I talked to the Mountain West League office. They were here for the Fiesta Bowl, and they were really, really happy to hear that CSU traveled so well as a fan base to Tucson, Arizona.
Solid seasons from both of those programs. Like, if you came to either one of us at the beginning of the year and went CSU goes 8-5, Colorado goes 9-4 at the end of the season, you probably take it and run away at the beginning of both of those years. But again, both teams don't end the season kind of the way that they wanted to. What was the more disappointing end to a campaign, either the Rams or the Buffs?
I was at the Rams game. I saw the fan base and how unbelievably represented CSU and Fort Collins and the state of Colorado was here in Arizona in the desert. And I'd say it just felt like the tail end of the season in general. It just kind of went out with a bit of a whimper, as you've said, Raj. I'd say that was a more disappointing end because, unlike CU, you have Braden Fowler-Nicolosi coming back most likely as the starting quarterback, and he did not acquit himself well in this contest. And so there wasn't a lot to take away from this game from the CSU Rams. It gives you a ton of optimism that you're going to be competing for a Mountain West Conference championship in what could very easily be a very wide open conference championship race. Boise State is losing a ton. And most importantly, Boise State's losing Ashton Genty.
And when you look at Dion this year, right, he got the job done. You're going to have 2 of the top, at least 5 picks in the draft. It might be 2 out of the top 3, depending on how it shakes out. You did your job with those guys. You got this program back to prominence. You were again, just like CSU had an outside chance, CU had an inside chance to at least play for a berth in the CFP. And unfortunately, the Kansas State game, or rather the Kansas game, you can't stop anything on the ground. And it all goes by the wayside. He did his job up until this point. But moving forward, if he stays at Boulder, this is the hard part now, right? Because you haven't walked in with a Lamborghini at quarterback. You haven't walked in with a Bugatti as a wide receiver and a quarterback. He might be the number one pick coming up in Travis. You didn't walk in with the guy who's going to win a Heisman Trophy. Now the hard part comes for Deion. You're kind of rebuilding
exactly
it.
Right. Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, on one end, you could say the turnaround from the year that I was coaching at CU, 1-11, and it has been cited time and time again. I feel like every time.
Strength of schedule, coach.
Oh yeah, strength of schedule is third out of
131,
man. I'm just going to throw that out there, but let's just call it like it is. I mean, they had 2 of the top 8 finishers in the Heisman Trophy. They're arguably going to have 2 of the first 4 or 5 draft picks in the NFL draft. Number one, that's incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to replace, not just next season, but at any point in the near future. That's really hard to replace. And so while you can say the build with the offensive line, is an ongoing build, if you will, that you can't just snap your fingers and fix an offensive line in one season via the portal. I mean, there's some concerning signs. I mean, you see Coach Phil Lodeholt. He's going to be the second offensive line coach to depart the staff in back-to-back years. Bill O'Boyle follows Sean Lewis down to San Diego State, and now Phil Lodeholt, yesterday's news, is going to be going with Coach Dansby. I think he's a defensive end rush type coach. They're both going to Mississippi State. So one thing that's really challenging when you're building an offensive line, to have a new voice every single year, that's a challenge in and of itself.
CU and CSU, unfortunately, no shows in their bowl games there. CU ends at 9-4. The Rams ending the season at 8-5. Denver and the Nuggets, they split their weekend. It was a really ugly defensive performance against the NBA's best team in the Cavaliers, where they give up 149 points. It was like the first time since 1991 or 1992 where the Nuggets had scored north of 130 and lost that game at home, and they really didn't even have a chance. Cleveland couldn't miss from beyond 3. Then they come back the next game. You get a vintage performance. This is what the Nuggets looked like when they won a championship. You get a 30-burger from Murray. You get 37, 9, and 8 from Jokic. MPJ goes 5 of 7 from beyond 3 against a lesser opponent in the Detroit Pistons, although a much better version of Detroit than last year. It's this Jekyll and Hyde for the Nuggets this year, man. I don't know what they're going to get. They play against Utah tonight on the road, which is a 7-win team. Utah is horrible. And I'm not convinced they can have a consistent effort tonight and beat that team. I don't know what I'm going to get.
Yeah, I think Jamal Murray spoke eloquently in the post-game interview with regards to that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde of this early season, and even pointed out, earlier, even the championship year, that you weren't necessarily playing your optimal basketball in the month of December.
Yeah.
But wait a minute. Don't forget, come January, that 2022-23 season, January was when you saw the Nuggets start peaking and building into the postseason. And Jamal Murray wasn't inaccurate with what he said.
Westbrook going after half of the Pistons roster in the second half and trying to juice up the crowd while 6 inches away from the Pistons bench. I love the energy that guy brings, and it's never going to stop, right? And I heard Brett saying it on the morning show. It's really nice when a player is as advertised. That energy has not gone away. I don't think it's going to go away for the entire season, and maybe when January, February, and March roll around, you'll see the rest of the roster kind of get on board with that.
Do you remember the conversation we had just about 2 weeks ago, Raj and KJ? I think KJ was before you went on your Christmas vacation, your break, where we talked about Russell Westbrook in the starting 5 and what that looks like for Jamal Murray. I think there's something that we need to start talking about even more, because in this game, it was the absence of Aaron Gordon. Previous game, it was an absence of Christian Brown. In both cases, you see a better Jamal Murray when Russell Westbrook's in the starting 5.
And again, I still think it's this thing of the first half of the season, maybe the first third of the season with Jamal. It just doesn't feel like it matters. And I got into this when I filled in for Brett on Friday morning. Maybe this is what not pressing during the regular season just looks like. And it's something that you have to get used to. And unfortunately, your stars and your big guys are playing long minutes at the beginning of the season, heavy minutes at the beginning of the season, rather than just kind of coasting through. You play the rest of the bench. And even though you're losing games, Jamal's only playing, 28 to 32 minutes instead of having 40 minutes like he did against Detroit the other night, when he did, again, look very good. Maybe this is just the version of the Nuggets not going full out during the regular season. If that turnaround comes in January, you'll end up looking at the end of October, or rather the end of November and the month of December, and going, was this really the truth for the Nuggets?
Yeah, I agree. I think that the game against Detroit was one of the more positive signs of what this team can and will be. And oh, by the way, your 3 max contract players, guess what they all did? They played like max contract players. That's a beautiful thought process, isn't it, Raj?
Yeah.
I mean, you want that. That's why you pay them to do that. And I believe more as a Nuggets fan and as a fan base, when we analyze what we've seen this season, you've got to look at it from the point of where can this team be when they're at their best, when their best is needed. And I think the Nuggets have shown just enough to give me, this Nuggets fan, the optimism needed to feel confident going into a postseason.
NFL notes coming up at 11:15. The Avs signed McKenzie Blackwood to a 5-year, $5.25 million deal on an average annual basis. I'll tell you what it means for the Avs goaltending room and what it means for Mikko Rantanen on the other side. Second hour, morning sprint. Coach Mike Sanford out there in Arizona. He'll be back in a couple of days. He was on the call for the Snoop Dogg Bowl, where CSU failed to show up against the Miami Redhawks. Hanging out until Boise State has their New Year's Eve game in the college football playoff quarterfinal round against the Penn State Nittany Lions. So much more to get into in the second hour of the program here. Haven't even talked about the Avs signing their goaltender of the future. There was an organizational shift from Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic this weekend, where what we've seen in the McKinnon, Rantanen, Makar era is, well, the Avs are going to moneyball the goaltending room. You're going to find a guy who hasn't quite yet been seen. You're going to sign him to like a 3-year, $3.5 million deal, and you're just going to try and hope that you find a diamond in the rough. And the Avs did with Darcy Kemper, right? You get him on that deal, you end up overpaying a little bit, and then he has to leave the next year on a long-term deal. But the Avs sign McKenzie Blackwood to the Darcy Kemper deal. 5 years, $5.25 million on an average annual basis. And the organization looked the fan base square in the eye and said, we see what the issue is, and we're not going to deal with trying to hope to find a guy year in and year out. We have our guy.
Yeah, they look the fan base in the eye, but I think more importantly than that, Raj, and you know this all too well from covering this Avs team and understanding the culture of a locker room of a bunch of hockey players. They looked at the locker room in the eye and said, "We got your back." Because we know there's a major problem. We know that you're showing up to the rink, to the ice every single day, and you don't know if you're going to get a save on the first shot on goal on any given day. And so I think that this was a great deal for the Avalanche. And the only question I have is, do you feel like you've seen enough from Blackwood to do this long-term deal? That's the question that I think a lot of Avs fans are wondering. Is it proven enough with this team yet? Because it does seem very quick.
It is a gamble, right? Because McKenzie has never had that full season of being like the true number one with a good team. That's the reason why he was in San Jose, to try and prove to the rest of the league, hey, I can do this. We tried the 1A, 1B thing in New Jersey. He was never truly healthy. There was an issue. AJ Hafley with DNVR was talking about this injury where he had Bauer bump. It's a little issue on like your heels, where if your boots don't fit well enough, you can start getting these really nasty, bruised and lesions on your heels and stuff that are almost impossible to play through. And they had to cut the back of his skate off, where he had an exposed heel for basically a full season as a goalie because it was so bad. He's healthy now. And that is the gamble, is that if Blackwood doesn't stay healthy, the deal is sketchy. If he stays healthy, all he has to do is be a league average goaltender. He's the 17th highest paid goalie going into the NHL next year. And that, by definition, is the middle of the league. So all he has to do is be average, and he has been well over average in his starts as an Av. He is 4-1-0 with a .940 save percentage, a 182 goals against average, and a 6.2 goals saved above average. That is the best in the NHL across those 5 games. The best. Not average, the best. And the Avs, as a result, since making these trades, are 8 of their last 10. They've got 9 wins since trading for Scott Wedgwood. They're rolling right now, and they made a good deal. And I do want to get into a little bit of like, what does this mean for Mikko Rantanen, right? Because as we all know, Coach, like the Avs are against the cap, and every single cent matters for this team. So $5.25 million. Now your goaltending room is about $2.5 million more expensive than it was at the beginning of this season. And when every cent matters, how do you have room for these studs? The cap next year could rise anywhere between $4 and $5 million to get up to like 92 to 93 million. Those savings are going to get eaten up by Mikko Rantanen's contract extension. Since Rantanen's going to command anywhere between $12 and $14 million, that means you have to find $4 million, around $4 million now for him. $2 million of that's going to come from the cap increase, and $2 million is going to come from the roster. And what that means to me is likely you're going to see a cap casualty of like Jonathan Drouin or a Miles Wood, maybe a departure from the D core from one of your higher paid D guys, whether it would be Sam Girard or Josh Manson. That's probably what's going to happen to keep Mikko Rantanen in the fold.
Raj, where does Gabriel Landeskog fit into all this from a cap?
Dude, that's the big question, man. We don't know. We have no idea what's going to happen with him, and hopefully the organization has clarity by the time that the trade deadline comes in, right? He's $7 million, but you don't know whether or not you're going to be able to use that or he's ever going to be able to play again.
That's where the money's going to come from. If we don't see some form of tangible progress, we're 2 days away from the 2025 calendar year. We're coming up on January. This was potentially going to be a month where that we would at least maybe find out some more information about what the plans are for Gabe Landeskog going forward. What do you think are the most important markers in terms of dates, for Gabe Landeskog return, or frankly for it might be it?
The biggest date is the NHL trade deadline. That is the only thing that I care about right now. And I believe that's March 7 or March 8, if I'm correct this year. Let me quickly. March 7 is the NHL trade deadline. I need to know whether or not he's going to play hockey by March 7th. Because if he's not, then you probably have to make a move to try and find another guy for the playoff run and then for the future. Because what's going to happen with Gabe is that if you realize he can't play hockey anymore, they're going to long-term injured reserve retire him, where he still gets his money, but he does the Carey Price thing where he's not part of the team, and the organization and the fan base and the team all know that.
You big golfer, Raj?
Sure am.
Yeah. So like you have long woods and you have short woods, right? When you're
also happy birthday to Tiger Woods.
Oh yeah, there's another wood. But with all the wood that we do have, I kind of felt like when McKenzie Blackwood was signed, he was kind of the short wood. What I'm excited about with this deal is that we get long wood. It's just a different iteration of wood to add to the collection of wood that the Avalanche do indeed have.
His biggest test is going to come on New Year's Eve at 6 p.m. at Ball Arena when the Avs take on the Central Division leading Winnipeg Jets, and the guy who won the Vezina last year, and Connor Hellebuck. And Hellebuck has been sensational this year for Winnipeg, so it'll be a really good litmus test for whether or not the Avs have goaltending that can compete against what Winnipeg has. And I know the whole playoff Hellebuck thing is real, but like he's legit. He's a top 3 goalie in the world right now, and if you can see those two guys go head to head, that's a box I'd like to see the Avs check.
It'll feel like a playoff atmosphere, something that McKenzie Blackwood has not appeared in, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct.
He has been a San Jose Shark, correct? And that is a franchise that does not like the postseason in recent years. So,
no, they don't.
So I just, that'll be a great night. And I think we're going to see a celebratory wood that night on the first celebrating the new year and a long wood. I'm excited.
Avs will play again 6 p.m., 5:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on New Year's Eve. The Nuggets will take the court again tonight at 7 p.m. in Utah. 6:30 pregame show on 92.5 this evening. Coach, I want to go back to the Broncos and this loss against Cincinnati, and in all of this conversation around the 2-point conversion not being gone for at the end of the fourth quarter, and then the subsequent, it seems like it was poor play calling and clock management in overtime. I'd be remiss not to mention like Lucas Kroll deciding to stay inbounds on that final drive in the fourth quarter. That seemed crazy to me when you had the opportunity to get out, and it ended up not mattering because you get this crazy play from Marvin Mims in the end zone. But that could have been something that could have screwed you at the end of that game.
Yeah, and when you do lose a game like that, and maybe the play itself didn't matter, but those symptoms that you start seeing as a coach that could indeed end up biting you in the rear end when it really counts, that's going to be addressed very strongly, we'll call it, in the film room sessions this week there at Dove Valley. So, you got to get out of bounds. You got to have situational awareness. All these different situations that come into play. The most important aspect of what you have, the most tangible, valuable piece is at the end of a game is time, and every single second matters. So I think that's a great point you bring up there with Lucas Kroll, not playing really good, aware situational football. Now on the flip side of this, Bo Nix on 4th and 1 with the time being where it was, he had such incredible football intelligence and instincts to give his guy Marvin Mims a chance to make that play. Was it a tremendous throw? Was it a great read? No, it was a 10 out of 10 in terms of the acronym I always use, which is FBI, and that's football intelligence. And I would just give him a major kudos. And Bo Nix, I think that's just another feather in his cap of playing really smart, tough-minded, and instinctive football in critical moments.
Will Texan at 303-504-0925. Nix is a lot like Burrow. For both guys, their greatest asset is their competitive attitude. Burrow's best asset is the rocket on his right shoulder. His second best asset is probably that competitiveness. Like, Burrow's maybe the greatest passer of the football in the game today.
He is. 100%.
But they do have that competitive chip on the shoulder. Nix has that, man. Nix has that. There's a lot of quarterbacks that would have either tried to have gotten that first down with their feet and then get out of bounds and probably would have gotten dragged down from behind, and then the game is over. At least he knew enough to get out of the pocket and throw it up.
If you took a chest x-ray right after that great contest between the Bengals and the Broncos of both Bo Nix and Joe Burrow, you'd see a pit bull in there. You'd see a snarling dog. Those guys are dogs. They really are. And you knew who else we learned last night in Sunday Night Football? Two guys that have that same drive, and I think it's great for the NFL. Man, Jaden Daniels and Michael Penix Jr., that was a great display of two quarterbacks that were like, I'm winning this game. No, actually, I'm winning this game. Those guys were fantastic.
The collective gasp that the Commanders fan base must have felt on that second to last drive when Jaden gets wrapped up. I thought his ACL was toast. And he comes back next drive, leads him down the field, touchdown, game over, you're in the playoffs.
Dude's a stud, man.
I cannot
he's the offensive rookie of the year.
Is intact.
He is Gumby. You know, he's some of these guys that have high level of athleticism. Some of it is just truly like flexibility, joint mobility. And Jaden Daniels has shown that because even a lot of his college clips, you know, he's jumping and getting obliterated and smashed into the turf. While he did have the rib injury, and, you know, that's one of those football injuries you can't fully prevent, but the guy has just shown time and time again that he can stand up to the physical and mental challenges of being a superstar quarterback in this league for years to come. And how about the collective gasp when the Atlanta Falcons with their backup kicker kicked that 57-yard field goal with time. Was that an over? No, it was time expiring. And it looked good on the tee. I mean, it looked good. And it was about 3 yards short.
Falcons are still alive. They can clinch the NFC South with a win and a Buccaneers loss. They would get the 4 seed. Then they go on the road to see either Minnesota or Detroit. We'll get into the rest of the NFL playoff clinching scenarios. Who's locked into what seed? Who's playing who? That and NFL notes coming up on the other side as we welcome KJ Granderson back to the fold. My friend, we'll hear from you next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
We do it every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Raj. KJ's NFL Notes, the biggest stories from around the gridiron, and he's back from holiday break. Mr. Granderson, it is good to see you. Take it away.
Well, first off, thank you guys. I am glad to be back. It was fun Christmas break, but being here with you guys, that's where my heart is. That's where my heart is. I love you guys. With that being said, story number one, the Broncos lose another potential playoff clinching game to the Cincinnati Bengals, 30-24. Sean Payton talks about whether he trivializes or embraces the pressure of winning to get in this Week 18 game coming up here against Kansas City.
Yeah, I think, listen, you go out and compete. There's pressure every week, you know. This is what we do it for. Meaningful games here. You know, this is, I think it's important that you embrace it, and it is exciting. You know, there's nothing worse than playing games the last part of a season where there's nothing at stake. So I think it's something we'll all be excited about.
Sean Payton is completely correct about this. And while I took the first hour on this Monday, this glorious Monday, and yelled at the clouds for everything that took place in Cincinnati and not securing that playoff berth, I love the fact that the Broncos have an opportunity to do something that hasn't been done since 2015. But this time, you got a chance to do it at home. And you got a chance to do it regardless of who is wearing the uniform. It's going to be a Chiefs uniform that's going to be in your home building. And I'm fired up for that. And I'm fired up to be in that stadium.
Speaking of uniforms, Broncos are going with those Orange Crush alternate throwbacks, man. You can't lose in those. You can't lose in those. You just look too good. Look good, feel good, play good.
PS2 looks like maybe the greatest avatar of a football player, in particular when he's wearing that colorway. I mean, it is just glorious. And he just ends up just having pick sixes and massive plays like that. That's the uniform that PS2 wants to be playing in. I'm here for all of it.
Sean on his Zoom presser today did admit to having a little bit of second guessing himself in terms of that 2-point conversion decision at the end of the Bengals game. He said today, you know, when it doesn't go your way, you always have some sort of regret. And he said he woke up this morning saying he wished he had gone for it. That is a refreshing part of Sean Payton, is that while he knows what he wants, he knows what he likes, and he is a very headstrong guy. You don't get to where he is in this game without being headstrong. But what I've seen this year is that when things don't go his way, he's the first guy the next day to go, yeah, could have done it different. And honestly, he's got the runway and he's got the resume to deserve that type of trust from the fan base, and honestly, from me and you as well.
Yep, you're exactly right.
He doesn't give a damn about my trust.
I think it did probably
Peasant
take him.
like me.
It probably took him 2 laps around the sushi restaurant, and then he probably stopped over at Starbucks and grabbed 2 lattes to admit that he does regret what the decision went into not going for the 2-point.
Oh, brother, I'm on my Sean Payton game this morning, so I re-upped the Nespresso pods on Amazon after having a couple of sodas last night, and didn't really realize what I was putting in the cart. And typically I'll get coffees. So on mornings where I'm not at home and I don't have time, I'll just use an espresso coffee, throw it into a cup, and run out the door. When I'm at home, I'll do my little pour over or French press and do it the right way. I also have Nespressos, little espresso shots. And typically I only get just a single shot. I didn't realize I put triples into.
Yes.
So
yes, right.
Oh yeah, I thought I had coffee this morning. I had a triple shot on top of my coffee and realized like 30 minutes before the show today, I got the jitters. I haven't quite made it to the bathroom yet, but I'm holding off until noon.
Oh, that's gonna be dynamic. You know, when we get the Alex Ryan Emmy, when We're gonna get the Alex Ryan-Emmy version of Russian gas, which is the triple shot Nespresso, and I love every bit of it.
I am rushing gas at this point. KJ, what's next?
Bo Nix has brass balls.
Well, Bo Nix, I would agree with Coach Sanford because he talked about, or he responded to Sean Payton talking about persevering despite the growing pains during his portion of Saturday's press conference. Bo Nix came back and he kind of got a little candid as he talked about growing pains and how he feels with what has transpired with the last 2 games between the Chargers and the Bengals.
Well, it's a complicated answer because it doesn't feel very good, but it's there. So, I think the only good thing that comes out of games like this is you see us battle and you see us compete really hard. And, at the end of the day, that's, what we talk about sometimes this game. If you compete really hard, it'll bring you, you'll fail and it'll bring you flat on your face. But at least you're out there competing and you're not just kind of handing it over there to them and giving up. And, it creates a good team, and you won't always be flat on your face. So, eventually you keep competing and you pull these games out.
I love this dude. And I don't just love the dude because of physical attributes. Some of the things that might be, called the shortcomings or things that he doesn't necessarily have that, say, Jaden Daniels does. I just love every aspect of the accountability that he takes, the real nature of how he responds and answers to questions after failures. I've coached this position for over a decade, and I love when the guy that occupies that position for your franchise, for your college team, has that type of just overall mentality. And that's what my biggest takeaway from this season of following and covering Bo Nix. I've fallen in love with the character and the intangibles of Bo Nix. And that answer right there was just another one in a great season of taking accountability, but also being humble. Everything about him is special.
The intangibles and the accountability are one thing, but if it doesn't translate onto the field, it doesn't really matter. That's the big thing for me, is that it's translating. Look at what he's done for Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims was an afterthought in this offense last year. Cortland Sutton, while he had a really good year in the red zone last season, was kind of an afterthought in between the 20s. Look at what he's done with both of those players this year. He doesn't have a tight end. He doesn't have a running game, and he's making the guys around him better, and he's only got 16 starts to his credit. I'm comfy.
Boat raiser.
I'm comfy with him. He is a boat raiser. KJ,
and that's what you want your quarterback. If your rookie quarterback is coming in, and sorry about that, your rookie quarterback is coming in and you have players that are not just having better seasons the year before, but are having close to career seasons.
Oh, yeah.
That's largely on the back of a quarterback. And to do it in your rookie year, that's a great sign for Broncos country.
Wait until he gets a running game. KJ?
Bo Nix has brass balls.
Sure does.
Raheem Morris became the next coach to be berated for not using his timeouts as the Atlanta Falcons lose in overtime, just like the Broncos 30-24. Raheem attempted to explain himself after the game, but his response just left the media and the fan base even more frustrated.
Why didn't you take the timeout after Darnell's catch first down?
Probably could have. I thought we can get to the line of scrimmage with our operation being a little bit faster there, get him there without going on the fast on our ball, try to save that timeout. In hindsight, could have been a good decision or a better decision to take that timeout, but I wanted to have the opportunity to move up there. So, always second-guess those things. You can always second-guess those motives. You can always go back and look at him, see if you can get it snapped a little bit quicker. But I really believe we can get our operation time a little bit faster there to be able to save that timeout, still be able to click off, potentially get the pass interference, have a couple more snaps there, save the timeouts, and be able to use them there to get that field goal a little bit closer.
All right, with that loss, I know, and with that loss.
What was that?
The Falcons can now only clinch the playoffs with an NFC South championship with a win and a Buccaneers loss. They would get the 4th seed by being a divisional champ there. They would then have to see either Minnesota or Detroit. It seemed like a bad decision not to use those timeouts at the end of the game. Washington was still the better team, man. Come on.
Yeah, the one thing I will say, just watching that game closely and just being in awe of Jaden Daniels, especially down the stretch in overtime, the way he ate up that clock, made the plays on third down, made just time and time again, the guy's just proving to be a spectacular player. Michael Penix Jr. showed something in just his second start, which oftentimes you don't see in a rookie quarterback that's playing with as big a stakes as the Falcons are playing with, and that he showed that he wasn't flustered one bit. The only guy that was flustered was his head coach on the sideline. And that ultimately cost them the game because Michael Penix Jr. He stood tall in the moment on fourth downs and delivered. And I was really impressed with just to do that in your second start. I do think is very impressive. More the intangible side of what he did.
You and I are both Baker Mayfield guys. You are obviously more a Penix guy than a Mayfield guy. I want the Falcons in. I want as many rookie quarterbacks in this tournament as possible. I want to see this rookie class succeed, and to have him get in with the Falcons, to have Knicks get in with the Broncos, even if they're backing into the playoffs against a Chiefs team that's not playing any of their starters or most of their starters going into Week 18. I want to see these rookies play. The Commanders are headed to the postseason. They're a wild card. They're either going to be the 6 or the 7 seed. They can take the higher seed if they beat Dallas on Sunday, or if the Green Bay Packers lose to the Chicago Bears, which, let's be honest, that's not going to happen in the final week of the season. The Bears are a dumpster fire. Let's go through these NFC and AFC playoff berths and scenarios, Coach, before we get into Aaron Rodgers just essentially quitting on the NFL mid-game when he was down 33. That's coming up next. Chiefs are the AFC West champs. They're the number 1 seed. They're locked in. The Bills are the AFC East champs. They're the locked in number 2. The Broncos, if they get in as the 7 seed, will travel to Buffalo in the first weekend of the playoffs. The Texans are the AFC South champs. They are locked in at the number 4 in the AFC. The NFC looks like this. Eagles, they're the East champs. They are locked in as the number 2. They are either going to host Washington or Green Bay in the first round. The Rams win the NFC West. The Lions, Packers, Vikings, and Commanders all have playoff berths, but are not locked into spots. The Ravens can clinch the AFC North with a win or a Steelers loss. They will either host the Chargers or the Steelers. The Lions can clinch the number 1 seed in the NFC with a win over the Vikings, but a loss means dropping them all the way down to the 5 seed. And the same exact scenario happens for the Vikings on the opposite side, right? So whoever wins that game, that's Sunday night. It's your last Sunday night of the season on Week 18. I know people say that the NFL is scripted, and here's another feather in that cap.
Probably wouldn't have had that on your bingo card earlier in the season, even before the season began. Sam Darnold, I watched that Packers Vikings game yesterday. Sam Darnold's fantastic. He's been fantastic. He's been phenomenal, and Kevin O'Connell's also proving his mettle week in, week out, and year out with his development of the quarterback position. So I still stand by my fact that I think that the New York Football Giants end up finding a way to get a trade to get J.J. McCarthy, the apple of their eye in last year's draft.
Remember how hurt the Rams were at the beginning of the season, how far away from that NFC West that they were. They are already the NFC West champs. They enter Sunday against Seattle with a chance to clinch the 3 seed with a win. A 3 seed, the Rams. Insane what the NFC is looking like for the playoff picture. KJ, let's get into that old bag of milk in Aaron Rodgers.
Bo Nix has brass balls.
I'm with you, Raj, because for some reason he decided to bench himself when the Bills went up 33-0. He insisted to the coaching staff it was Tyrod Taylor time because the comeback obviously was not in store with him at the helm.
What was the conversation like with Jeff when he suggested the game? What were your thoughts on that?
I mean, it was 33-0. We were sitting there, and I said at some point, probably go to Tyrod here, huh? And then the next play, they threw a screen for a touchdown, so it's 40-0.
Did he just quit on the NFL? Is he done? Done?
No.
Oh, I think he is.
Like
what?
He'll never play another snap after that.
What organization? I don't know. He might play this weekend, but what organization would want him as a quarterback next year?
Raiders.
Especially after they screwed up. Dude, they had the number one pick essentially locked up. They find a way to win. They've dropped from 1 all the way down to 8. They're not going to find their guy.
The greatness of the Las Vegas Raiders is going to take on the greatness of Aaron Rodgers and all the drama. It'll be a perfect match made in heaven. I think so.
I wouldn't do it, man. If I'm heading up a team, there's no shot I'm taking that chance. No shot. It's not even like he showed that he could still be the quarterback that, like, when Favre left, he at least had one more run in him as a Viking. He at least had one more run. Rodgers isn't fast enough anymore to elude pressure. He's not accurate enough to find a way to stay in the pocket and find his receivers. That little play that he had where he got flushed out to the right and then underthrew a receiver and then started screaming at his guys, I'm out. And I think the rest of the league should be.
This year is proving to the entire world that Tom Brady in particular was the ultimate unicorn to be able to do what he did.
Anomaly.
He did it at. And then even Peyton Manning after a neck fusion surgery to win a Super Bowl. Right now, Kirk Cousins and Aaron Rodgers are showing this is not an old man's league anymore. And I'm glad. Turn the page. There's so many good, young, talented quarterbacks. You talked about it. If indeed you do get Michael Penix Jr. and on the other side, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, you get in even second-year starters, C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love. It's great to see the next generation of quarterbacks infiltrate this postseason.
KJ, from an old guy to a young guy screwing up his team's draft stock.
Bo Nix has brass balls.
I
laugh when you say that. I laugh when I hear that. It's kind of been the word balls has kind of been a buzzword for me. I actually slipped up and I went sports talk radio mode when I was doing a national broadcast for the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl. And when Jay Norvell on 4th and 2 called a flea flicker, a dive play, flipped it back to Fowler Nicolosi, and then launched it down the field, I said, that was a ballsy decision from Jay Norvell. And my very professional play-by-play guy, Brian Haney, the voice of the Jayhawks, looked over me like, whoa, I haven't heard that. And I'm like, yeah, you heard me. That was ballsy. So it's been a big balls, a lot of balls here at the end of the month of December for the coacher.
Balls and wood have been the only 2 words you know. Former Bronco and current New York Giants quarterback Drew Lock balled out versus the New York Giants versus the Indianapolis Colts.
He leaves for a week. He doesn't miss a beat.
Drew had 309 yards passing and 4 touchdowns to eliminate the Colts from playoff contention. Drew spoke about why getting this first home win of the season for the New York Giants was so important for the fan base and just pretty much for the New York Giants morale overall.
What was it like to get that first win at home in front of fans this season?
Oh, they deserved it. The locker room deserved it. Everybody a part of this organization deserved it. It was a lot of fun. We were clicking today. We knew we had it in us. It's just time to go out and show it and do it and make the plays when they were there. Sure enough, we went out and did that today. So it was a fun time, really good time.
The fellas deserve it. Don't get me wrong. The locker room certainly deserves it. But if you were to look any Giants fan in the eye, Drew Lock, and say, hey, this is for you, you're going to get punched in the face.
Drew Lock took that fictitious imaginary prop that he's been using, that backpack, and he said, this is my game. This is my day. And you know what he did in the process? He screwed the franchise so royally. And this is another great example of a quarterback late in the season where the optimal result is to take the L, decides to have a career-type day. Could this be a similar thing for the Carson Wentz-led Kansas City Chiefs? Because the best outcome for the Chiefs is probably to lose this game and keep Joe Burrow out of the postseason. But Carson Wentz might have other decision to make. I want to extend my career in this league and make myself valuable by my performance in Week 18. What do you think about that, Raj?
The Chiefs don't want him anywhere near the playoffs, Joe Burrow, right? Because the greatest chance of the Bills falling in the first round is Joe Burrow just going nuclear, right? Because he can keep up with anybody. Even with that terrible defense on the other side of the ball, he can keep up. You don't want to see T. Higgins. You don't want to see Jamar Chase there. Like, even Chase Brown has been fine for them out of the backfield, although we don't necessarily know what's going on with his lower body. He came back into the game after getting rolled up when he tried to take a knee at the 1 with the Broncos there. Some weird clock management at the end of the game for the Bengals too. But if you're the Chiefs, if you're Andy Reid, there is no reason for you to want the Bengals anywhere near the playoffs. This is what happened in the big games for Broncos fans that weren't the Broncos game. Chargers at the Patriots, Chargers win, they clinch. They're in the playoffs. Colts at the Giants, Giants win, they eliminate the Colts, so now you only have to worry about Miami and the Bengals this week. Dolphins win, they stay alive. Big games going into the final week for Broncos fans to look at. Bengals 7-8 at the Steelers. 8-8 at the Steelers Saturday at 6 p.m. The Bengals are 3-point favorites. The Dolphins at 500 are at the Jets Sunday at 2:25 on Fox. Again, Broncos win or you tie and you get into the playoffs. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. KJ Granderson, welcome back, my friend. We missed you. Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You guys have been watching us all day on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR and the Safeway Twitch stream. Ring in the new year with Safeway. We make it easy to prepare with party platters, cheese trays, cakes, and sweets. Get started with easy delivery or free pickup at Safeway.com or in the Safeway mobile app. Avs will take on the Winnipeg Jets tomorrow at 6 p.m., 5:30 pregame show on 92.5. Nuggets back on the court, this time on the road at the Utah Jazz with a 6:30 p.m. pregame show on 92.5 today. I want to bring this up. Coach, did you see what happened in college hockey this weekend? I'm going to guess that you didn't.
I did not.
The Denver Pioneers, defending national champions, the winningest program in hockey history at the D1 level in terms of national championships. They hosted, and it was an exhibition weekend, they hosted a club team, the UNLV Rebels club team this weekend.
I thought you were going to bring up the Syracuse Orange club team.
But from the same division, ACHA Division I. So same thing, same neck of the woods. DU hosted UNLV, and DU doesn't have their head coach right now. He's coaching in Ottawa at the World Junior Championships. USA takes on Canada tomorrow in a game that I will be watching. And the World Junior's been nuts too. Like Canada lost to Latvia, the US lost to Finland yesterday in overtime. They host them in an exhibition game, and they don't have their head coach, and they're playing with like a quarter of their roster because most of those guys are just off on break. However, there's still Division I players. Like Aiden Thompson was still playing in that game. That's an NHL draft pick. The UNLV Rebels walked into Magnus Arena, a club team, a bunch of dudes who go out and get hammered on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday night before they play a weekend series, and they play guilty every single day. A bunch of dudes walked into Magnus Arena and beat the defending Division I NCAA champion Pioneers by a score of 7-6 in the shootout. They had a 5-1. The Rebels club team had a 5-1 lead going into the third period against the Pios.
And the Pios just turned it on, but fell short. Is there something in the water? You know, you talked about Latvia taking down Team Canada.
Something in the water.
There's something in the water that they're putting down and it turns into ice. I mean, how often does that happen, Raj, where you have a club team defeat an NCAA
never,
let alone the defending national champs that arguably they're the best college hockey program in America right now.
It is unbelievable what happened. It's like a JUCO team going into Georgia and beating the Bulldogs between the hedges. That's what happened in college hockey this weekend.
And you would think it's a great comp. Like even if Kirby Smart wasn't there, he was coaching, the World Championships of youth football somewhere in overseas. And would you say a quarter of the roster was gone?
Maybe a quarter of the actual roster, maybe a third of the actual roster.
The starting 22 for the Georgia Bulldogs is gone. You still would obliterate Fort Hays State or any of the JUCOs in Eastern Kansas. It would not be close.
Like the fourth string players in the walk-ons at Georgia are all like the best players in the history of their high school programs. That's exactly what happened this weekend. I was blown away when I saw it. So you know what? Congratulations to my homies, my brethren, ACHA UNLV Rebels, for walking in and beating the Pios at Magnus. They then turned around the next day and got hammered by CC 8-0.
Raj, could you imagine just the derelicts, the degenerates that are club hockey players at UNLV? The celebration that ensued that night probably led to that next result for them.
Who cares? Doesn't matter what we do. We don't even have to show up the next day. It's unreal.
I actually need to start following the UNLV Hockey Club Twitter because I bet they had some pretty good stuff after that one.
It's a good program, man. Really good program. Wild weekend. Greg Gumbel passes away at 78, broadcasting legend after a battle with cancer. 50 years behind the microphone in front of the TV. You guys know him from CBS and the NFL Today. He had play-by-play and hosting duties on Super Bowls, the Olympic Games. He was the play-by-play guy for the Knicks, the Yankees. worked for ESPN, the great WFAN radio station in New York. He had March Madness games, NBA playoffs, College World Series, and we do lose a broadcasting titan in Greg Gumbel.
Yeah, he's just a voice of my childhood, a voice of my, adolescence, and a voice of my adulthood. I mean, he's just synonymous with so many significant sporting events, a pioneer and a legend in the game. And it did, to me, come very suddenly and unexpectedly.
Yep.
I didn't really know much that there was an ongoing battle with cancer. I think he was fairly private about that. But yeah, rest in peace to one of the greats in the field that I now try to make my way in.
On this day in Broncos history, Coach, Mike Shanahan fired back in 2008 on this day, right after a weekend in which head coaching decisions may have cost the Broncos in back-to-back weeks a chance at the playoffs for the first time in since 2015.
Yeah, but as I look up at the clouds and I'm just ready to yell at them and scream at them.
There's
there
no
are
clouds
here. There is not a cloud in the desert sun. There's blue skies. It's beautiful. And you know what's going to be on this day tomorrow? As the Boise State Broncos take on Penn State on this day 10 years ago, I coached in a Fiesta Bowl myself, and it was a victory over the University of Arizona Wildcats and Rich Rodriguez.
What happened in the first round of the CFP, has that dampened your excitement for the quarterfinal matchups at all?
In none whatsoever. I actually predict that Arizona State, Texas is going to be a close matchup. I like the way that Arizona State is built. And I think that the Big 12 has acquitted itself fairly well in these bowl games. It's Kansas State has a good performance. I like where the matchups are, and I love the fact that these are neutral site games. Weather won't be a factor. You are not going to get a home and away crowd that's going to dominate one way or the other. This is going to be a much more closely contested week. I don't know if it's a weekend. It's Tuesday, Wednesday of college football, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
One close game, let alone an upset, right? Like from Arizona State or Boise State, one close game against either an SEC champ in Texas or a Penn State program, a bona fide blue blood program in the Big Ten. One close game erases everything that happened in the first weekend.
You're going to see two. That's my prediction. You're going to see two close games. I think Arizona State is going to be right there at the end of the game. I do believe Texas is going to win because of their interior defensive line is just so good, and they know how to pin their ears back when it's time to go. I mean, I'm an alum. I'm a homer. I'm down here in Arizona, and I'm covering
Georgia's the SEC champ.
Yeah. I think Boise State's going to beat Penn State. I think Penn State has a lot more warts than people right now, and even the odds makers in Vegas. They've had more warts throughout the course of the season that I think got some wart removal cream, if you will, because of the dominant performance against SMU. That game was really due to explosive plays and just ridiculously boneheaded turnovers by Kevin Jennings, the SMU quarterback. This game's going to be close, and I think Boise State, if they take it to deep waters, they've been there before as a program, they've been in these signature moments, and they've won these games.
Oregon's always found a way to lose these types of big games when they've walked in as a one seed or an undefeated program. It's always seemed like they haven't risen to the occasion, and now they're taking on an Ohio State team that beat the wheels off of Tennessee 42-17 in their first round matchup. Ohio State's 2.5-point favorites in that game in the Rose Bowl. Only one game coming up tomorrow on New Year's Eve. That is the Boise State Penn State game, and then you have 3 straight games starting at 11 a.m., 3 p.m., and 6:45, where it'll go Arizona State, Texas, Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, Notre Dame. Does Oregon finally step up and get it done?
You talked to me 14 days ago. I had Oregon as my clear favorite to win this entire CFP and be in the national championship game and just play really clean, good football. I think the most impressive victory, the most convincing victory of that opening round was the Ohio State Buckeyes, and boy, did they look like a good football team. If we get that same Will Howard against Oregon, the old adage is it's tough to beat a team twice, especially when the first contest was as close as it was. It was at Autzen Stadium. The Buckeyes ended up kind of squandering their opportunity in a 2-minute drive. Bad clock management. Will Howard made a bad decision. I think that the Buckeyes are going to beat Oregon in this Rose Bowl. And I if they indeed win that game, I've got Oregon as or Ohio State as my odds-on favorite to win this whole tournament.
That's going to do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford out there in Arizona, for KJ Granderson, his return to the program, I'm Alex Ryan. Emmy PhD is coming up next. If you guys are looking for anything to do tonight for Monday Night Football between the Lions and the 49ers, head on out to Hofbrau, where Nate and Andy will be broadcasting from 3 to 6 p.m. and hanging out for Monday Night Football. On the other side, the Broncos, are they backing into the playoffs? And honestly, does it matter? Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC will discuss on the other side. Coach, see you tomorrow.
Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. We love you guys. Toby Hurl and his crew are the best. AAAHomeImprovements.com, building into the new year. And that beep, beep, beep you sound, Tyler Columbus, that would be the Denver Broncos about to back into the playoffs.
Wow. And we're all taking it for granted, by the way. I just want to point that out. We're all just assuming we're going to smoke the JV squad from the Chiefs. But
are you here to say something different?
Nah, not really. I mean, okay. I expect they'll win the game also, but I don't know, man. Weird things happen. Weird things happen all the time. What a roller coaster that game was. I mean, that was like an epic roller coaster of emotions. Both teams, the amount of missed opportunities by both teams was insane. Absolutely insane.
All right, well, let's go through it a little bit just to get your feedback on it. And I guess we'll just go right to the meat of it. Do you go for 2 or not?
Yeah, absolutely. You go for 2. I've never understood this. Look, especially when you're on the road, the general rule of thumb is if you're on the road, you got a chance to win the game, you go for 2, especially if you feel like you're the inferior opponent. Now, you could debate whether the Broncos were the inferior opponent in that game, but when you take into context what was going on, that the Denver Broncos offense had not forced a punt the entire game, yeah, it felt like we were the inferior opponent. So I can't understand for the life of me the math that adds up. You know, it's about like a 48% chance of converting on the 2-point conversion. The math of the coin toss, marching down the field and scoring, how that adds up to better odds. Lord, you got me.
Well, it was an interesting moment for sure. And what it took to get to that moment didn't come without some messing up by the Bengals to just not be able to finish. Listen, man. You could make the argument the Broncos should not have even been in this game. You know, I mean, we're stopping the Bengals on goal to go.
2 4th-down stops in the lower red zone.
Your Zach Taylor does not know how to take a knee and kick a 20-yard field goal. He doesn't understand that principle. You know, you get your one dude, Chase Brown, hurt, who had been your workhorse all day because he's foolishly falling down at the goal line, so that causes you to call a timeout. Then the Broncos kind of stupidly just didn't let you score. You still shouldn't have scored. They should have just let you score.
Yeah.
You got to understand what the situation is here. But they do score, and then on a 4th and 1, what a play by Marvin Mims, and it leads to the moment of not going for 2. We'll get to the overtime in a second and why they used the timeouts, but I want to play you a couple things right off the bat. So here is Sean Payton, Tyler. As soon as the game's over, his emotions had him say this.
Obviously, a hard-fought game, a tough one to lose. We had our opportunities. I'm proud of this team. I thought it wasn't perfect, but man, the will to compete and answer, it was pretty impressive. We spent some time thinking about. I'm going to answer this now. All right, going for 2. We knew a tie though was, for us, just as beneficial as a win. And we felt like we had the momentum at that point. So, look, it went back and forth. And in the end, we didn't make enough plays. They did. All right.
Okay, so he says it's the right call. 90 minutes ago, Sean Payton said this about the 2-point conversion.
Oh, certainly. You go through it all the time, you know, relative to what the call would have been. Based on the outcome, you know, you always second guess or you always do that as a head coach. And so I know I kind of felt I trusted my gut at the moment. But yeah, I think that's normal to do that.
I don't think he did trust his gut, actually. His gut said go for 2. They were going to go for 2, and then they had the review process, and he had time to think. And he readjusted, decided we're going to kick the field goal, we're going to play for overtime. I'll fully admit that I wasn't aware until overtime that a tie got the Broncos into the playoffs.
Me neither. I'll be completely honest, me neither.
Yeah, I had no clue. I heard the announcer say that, and I was like, oh, okay, well, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I guess in theory that makes a little bit of sense as to his justification. But still, man, I mean, the justification does not add up to me. Joe Burrow's going to get a chance in overtime. He's going to get a chance, right? You hadn't stopped a punt. You hadn't forced a punt all game long. And we're banking on overtime, completing the entire overtime in a tie. That's what we're banking on.
Do you give Sean Payton credit? A couple days later, that he admits, yeah, I've had I think by him saying I had second thoughts, whatever, to me, if you just read between the lines, my opinion, that's him admitting I just should have gone for 2 there.
Sure.
If he didn't have second thoughts, if he still thought it was the right decision 90 minutes ago, he would have just said, no, that was the right decision then. It's the right decision now.
Look, it's not an easy decision. And I suppose people out there listening could make an argument that people would vilify Sean Payton if he went for 2 and they missed it. I don't think I would. I really don't. If you're going to go down, you want to go down swinging. I really don't think I'd vilify him for it, but maybe some people would. And I know in that moment, Sean Payton was conflicted. He was. I mean, you could see it, man. It took him 2 seconds. The second they scored, the cameras went to him, and he was looking at the play sheet. He was working on the 2-point conversion.
Yeah, never mind. His quarterback is walking over the sideline, holding up 2 fingers like, let's go.
Yeah. And then things changed.
They had a lot of time to think about it.
Yep.
Because that review went forever on the Mims touchdown. Do you think he got talked out of it? Do you think there were coaches in his ears just, talking him out of it somehow?
Well, there might have been someone that said, hey, coach, just so you know, if we go to overtime, that's as good, right? If we get a tie in overtime, If we get a tie in overtime, that's just as good as a victory. So maybe somebody put that in his ear.
But think about what you would have to do to get a tie.
I know.
Against Joe Burrow.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane.
And then you're there. It's like 2.5 to go. You got the ball. Like, it's probably 2 first downs. Take a knee, and you're going to the playoffs.
Yeah, but we can't get a first down.
No.
Twice in overtime.
We could throw screens behind the line of scrimmage to get lost.
Yeah. I mean, gosh, dang it. I already went back. I did all 22. I broke it all down. And look, man, it was an up and down game for Bo Nix. It was. He had some bad moments, but he had some great moments. He did. And he had a couple ridiculous throws in that final drive. And the last throw for the touchdown, ironically, he made a very poor decision in trying to escape the pocket. He should have stepped up. He had a totally clean pocket, and he did what a lot of young quarterbacks do. He just sprints out of there right out the gates. But he made one hell of a throw. The throw before that to Cortland Sutton on the sideline when he's rolling out to the left, dude, it don't get any better than that. So he had some moments that was great. He had some moments that were really bad in that game also.
But he did do enough to give them a chance to win, and the Broncos blinked. The Broncos blinked. And I think, judging by what Sean Payton said today, I wish I had that back. And I don't think it's going to burn them. I think they're going to beat the Chiefs JV team. I think they're going to get into the playoffs, and I don't think anything would have really changed. The Chargers won. How about the Giants? Oh, my God, Tyler.
Unbelievable. Drew Lock ruining the hopes and dreams of all Giants fans.
Day 4 touchdowns, 300 yards. I mean, he had a backpack cinching up.
Way to go, buddy.
Then he goes,
way to go.
I think all the fans deserved it.
The fans needed this.
The fans needed this.
No, the fans needed the number 1 pick, buddy.
Unbelievable. I can't wait to dig into that.
I told you teams were going to do this. The Raiders did it. Now the Giants have done it.
But Patriots figured it out. Tennessee's figuring it out. Cleveland's figuring it out. I love it. I love the chaos. And we'll get into CU and Shedeur and all that coming up actually next. We'll do that in a second. So then we go into overtime, and you get the doink.
Well, no, I mean, you're glossing over something.
Oh,
you go to overtime and you get a freaking stop. Yeah, not just a field goal.
First punt.
You get a freaking stop.
Yeah.
You get a big sack from Zach Allen. That was Zach Allen, right? If I remember correctly.
Well, yeah, a lot of sacks. I think so.
Yeah, I think that one in overtime was Zach Allen again. You back him up. You forced a punt. You kidding me? You forced a punt from Joe Burrow, 3 and out type of punt. We got a chance to go win a game. 3 and out for the Broncos.
Yeah.
Get the ball back. Well, surely Joe Burrow is going to win the game now. 2 opportunities in overtime. He's not going to mess that one up.
Yep.
Doink City. Cannot believe it. Put the fate of the team and a kicker that had been on the squad for like 3 or 4 weeks.
And now, a couple first downs. Now it's tie city.
Yeah.
Now all you really need is the tie.
Yeah. Now all you need is a tie. You got about 2 minutes left, and you can't get a dang first down. Can't get a dang first down in overtime. And what was frustrating about it, the running game was great in the fourth quarter. It was. Went back and watched it. It was great. It was there. And I don't know if it's play calling. I don't know if everybody just got a little bit tight in overtime, but they just couldn't take advantage of it. All you needed really was 1 first down. One first down, you flip the field, punt it, and the odds of the Bengals driving would have been very, very low. But you couldn't get it.
Couldn't get it. What'd you do? You, I got 2:38 on the clock. Mims loses a yard on a pass. Cincinnati calls their second timeout. Incomplete pass to Trout. Oh, I'm missing one. First and 10. Sorry. Estimate for 3 yards. That was pretty good. Like, you were just kind of like, oh, all right. 3 yards. We're all right. And then -1 on a pass, a little screen, which they were running all day. And at some point, the Bengals just were like, okay, we get it.
They had not run a ton of running back screens, which is what that one was. They'd run a ton of bubble screens to the wide receivers. But yeah, we're about as screen happy of a football team as you could find.
And then now it's 3rd and 8. Now you gotta make a play, and they didn't.
No.
And then you lose the game because Riley Moss it wasn't just Riley Moss. That narrative, Tyler, that Riley Moss was that valuable was really hard to swallow. I mean, I think he's a good player and all. I think you're less than without him.
Well, clearly Riley was not himself. We haven't seen a game like that for Riley Moss all year long. So whether it was rust or whether he's still banged up, whatever it is, Riley got exposed.
Oh. T. Higgins went off. 3 touchdowns, 130 yards.
Friggin' Jamar Chase dropping touchdowns.
Chase dropped a touchdown.
They dropped 2 touchdowns in the early going. They went for it on 4th down. I'll tell you, at the very beginning of the game, we have a beautiful drive. We decide to take the ball. We march down the field. We got 4th and 2, and I thought surely Sean Payton's going to go for it.
Right.
Because this has got to be one of those games where you're going to be recklessly aggressive, right? Like, if you're going to beat the Bengals, you got to know you're going to put up 30-plus points. Well, he decides to kick the field goal, and I was shocked that they didn't go for it. That actually turned out to be a great decision because the Bengals, they go down for the lower red zone, 2 drives in a row, go for it on 4th down, and they don't convert.
Yeah, it's a virtual turnover, sort of. I mean, it goes in your favor. It negates, the virtual -4 points you have by not giving up the touchdown. They're -3 now, -7 really. And then they do it again. Like you said, Jamar Chase dropping touchdowns. 2 possessions in overtime, they don't score.
Yeah.
I mean, they were trying to hand you the game.
The amount of mistakes and missed opportunities that the Broncos had on sudden change, and they missed a lot of opportunities on sudden change. The Bengals had 10 times as many mistakes as the Broncos.
Never mind the poor management of the end of the game to even give the Broncos a chance with, minute 21. That's plenty of time. Timeout, minute 21. I mean, cutting it close, but you got time. It's not crazy.
Yeah.
And, to Bo Nix's credit, he did get him there, didn't he? He did get him there. He did get the touchdown pass to Mims. Marvin Mims, wow, okay.
Oh, Marvin, best game of his career by far. Not even close.
That was impressive.
That was start to finish game.
And then
the pass was it was just a pure Hail Mary.
Dude, you got to know. This is with Shanny. What was the Chargers with Cutler a long time ago, I think, and they shouldn't have been in the game. They get a late touchdown. You just go for 2. I mean, oh my God, we are on the road. We are lucky to be in this bad boy. And, to Sean Payton's credit, you could hear it in his voice. Screwed up. I screwed up. He was defiant after the game. They did the right thing. And today, you think about it, you look at it, you study it, and you're like, what? What was I doing?
No. I mean, it would be impossible to not look back on that and have regrets. Come on, man. Impossible. I'm telling you, the tie thing, it just confused him. He's like, oh, wait, so we go to overtime, we could tie. Yeah, maybe we should try that. No. Win the freaking game.
Well, there's a difference between going for a tie with 2.5 minutes to go in the overtime.
And we're calling timeouts.
He explained that today, too. Said he was trying to give this guy some rest.
Okay. Well, which one was it? Were we playing for the tie or not?
I don't know. You're calling timeouts, 2 of them in overtime. Why? Here's what he said.
Yeah, listen, you have them. And part of it is just calming things down. And, once you're in that part of the game, it's sudden death then. And so, partly to give our guys a break.
Okay. One timeout was on 4th down at the Denver 22. And then we got another one. Where is the other one here? Oh, I'm sorry. That was Cincinnati. My bad. No, we're talking Denver timeouts. I'm sorry. Trying to see exactly where they called those timeouts, Tyler. Do you remember off the top of your head?
No,
I got one. On the first drive. Oh, wait. No, I'm way behind. I'll catch up on it. I know
there was about 240 left or whatever, and they called timeout.
Yeah, crazy, man.
Frustrating.
What are they doing?
I mean, the good news is the running
doing?
game looked good. It looked really, really good again.
Okay.
Jaleel McLaughlin had a great game. That was Marvin Mims' best game of his career.
Yeah.
And Bo Nix had some moments. He had some moments.
All right, here are the plays where they called the timeout. On the missed field goal. So they had a possession punted. Broncos had a possession punted. Now they're getting the ball back. Tyler, there's only 5 minutes to go in the game. Okay? There's only 5 minutes to go. The Bengals have the ball at their own 46. There's 5 minutes to go. Short pass to T. Higgins for 6. And then pass to Gesicki for 12. Timeout because our guys are tired. It's 1st and 10 with 4:15 to go. We're calling a timeout to get our act together. Okay, I guess. And then there's a penalty on Cincinnati. That's a break. Short pass. Then we got another short pass. Then another timeout. They only ran 2 plays, and we're calling another timeout.
I mean, listen, the timeouts is probably the least of my concerns in that game because, sure, look, if you do want to play for the tie, yeah, you need the clock to run out, but you do need to get a stop also. So if you did feel like you guys needed a blow,
right.
Okay.
Fair enough. So now what? Well, let's look at the rest of the NFL and what Kansas City is likely to do coming up next.
Hey, if you guys are out there struggling with hair loss, first off, know that you're not alone. I know it's a bad feeling. And if you're anything like me, you might have already gone online and you've searched for answers. You might have already bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing's working, certainly not the way that you want it to. It's time to invest in yourself and do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Guys, they've changed tens of thousands of lives. And now it's your turn. I want you to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Guys, Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire team at Advanced Hair, the best of the best. They're going to fix your hair up right. And matter of fact, they're so confident in what they do, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee, folks. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day, and it's guaranteed for life. So pick up the phone, call today. You're going to get $250 off and $250 free hair grafts, but that is a limited time offer. Call 720-459-HAIR. 720-45
Well, me, I have no decision making, so I'm, trying to go for twos. But, at the end of the day, that's probably not always the wisest decision. Glad I don't, make the decisions for our team, because I would go off straight emotion and what I want to do. But, they thought it out, they processed it, and, in that case, it was better to kick a field goal and play in overtime.
Team guy. Bo Nix, team guy.
I wanted to go for two.
I'm listening to the promo with Vic and Kaner, and Vic's like, the more I thought of it, the more it made sense. No. The more that, how does it make sense? The more you think about it, trusting a coin flip, and by the way, you called heads on the coin flip? Really? Seriously? I mean, go with the cliche, tails never fails. You call heads? And I get it, Tyler. 2-point conversion, 47%. Coin flip, 50%. Okay, I get it. But even if you win the coin flip, look how much you have to do to win the game right then and there. I mean, it's kind of insane. No, man, this is not complicated. With the amount of time left in the game, this is an easy decision to go for two. It's not complicated. I'm not sure where Vic's going. The more I think about it, the more I'm all right with it.
So I asked Groke, one of those AI things on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
I asked Groke to compare the odds of successfully converting a 2-point conversion to win a game versus going to overtime, winning the coin toss, scoring, and marching down the field and scoring, right? Now, obviously, there's other scenarios that could happen. But that's kind of like the main scenario, right? We're gonna win the coin toss, we're gonna march down the field, we're gonna score.
Yeah.
48.2% of 2-point conversions are successful.
Yeah.
The combined odds of winning the coin toss and marching down the field is 11%.
There you go. I didn't even know that. It's crazy.
According to Groke.
I'm good with Groke. I don't know, man. I thought the decision to go for two was actually pretty easy right then and there. And Bo Nix is calling for it. Sean Payton's looking at his play sheet. I'm screaming, go for two, go for two.
I'm not always a go for two guy. I'm not always. It's not like it's just a no-brainer. Hey, you've got an opportunity to win the game, go win the game. But you got to take into context. Our defense is getting cut through like Swiss cheese, man.
Right.
We haven't forced a punt all game long.
Right.
What happens if the Bengals do win the coin toss and Joe Burrow gets the ball? No, I got it. We got to stop twice. Okay, we had every chance in the world, but come on.
No, and I agree with you on all that. And you're facing the 31st team in the NFL in red zone defense, the 28th team on third down. They're not good in this very specific situation defensively. What they are good at is offense. But you had a chance against one of the worst NFL teams in that particular situation.
Yep.
One of the worst. And you've got athletic Bo Nix. Hey, man, I'm no play calling expert. But Tyler, I don't know, man. Little play action boot roll. Run the tight end along the goal line. Run Cortland Sutton in the back end. Bo Nix, choose what you want to do or just run it in. Seen that play 10 million times. I mean, something like that. I don't know. I would have put the ball in Bo Nix's hands one way or another in some sort of play like that and let him make the decision. And if you don't get it, you don't get it. Oh, well, at least you tried.
I just keep thinking about Dan Campbell, who's a Sean Payton protege. Dan Campbell's rolling over in his grave somewhere. I got it. Dan Campbell's made some idiotic decisions, but
not on that one.
But you know the one thing that his team always knows? They're going down swinging.
And you went down whimpering, and then 48 hours you're regretting it. And hey, at least Sean, to his credit, like he could have come out today and just said, nope, it was the right thing. He didn't say that. He understood that the other option was better. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I guess my bigger concern about anything else, if we're talking about trying to win next week, if we're talking about trying to make a little bit of noise in the playoffs, what the hell's happened to our defense? I mean, my gosh, man.
Well,
this once vaunted defense has just turned out to be pathetic.
It's not the sacks, is it?
No.
You got plenty of those. That was kind of crazy, right? I'm just looking at the sacks. Was it 7?
Well, didn't Zach
Seven.
Zach got like 4. 3 or 4.
Zach Allen had 3.5 sacks, brother.
Yeah. Close
Jonathan Cooper, sack and a half. DJ Jones, a half sack. Look at that. Your leading sacker, Benito, just didn't even pop up on the board there. Not only did they have 7 sacks, they had 6 tackles for loss.
Mm-hmm.
So it ain't that. There's plenty of pressure. VJ said that teams pick you apart late in the season. It's hard to play defense in the last quarter of the season. You buying that? That there's holes there that teams are just figuring out? Or is the quarterback play just significantly better that they're facing?
Well, I think generally speaking, it's hard to play defense in the NFL. So I buy that. Yeah. I mean, you look at these guys. We're not the only team that Joe Burrow's cut up.
No,
he had over 4,000 yards coming into the game. So we're certainly not alone in this thing. But I do that, like, the statement did kind of just rub me the wrong way. Like, how about you expose the warts in the offenses? Like don't you know they're warts also?
Fair. What grade would you give Bo Nix?
I guess if you're going to overemphasize the importance of the last drive, it made up for a lot.
Yeah.
But it wasn't good. It wasn't great. I'm going to give him a B- because of what he was able to do on the last drive.
Okay.
And it wasn't even the last throw. The last throw is, listen, that was as much of a Hail Mary as you could possibly get. He made a very bad decision in trying to escape the pocket. He should have stuck in that thing and stepped up. He almost got himself sacked for no reason, and he tossed that sucker up, and Marvin Mims made a play. But it was the throws before that were impressive. The throw to Cortland Sutton on the sideline when he's rolling out to his left, dude, that was as money of a throw as you get.
Well, let's look at how things stack up now. First of all, the Chiefs just right away was being reported the next day. They're not playing Mahomes. Andy Reid in general in situations like this doesn't play his starters or guys that need a little rest. You can't avoid playing all. I'm sure most of the offensive linemen will start.
Well, Jake Glazer went on, and he was talking about the Chiefs, and he said, listen, if you got a hangnail, you're not playing in this game.
Rightfully so. What is it going to give them, like 20 days off? Something absurd like that before they play again? But this is a veteran team, man. They're not worried about rust. But here's what's super quirky. Super quirky. The Bengals need the Broncos to lose. If the Bengals get in, they'll be the 7 seed. Okay. That means they would be playing the Buffalo Bills, who are locked in at the 2. Okay. So there's a chance, if you're the Chiefs, that if the Bengals beat the Bills, you'd be playing the Bengals. Or if the 7 seed is the Broncos, if the Broncos beat the Bills, you're playing the Broncos. Now, most likely, the Bills will win in either scenario. So you're just playing the 4-5, which is, what, Houston, Pittsburgh right now? Something like that?
Mm-hmm.
So the question you have to ask yourself, if you're the Chiefs, would you rather, in your first-round matchup, play the Broncos, Bengals, Steelers, or Texans? Well, you don't have a lot of control over...
I mean, yeah, what say do they have any of that?
You don't have any say over the Texans or the Steelers. But you do have say with the Bengals. Because if you lose the Bengals, there's no chance you will eliminate the Bengals from the playoffs if you lose.
Well, I promise you this: they're not going to play their starters, but they're going to play to win. they're not going to go out there and try to lose a football game.
I'm not saying try to lose, but there's a difference between trying to play to win and trying to lose.
Well, they're not going to play to win, meaning like we're not playing our starters, so we're okay with losing, but they'll try to win with the guys that are on the field.
I think it'll look like they're trying to win, but it does not serve their best interest.
The guys on the field are going to try to win. I promise you that.
Well, you can control the plays and what happens. I agree with you. Yes, everybody on the field is going to try their best. But Mike Shanahan figured this out a long time ago when the Giants snapped their undefeated streak and they played Miami the next week, knowing you may face Miami in the playoffs. They dulled it up. They didn't put anything out there. I've talked to guys on that team, Tyler. They're all pissed off that they didn't really dial it up against the Dolphins. And look what they did to the Dolphins in the playoffs. They beat the pants off of them because Shanahan knew what he was doing. And Reed is a smart coach like Shanny.
All I know is I'm having PTSD. So everybody out there that is just banking on winning this game because you're facing off against the Chiefs JV squad, tell me the good things that have been going on for the Broncos the last month. Tell me them. Tell me them. How's the offense been doing? How's the defense been doing? Right? I mean, we're just banking like, yeah, that's a no-brainer. We're going to beat this Chiefs JV squad, and I think we probably will. All right? But I'm having PTSD to my rookie year when we had 3 games to go and all we needed to do was win 1, and we didn't do it. And I'm looking at all the bad energy that's going on around that building. And I'm telling you, there's no guarantee they're going to beat that team.
I would be stunned. I think this is as big of a lock in terms of the Broncos winning as any game this year. I really do. I guess there's no guarantees. Anything can happen. I mean, you could completely collapse, I guess.
How do you think the relationship is behind the scenes between Sean Payton and Vance Joseph right now?
Not good.
Okay. How do you think the fingers are starting to get pointed around the locker room about the problems?
I don't know. That's a good question. What do you think?
I think they're starting to point.
Yeah.
Because that's what happens when you have a month of bad football.
Yeah, I don't think – I'd be surprised if VJ's back here next year as the DC. I'm not saying he's going to get fired, but I'll be surprised if he's back here. But listen, you can restart your whole season this week, and it doesn't matter. All right, let me ask you this. Because this is just playing out exactly the way I thought it was going to play out anyway. So I'm sitting here like, okay, whatever. I didn't think it was that big of a deal to lose to the Bengals. I think it's just more important to beat the Chiefs JV team, and then we'll just do the best you can against Buffalo. Who knows, right? So I'm feeling okay with it. Do you have bad feelings about this? Do you feel like...
Yeah, I've got bad feelings. Because what are the good feelings?
Are you going to feel bad as they back into the playoffs?
Find me the good feelings. They should be like, yep, we're going to beat the Chiefs JV squad.
I just think the Chiefs are going to lay down, frankly.
They ain't laying down, D-Mac. I promise you they ain't laying down.
All right.
They won't play their starters, but they're going to play to win the damn football game.
I guess we just respectfully, I disagree with you on
that. If you
that.
think Andy Reid is going to go out there and be like, yeah, I want you to win, you're drunk.
I think he's just going to call a lot of run plays. I don't think he's going to do anything fancy. I think they're going to call a very bland defense. I think they're just going to give opportunities to, have the Broncos do whatever they want. I really do. I'm not saying it's going to be some sort of blowout. I don't know. It's still the Chiefs. Still their scheme. It's still everything. But I actually literally do not think the Chiefs will play to win this game. I don't. You do? Okay.
Like playing to win is like, what's the definition of that? You're not playing your starters, so by definition, you're not playing to win.
Correct.
Okay. But there's a huge difference in implying that they're going to do things to intentionally sabotage the game. And they're definitely not going to do that.
All right, I don't think they're going to, here's the ball, Broncos. Hey, Carson Wentz, throw the ball to Pat Surtain. I don't think it's going to be like that. But couldn't you just, call a bland game plan that's not all that aggressive? Keep the ball on the ground so the clock moves so the scores don't go that high? And just sort of, I don't know, what's the simplest defense you can play that makes sense?
I don't think Andy Reid can do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Why does Vegas have it?
I think Andy Reid just, he gets too excited.
Why is there a 9.5 point spread in Vegas?
Because we're playing backups. Not because they're going to try to lose the game, but because we're playing backups.
I think the Broncos win by 10. You? You're really nervous about this. I could tell.
I am.
Okay. All right. If the Chiefs really don't give full effort and the game goes the way Vegas at least thinks it's going to go, are you going to feel?
But you got to understand, D-Mac, the guys that are going to be on that field. This is the opportunity of a lifetime for them. They don't get to get on the field.
No doubt about it.
They don't get to play football.
I get it.
This is their chance
to
go put film out there for other teams. Hey, I could be a starter in this league right now. Those dudes ain't laying down.
Okay. But they don't call the plays. They don't control what's going on.
You think Andy Reid's going to call plays that, I want you to, come sack my quarterback?
No. No, not at all. He's not going to want to get people hurt. But, it's going to be who are their backup running backs? The white dude with the blonde hair? Have his relatives come to this game.
All I know is you're going to have a bunch of hungry dudes on that football field.
All right. Well, I'll tell you this. If a bunch of hungry backups beat your starters with everything to play for in their building, if you can do that, then the Broncos season is a total disaster. Total unmitigated disaster.
Well,
if you allow that to happen. And I don't think it is.
I'm not even going to go that far because I think if you really take a step back, you do the 500-foot view thing, the season's been an outright success. We like Bo Nix. We like him. We feel like he's got a chance. Okay? Success. Good year. But the last month of football for the Broncos has been a disaster.
But
Bo Nix has regressed.
Regressed?
Oh, yeah.
From when?
6 turnovers in the last 3 games.
When would be
games?
his peak if he's regressed? From what time has he just been worse than?
I guess I would just point to the last 4 games. The dude been tremendous, taking care of the football. His pocket presence is definitely regressed. His footwork has regressed. But I'm not sitting here trying to knock Bo Nix because I'll be the first one to tell you that after I watched that all 22, there were 3 or 4 throws that were enough that I was like, damn. Like that was a moment. Like he dropped his you know what and went and made a play. So I'm not trying to sit here and crap on the young man at all, but he has regressed. His pocket presence, his footwork, all of it.
How was he able to come from behind then? Did he get lucky in the final minute 21?
No, I think the dude can play ball. I think he can. And I don't think the dude's afraid. And that's the biggest thing. When you get a moment like that, are you afraid or do you get excited? And I think he gets excited.
And Javonte Williams made a hell of a catch, and so did.
Oh my God, that catch by a running back,
so
Javonte Williams.
Yeah,
are you kidding me?
2 great catches there.
But the throw to Cortland Sutton,
and you got that too.
That was insane. Rolling out to his left, had to thread the needle, put it right on the sideline. I mean, beautiful.
We're gonna have McKenzie Blackwood. How about that? That's coming up at 1:30. McKenzie Blackwood of the Avalanche, who I guess there's no debate who the starter is on that, as he signs a 5-year, $5.5 per with the Avs. He'll be on with us at 1:30. The Avs are playing hot. The Nuggets are weird. Dude. Friday night, Tyler, I'm at a game.
I like Russell Westbrook.
They scored 135 points and lost. And then the next night, they score 134 and win, which makes much more sense, right? It's the first time since 1990-91 where they scored 135 points and lost a game. It's the most points they gave up, 149, since 1990-91. It's crazy.
I'm sorry, real quick. I just got to get this is a good tie back right here. This is good memory for someone. To Tyler's point, Andy Reid is the coach who had a defensive tackle, Dontari Poe, throw a jump pass TD when they were already up 17 points with 2 minutes left in the game against the Denver Broncos.
Okay. Hey, listen. If you guys think,
you know what I think?
If you're nervous about it,
I think Andy Reid's going to call the most crazy plays he can possibly come up with.
Oh, okay.
Because he's going to want to put just junk on film.
Well, probably. I just don't see the logic behind it. Listen, if there's logic that I don't understand, fine, explain it to me. I just don't understand why the Chiefs would want one of their huge nemesis teams, the Bengals, to even be in the playoffs. And they control that with a loss. So I have no idea why they would want that. And frankly, if the Bengals lose on Saturday, well, then you get into a weirder situation.
Some coaches like winning. I know we haven't had that around here, but some coaches like winning.
All right. Well, the goal is to win the Super Bowl, though, not this last, meaningless game. Hey, we'll see. We'll find out on Sunday. We are in must-win territory. Here we go. We are literally in must-win territory. It's a playoff game. We're here for it. We're lucky, Broncos country, to have this to even talk about, as frustrating as the past couple of weeks have been. But I can't imagine any more frustration than being a Giants fan today. Seriously. I mean, what were you thinking? And how does this impact Shedeur and Travis Hunter? That's next. Hey, what's going on? It's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you suffer from erectile dysfunction, that can be such a downer on so many different levels. But if you're experiencing struggles because of ED, let's change things up. How about this for a New Year's resolution? Things are looking up at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic when the pills or herbals fail. They have success rates well over 90% with some of their treatments. They can have you last an hour or more. They're fantastic. Serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The initial visit, only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work, in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Bobby now at the Commanders. Locke swings it out to Neighbors. 3rd down and 14. And Neighbors picks up a first down into the end zone for a Giants touchdown. 31 yards from Locke to Neighbors.
Tyler, could you believe the New York Giants and Drew Lock?
I mean, I didn't see the game. I saw the post-game presser with Drew Lock where he's stretching his arms out.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels good. Fans needed this. Fans really wanted this win right now, and Shedeur Sanders sucks.
It's just so great. God, Tyler, there are, I got to count this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams, 9 with 4 or less wins, including 1, 2, 3, 4 teams at 3-13.
Yeah, I've never seen as much bad ball as we've had this year.
Wow.
Now, what gets fascinating now is, so New England, as it sits today, is sitting there with the number 1 spot.
Correct.
And now what? Now what?
This is where it gets fun. This may be one of the more fun top of the drafts of all time because how badly they're sticking with Drake May. They love Drake May in New England. They think they got the guy. They are not drafting a quarterback. They are happy with Drake May. The end. Okay. How's Tennessee doing with their quarterback situation?
Oh, they're looking.
Okay. Cleveland.
Oh, they're looking.
Giants.
They're looking.
Right. Jacksonville.
I don't think they're going to have a chance. They might have been tempted. If they were sitting there with the number 1 or number 2 pick, they might have been tempted, but
doubtful now, right?
Yeah.
I agree. Carolina.
They're good.
I think they're good too. Jets.
Oh, they're looking.
And Raiders.
They're looking.
Okay.
And we're talking about a weak quarterback class in the big picture. I mean, you've really only got 2 guys. You got 2 guys, and you got about 5 teams that all need 2 guys.
Okay, so let's go through it a little bit. Is there another player besides Travis Hunter as a better position player out there?
No.
Right? It's easy.
He is the first non-quarterback off the board.
So he's going to be, I think, a New England Patriot. I think. Here's my logic there. The Patriots are in an unbelievable position. Unbelievable position. Because they could take offers from the Giants at 4, the Jets at 7, the Raiders at 8. I mean, outrageously, maybe New Orleans at 10. I mean, that's crazy, but maybe.
Yeah, I don't see him going past 4, but I mean, if they go to 4, they could say, man, I don't even know if they'd go to 4.
That's why
they might only go to 3.
Having those teams behind Tennessee and behind Cleveland, Tennessee and Cleveland got to get on their horse. To even move up 1 or, in Cleveland's case, 2 spots, you got to offer a bounty to New England. Now, if New England were to drop past 3, you'd lose out on Travis Hunter.
Right.
So theoretically, you wouldn't want to do that. But all you got to do, Tyler, is get a reasonable offer from Tennessee or Cleveland.
Well, they could easily justify going to 3 because they know that the first 2 teams will go QB.
Correct. Now this is where so I think Travis Hunter will be a New England Patriot. I don't see any other scenario unless
Shedeur Sanders is so ready to be a New York Giant. He wore New York Giants cleats to the bowl game.
And look at the Giants losing. Now let me ask you this. Reasonably, Tennessee, Cleveland could move up and New England doesn't lose Travis Hunter. If the Patriots were to do a deal with the Giants, there's a chance they would lose Travis Hunter. How is Shedeur and Prime and the Sanders family going to feel about being a Titan or a Brown?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I mean, I wouldn't want to touch Cleveland with a 10-foot pole. Tennessee's kind of like...
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Tennessee's interesting.
Yeah.
They're building a new stadium. It's a really cool place. Nashville's a cool place.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to be doing with their coaches. Who knows? It's interesting.
Well, they got Brian Callahan, who we all know, but it's been a rough year.
Right.
They're historically a very stable franchise. They're like a weaker version of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're just always in the thick of things.
Good division to win in.
Yeah.
Not a tough division.
I bet they'd be fine with Tennessee.
Cool city.
Yeah, Nashville, it's got the bright lights.
Brand new stadium. That'd be the Shedeur Bowl. Shedeur Stadium. I think you should be okay with Tennessee, frankly. I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen with all their coaches. But what about Cleveland, bro? Like, there's no way they would want to go to Cleveland.
No. But then again, what say do you really have? Unless you're really willing to.
Well, that's my question. That's my question.
And I don't think they would. I really don't.
You don't think so?
I know there's been talk of it. I would be shocked if they pulled that off.
Okay. But not the New York Giants and not the Raiders. Ain't gonna happen.
I don't know who's Tennessee got. Let's look at who these remaining teams have got left. Could they accidentally win?
Tennessee was terrible yesterday. So was Cleveland.
They played the Texans.
Yeah, Texans will have plenty to play for, too. Or did the Texans already have that division wrapped up? Maybe the Texans don't. Hold on a second. Let me look at that. Where are the Texans at? I mean, they're going to be the 4th seed. Oh, they're locked.
Cleveland plays the Ravens.
Never mind. Houston is locked. They have nothing to play for.
There you go.
Wow. As it stands right now,
what's the Ravens situation?
Ravens are not locked. They need to win one more game to win their division, but they've got a game up on the Steelers right now.
All right, so you think
but they do not have the division locked up. They have something to play for. They do.
So Cleveland should get smoked.
Cleveland should get smoked. Yes. Cleveland will want to get smoked. It's not that hard these days for Cleveland to pull that off. You're going to see some weird things, bro, in this last week. You're going to see some weird shizzle happen.
It's almost comical. All this discussion, would Shedeur Sanders be okay with playing in New York? He accepted it. He was ready to rock and roll.
He was ready.
He's wearing literal New York Giants cleats.
I'm good. Let's go. Big lights, bright city. Bright lights, big city.
I know where I'm going. Do you?
And then Drew Lock. Giants fans deserve this.
They've been waiting. They needed it.
So good.
You know what? I just feel like all of our sins have been atoned.
Yeah. You're welcome. Were the Giants fans booing while that was going on?
Oh my gosh.
31 yards from Locke to Neighbors.
Not a lot of cheering.
Hey, if you could find that Drew Lock sound, that'd be cool, Cole. Oh man, you guys deserve it. You're welcome. Put the backpack on.
45 points.
4 touchdowns, 300 yards. Flawless offense. Defensively, they were doing their best.
Yeah, they gave up 33.
Yeah, and this is against a Colts team that desperately needed to win the game. Desperately. 2 years in a row, the Colts absolutely fold late in the season when they really needed the most. Yeah, here's Drew Lock.
They deserved it. The locker room deserved it. Everybody a part of this organization deserved it. It was a lot of fun. We were clicking today. We knew we had it in us.
There's nothing like sticking it to an organization that doesn't want you anymore, Tyler. I'm convinced, man. It's got to be one of the sweetest feelings in pro sports and football to just stick it to the team you know you're not going to be around for.
Hey, you think the Giants wanted to win that game?
I think the Giants...
Organization.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but the difference...
I'm just saying.
The difference is Dable probably did want to win it. Dable probably did.
No freaking way.
Well, you think he's
winning this game ain't securing anything for him?
Well, no. I get it. I think he thinks he may be on the way out. It's a big middle finger.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, there's a big difference with that and Andy Reid, who's not going anywhere. Dable's probably thinking about when's the U-Haul pulling up? Oh no, you had that in Houston. Lovie Smith, man, the Lovie Smith game.
Yep.
They all knew they were getting fired.
Yep.
Listen, that's the motivation. Those are scary teams. Teams that know they look at what Antonio Pierce with the Raiders. He's probably on life support down there. They want to win. Yeah, those are dangerous teams.
Well, all these teams are in that boat.
Not the Chiefs.
Right.
Not the Chiefs. But yes, you're right. A lot of these crap teams are like that. And, Tennessee figured it out. New England figured it out.
Brian Callahan might not be. He might be the one that's
you think so?
Yeah, he might be okay.
All right, well, let's look what the Broncos have on tap, how this game broke down, what Sean Payton had to say today coming up next.
Hey guys, the end of the year is always a great time to go car shopping. So if you need a vehicle, go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Now's the time to go shopping. There's deals to be had, but you're not going to have to negotiate or haggle. You're just going to be given the best price possible at Phil Long Ford. And when you go to Phil Long Ford, we're talking about one-stop shop and no reason to drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one car dealership. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, whether you're looking for new or pre-owned. Whatever it is you're looking for, car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even commercial fleet vehicles, they're going to have it on their lot. Over 1,000 cars, trucks, and vans on their lot right now. The inventory has never been better at Phil Long Ford. They guarantee they'll beat any car dealership by $500. I've built a long-term relationship with Phil Long Ford, the only car dealership that I've dealt with since my rookie year in the NFL. And you're going to do the same thing because you're going to learn to know him, love him, and trust him, and you're going to build a relationship for life. So pick up the phone today, call Phil Long Ford, or if you just want to shop from the comfort of your own home, visit him online at phillongdenver.com.
You know, I love playing football. I love the sport of football. Obviously, you know, like today, sometimes you eat a sandwich and you got to own it. And you know, this isn't the first time that's happened in my career, and it's probably not going to be the last. And you know, the great ones are able to come back and you know, be gritty and push through. And you know, that's what I'm going to do, and that's what, you know, I know everyone on this team's going to do.
Tyler, sometimes you just eat a shizzle sandwich. Eloquently said by Riley Moss. Welcome back, Riley. T. Higgins, who was questionable leading up to the game. 11 catches, 131 yards, 3 touchdowns, including the game winner on you.
Yeah, we thought Justin Strnad was bad last week.
Wow. Okay, so it wasn't Riley Moss.
Well, I mean, I don't know whether we know that entirely. I don't think it was all Riley Moss. Look, there's a lot of things going wrong with our defense right now, for sure. And when you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And we died by the sword a few times when we got aggressive blitzing in that game. They tried to get back to their DNA. And guess what? When you blitz Joe Burrow, he's gonna dice you up. By the way, one thing that I did not catch in real time, the Bengals' defensive plan, they're gonna blitz the hell out of our young quarterback. They must have blitzed a corner, specifically corner blitzes, 9 or 10 times in that game. It was crazy. What like it was working. Like they were getting home. But Riley Moss is back, and I gotta think, is it rust? Is he banged up still? Did he come back too early? I know that's not the Riley Moss that we know.
Okay. By the way, T. Higgins, look good in a Broncos uniform next year, my man. Just saying. I don't know if you can figure it out, but that dude, I get it. He's had some injuries over the years and stuff, but that's what that looks like. And to pair that up with Cortland Sutton and hopefully Marvin Mims keeps developing like this. You got Vele. All right. I'm kind of digging that. Hopefully you draft yourself maybe a tight end. You get one of them guys.
It's been really, really cool to see the development of Marvin Mims. Really, really cool. Like he's been developing, but he hasn't quite had a statement game. This was a statement game, and it was from the jump.
How about 67 air yards, the longest air yard completion in the NFL this year from Nix to Mims?
Yeah, on the spot too.
Perfect.
On the spot. Unfortunately, we had 2 chances late in the game, either late in the fourth or in overtime, where we overthrew Troy Franklin and when we overthrew Cortland Sutton. Both those. Now, it ended up working out in the last drive of the game when you overthrew Cortland Sutton because you made up for it with the Hail Mary play to Marvin Mims. It wasn't perfect for Bo Nix, but he had a lot of good moments.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, whether it was perfect or not, what you want is your quarterback to be able to gather himself and lead your team to victory. And essentially, that's what Bo did. And then Sean just kind of wimped out, in my opinion. I think he wimped out. And I think he regrets it today. Kind of the moment came and gone. And they had a long time to think about it. All right, let me go here. If it was a more definitive touchdown catch and they didn't have so much time to think about it, do you think it would have been different? Do you think they would have gone for 2?
Absolutely. I do. I firmly believe that they were going for 2. Sean Payton's gut reaction was, I'm not even thinking about this. I'm going back to the play sheet. I'm finding the play I like. He had already signaled it in. Bo Nix, when you see Bo Nix given the 2 sign, that's not him doing that on his own. He got given the sign, and now he's relaying it to everybody else. So the initial decision was absolutely to go for 2, and then they had the review process, and it took forever. And Sean Payton probably had somebody in his ear, reminded him, hey, coach, if we go to overtime and we get the tie, that's as good as a win for us.
Got to win the coin toss, I guess.
I mean, the odds of freaking getting a tie, what are we talking about?
I don't know. I don't understand the
Ironically,
logic.
We got incredibly close to it.
Well, right. You shouldn't have been. You shouldn't have been close at all. But with like 2:29, you get a couple first downs, you win.
I just could not believe what the Bengals did at the end of regulation. Unbelievable.
So dumb.
You got a minute 24 on the clock. It's second down. You've got a free play to move over 2 yards, set up the field goal.
Whatever.
You could still go for the touchdown on third down if you want to.
If you wanted to, sure. No need to, but you could.
Force the Broncos to use their final timeout. You could have taken the clock down to about, 30 seconds or whatever it would be, give or take. And instead, they QB sneak it and they get in. And we were actually trying to.
Drunk.
Yeah, and we were actually trying to stop the QB sneak.
We were trying to stop it. And the play before where they're handing it off to Chase Brown and he's falling down. What's the difference between falling down at the 4 and at the 1? Just why are you? They're dumb. Zach Taylor, man, not smart. And could not figure out how to get the ball in the end zone with Joe Burrow twice in goal-to-goal situations.
Early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of...
The Bengals blew way more opportunities than the Broncos did in that game.
Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of Bengals football this year, but I'm going to guess decision-making like that has led them to a bunch of these losses that they're better than.
Well, they got a bad defense.
Yeah, there you go. So now it's the Chiefs, and we'll dig into it and how everybody's feeling about it. I know you're a little nervous about it. You still think the Broncos are going to win Sunday, right?
I do think they're going to win. I got PTSD from my own experiences. I got bad vibes. What I'm trying to figure out is the good energy in the building right now. I think there's really bad energy between Sean Payton and Vance Joseph. I don't know that for a fact. I just think that.
Okay.
I think there's really bad energy in the building between those two guys.
Might be.
I think the overall defense is looking around like, well, whose fault is it? Like, I'm doing my job. I'm getting after the QB.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting sacks over here. Why are we falling apart? I promise you there are fingers starting to get pointed on that defense. And then I look at it offensively, and I'm like, we've had an erratic play caller. We've had a bit of an erratic quarterback. We've had great moments in the running game. We've abandoned the running game. I'm just trying to find where the good vibes are in the building.
Well, they got this week to figure it out, don't they? They got this. I mean, okay. Do you think it matters to players if Sean Payton presents it to them this way? Simple as this. This organization has not made the playoffs since 2015. So whatever has happened this entire year, you have this week right here, right now. Forget about who they're playing. That doesn't change. They're still the Chiefs one way or the other. Sean Payton said that. The game plan is the game plan. Chiefs are going to game plan however they're going to game plan. They're still the Chiefs, no matter who's playing. Do you think that's just simple enough for players to just clean slate and you really start a brand new season with a lot of exciting possibilities this week? Can you reset like that?
Well, quite frankly, I don't think the players in the building really care about the streak. I don't. But I think they care about making the playoffs because it's their season. It's their opportunity, right?
Right.
So all the past garbage, it doesn't mean much to the current players. They're all a bunch of mercenaries. They come and they go, and they're aware of the stats, but it's not their hump. It's not their hump. They want to make the playoffs, though, because it's their team, and they want an opportunity at this thing.
I think that's enough. I think that'll get them going. So whatever the bad vibes are. But we have seen this before with the Broncos. It has happened before. You were part of it.
Yep.
However, in your situation, if we're talking about the Chargers beating the pants off you guys, which is what happened, I don't know what the Chargers had to play for that particular day. Maybe nothing. I don't know. I don't even recall where they were
I couldn't
at.
tell you. I don't
remember either. And then there was the game against the Niners years ago that kind of the same thing, kind of fell apart, and I forget what they had on the line. But this is a unique situation where the Chiefs could help themselves further down the line in the playoffs if they don't want to face the Bengals by losing. It's quirky. And listen, the Bengals do play on Saturday, so it might be a moot point. And then it kind of comes to a weird thing. Would you rather play the Broncos or take the Dolphins out of the scenario? I'll tell you this. If they would say, we would rather, I'll give you this. We would rather play the Dolphins than the Broncos. Like, the Dolphins to us are a better team if we had to see them. I don't know. Maybe they do go for it. But I doubt it. And I think Cincinnati's going to win anyways. I think Cincinnati's going to push it to the max.
I mean, they're okay with losing. There's zero chance that they're going to rest their starters. Somebody on the text line just said that Andy Reid said in the presser today that they had not made a decision on to play their starters or not. They're not playing their starters. Well, at least they're not playing a lot of them.
Yeah.
There's going to be a handful that have to play, including the offensive line, because you just don't have an option. But they're okay with losing by playing their starters. It's just it's a different story that I don't buy. I don't agree with you. I don't think they're going to look at it like we're trying to strategically lose this game so we don't play the Bengals. I don't see it that way.
Bengals played the Steelers on Saturday. That's going to be a hell of a game right there. Boy, the shine on Russ is
it's over, bud.
That's done, right?
He had a chance there.
That ship has sailed.
There was a minute where the Steelers were going to have an extremely difficult decision to make.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I wonder what they're even going to do in the playoffs. Because they're in the playoffs. They're in.
Oh, they'll do what they always do. They get in, and then they don't make a run at it.
No, but do you think they'll just stick with Russ, or do you think they'll go back to Fields?
Oh, no. They'll stick with Russ. Absolutely.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though Russ is just...
No, he's Mike Tomlin's guy.
Okay. And then what next year?
I don't know. Where are they in the draft? They're going to be low. They're going to be real low.
Boy, how's our boy Mike Sanford doing with Michael Penix playing as well as he did? They lost, unfortunately, but Penix did.
You want to talk
good.
about some bonehead decisions? My guy Raheem, who's one of my favorite human beings on planet Earth.
Brutal.
One of the best human beings you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
Love the dude to death. I would do anything for the man. But you want to talk about bonehead decisions? You got 2 timeouts in the bag.
Yeah.
2, not 1. You got 2 timeouts in the bag, and there's 20 seconds left, and we're not calling timeout?
Unbelievable.
Gosh, dude.
I
like most of the time I can understand rationale. I can't understand the rationale in that. I can understand the rationale from Sean Payton. I think it was the wrong decision, but I can understand why he got confused.
He had too much time to think about it.
Yep.
Should have gone for 2. Hey man, at least he was man enough today to sort of own up to it. And he could have easily today just been like, nope, that was the right thing. No regrets, blah, 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 blah. He wouldn't have been the first coach to stick with a stupid decision. Instead, he was more reflective. Yep, these are the things you think about as a coach. That's reasonable. I think that's growth for him. That's good to see. You know, he steps up to the podium and he's adamant. He's adamant because he's in the moment, Tyler, right? Like, life happens fast. So he wants to think that he did the right thing. Then you go back and look at it and you're like, oh my God, what was I thinking? Happens to the best of them.
Of all the situations, of all the coach, of all the times that I never would have thought somebody would not get aggressive, that was it.
Crazy, right? Okay, hopefully it doesn't matter. Hopefully they beat the Chiefs. I think they will. And then you're on to Buffalo, and that's a different conversation about how the Bills just, I mean, how about Aaron Rodgers tapping out? 33-0. It's time for somebody else, right? I'm done.
You better give Tyrod a shot at this.
I'm done. I'm done playing this game, right? Right?
You agree, right?
Right? I'm out. Right? Wow. You want to talk about like a loser mentality right there. Even though it makes logical sense.
I don't even I'll crush Aaron Rodgers for a lot. I'm not crushing him on that one.
Oh.
Dude, I mean, what? Come on. Put the dude in. The game's over.
A player saying that?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a pocket full of misery there in New
York. I guarantee you, Jeff Ulbrich was waiting for permission from Aaron Rodgers to do it.
All right, they certainly look like the Jets. Josh Allen having one hell of a year. Lamar Jackson having one hell of a year. We'll dig into all of that. We got no dumb questions on the way. And 1:30, McKenzie Blackwood of your Colorado Avalanche, who are on fire, will join us here on PhD. What's going on? It's D-Mac for Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. 2025, everybody wants the same thing. A better way forward. And you know what that means? More. Good news. That's what Mike Maroney, Ford and Longmont is giving you with their Better Way Forward event. Experience more value and more vehicle with every new Ford through their complimentary Preferred Advantages program. Plus, Maroney means more. Every vehicle comes with their 3-day happiness guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. From Fort Collins to Pueblo, free delivery anywhere. It's Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. That's just a better way. Begin your car buying journey now at Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont.com. Start 2025 better. Don't miss out on enhanced possibilities and greater value with every vehicle. Wherever you're headed, stop by 3rd and Alpine at Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont first, because Maroney means more. And find them online at Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont.com. No dumb questions. Thank you to Old Chicago, oldchicago.com. Order online, find a location near you. We'll have McKenzie Blackwood joining us here in about 7 minutes of your Colorado Avalanche. Mark Mosier, about an hour ago, put this out. Okay, it's from Moj, not me. Ralphie 7 being recruited.
Oh, my gosh.
Put Ralphie 6 in the transfer portal to Ted's Montana Grill.
Easy, Moj, easy.
Because the side-by-sides of Ralphie 5 during the Alamo Bowl looking like Ralphie.
Yeah.
And Ralphie 6.
Ralphie 6 doesn't want it. She doesn't want it. She doesn't want it. She doesn't like it. It's not the life for her. We've been fighting this for a couple of years now.
Yeah, it's been bad.
It's gotten progressively worse, and that was the epic all-time worst at the bowl game. I mean,
have you ever seen a worse Ralphie run?
The one I was laughing at, the one dude that's like trotting next to her, like trying to get her going a little bit. He's like acting like he's running. Everybody else is like walking, like just holding the leash. Like, come on, girl, let's go, let's go. Yeah, she needs to go out to pasture to retire, not out to pasture to be killed. But she deserves a life. She tried. She did her best. She did her best. But it's time to move on.
But she should be in her prime right now, right? Because you've been training. This should be it,
Look,
right?
Sometimes you got a first-round draft pick that's a bust.
Okay. Well, it's not going to go to Moj with Ted Montana's Grill.
No. Ralphie's don't get killed.
Okay.
They die of old age.
No dumb question.
I actually don't know that. I don't know what happens to old Ralphies.
I thought they just got put out somewhere to...
I'm going to guess they get to live out their life.
Just wait for him to die of a heart attack.
Yeah.
I mean...
I don't know what happened to Blackout. What's Blackout doing these days?
I don't know. Do we really want to know?
I
don't think we really do we?
I hope she had a nice life. I hope she's still rolling.
Do you eat buffalo burger?
It's definitely... It's a moral conflict.
I gotcha.
It's really good. It's really, really good.
You wouldn't be the only former Buff to stay away from buffalo.
Like
my guy Alfred Williams, he does not eat buffalo.
You can't do it.
But my guy Chad Brown,
it's like cannibalism, right?
Chad says it's the greatest tribute.
Well, it's really good. I'll tell you that.
It's really good. It's good lean meat. It's tasty.
Yeah. But I do feel moral conflict every time I do it. I'm like, wow, am I a cannibal? Is that what I'm doing here?
All right. What'd you think of the Alamo? No dumb question. The Alamo Bowl was what?
I hate to say it, but you were right. I honestly thought I was going to be into it. I honestly thought I'd watch it all. I'm like, hey, once a Buffs game gets on, it's a Buffs game. I think part of the problem was I was mentally exhausted from the Broncos game.
Right.
And I'm being dead serious. Like, I was literally just mentally exhausted. Did the live stream and all that, and like just the roller coaster of emotion. And then when you just didn't even have a competitive ball game, it was like, forget this. Like, screw this.
Did you turn it off?
I did.
You did? Wow,
yeah,
really?
I did.
At what point?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't make it too long.
Did you make it
halfway into the second?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
I kept bouncing back to it, seeing if they'd make a game out of it or whatever, and they just couldn't.
Dude,
it was almost more embarrassing that they played the guys.
That's how I felt. Like some people are on Cam Ward's case because he only played one half. If you just went into this game saying our starters are only going to play the first half, I think you would have actually had a more competitive game.
Well, I too have an issue with what Cam Ward did, but only because he didn't announce it beforehand. If he would have just beforehand been like, yeah, I'm going to play one half of football, I'm going to pull myself out.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like his teammates didn't know that that's what the plan was.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. It sound like the way they made it sound, at least, is the dude just pulled him out and he's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm not going to play in the second half.
It would have been fine. Like, however Prime wanted to pose the game, I would have been fine with. Like, if he had just come out and said, listen, these young men have an incredible future. We are going to play them for the first half. And then I do think it's important for our other players to get experience, and I believe in them too. So we're going to give our starters this time, and then I do believe in our other guys are going to, finish off things as well. Had Prime just said that, I don't think anybody would have had a problem with that either. But you had
That's not what they did, though. I mean, they did play. They played the whole game.
Oh, Well, no. I know because Prime was so committed to having them play the whole game, including like when it was really over, and you still have Schefter and Travis out there, like with like 3 minutes to go or whatever, down 30 or whatever it was at the time. I mean, those were some roll your eyes moments.
Travis had a few plays in that game, though. I mean, he had a few moments like, oh, that's Travis Hunter now.
I don't think. Do you think they did anything to hurt or improve their draft status?
I don't think Schefter looked great in that game, but no, I don't think it changes anything to do with the draft.
Yeah, taking 24-yard sacks looks bad.
Yeah, and he takes 3 or 4 of those a year.
I watched the whole thing.
Good for you. Yeah. I couldn't do it. I think I was mentally just so exhausted with that Broncos game that when they couldn't even make it interesting, I was just like, screw this. This is stupid.
But I'll tell you this, man, and I think I'm just more committed just to see you in general. I didn't watch a second of the Syracuse game against Washington State. I actually forgot it was on.
Oh, these bowl games, they are the dumbest things of all time. They've always been dumb, but now it's like you want to make it feel irrelevant. Have a college football playoff. Now there's no such thing as a relevant bowl game.
No, in fairness, though, as irrelevant as those are, 11 a.m., January 1st, because I'm a Sun Devil dad, I'm locked in, man. Devils against Texas, I can't wait. I think what's coming up on January 1st is going to be unbelievable. I think it's going to be awesome. So I'm all for that.
What makes that any different than the Alamo Bowl?
Because they're playing for something. They're playing for a national championship.
Yeah.
You're just not playing for anything. And BYU is more focused. I don't know, man. They did get up. Listen, you're right. You were right about something. And so was Schefter. Every week, it's somebody else's Super Bowl against CU.
Mm-hmm.
And it was BYU's Super Bowl. They have rotating quarterbacks, Tyler.
Yep.
They don't have a lot of NFL guys. I'm sure there's a few. It's not a quarterback. This was their Super Bowl. They were more focused. They're probably just a better team anyways, frankly.
Well, BYU is one hell of a football team
They're
all year long.
Right.
They only lost 2 games all season.
Correct. Did you watch any of the Snoop Dogg Bowl?
Not a single second.
It
was during the Broncos game.
I had 2 screens going. It was literally during the Broncos games.
How did our guy Mike Sanford do?
Oh, I didn't listen to a word.
Wow.
I assume he did great. It was on here. I don't know. I talked to him afterwards. He said he had a great time. Snoop Dogg did not come into the booth for him.
I was going to ask that. Did he get to meet Snoop Dogg?
I don't think so.
Bummer.
And he only got winner's mentality in 1 time. Not 6.
Really?
That's what he says.
He promised 6.
He promised 6. He said he came up with 1 time.
Wow.
Well, the game was terrible.
Wasn't a whole lot of winner's mentality going on.
I mean, well, it was 6-3 for the longest time. And then, it just,
These bowl games.
Whatever.
These bowl games. Year in, year out. You get excited for it, and it turns out to just be a terrible football game. These college kids are not accustomed to time off.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like the degree of play is bad too.
Oh yeah.
So not only is there nothing. Well, you kind of.
It's like a rookie. It's like a preseason football game almost, but at the end of the year. They've been out of their rhythm for over a month.
I hate to give you an I told you so on that one, but I mean we're looking at CU. They're at SeaWorld. They're on roller coasters. They're like doing whatever. They're on boats in the Riverwalk.
Hey, I'm glad they had a good time. They deserved it. They had a great year. They deserved a week to go out there and have fun and get on roller coasters. Can you imagine Deion Sanders on a roller coaster, by the way?
Well, no, because he refused to go on one. He said so. We bring to the show McKenzie Blackwood of your Colorado Avalanche. The Avs 8-2 in their last 10. Absolutely on fire. Won a bunch in a row. Lecky with the hat trick. Big hat awards going all over the place. And the Giants in the net, McKenzie Blackwood on with us right now. McKenzie, thank you so much for spending some time with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
How's it going so far? Just in general, how is boy, we got a lot of wood. We got Wedgwood, we got Blackwood.
We got wood.
We got Miles Wood coming. How's been bringing the wood to the Colorado Avalanche?
Yeah, it's been great. Great group of guys. It's been awesome coming here. Been having a great time, and really excited to be a part of this team here.
Do your coaches ever mess up your names, Wedgwood and Blackwood?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Well, it's all in the nickname in hockey. It's all in the nicknames. So and I don't even want to go with where the nicknames may be going, but I'm going to assume there's different nicknames for all you guys, right?
For sure.
Okay. And everybody's, I'm a little uncomfortable
Being
with
a little careful
I'm
here?
being a little careful here. So let's just stay away from that and just be careful. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I got you.
I'm just going to call you Mac. How about that?
There
That's
you
nice
go.
and easy.
Yeah.
That works.
Mackie.
That works.
Yeah, that works. Okay, what was it like going from the Sharks, who are just struggling defensively and just don't have the same team, to, knowing that, hey, listen, if I could get on a better team, I think, better things would show. What was that, being in that position, wondering, man, if I could ever get out of this, I think I'd be a little bit better. Things would be going better for me.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when I got to San Jose, I was kind of battling injuries my last, year and a half in New Jersey. But, it was good for me at the start to go there, get a fresh start, get to play a lot of games. And, they gave up a lot of shots. So I kind of figured out what I needed to work on right away. There was no hiding. So I got a good wake-up call on, where I need to work on and what was good and bad. So, in that sense, it was good to play there. But like you said, obviously you want to win and you want to be on a team that's competitive. So, coming to the Avs for me has been a breath of fresh air, and, it's exciting because, it's a great team, great players, and, you really get a chance to go show that, you can play. And, if you got a good team in front of you, it helps make you look even better too, for sure, right?
Yeah.
McKenzie, one of the first things that I felt like I heard once you got to the team is, man, this guy's a locker room guy. You just won't believe the way he fits in with the guys. And, it seems like that was something that just came very natural and easy. Do you already feel like a leader of this team?
Well, I wouldn't say a leader, but, I feel like, it's easy to mesh into the room, easy to talk to the guys. They're a good group. But no, I'm definitely not coming in hot trying to be a leader right away. There's pretty good players in that room who are already, leaders in themselves. I'm just kind of trying to find my way in there and mesh in and, not step on toes, but still be a good presence and a good voice and a little bit of energy in there. So it's kind of my role.
Here's how I see it. I think you're just naturally one of the boys instead of a weirdo goalie. And I think you know what I mean by weirdo goalies. Because there's definitely some of y'all who are just weird. They're strange guys. I think that goes.
Yeah,
go ahead.
We've played with our fair share of those along the way, but there's a lot of goalies that kind of break the mold. So I'd say Wedgie's one of them too, for sure, right? So I think it's like you said, you just try and be a good teammate, be a good guy, and not trying to do anything special. Just be yourself in there, and I think guys appreciate it.
Was there a part of you that when you got to this team, you're just looking around and you're like, man, look at the talent that's around here. Like I haven't quite, like, no diss on your former teammates, but I haven't been around something like this before.
First game I played here, I was just watching them break the puck out going, what the heck is going on here? Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. The first game I was watching going, what the fuck?
Well, that's awesome. How was it when you went back and played in San Jose against Georgiev? What was that kind of vibe like?
Well, for me, it wasn't like, a goalie on goalie battle. It was more just it was weird going against the guys that you played with for a little while there, but it was a lot of fun. They were kind of yapping at me the whole game, so it kind of made it a little bit interesting for me. But no, it was a lot of fun. I had a great time, and it was a good game.
Yeah, the result went the right way, that's for sure. Winnipeg coming up on New Year's Eve tomorrow night, which should be fun. Listen, McKenzie, I'm sure you've told this story a million times, so I apologize, but I just got to know. How the hell does a goalie who wears a mask lose front teeth?
Yeah, so it's kind of my fault because there's like a little chin cup in your helmet, and I never liked the way it felt, so I always take it out. And I guess one time, for whatever reason, I just got a one-timer right on the button, perfect spot, and it pushed the padding right into my teeth and bent them. So they tried to, so they tried to bend them back, but the roots were broken, so they had to pull them out. Yeah.
Oh, did that break your heart?
Definitely not ideal, you know.
What do you mean? Maybe you now finally felt like you're one of the guys.
Yeah, but not as a goalie, bro. Like, goalies are supposed to keep their teeth.
No, having teeth better than not having teeth, and I can confirm that.
I had breakfast with Kyle Quincy today, and because he's got some messed up teeth now.
Yeah, but Kyle's a big, tough guy, fighter sort of dude. He's supposed to lose teeth.
Yeah.
Miles Wood is supposed to be missing teeth, not your goalie.
Yeah. No, don't worry. I got a new set coming. I was just about to get them in San Jose, put back in right before I got traded, so they're on the way.
All right, how's your goalie mask with Avs colors? It's so weird to see both you
I'm curious about the process of the goalie mask.
It looks involved. It looks like a big deal, actually.
Actually, it's a lot less complicated than you think because I'm the kind of guy where I don't really care, what my gear looks like. I'm pretty simple, pretty plain. But we got that guy that paints some Dave art out in Sweden.
Okay.
And when I got traded, I said, hey, just make something cool, make it fast, and I'll let you put whatever you want on it within reason. So it's all him. He kind of designs it and then lets his little artistic personality come out on there.
Oh, that's
Usually does a great job.
That's totally different than Wedgwood. Wedgwood, I saw him. He was like, sit down with my wife. We design it. He does it with his wife.
McKenzie's the type of dude that walks to the tattoo shop and it's just like, yeah, give me that.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how I've been for my last 5 masks. I said, hey, man, you do a great job. Just do whatever you want. Make it cool.
All right, last one, and we appreciate your time, McKenzie. Maybe I asked a stupid question of Bednar, because you are a bigger dude. You're 6'4". For a goalie, that's pretty big. Although goalies are getting so much bigger, it seems. And I just go to Benzie. I go, well, what's the advantage of a bigger goalie? And he looked at me like I was an idiot, which maybe I am. And he just goes, well, instead of this space, holding his hands far apart, it's like this space. And it does make sense logically, right? The advantage in being a bigger goalie. So how do you take advantage of that? How do you take advantage of your size as you play?
I think as I've gotten older, you learn your frame a lot better. When you're younger, you don't really have as good of a feel for, what you're covering, what you're giving up. But as you get older, you learn kind of the angles and stuff a lot better. So, I know, for me, it's an advantage. I can play a little bit deeper in the net, so and still cover the corners pretty well. I mean, they could still score if they make a perfect shot, but you force them into, beating you with really good shots instead of, maybe these softer ones that are, maybe not perfect. But, it's all about just kind of knowing your frame, knowing what you're giving up. And, you definitely get away with a little bit more when you're bigger because your shoulders, take up a little bit more, especially if you lean your shoulders into the corners a little bit. So, I would say it's just an advantage. If there's smaller goalies out there that are having a lot of success, it's just because they're better. They have to be extra talented to be a smaller goalie, I find.
But here's the thing I don't get. I played 8 years in the NFL. I'm 6'8". I can barely touch my toes, and I consider myself a world-class athlete. Were you just born like Gumby? Like, how the hell does your legs move like that?
Yeah, I would say that's just thanks to my parents. I'm not sure. I just always could kind of flex like that. I'm not really sure, how or why, but this is kind of something I've always been able to do.
Can you dunk a basketball?
I've done it before. I haven't tried in a few years, but I've been able to do it before.
Okay, all right. What kind of Denver things? You don't have to tell us exactly where you're living, but have you had a good vibe of the city so far? Have you done any Denver, Colorado-y things? Have you had any time for that yet, or not?
Not like Denver-y, Colorado, mountainy, outdoorsy stuff. Really, I've been pretty busy, but I've got a good feel for kind of where I'm living right now, and it's a great area and seems like a great town. So all good things for me so far.
Well, I'm asking the question, McKenzie, because that contract came quick, didn't it? How about that? Congratulations, by the way. That is awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
So, find a house, bro. What's your deal? Are you married, girlfriend? I don't know anything about you like that. What's your deal?
Yeah, I got a girlfriend. So, You know, she probably wants to get married. We'll see.
All right, well, okay. Well, we'll see what level of commitment in terms of buying a house around here. You know, it's there's place where, you know, I'm sure the boys are telling you.
I've rented a place till the summer, so I think we'll go back to the drawing board come the summer here.
Yeah. We'll see how into the commitment you are, depending on the next house you buy.
There you go.
We'll see what's what.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, I'm definitely open to it, but I've already signed the lease before I got that contract and stuff. So
okay,
I'm locked in till the summer. But
that's cool.
No worries. It's a good spot, and I'm happy for now. So
did you sign a lease with the girlfriend?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry.
We wish you nothing but success and love. That's for sure. McKenzie, we're
Thank
thrilled.
you. I appreciate it.
We're thrilled that you're here. We're glad we got a dude on the team. That's all I'm going to say on that. And it looks like you and Scott are a great combination. And boy, it's been great so far. So the talent is here. These are Stanley Cup champions. You know that. And the expectation from the fans, and I'm sure you feel it, it's Stanley Cup or nothing. Seriously, that's the vibe around here. And that's got to be a great feeling as a player.
Yeah, it's exciting, you know. Great atmosphere, great fans. You know, it's exciting to play meaningful hockey.
All right, brother.
Right on. Congrats on everything.
Yep, and best of luck against Winnipeg tomorrow. Thanks, McKenzie.
Thanks a lot, guys.
There you go.
It's fun. It's fun. Fun to have a goaltender with a personality. Great dude. You can see how he fit in with the locker room overnight.
It's like that.
Yep.
It's a light switch.
Yep.
It's a great story about losing his teeth, too, man. Just like so bad luck.
Well, it's
like
funny because I was
ridiculous.
trying to understand the physics behind how the puck made it through the mask, and that's not the way it went down.
No, it's just the bar bent the bar hit him so hard it bent his teeth back. Then they tried to bend them back.
Oof.
I can confirm it's better to have teeth than not have teeth.
Yeah.
McKenzie Blackwood.
Yeah.
Great stuff. It's PHC here on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you suffer from erectile dysfunction, that can be such a downer on so many different levels. But if you're experiencing struggles because of ED, let's change things up. How about this for a New Year's resolution? Things are looking up at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic when the pills or herbals fail. They have success rates well over 90% with some of their treatments. They can have you last an hour or more. They're fantastic. Serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The initial visit, only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work, in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I got to love the text line, Tyler. So great. Lance, that was a fantastic interview with McKenzie Blackwood, fellas. Well done. Blackwood is one hell of a character. Text right below it. D-Mac is a straight a-hole. No wonder the players hate him.
I actually asked the worst question. I asked him if he put his girlfriend on a leash.
He was cool, man. He's cool. There's good vibes.
It's funny. Sometimes you do these interviews with guys that you've never met them. You don't know them. You don't know the personality. And sometimes it's tough. Sometimes you're grinding to figure it out. And then sometimes it's just a conversation and you're just laughing and you're having fun, Yeah. And you certainly can see why that dude fit in the locker room so quickly. And you know what? There's some cool humility in there also of like, wow, I haven't seen dudes get the puck out of the zone like that before.
Right.
Well,
they're rolling. They're 8-2 in their last 10. I think they've won 4 in a row, I believe. They're playing awful well. Winnipeg's come back to earth a little bit. So 6 o'clock puck drop on New Year's Eve. So you could, have a hockey game. You have the rest of the night. Doesn't take up the entire night. Put on a tux if you want. I think Moj and the gang will have tuxes on tomorrow night at Ball Arena. The Nuggets play tonight, but it's in Utah. And the Jazz are not very good this year, but who knows with the Nuggets, right? I realized something being at the Nuggets game on Friday night, Tyler, and you wouldn't think a 149, 135 game would be boring, but it was boring. And now I know why it's going to be difficult for the Nuggets to win a championship this year. The NBA has gone to this 3-point shooting model. And while the Nuggets can score points with anybody, the way they score the points, Tyler, is harder than these other teams scoring points. And it's got to be harder work, more exhausting.
Well, it feels like everything's got to be perfect all the time, right? It's got to be a perfect possession.
Well, it's all point. They take the least amount of 3-pointers in the league, and they're really dangerous in the paint. But I'm watching that game on Friday with the Cavs. The Cavs don't even care. They're giving up buckets in the paint left and right. They don't care because they're just going to get back and jack up another 3. Tyler, the backups off the bench from the Cavs took 18 3-pointers.
It's wild.
They hit 8 of them. The Nuggets bench actually was really good. They took 5 3-pointers, hit 4 of them. But, we're just doing some math here. The Cavs put up 80 points in the first half.
Well, there's been some fun things, though, man. I mean, I tell you what, watching Russell Westbrook play basketball is fun. That's just fun. The energy, the passion, he's like, nothing's changed. He's the exact same dude he's always been. He's a little prickly bear that, he's getting underneath dudes' skin, and, dudes are threatening, beating him up in the middle of the game, and Russ is turning to the crowd and cheering him on. Like, that was a fun little interaction against Detroit. That was fun to watch. Jamal seems to be picking it up here, so we'll see. But they are going to be fighting an uphill battle when the game has changed and you're playing a different style than everybody else.
It's kind of weird because, the points are points, right? It's kind of a bottom line. But the Nuggets are just getting these points in a way that is completely opposite to the way the rest of the NBA is operating right now. So I don't know, man. I still think they got to make a deal, but I don't know what the deal is going to be. I just don't think...
I don't know what deal there is to be had.
Well, I don't think they're built. They're not. Michael Malone said it. They're not built that way. They're not built like the Cavs or the Celtics are. They're not. They're not bringing 4 guys off the bench that are jacking up 3s left and right, just like the starters are doing. They're just not built like that. But meanwhile, their perimeter they don't want to give up layups. So and look at how fouls are called in the NBA these days. Like, Jamal steps up to play defense on a 3-pointer. His foot gets in the way, and that's a foul. I mean, it's like there's some weird rules that are allowing these guys to get these 3-pointers off.
Yeah, but I don't know that it's always ruled the same way. Like, I was watching Draymond. He shut down KG at the end of the game the other night, and he was gone to him the whole final possession. But I was watching. He's being physical with him. There was a couple times that I feel like there's certain guys that get away because Draymond's known to be a great defender. He gets away with things.
The style of basketball about having a bunch of tall, skinny dudes who jack up 3s, and that's what we're going to do because that's who the Cavs are. A bunch of tall, skinnies who jack up 3s, and they're built like that with their starting lineup. aside from Donovan Mitchell, who's just a great individual player, but he's not shy about jacking up threes. And that's exactly what they bring off the bench, too. And that's what the Celtics do, and that's what these teams do. And the
Cavs have literally built the team for the current NBA.
The Nuggets are just not built like that. And so at the end of the game, I don't really know what the coach can do. They're scoring over 120 points left and right. They are. They are an elite offense.
But it's got to be pretty frustrating as a coach because there's a lot of stuff that you love. You're like, well, you're doing what you're good at, and we're pretty good at it.
You score 135 points and you lose by 14?
Yeah, so much for Scott score 120 points.
Oh, I can't believe that was just 2 years ago where, like, you were toast. If the Nuggets scored 120, that is gone, man. That ain't even close to being the case this year. Not even close. So do you like this style of NBA or not?
No.
I'm telling you, man, I was there Friday night. I was bored to tears.
I don't like it, and the league knows that they've got an issue with the ratings. LeBron's talked about it. LeBron has been very vocal about the 3 points. That's why the ratings are going down. They know it, but it ain't going to change.
Yeah, it's boring as hell, man. And you don't have to, it's not, wow, why do I have to run up and down the court hard? Whatever. Oh, I missed 2 in a row. I'll just take that third. There was a moment in the game like Christian Brown got like 2 dunks, crowd's going crazy. And the Cavs had missed like 3 possessions, whatever. They just took another 3 on their 4th possession. Yeah, the Nuggets made up a point. But, Tyler, they made up 1 point. And the Cavs went on a 21-2 run in the second quarter. Game's done. There's just math here. We're just going to keep jacking these threes up. We already went on our run. God forbid. Don't let the other team go on another run in this NBA. Forget it. It was over.
Yep.
And it was, even though there were 1 million points scored. All right. The Broncos, are they backing into the playoffs, and how do you feel about that? What are the Chiefs going to do? And Sean Payton changes his tune a little bit on the 2-point conversion. You'll hear that next.
a tough one to lose. We had our opportunities. I'm proud of this team. I thought it wasn't perfect, but man, the will to compete and answer, it was pretty impressive. We spent some time thinking about. I'm gonna answer this now. All right, going for two. We knew a tie though was for us just as beneficial as a win, and we felt like we had the momentum at that point. So, look, it went back and forth, and in the end, we didn't make enough plays. They did. We discussed it all. We're plenty of time, and the decision we made was the right one. Yeah, well, and we were getting some saw blitzes. In other words, all that's going through your mind. Possess the ball, run the ball, and absolutely.
That was after the game. The decision we made was the right one. I was going for 2 points. That was after the game. Earlier today, I asked him about, have you had second thoughts 48 hours later? And I was nice about it. I'm like, with hindsight's always 20/20. I was a little bit nervous even asking that question, Tyler, because, could snap at you a little bit. I said what I said. Nope. Did you have second thoughts? And this is what Sean Payton said.
Oh, certainly. You go through it all the time, relative to what the call would have been. Based on the outcome, you always second guess or you always do that as a head coach. And so I know I kind of felt I trusted my gut at the moment. But yeah, I think that's normal to do that.
Okay. I give the coach credit for having a little humility there.
Sure.
It'd have been easy to stand his ground. He said it was the right one after the game. It's a little bit more balanced and, thoughtful today, which is right. I think it was a mistake. I think the decision to go for two is actually pretty easy, and it's disappointing that they blinked in that moment. That's my take on it.
Hey, context always matters in a game, okay? And I'm not the type of dude that's like, you always go for two. That's not who I am. I'm not. I think there's a lot of situations that it makes sense to go for overtime, right? But you add up the math in this one. It's hard for me to understand it, man. First off, who you playing? Mm-hmm. You're playing Joe Burrow, right? So what happens if Joe Burrow wins the coin toss? Well, you're probably going to lose. And it didn't work out that way in overtime, I know, but that certainly would be my thought process going into it. Now you got to take into account, what's the game been like? Well, he's crushing you. He's absolutely destroying you. Our defense has not gotten a stop the entire game. Literally, the Bengals had not had a single punt in the game.
Right.
Let's do the math here. We're on the road. We're facing off against the most dangerous quarterback in the NFL, and that's what Joe Burrow is. It's not the most dangerous team in the NFL, but that's the most dangerous quarterback in the NFL. We're getting our butts kicked defensively. We're arguably the inferior opponent, and we're on the road. All of that screams go for two. It all screams end it right now. And at the very least, if you lose the game, you go down and you say, boys, we swung. We fought. We went for it. Mm-hmm. It didn't work out the way we wanted it to.
Right.
And there's a lot of people on Twitter that are coming after me right now like, oh, Tyler, you'd crush me if you went for two also. I really don't think I would. Maybe people would. I really don't think I would. If I'm going down, I want to go down swinging. And that's an overall philosophy, and that's why I love Dan Campbell. And yeah, Dan Campbell's an idiot sometimes. But you know what? I know this. I'm going down swinging if I'm playing for Dan Campbell.
You're playing one of the worst defenses in the red zone and on third down. It's one play. You already got the hardest play, 4th and 1, and you got a touchdown on a miracle pass to Mims on a play you actually didn't even like.
No. Bo Nix did not make the right decision in that. Well, he made a great throw. He threw a Hail Mary. He put it where it needed to be. But the dude scrambled. If you go back and rewatch that thing, there's a great pocket in front of him. And the second he catches it, he sprints out of the pocket. Like, he didn't even think about it. I'm just sprinting out. Now, I'll give him credit on this. A lot of times by design on Hail Mary throws, you are doing that. Okay? So by design, there's a chance that maybe he was coached to do that. Mm-hmm. But the pocket was so clean in front of him. Just step up. He did it twice in that game, but he made a great throw. He made an even better throw to Cortland Sutton earlier in that drive when he's rolling out to his left-hand side. Cortland Sutton's on the scramble drill. Cortland's pinned on the sideline, and both thread an absolute needle, rolling out to the left, best throw of the game. It was gorgeous, right? So Bo did a lot of good things, and in particular on the final drive. I didn't like the pocket presence. I didn't like the decision on the last play, but he did put the ball in the one spot that it could go.
And let's face it, man, this is another one where I think Sean Payton would do it differently. I think he would do it differently if he could do it again. I do.
Well, the thing that surprised me about it is that's not the vibe that Sean Payton gives me. He doesn't give me the vibe of go to overtime and play for the tie.
No, I agree. I mean, a tie.
I'm telling you. He said after the game he went with his gut. I don't think he went with his gut. I think he got either talked out of it or he got confused.
Yeah.
Because the second that we scored the touchdown, he immediately went to the play sheet. He already had the call. He knew what he wanted. He signaled in 2-point. Bo Nix has got his 2 fingers up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you right now, quarterbacks don't just do that. They don't put the 2 fingers up just because they want to go for 2. They do that because that's been relayed to them.
Okay.
They're giving that message to the rest of the team. The initial gut was, I'm going for this thing. We had the review process. It took 150 minutes, and Sean Payton thought twice. I honestly wonder, because Sean was aware after the game that the tie got them in. And I fully admit, I had no clue that a tie would get him into the playoffs. Not until I heard the announcer say it in overtime. I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. This changes things a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Sean used that as an excuse, and I wonder if somebody was just like, hey, quick reminder, if we get a tie, that gets us in.
That wouldn't surprise me. Hey, mea culpa, same thing here. Did not hit me till they went to overtime. They could get in with the time. Did not hit. Although that being said, to get to that point in overtime seems kind of ridiculous. However, here's what's weird. The Bengals had the ball twice, and you got to that point.
I know.
There's 2:20 to go. You need a couple of first downs, take a knee. We're in the playoffs.
Yep.
And it'd been weird to end a game at midfield taking a knee. But that's exactly what you would have done if you had a brain in your head.
You needed 1 first down, and at the very least, you could have punted the ball, given it back to him with 45 seconds, made life really tough. You get 2 first downs, it's game over, take a knee, we end the game with a tie, we're in the playoffs.
Actually, both teams were idiots. Near the end of regulation, the Broncos are trying to stop the Bengals. The Bengals screwed up by just not taking a knee because Chase Brown fell down, got injured. So there goes a timeout on their half. I mean, what a lucky break for the Broncos there. The Bengals really...
Oh, we got 2 free timeouts. They had an incompletion, and then they had the injury. We got 2 free timeouts right there.
It was insane. Total mismanagement of the end of the game by the Bengals. And the score was tied at the time. So even if you get it down to even if the field goal gets blocked, Tyler, you're in overtime if you're the Bengals. Horrible mismanagement of the game by them. Horrible. And then the Broncos actually try to stop Joe Burrow from scoring a touchdown. What are you doing? It really blows me away that you spend so much time on football and some of these really important game management things escape you because they don't come up that often. And I guess you just don't practice it or you're not aware of what has to happen in this situation. That being said, thank God they scored, because if they stopped them, the clock's just going to wind down. They're probably going to score a touchdown anyway. And you're going to have less time to go down the field.
Yep.
What are the Bengals really thinking there, by the way?
A lot of people are ticked off about the timeouts in overtime because if you knew that you could get a tie, why are you calling timeouts? I don't know. Those didn't bother me so much. I mean, Sean said his guys needed a break. And in order to get to the tie, you do have to get a stop, right? So as a coach, if you're looking at your boys and you're like, nah, that don't look right, I really don't mind the timeouts as much in overtime. I know that's driving a lot of fans nuts. Those didn't bother me all too much.
Well, they did come with less than 5 minutes to go, and there were only 2 plays, timeout, 2 plays, timeout. Sean Payton explained it this way today.
Yeah, listen, you have them, and part of it is just calming things down. And, once you're in that part of the game, it's sudden death then. And so, partly to give our guys a break.
I mean, I'm rolling my eyes at that. Okay. All right, I guess.
I don't know. Gary Kubiak famously called a timeout one time to give DeMarcus Ware a break.
That did not make sense either, and it worked out. And he wasn't shy about it. We called the timeout for one dude, and it worked out. But it didn't make a lot of logical sense. I don't know where the guys maybe they were tired. I don't know. Maybe I kind of see where you're going on that.
I mean, to get the tie, you got to get a stop.
Yeah.
So if either you didn't like the coverage, you didn't like whatever, I mean, I got it. We're trying to get the clock to expire, but we also need a stop.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm not that beating him up on that too much too. I guess the guys were just a little tired. I get it. It's overtime, the whole thing. Listen, playing for a tie just does not make any sense. It's too hard to get to that point.
I mean, it's insane to think that you're going to stop Joe Burrow multiple times in overtime and get to a tie. The crazier part about it is you actually got to that part.
You did, and you couldn't get 2 first downs or 1 first down. It's like, to your point, you get 1 first down, they stop you, you punt. They're fielding the ball at like the 10-yard line.
Right.
Instead, they get the ball at their own 46 because it's 3 and out. First play was fine. 3-yard run. All right. A screen behind the line of scrimmage for -1. Now it's 3rd and 8.
And then we throw the little swing route.
Incomplete pass, and you didn't do anything. So, frustrating game. Fun game, exciting game, TV game. Wise, there's all sorts of stuff going on.
That was a roller coaster of emotions, and I promise you this, as frustrated as you felt as a Broncos fan, if you were a Bengals fan watching that game, they blew 3 times the amount of opportunities the Broncos blew.
Oh, my God. At the end of the day, they win, so I guess you're all right. But, yeah, if you're a Bengals fan, you should be a little pissed at Zach Taylor. That game should not have been close.
You know, the other decision that isn't really getting discussed here, the very first possession, we take the ball, we march down the field, we've got a great drive. You get down there, it's 4th and 2. And I thought in my head, for sure, Sean Payton's going for this thing.
Yeah, I did
for sure. I mean, we're playing the Bengals. You know you're going to probably have to score 30 points to beat the Bengals.
It's the first drive.
Probably going to have to be recklessly aggressive in order to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
And he kicked the field goal.
I agree.
And that one to me was even like, what are we doing?
I totally agree.
What are we doing? It's 4th and 2, man.
Why did you not defer? You didn't defer. You wanted the ball, which I kind of like. But I don't beat that drum too hard because I get the other side. I do. But if you're going to get the ball first, it is to put your opponent down. Go for it. Go for it.
I mean, everything was clicking. The drive is fantastic.
Bo Nix, I think, had like 7 carries for like 31 yards. Bo Nix is a good athlete, man. Bo Nix can move around. He can get it done.
He's getting a little bit antsy again, though. He's getting a little bit antsy. He's not trusting the pocket. He's kind of defaulting back to where he was in the first half of the season. Using his legs, which is okay. He's got great athleticism. I'm down with it. I'm not trying to take that away from him, but I did not love the pocket presence in this game. But I loved a few of the throws.
The Broncos now will face a Chiefs team with literally nothing to play for. They're 9.5-point favorites by Vegas. And that's got Tyler and other people a little bit nervous. So it's here. You have one game to get into the playoffs. If the Chiefs lay down and lose, they will eliminate the Bengals. The Bengals have to play the Steelers on Saturday. The Steelers are already in the playoffs. The lot to play for the Bengals. So, I mean, it could be kind of a weird point. Like if the Steelers do beat the Bengals, I don't know. Then it's really the Broncos or the Dolphins in terms of how the Chiefs favor things. We'll see how it goes. We're here to talk about it all week. Let's Football Go coming up next.
Dan Tanner taking some well-deserved time off. Our guy Cole running the show. Oh, boy, time to shine, Cole. Let's see what you got.
I will do my best to hold the reins.
All right. Here we go.
As you guys have talked about, or maybe you don't know, the Denver Broncos are playing the Kansas City Chiefs this weekend.
Heard about that.
Very likely Patrick Mahomes and other starters will sit for Week 18. Andy Reid spoke with the media today, and he would not confirm whether or not he would be sitting players. But Coach Sean Payton was asked earlier today on how he will prep for the Chiefs, most likely playing some backups.
I don't know that it changes the game plan because the scheme's still the same. I think you have to approach it like you're seeing starters at these positions. Obviously, NFL rosters are, it's not like you have a college roster, and I've been in this position before on the other side of it. So I think you're looking at the scheme relative to the game plan, and then planning on seeing the player that you're watching on film, and if someone else is in that spot, then so be it.
Yeah, it's a weird spot to be. You know what the Chiefs are going to do. You don't need them to tell you it. So Andy Reid playing some gamesmanship here, but he knows what he's going to do. He's not going to play his starters. Jay Glazer said that if you got a hangnail, you're rested in this game.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with the premise of what Sean Payton's saying there. One thing I would say watch out for, though, I could easily see Andy Reid doing some crazy stuff in this game. Just, like the Damari Poe jump pass from years back. Things that you put stuff on film for other teams to have to analyze. So watch out for some extra crazy Kansas City Chiefs stuff.
Broncos held the Chiefs. I mean, they should have beat the Chiefs. Let's be honest about what really happened in Kansas City this year. They competed with them in that situation. They're a 9.5-point favorite for a reason. However the game's going to work out, it's going to go in the Broncos' favor, and we're going to be playing Buffalo in the first round of the playoffs, which is exactly what we talked about last week, frankly. It's going to be a tough game against the Bengals, and it was. And in all honesty, this is why it's painful that Sean Payton didn't go for two, because you probably shouldn't have been that close in the first place when you really look at that game. How many yards you gave up? Over 500 yards. Burrow throwing for over 400. T. Higgins, Gesicki, Jamar Chase, what they did to you. And they even dropped some passes. Nah, you shouldn't even been in that game, and you didn't take advantage of the gift that was given to you. But whatever. I don't even care about style points. Getting the playoffs is a huge deal. How you going to do against Buffalo? Who cares? Probably not great, but just the fact that you got to this point this year to me is an amazing accomplishment.
Well, it is, and it doesn't take anything away from it. If you limp into the playoffs, it doesn't take anything away from the success of the season. But I care, man. I care a lot. Look, you got a lot to figure out on this team. You got a defense that has fallen apart for the last 5 weeks. You got an offense that has been stuttering. You've got a play caller who's been confused on his commitment to the running game. And you can limp into the playoffs and be proud of that, or you can burst the door open and run into the playoffs and have a little bit of pride and feel like, yeah, I've got a fighting chance against the Bills.
By the way, they were fully committed to the run on Saturday, though, Tyler. They were. They didn't back off of that at all, and Javonte Williams did not get one carry.
Yep.
How about that?
Yep.
Tells you where he's at. And Tyler Bidet, talk about just a under-the-radar little story. He might be available to play.
Well, also it was fascinating that Blake Watson was not active for the game.
Right.
So
much
he
for
got
that.
activated last week. He got like 4 carries. I thought he looked okay. Nothing incredible, but he looked okay. They decided not even dress him for the game.
Yeah, I was shocked they handed them the ball right away. But again, listen, you don't have to overthink this. If Jaleel McLaughlin is healthy, he gets most of them. SMA, whatever. And I like them mixing things up with Mims. I'm fine with Mims 2 or 3 because it does set him up for other interesting plays.
I didn't love the timing of the one Mims carry in this game, though. You were running the hell out of the ball. Jaleel McLaughlin was crushing it. Audric Estime was crushing it. It was old school, like just pound the rock. And then out of nowhere, you put Marvin Mims in the backfield and you give him the toss sweep to try to get outside and get outside to the right on an 18 truck. And the timing of it was just like, why? Everything's perfect with your true running backs. But then the next play after that, you had Marvin Mims in the backfield, and he threw the little swing route to him that they continued to throw.
All right, next up, Cole.
All right, guys, you talked about it a lot with The Broncos scoring 8 seconds left in Saturday's game. They had a chance to go for 2 or kick the field goal. And here's what Coach Sean Payton had to say on the decision to not go for 2.
We spent some time thinking about. I'm gonna answer this now. All right, going for 2. We knew a tie though was for us just as beneficial as a win, and we felt like we had the momentum at that point. So, look, it went back and forth, and in the end, we didn't make enough plays. They did. All right.
And I wanted to ask you guys if the game didn't have such high, I guess, expectations, and if it wasn't basically a playoff game, would that have also affected Coach Payton's decision to go for 2? And would they have just tried to go for the win as opposed to taking the loss and going into this week with the same standards?
I think he just folded. I think he just kind of choked in that situation. He kind of wimped out, and I think he would have done it differently next time. I think it's kind of as simple as that.
Yeah, I don't know what the logic was behind it, quite frankly. You could talk to me about the tie, but the odds of getting a tie in overtime, like, come on, you're playing Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
You got close to it, ironically, which was insane, but, I mean, the logic behind it was nuts.
No, it doesn't make sense.
You're playing a team that you have not gotten a defensive stop the entire game. They haven't punted the ball once. It's Joe Burrow. You're going to overtime. What do you think is going to happen?
I wonder who got in his ear to talk him out of it. There had to be voices telling him to just go for the extra point.
I think it might have been as simple as this. He probably knew before the game that a tie got them in. I'm not saying that like that popped up on him, but somebody might have just gotten in his ear and just be like, "Hey, coach, just quick reminder, a tie does get us in."
Yeah, who's that? Who's talking to him like that?
I don't know.
I wish they didn't have so much time.
It was the stupid review.
It was the stupid review.
They were going for it. They were absolutely going to go for it.
He was looking at his play sheet. Bo's running down the field. I mean, you only have so much time on the play clock. You gotta go. You got to do this thing. And then it did feel forever on that review, didn't it? It felt forever.
Felt like 156 minutes.
Next story, Cole.
Guys, while some teams are sitting players for the hopes of keeping them healthy in the postseason, some teams are being asked if they will sit players in hopes of getting the number 1 draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
Head coach Jared Mayo of the New England Patriots was asked if he would sit Drake May in Week 18, and he said, quote, "We're 100% focused on beating the Buffalo Bills, and that's what we have to do." But he also said, quote, "Everything is in consideration."
It's an interesting story because the Bills, I haven't even thought about that one. Boy, New England could really screw things up if they beat the Bills. I got to think about that one for a second. Does it play into the Bills are solid at number 2. That's it. They can't do anything. They're going to host a wild card game. They have no reason to play their guys, really. They should take a bye week for themselves. And I'm wondering, because New England's in their division, do the Bills tank it on purpose to New England so New England gets hurt in the draft, theoretically, that they would fall back? How about that?
Yeah, you love these mind game scenarios. They'll do what the Chiefs will do. If they decide to play their starters, they'll accept that it's okay if they lose the game, but they'll play to win the game with the guys that are on the field. That's what they'll do.
Oh, that's going to be a really interesting game to watch.
Everybody always talks about how easy it is to tank, and I'm like, watch. I warned you guys. I warned everybody. These guys are going to accidentally win a game. The Raiders did it. Giants did it. Watch out, Patriots.
That would be so dumb for the Patriots to do that. Wow. If you're the Bills, would you want a team in your division to have less of a chance to improve themselves? Because the other 2 teams that are going to stink it up are Tennessee and Cleveland. They're at 2 and 3, not in your division. AFC, okay, but not in your division. Wow, that is next level weird psychology right there. The last week of the season, Tyler, is a strange week, man. There's always. Why do you think fantasy football leagues wrap up basically this past weekend?
Right.
Tonight.
Right.
Tonight's usually the last. They don't use this because it's so goofy.
Weird things happen.
Wow. And that game is, where is that game? Oh, that's it's in New England. It's in
Buffalo.
Oh, it's in Buffalo?
I believe it is, yep.
No, it's in New England. I'm looking at it right now. It's in New England. I bet that's what happens, Tyler. I bet the Bills rest their guys. I bet New England plays because for all the reasons you brought up, they can't help themselves. Holy cow, man. You're looking at the Titans or the Browns maybe drafting Schefter. Well, if the Titans have it, forget it. They're not going to do anything. They'll just draft Schefter, and the Browns will draft Cam Ward, right?
Yeah. I mean, it would be the same thing if the Browns were in front of them.
And I don't know who lose. The team that screwed it up royally was the Giants.
Thank you, Drew Lock, for your 400-yard game.
Amazing. All right, last one, Cole.
And guys, as the season comes to the end, you guys know the coaching carousel begins, and the Jets and Bears are already jumping on. Former head coach Ron Rivera and former Jets head coach Rex Ryan are all in line and expected to interview for the head coaching position in New York. And the Chicago Bears are expected to interview. Excuse me.
Wait a second. Slow down a second. Rex Ryan?
Yes, former Jets head coach Rex Ryan is expected to interview for the team's job.
For what? For the Jets job?
Yes, correct.
Hold on.
According to who?
According to
ESPN.
According to ESPN?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course Rex Ryan wants it. I don't know. Maybe they're crazy. They did have a little success with them, so maybe their owner's just like, hey, I can't figure anything else out.
The ESPN's reporting Rex Ryan is interviewing. Oh, okay, I'm looking at you.
Well, Rex Ryan has been publicly campaigning for the job.
Yes, he's been very vocal about wanting this job again.
Okay.
How long has Rex has been out for a minute now?
Oh my Lord! That would be one of the most. Okay, all right, whatever. I mean, it's the Jets. Who gives a crap? I mean, listen. Thank God for the Jets for the Broncos because they have gone the longest without a winning season, and they've gone the longest with missing the playoffs. And the Broncos can break both of those things.
That's not a very appealing job, though, man.
Oh.
I mean, there's no real path to a quarterback. You're stuck with a team of aging veterans. You're probably in cap hell. I don't know. That cannot be an overly appealing job.
Well, you do have Nathaniel Hackett, though.
Yes. I'm sure he'll get it.
You got what happens to Aaron Rodgers, by the way? I mean, they move on from him, right?
Ask Woody. That's what Aaron keeps saying. Ask Woody.
Man, they're gonna get rid of him. You are in a bad spot there, bro. Like that is.
Does Aaron Rodgers play football anywhere next year?
What did they do in Pittsburgh? Let me go through some scenarios. What are they doing in Pittsburgh?
What did the Raiders do?
Okay, we're just hopping to that. Okay, sure. What are the Raiders doing?
I don't know.
What are the Niners?
I mean,
what are the Niners doing?
I think that's a tough one, but I think they ride it out with Brock. But we went through the list earlier. There's 5 or 6 incredibly hungry teams for a quarterback. There's 2 quarterbacks in the draft. There's going to be somebody out there that could probably use Aaron Rodgers, believe it or not.
For 1 year. It's a 1-year deal. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. I mean, you're not that close. The Raiders aren't that close.
I do think Aaron Rodgers wants to play next year.
I think if there's one team maybe that could rebound and make it work would be the Niners for 1 year. Maybe. They're in a bad draft position. Who knows how committed they are to Brock Purdy? Seriously. The Niners may make sense. And he goes back home, right? Like where he's from and the whole thing. And it's Kyle, who's a genius and a great coach. And I'm going to guess Kyle and Aaron Rodgers have a pretty good relationship. It's just a guess on my part. I don't know that. Maybe.
I don't know. They got a lot of good stuff in San Francisco. I think they're looking at this year like, what more could go wrong? They lost 25 starters.
Yeah, I get it. Do they really believe in Brock Purdy?
I don't know that they really believe in him, but I think they believe in him enough to take him over Aaron Rodgers.
I hope they do.
That would be the right thing to do.
But then again, whatever. But aside from that, where else does it make sense for Aaron Rodgers?
I don't know.
Not a lot of places.
I don't know.
Pittsburgh might be another one. What are you doing with Russell Wilson if you're the Steelers, bro? What are you doing with him?
You're walking.
See you later, right?
Yeah, but there's no real solution, so it might be more difficult than you think.
Well,
I mean, where are they drafting?
Oh, they're
26.
They're way down, man. I had this right here.
25, 26, somewhere in that ballpark.
25 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're in big trouble there.
Right.
That's why they'd be better off developing Justin Fields, frankly. But whatever. And now you got Russ, and what are they, 6-4 with Russ? It's okay. It's all right. It's not great. They're probably going to be 6-5 after this weekend, after they play the Bengals.
It's like the Broncos last year.
Yeah.
It was all right.
It's right. There's really no difference with Russ this year and last year. It's just kind of all right.
It's okay.
Yeah. But you're not winning championships or anything. You're not winning in the playoffs like that.
There's no real hope.
There's no real hope. There's no future. You're just exactly the fact that they even got 10 wins is somewhat of a miracle, and they're in the playoffs. And you know what? The Texans aren't playing great. They aren't. And if you're just playing against the Texans, I don't know. Can the Chargers pass them? Is there a situation where the Steelers could fall to 6th instead of 5th? Maybe there is.
I don't know. You're really tied into that. You're far better at that than I am.
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at it. What do we got here? We got both teams at 10-6. They win the tiebreak over the Chargers based on head-to-head.
God, Chargers looked good this weekend, by the way.
Oh, my God.
Lad McConkey was just streaking all over the field.
They could pass the Steelers. They could. If the Steelers lose and the Chargers win this week, and I think the Chargers are playing the Raiders, I believe. Yep. They stink, obviously. Chargers got a lot to play for there. Because if you're the Chargers, how about that? Would you rather play the Ravens in Baltimore or the Texans in Houston? Give me a break. They got plenty to play for.
Yeah.
And that would set up, that'd be a fun playoff game, man. That'd set up the Steelers and Ravens in a playoff game, in a wild card game.
That would be a lot of fun.
Pretty fun right there.
And actually, you never know with those two. They might make a game out of it.
Another one real quick on the quarterback stuff. Sam Darnold. Dude. Wow.
They've got no choice.
They have no choice.
You are all in with Sam Darnold.
You just pay him.
Are you kidding me? This has been a magical season.
That's it. He's still in his prime. He's got many years left.
You saw the way that team loves him, too, man.
God. They're raising him on their shoulders and dousing him with water and all that. Are you kidding me?
It was like watching Rudy.
Dude. And O'Connell's just standing back there, just watching, these are my guys.
Kevin O'Connell must literally be the quarterback whisperer.
Hell of a coach. Oh,
I can't believe, every time I see him out there, I just can't help but think, like, that was my teammate at the East-West Shrine Bowl game.
Can you get a first-round pick for J.J. McCarthy?
I don't know.
It's interesting, though, huh?
Maybe.
You're the Giants or the Raiders or one of these teams that are back a little bit. You just say, screw it. Here's the number 4 pick. We'll take J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, it's actually a really good thought. I mean, there's a lot of quarterback-hungry teams. It's hard to think there'd be diminished value on him because of an injury.
Not much, man. And it's 1 year out of you got the 5th-year extension anyway, so you got 4 more years of him. An ACL, that's no big deal. Seriously. For a young guy like that, he should be fine.
ACL's no big deal.
It doesn't seem to be that big of a deal these days. I'm not saying it's no big deal, but it's something that most guys do tend to bounce back from okay. But look at the teams that are quarterback needy. The Saints.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
The Giants. The Raiders. If you're Minnesota, okay, so you're spending a little bit more money quicker than you thought you would. Who cares?
A lot of people keep asking about Kirk Cousins, and he's definitely another name in this carousel. He'll get another chance.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Based off the amount of teams there are. Where are all these teams finding solutions?
I don't know. That's a fair point. Kirk's done, though, man. I mean, there's guys that are done. He's done. Russ is done.
But if you're asking me, would I rather have Kirk Cousins or Aaron Rodgers? Kirk Cousins, 10 out of 10.
Well, I think that's the question the Niners are going to have to ask themselves. And they're in a sticky wicket, bro. Like, it's tough. If Brock's not their guy.
Kyle does give up on quarterbacks like nobody else.
Okay. Well, it'll be a fun offseason, too. And one more interesting week. Will the Bills tank out to the Patriots to screw over the Patriots in the draft? That would be a trip. And we're all going to be tied into it here because of Schefter and Travis Hunter.
Schefter was so confident where he was going. I got the New York Giants cleats on. I'm ready to go, baby.
In terms of what the Broncos will face with the Chiefs, details on that coming up next.
Hey, if you guys are out there struggling with hair loss, first off, know that you're not alone. I know it's a bad feeling. And if you're anything like me, you might have already gone online and you've searched for answers. You might have already bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing's working, certainly not the way that you want it to. It's time to invest in yourself and do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Guys, they've changed tens of thousands of lives. and now it's your turn. I want you to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Guys, Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire team at Advanced Hair, the best of the best. They're going to fix your hair up right. And matter of fact, they're so confident in what they do, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee, folks. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day, and it's guaranteed for life. So pick up the phone, call today. You're going to get $250 off and $250 free hair grafts, but that is a limited time offer. Call 720-459-HAIR.
Anyway, so I was like, I was so like, I wasn't.
I had to take the phone call. I got a phone call. Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just would be not all night, but a lot of people. Like, you know, just like. Okay, yeah. Then, yeah. Yeah.
On the text line, DMAC, Ipswich, Massachusetts, my hometown, is doing KSE's Arsenal a favor by leading Chelsea 2-0. They actually beat Chelsea.
I'm sorry. Is there an Ipswich soccer team?
Is there an Ipswich soccer team? Yeah. In the English Premier League.
Got it.
Ever hear of it?
Yeah.
Right now, Ipswich.
No, is actually the
I guess
answer.
you haven't heard of it? Well, they're on the fence of relegation there. Good old Ipswich Town. They're 18th on the table. Not good. So, but a nice win over Chelsea today, who's way up in the table at 4th. And that's good news for Arsenal. I'm a company man. So way to go, Ipswich.
Yeah, buddy.
Arsenal in 3rd. So we up yours, Chelsea.
Take that L on the way out.
That's right. Ipswich Town in the house.
Is it spelled the same?
Yeah,
Ipswich?
that's what we're named after.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, let me tell you.
The town is named out.
Oh, yeah.
Back up.
Oh, the vast majority of towns in Massachusetts are named after the same town in England.
Okay.
They weren't very creative, those pilgrims. They're just like, where are you from?
Well, let's do this again.
Yeah.
Let's just recreate it.
Recreate what?
England.
Oh, that's what?
Yeah.
They called it New England.
Got it.
They were not very creative. They came over here and said, let's start something new.
We don't like it in England. Let's do it again.
Let's just call everything the same thing. Yeah, Ipswich, England. I don't know where it is. Never been there. Don't really care about it, but yeah. Thanks for the update there. Appreciate it here. Ipswich Town. Wow, we're getting some insight. Ipswich Town is like the Houston Oilers. They existed, but they aren't relevant. They existed, but they aren't relevant.
They are in the Premier League, though.
That feels like a team right up my alley.
Take that, Ryan Reynolds. Have you seen the new Deadpool, by the way?
Is it on just TV yet?
You can rent it.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. For like $20?
Yeah.
I ain't there.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll tell me when it's like $6 and maybe I'll get it.
Okay.
I don't know. I missed it in the movies.
I'm a big Deadpool fan.
I am too.
The dude's funny.
I agree. I just do not want to pay $19 to see a movie.
I got you.
But I'm a Deadpool fan as well.
You can always pirate it.
Well, I don't know how to do that, but I definitely want to watch it. But I don't know, man. I just don't go to the movies.
I watched it the other night. It was pretty good.
All right. Where's, let's see here. Hey, Tyler. Oh, gosh.
No, don't read that one. Don't read that one. That one's mean.
They got to do something about Ralphie.
That one's mean. They're not putting her out to pasture. Well, maybe like a retirement pasture. Like go enjoy your retirement, but not like we're sending you out to pasture.
This Ralphie was never good to start with.
She ain't down for it.
She was a little undersized to begin with.
She's a little moody. She's
I mean, that was embarrassing.
When she decides she doesn't want to do something, she's a little bit stubborn.
Yep.
We've had some bad moments, but that took the cake. She's like, "Why did you put me in a freaking trailer? Drive me all the way down to Texas?
Right.
I don't want to be in a trailer for 15 hours.
Right.
I don't want to go to Texas." But now we took Blackout. We took Blackout all the way down to Georgia. When we played Georgia, we drove Blackout all the way down there, and Blackout did her deal. She was loud and proud.
Perfect day for bison burgers.
Shut your face.
That is not nice.
Shut your face.
D-Mac, you have Disney Plus. It's on there. That's where I watched the new one. Oh, I do not have Disney Plus because I'm not 9.
You don't like Star Wars?
And no, not really. Again, I'm not 9. The new Bob Dylan movie or Nosterfu?
I'm sorry?
NosterAfu.
Well, F-U too.
Or the Bob Dylan movie. I like movie biops, like music biops tend to be pretty good. But probably neither. They need to send Ralphie to a farm upstate where she'll have plenty of room to run around and play.
Okay, see, I'm okay with that one, right? We don't need to kill the poor girl. She doesn't need to be fed to people as burgers.
No.
But yeah, she's got to go.
Do you know they got the buffalo right behind my house there on the bluffs there. That
I wondered, like I really do wonder, and I should know more about this. But like, how long does it take to train a buffalo? Like what kind of commitment is going into this
Well, they
thing
got
to
a
train the
whole.
Buffalo?
They got those Aggie students. That's a whole crew. That's all they do. They're on scholarship. I thought. That's what I was told. They're on scholarship to do the whole Ralphie stuff.
Well, actually, I don't know if they're on scholarship or not. But do you know who Sean Tufts is?
Oh, that sounds so.
So
familiar.
Sean Tufts went to Cherry Creek High School also. He was like the number one linebacker in the country coming out of Creek, and he went to CU. Had a career in the NFL. Played for the Panthers for 4 or 5 years. Went back to CU. So Sean was my teammate at the University of Colorado. He goes to the NFL, and he's going back to CU to get his master's, and he actually became a Ralphie runner. So after he goes back to school, after he played for the University of Colorado, he ran Ralphie.
That's awesome.
It is awesome.
Yeah, I don't know where. Oh, here's one. Here's a cool one for you. Did Columbus play with Von Miller? Crazy seeing him still playing.
It is wild.
The answer is yes.
Anytime I see anybody I played with still in the league, that's wild to me.
Boy, it's interesting.
I mean, I've been out for a while now.
I thought about that too, like because Von doesn't get that many snaps, but he is a really interesting specialist that they use. It is what a luxury to have that you can have a pass rush specialist, and it's Von Miller. Pretty cool. Which essentially is what DeMarcus Ware was, right?
Yeah.
You know, that's what.
But Von's a
Ware
whole lot more expensive,
as it turns out. But they held on to him. They saw value having it. I guess they could afford it.
Von actually willingly gave money back this year. I don't know if you remember that.
I do not remember that.
He didn't have to. He got his money. He had his. He had them by the you-know-what. They had no choice but to pay him.
Von got suspended this year too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't he? Yeah, that went down this year too, right?
Yeah. Way to bring it down.
I know, sorry.
Jeez. Sitting here bragging on him.
I thought about that, though, when I saw him get that sack. I'm like, oh, my God. That's a Super Bowl MVP from 2015, 2016, getting that sack right there. That is like 10 years ago. He's still doing that. As a 2-time Super Bowl champion, I think a slam dunk first ballot Hall of Famer.
Oh, he's got to be, right?
Fun little story. Didn't even think of that. Broncos-Bills playoffs. Seeing Von again.
Somebody asked me if I thought that the off the field stuff with Von would keep him back from the Hall of Fame, and no, I don't.
Probably not. I mean, unless it'd have to go in some pretty wild directions for that to happen. But I agree with you. Probably not. How are you feeling about Buffalo playing the Bills? If that's what happens, I mean, if it does happen, that is what would happen.
Listen, there's a part of me that's like, hey, if we can go toe to toe with Joe Burrow, why can't we go toe to toe with Josh Allen? Right? Like we just looked pretty damn good against Joe Burrow.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different team, though. We're not just talking about 2 elite quarterbacks. It's a different football team with different vibes, with different energies, with a radically different defense.
Yeah,
and it doesn't feel good at all. But I'll be happy to be there.
I will too. It'll be, some odd conflicted feelings. I
would have felt slightly different if we had beat the Bengals, though.
I would have felt a lot more confident. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's much of a chance against Buffalo, but it'd be great to be there.
Yep.
And the expectations for next year would raise through the roof. And all you have to do is beat the JV team of the Chiefs.
It would just be pretty cool for Bo Nix to say I took the team to the playoffs my rookie year.
It'd be excellent. And you were a 2-point conversion away from doing that. Or in overtime, a couple of first downs with 2 minutes to go. And you couldn't get that done. I mean, it's right there. I'll tell you this now, with everything going on and how it would benefit the Chiefs. And if you lose, if you're right, if the Chiefs really do not lay down, if they're just like, frig it, we're the Chiefs, we really don't care. We just really want to win everything. And they play like that and they beat the Broncos. You are going to have some major changes with the Denver Broncos in the offseason.
You might be looking at that either way.
Well, okay.
I'm not saying this as a fact because I don't know it as a fact, but my gut tells me there's a lot of tension between Sean Payton and Vance Joseph.
Well, I agree with you on that. I think that's probably a change that's going to happen one way or the other. I don't think VJ was really his guy to start with. And VJ may have other opportunities. You never know. But it gets going. It gets for real this week. All right, we're off tomorrow because...
Well, there's some bowl game.
There's some bowl game. And then New Year's. We're off then, too. So we just did it. That's it. We got a weekend. Woo!
Tough day.
That was exhausting. What an exhausting week. Cole, we appreciate all your help. Thank you so much. The boys, are they up at Hofbrau? Is that right?
Correct, at
Where are they
Hofbrau.
at? Okay. They're coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, we are here. We are live at the Hofbrau in Westminster, 92nd and Wadsworth. Come and say hello to us today as we are taking you up until Monday Night Football this evening, which you can watch here at Hofbrau if you like football games where the outcome doesn't matter at all. Because that's what you get tonight on Monday Night Football. However, there is a Nuggets game. They will take on the Utah Jazz, Andy, and that is reason enough to come out to Hofbrau and consume some sports. How you doing, pal?
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm all right.
Good.
We had our little week off. Now we're all back.
We're here.
This is the weirdest week ever. These weeks I find are strange.
In what matter?
Just when the old holiday falls in the dead middle of the week.
Yeah.
Sure what to do with the time off. We're dealing with an actual. You and I have the nice problem of actually needing to talk about a Bronco game planning. It's the first time in these shows runs.
That's right.
They're actually in the playoff race with a realistic shot of getting it done, although Sean Payton's doing his best to try to maybe take him out of that scenario. But yeah, I don't know. Hey, let me ask you this. After that weekend action that we just saw, after that game on Saturday, we all felt like Sean maybe Sean did a couple things so he didn't have to have Russ back. Maybe he just isn't good at end of game and overtime management.
Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe I just oversold what was going on.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing. I don't understand why, if you score an unlikely 4th and 1 touchdown with a miraculous catch along the sideline by Marvin Mims. Great game by Mims. Great catch by Mims. Unbelievable play.
Take them on Bo to give him a shot.
Great right? By Bo Nix. It's so funny. All the Broncos receivers are like 6'9" and taller, and yet they threw the ball to Mims on that play. He goes and gets it done. Great job. I guess he had control of the ball before his body.
Yeah, well, here's what I'll say. All right, I'm not sure he bought that, but I also am not buying that T. Higgins. I mean, you were really getting loose with first foot down on that call.
Yeah.
Because in live action, it looked like to me 1 foot got in when you actually had hands and fingers on the football.
A mild blade of turf, I
guess.
Toe, but hey, you know what? I tend to go by the rule. If it won't just let it ride.
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
Let them both ride. I'm okay with that. So then, all right. They have to review it.
And review it.
And then
we almost made it to Sunday action by the time they made the decision.
And somewhere in there, Sean Payton got cold feet and said, "We play for overtime. We push for OT. You have 2 yards between
you and the playoffs,
victory, the postseason, and not letting Joe Burrow touch the football again." Which that to me is that's got to be the biggest part of the calculus. You would not force that guy to punt the entire game. Okay. Yeah, you'd sacked him 7 times, or I think it was 5 times at that point. You had done a great job with your pass rush. Guess what? Most of those sacks, this will sound kind of dumb, Andy. They didn't do anything.
Nope.
He converted. Like that's what makes quarterback greatness, right? That's Mahomes and that's Joe Burrow. Of when you put them behind the sticks, they still convert, and they mostly did that throughout that game. There was the sack on the 4th down on the goal line, and other until overtime that any of those sacks actually forced Cincinnati to have to punt the ball away. Okay, you have a chance to not let that guy touch the ball again and just win the game outright right there. Is it a 50-50 proposition? Sure. Okay. But also, aren't you Sean Payton? Aren't you offensive play calling, play designing wizard Sean Payton? You don't got something ready to go against that garbage Cincinnati defense to just push it in and finish the thing and go to the playoffs, but instead they choose to play for overtime, and that proved to be faulty. Really, they should have lost the game twice in overtime. Unfortunately, Cade York doinked that sucker, and then eventually Burrow, pardon the expression here, Andy, but I think most people know what I'm talking about here. the end of that, by the final possession, Joe Burrow just took it out and smacked the Broncos in the face with it.
Yeah. Burrow basically said to them, I got news for you.
Yeah.
I'm not letting anybody else win this game, but the offense is not coming off the field.
No, and what also infuriates me about it is Cincinnati's end of game management was worse.
Yeah.
And
Zach Taylor's terrible.
What's he doing?
I don't know.
What is he doing?
I got no idea what he's doing.
First off, the second that he sees Chase Brown, Chase Brown goes down to the goal line. The second that you see him struggle to get up even slightly, you tell your big beefy guys, carry his ass off the field. Okay? We're not burning a timeout right here. Make Denver do it, but they all just stand there and watch Chase Brown. Then they have to come out. And again, that was even a little bit questionable because enough time had elapsed since Denver had already called the timeout. But okay, fine. You want to reverse that? Cool. That's a break for the Broncos. Very next play, we'll just push in. Again, you could have forced Denver to burn a timeout and taken it well below 1 minute on the clock and then kicked a 20-yard chip shot field goal and gone ahead in that game. But okay, you decide you just want to score a touchdown right off the jump. Good on you. You gave Denver an opportunity. You opened the door for them. And Sean Payton, all he said was, well, I will politely enter, but I don't want to cross too far into your home. I'll just chat with you on the stoop and kick a damn extra point. And the Broncos ended up losing because, again, they thought it was a good idea to give the ball back to Joe Burrow.
And not only that, I know Tyler was defending Sean for this earlier. I don't buy in. If all you need is a tie, and all they need is a tie, why are you calling timeouts in the second half?
Why are you calling
third down? You need the clock to run out.
Yeah.
You don't need to score.
Play
you don't
the
need
game.
to do anything.
Like you had
now you're here.
Yeah.
And you're calling timeouts. You're letting them reset themselves. Now, Sean, I know, said today, oh, well, we needed some rest and this, that, the look, you don't let Joe Burrow and that offense reset itself.
Well, and this
just don't do it.
Okay, fine. If your guys are gassed, don't run down and call a timeout the second after the play ends.
Right. Well,
let 10, 15 seconds burn. Let them start to line up and be like, okay, now we'll take the timeout and now our guys will rest. But instead, you weren't acting as though that was what you were trying to do. Also,
he was coaching it, Nate, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, he was coaching it like he thought he was going to get the ball back if they keep the field goal.
Right.
That's how he felt like he was playing that.
And, okay, the playing for the tie thing, that's asinine.
It is.
That's stupid.
It's hard to do.
And let me just give you the math on it, okay? Here we go, Andy. Since they changed the overtime rules, all right, 2017, they changed the OT rules, knocked it down to 10 minutes, okay? Through week 17 of this year, since that rule change, we have had 113 regular season games go to overtime. You know how many ties we've had? 7. 6% of the time the games end in a tie. There has not been a tie in the NFL in the last 2 years. Oh, by the way, again, in regulation, every time Burrow touched the ball, he went into the red zone. So that's not something to hope for. That shouldn't have even been a part of the calculus to even be thinking about the tie. Plus, it's a weird thing to introduce for your players who just need to keep in the mentality of foot on the gas and win the damn football game. I hated Sean's decision at the end of that game to kick the PAT. You're on the road. The playoffs are right there. You got Bo Nix running down the sideline with 2 fingers in the air. You look at the kid right there and say, all right, buddy, take us home.
Yeah, you know what I thought was funny, too? I didn't love the Bo Nix game in its entirety.
You shouldn't.
But
there were some throws.
But guess what?
Yeah.
I was excited that they needed a touchdown in a 2-minute situation.
And he got it.
And you know what? Kid went down and handled his business. It's a great moment for Bo. And it's another reason to let the moment just live on. Just go ahead and finish that sucker off.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Kid just made the play of his career.
Yep.
Okay?
Go in a game.
Made a decision that goes against conventional wisdom. Okay?
Yeah.
But he decided to go for it. Let's win this thing. And instead of celebrating it, you decide, you know what we'll do? We're just going to go ahead and kick the extra point and play for overtime.
I hate it.
You said 10 minutes?
No, I hate it. I hate the decision. Tampa did the same thing this year. Remember when they were at Arrowhead? Yeah. Go win the game. Keep your foot on the gas and go win a football game and put yourself into the postseason. Now you leave it to chance.
And look, likely you get done. I mean, I heard some stuff on NFL Network today where they were suggesting nobody, including the Chiefs, wants to let the Bengals in the playoffs.
Right.
So they have all the reason in the world to
Right.
maybe even roll out their third string quarterback and just ensure Denver does not allow a Joe Burrow appearance in the playoffs. But
Who is their third string quarterback?
I can't remember.
Are they going to skip Carson Wentz?
Who's the next guy? They were talking about this at Oken something. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't even remember.
Not gonna work here anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy.
Okay. Uh-huh.
So yes, literally.
He's not listed on the R-Labs depth chart.
There you go.
Oh, here we go. Chris Alodikun.
Yeah.
Alodikun.
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
I don't know.
I don't know who he is.
But you may get a full diet of him come Sunday.
Ooh, out of South Dakota State, Andy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Jackrabbits.
All that.
Yeah, Alodikun.
Now wait, where's Wentz from? Was he North Dakota State?
He was from North Dakota State. I bet they hate each other. Yeah, that Dakota rivalry.
Yeah, I don't know. And look, even do I think the Broncos could whoop up on the Chiefs backup? Sure,
they should.
Sure, I do. But you know what? I also watched this Bronco team back when Joe Flacco was quarterback. Figure out a way to let Matt Moore beat him when Patrick Mahomes went out with the knee injury in the first.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Matt Moore carved him up. Yeah, Carson Wentz, like, he's not a complete bum.
No.
You probably shouldn't give him a 9-figure contract, Philadelphia Eagles, but he's not a complete bum.
Oh, look, he had a day against the Broncos once upon a time in 2017.
Yeah, plus he gets to be on the Chiefs. He's got Andy Reid.
Broccoli Osweiler was out there trying to.
Denver is up to a 9.5-point favorite in this game against the Chiefs here this week. 9.5 points.
Yeah, but see, again, you know what this could have been? This could have been the big fat nobody's playing bowl. You could have taken a little bit of time and getting yourself some rest.
Yeah.
Until your first playoff game.
You had options. Denver decided not to take it. They had a winnable game on the road. They should have pulled the miracle. They should have played with house money and gone for 2 and had a chance to be able to win it. Instead, they played for overtime. That didn't turn out to be wise. Did the Broncos even Did they convert a single first down in OT? It doesn't.
I don't think
it's not ringing a bell for me.
But I got to the point where I'm like, all right, tick, 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 tick. Just let this dang clock run out.
Yeah. Also got some bad punting in overtime. 2 lousy punts that they got there in overtime as well. And the Bengals really should have won it twice. They finally did win it the second time. Hey, again, Andy, the Broncos they're 9-7. Okay, if you would have told us. What if I told you? Okay, if you would have told us back in August while we were watching this team slog through camp, hey, winning you're in week 17, we'd have taken it all day long. It's just disappointing the circuitous path we took to get to this place over the last couple of weeks. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreitman. Your text messages are welcome on the Shop Mazda text line 303-504-0925. Before we even point fingers, just tell us what you hated the most about that game. 303-504-0925. Get it off your chest. What did you hate the most about that game? Andy, I got to tell you what bothered me about that game, and it had to do, I know this will stun you, with Sean Payton and the running game. I'll tell you what that is next.
And we're rolling on here, so we're aware of the audio problems here, folks. So we're gonna try to get some things rectified, and that's gonna involve Nate Kreckman, I guess, trying to head back to the studio. I'm gonna hang here at Hofbrau. Invite y'all to come on out here and join at least me here for the moment at Hofbrau, and then I'll be here through the duration, and then Nate's gonna get back, and hopefully we'll at least get somebody in the studio again and try to get this fixed the best we can. Apologize. We've not had problems like this all year long, and not really sure what was going on with today, but we powered through. So if you want to jump on board, 303-504-0925. Again, it is Kreckman and Lindell. I'm hoping that it's a light traffic, and he'll be back in the mix here in the next half hour before we get to 4 o'clock. So just bear with us while we make that happen. Just want to take your thoughts on, like Nate said, what did you hate the most about what we watched the other day? That's the question. So for me, it was, I don't, obviously we all don't understand the end of the game. Okay. I don't understand why you don't go for 2, but I also don't understand why you don't stay committed to the run more. This is a team that, this is a team where if you have the run game was working, and the Cincinnati defense, frankly, it's terrible. As we saw, the defense was terrible out there. So I just don't know why. I don't know why there's such a hesitancy to not just stick with what is working at times. And it felt like at the time, what was working was the run game. I don't know. This has been one of those seasons where it's another up and down ride. And I'm trying not to get too frustrated with this because, as Nate said before we went to that last break, if anybody would have told us after all the predictions of
that's a good point, Andy. It's DMAC. A little technical difficulties at Hofbrau, but it's DMAC with Spring, my man. Spring. It was cool having on McKenzie Blackwood today. What did you learn about McKenzie Blackwood from earlier today? Spring?
Yeah, I'm talking to Andy right now,
DMAC.
Sorry about that. Yeah. McKenzie Blackwood. What's going on there, DMAC?
Well, what's interesting about him is that he lost his teeth because he had a piece of equipment that he took out of his face mask, and the puck hit him so hard in metal, it shoved his teeth backwards. And here was the gross part of this interview we had with him earlier today. They tried to straighten his teeth out manually. Like, your teeth get pushed backwards, and then they try to straighten them out.
Yeah, he took a slap shot to the face with the mask was on.
With the mask on.
Yeah, you would think that should protect you. It still broke his teeth.
Well, technically, it bent his teeth.
Oh, okay.
Which, oh my God, how awful is that?
What are you saying? Is that how Nate and Andy sounded? Like they just got their teeth smashed in? Look, I wish it didn't go down like that. Like, this sucks.
No, we're good.
Yeah,
it's
we're
all
good.
Nate's coming back.
Yeah.
You got me hanging around because I have no life. So
nor do I. So we're good.
What am I doing? Nothing. So I'm just lounging around. It doesn't hurt me to talk a little bit more about sports. And we'll talk to you here on the text line. We got our man Spring. Nate is on his way back. And maybe Andy too. I don't know, but I'm happy to pass the baton as soon as they get here. I'm more than happy to do that.
So you had McKenzie Blackwood on today. That's what's you.
It's cool, and what a transition the Avalanche have actually made with their goaltending. And one thing that you can, if you go back and listen to the interview with McKenzie Blackwood, you quickly realize that he's one of the guys. And there's something to be said. Now, listen, if your goalie's going to be just a super weirdo, and there's a lot of super weirdo goalies out there. When I first started covering sports, frankly, back in the day, I worked for the Buffalo Sabres when Dominic Hasek was there. Super weirdo. But during that time, too, he was the best goalie on earth. So, but what if your goalie's a super weirdo, but he ain't the best player on earth? And it's just like a vibe suck that you can't have.
Well, you got to be a super weirdo to take 100-mile-an-hour A little south of that, but in that ballpark of slap shots on a consistent basis, to the point where you would think that modern goalie mask equipment, like, you're good. Even the best slap shot from the point, you're good, right?
You'd think.
Nope.
No.
No, you can break your teeth. You can get them bent back. Excuse me.
I think.
Did he say something weird? Like, obviously, I mean, that incident's kind of out of his control. Scott Wedgwood's an interesting fellow. We had him on Kreckman and Lindahl. He's, got a great personality.
Yeah, it's funny with him. Like, he and his wife design his helmet. Like, they take a lot of time to it. And McKenzie was like, I just got a guy in Sweden. I say, make something cool. I'll wear whatever. But together, we got Wood, and it'll be awesome once Miles Wood comes back to just, bring the wood. But here's my bigger takeaway. And if you want to know why the Avalanche, in my opinion, are rolling right now, and they are. They're rolling right now. Best time of the year for them, no doubt about it. It's because the vibe in the room has caught up to the talent in the room, and that was missing. The vibe in the room has caught up to the talent in the room, and it's made a perfect sort of sandwich.
Well, what can help the vibe is just better play. Like, I don't care how weird you are. You could suck. Like, maybe Alexander Georgiev sucked and nobody liked him. Fine, I don't care.
Right.
Stop some freaking shots.
Right.
So it's just an added bonus that not only are Blackwood and Wedgwood good goalies and good at their job and they stop pucks.
Yeah.
But they're good dudes.
Good
too.
dudes. Yeah.
Like, so that's just the cherry on top that, you'll take that all. You don't need it, but you'd love to have it.
I've done a lot of hockey interviews over the years. That one went great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, the Avs are full of guys like that. Except like McKinnon hates doing interviews. We don't get McKinnon often. I asked for him. And it was last year. And the Avs were like, yeah, at the All-Star break, we'll get him.
Hey, by the way, do you like McKinnon fighting?
No. And I think that's why McKinnon himself, I think it just was one of those things that, like, it just happened.
I like 2 Nate fights a year.
We haven't seen a Nate fight in a while.
Well, do you remember the last time he busted up his hand?
Well, we thought he did. Like, the early reports were that, oh no, Nate might have broken his hand, and then a miracle came. Now, I don't think it meant anything because I think it was the season after they won the cup, or maybe it was the season when they won the cup. I can't remember.
I think it was too. Yeah, it was something like that.
He was okay though. It was like, oh, thank God he didn't break a hand, even though early reports were that he was. But so in the fight that he has on Saturday night. I could tell he was trying to he wasn't trying to actually punch, He was like, oh crap, I'm in too deep. I'm actually, gloves are dropped. Stop it, Nate. Reel yourself back in. Don't break that hand.
Yeah, Nate's no wilting flower. He's a strong guy. He's a tough dude. He can represent for himself. Mikko, I don't know. I don't know if Mikko could really fight, frankly. But Nate can. He has to hold himself back. Has Cale gotten a fight? I think Cale's been in like a fight. Something like
rarely.
that. Yeah.
He's not a fight. He's a lover, not a fighter. That's why it's good Josh Manson is back. He's the one of like the big 4 that will fight.
Yeah. Well, that's actually, what's interesting is Gabe was really good at that. So, because Gabe was always kind of like, where would you put him? Like your 4th or 5th best overall player? Something like that.
Oh, yeah, top 5 for sure.
So that's a perfect guy to fight.
Yeah.
Like a top 6 guy who can also fight. Like he's at least going to be on the ice, and it's all right if he does fight. So that's another thing, because Gabe's such a nice, sweet guy. You wouldn't really think of him like that, but Gabe's been in tons of fights. And, you kind of miss that too. And, fighting is just kind of a dying art in hockey anyways. You just don't see all that much of it, which, I'm not against fighting. I'm not against it. I kind of like exactly the way it is now. I really do. It's every once in a while, so when it happens, it feels kind of cool. It's not every night. Doesn't really slow things down. And then there's no fighting in the playoffs. Not really. And, it's good like that. And they had Keaton Middleton. That guy looks like he could fight anybody if he wanted to. Did they already drop him down or what?
Yeah, I assume he's with the Eagles now. I might have missed it because they make a transaction every damn day to stay with that cap compliance or whatever.
Well, you got the Avs tomorrow against Winnipeg, and they're the hottest team in the world. We'll get to the Broncos here, I'm sure, with Nate and Andy here in a little bit. I don't mean to slow their roll. Watching the Nuggets has been fascinating, man. It is a little disheartening right now to just realize they are just not built. They're literally not constructed the way the NBA is now, and the NBA has changed dramatically in 2 years. I can't believe how much has changed since they won the championship. It is this insane three-point shooting thing. And so while the Nuggets still have an elite offense, look how many points they put up. The way they score points is more exhausting than the way these three-point teams are scoring. So everybody can score the same amount of points. It's just way, way harder for the Nuggets to do it than all these other teams. So I think they can compete, and likely they'll win, 46, 47 games, probably no problem this year. But the toll that's going to take, I think, is just going to wear them out. And there are going to be nights like Friday night when, dude, I'm sitting in that game. I cannot believe the Cavs bench put up 18 three-pointers.
Mm-hmm.
The bench. The team put up 48. They put up 48 on the Nuggets the first time they played. They put up 48 here. And they're not like a ton of big stars. Donovan Mitchell's there. You know what I'm saying? But there's not like a ton of like all-stars there. But they're all built kind of the same way. And so the Nuggets are fighting and scoring in the paint and dunking and all this excitement. And the Cavs are just like, okay, 3. And so they miss 2 threes. You know what they take for their third shot? 3. And so, yeah, you may fight hard for 4 points. We're going to just lay back and huck up threes. And, okay, we'll hit 1 of our 3 shots. And probably more, actually. Probably 2 out of 4. And so instead of like you building back a lead or building back a deficit, rather, you got back 1 point in like 2 minutes. And we didn't put any effort into it whatsoever. And you're running down the court like lunatics dunking the ball left and right. Spring, I got to admit, man, I just was like bored and losing a little heart. Now, of course, you play a team like Detroit who's not as good. You put up 134 points on Saturday. You put 135 up on Friday. You win by 13. You lose by 14. Same amount of points. Crazy amount of points. 134, 35 points. That's insane.
D-Mac, maybe can we arrange somehow for the Nuggets to play like an exhibition game before every playoff game they play so they can be playing on the second night of a back-to-back? Because for some reason...
They're so good there.
They excel on the second night of back-to-backs.
I asked Jokic about that, by the way. I asked him about it, and he was just like, I guess we get some practice in.
They knock the rust. They get the bad shots out of the way.
Kind of.
But yeah, Detroit is a step down from Cleveland. I will say.
Oh yeah.
It's the most promising Pistons team I've seen in years. There's some young athletes on that team, but certainly not even close to Cleveland stratosphere.
Right.
But it was a good win. I was in the building on Saturday night instead of watching the Buffs. I made the right choice, D-Mac. Nuggets.
I stayed home and watched the Buffs. Maybe you did. Yeah, you probably did make the right choice.
Yeah, I sure did. Look, what's funny is that their best. Are they going to trade their best 3-point shooter where they struggle? Like Michael Porter Jr. is their best 3-point shooter.
Yeah, I would. Here's why. I would look for a deal. It wouldn't be about you. All right, my take on it, my opinion. You don't need a permanent third best player on your team. You do need a number 2. I do think you need like 2 superstars. You're in and frankly, isn't Aaron Gordon maybe your 3 guy anyways, perhaps. You just don't need what you have. I'm not trying to put MPJ down at all, okay? On loads, he plays spring. He is just so much more effective when Jamal's not there. It's kind of ridiculous. But you're not moving Jamal. And here's what you could do, in my opinion, if you trade. Don't ask me for names here. This is just a theory. If you move MPJ, you could get better bench 3-point scorers somehow. Maybe MPJ for a couple of guys that aren't even starters, but can give you some more consistently in shooting, or at least courage in shooting. The Max Struses of the world, if you can find them, off the bench. Because right now off the bench, what do you have in terms of shooting threes? What do you got?
Yeah, no, they actually, the starters shot the three well against Detroit. I mean, MPJ went 5 of 7, Jokic went 4 of 5, and Murray went 4 of 7, over 50%.
Right.
You like to see that.
Yeah.
The bench went 0 for 6 from 3, and most of that was Strother going 0 for 4.
Right.
I mean,
So-
you really wish Strother could start hitting threes consistently.
Well,
it would be huge.
I would just tell him, you got to keep doing it. You got to keep hucking them up. You really do. You can't. Look at Cleveland, man. There's no hesitation there. None. Those dudes come in on the bench, they don't hesitate, Spring, at all. They're not sitting there, I wonder if I'm going to lose time on the court if I miss a shot. They're gunning the exact same way the starters are. So when Strother goes in there, I don't know, dude, if you're 0 for 6, go 0 for 7. 0 for 7, go 0 for 8. The Nuggets take the least amount of three-point attempts in the league. And you cannot go in there if you're a bench player and hem and haw about it. You just got to go for it. That's it. The end. I do not know how else to explain it in this type of NBA.
I think there was an onus on Saturday night. I mean, anytime Mike had a look, he was trying to shoot from 3. He shot 7 of them. Murray shot 7 of them. They only shoot 27, though. That's still, you got teams shooting 40. And that felt like
Celtics take 50.
And 20, when 27 feels like a lot, that goes to show how few threes they are shooting overall.
But, Spring, I think you're really proving my point. Like, the starters are fine with the quantity. You need more 3-point attempts from the bench. So, what do you trade Michael Porter Jr. for? Bench guys who can jack up threes.
Yeah.
And so Michael Porter Jr. may equate to 3 of those guys. And if Jalen Pickett's going to be on this team or Hunter Tyson's going to be on this team, then jack them up, boys. Jack them up. You can't look back on it. You cannot.
I would like to see Jalen Pickett play more now after the good performance he had against the Suns a week ago. But he's also a guy who doesn't really shoot the 3.
Not really.
Like they have some solid players, but that is an issue where they absolutely struggle is, outside of Porter, and unless Murray's good, your second best shooter, 3-point shooter on this team is Jokic, which he shouldn't be your second best.
It's crazy. So it's not about getting rid of your best 3-point shooter in Michael Porter Jr. Try this one on for size. It's just about getting more 3-pointers up, period.
Yeah.
So it's not about, yes, I get it. He's your best 3-point shooter. That's great. We need more 3-point attempts. So how are you going to manufacture that? And of course you need better defense as well. So you need more guys, Spring, that are athletic. And by the way, if you're just running from one 3-point spot to another, like you're defending a 3-pointer and you're shooting a 3-pointer, aren't you covering the least amount of ground on the court you possibly could? So you need just some, I call them the tall skinnies on Cleveland. They got a bunch of tall, skinny, fit dudes that can just do that all night. They're not tired. And that's why they're winning at altitude and winning back-to-backs and beating everybody, frankly. The Nuggets are a little like Dario Saric looks like, I don't know, lift less weights, bro. And he's not getting off. You get rid of him. Zeke Naji, why is he on the team? I mean, what are we doing with these dudes? This is, believe it or not, this is where you kind of miss Vlatko of all people. He at least would post up and shoot threes.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of 3-and-D guys.
You do not.
They got, Peyton Watson can play the D, can't shoot the 3. Strother needs to shoot the 3. He's not doing it consistently enough. Westbrook's old, and he can't really. His 3 is so inconsistent.
He's fine. He's for mojo. He's the Bruce Brown. He's the yo hype guy.
You could rely on Bruce to hit 3s. You could rely on KCP to hit 3s and play the D.
Yeah.
Those were legit 3-and-D guys. Russ is kind of that, but he's just, his 3-point. He can shoot, but he's a volume guy who misses a lot of 3s.
Well, I would trade MPJ for a collection of tall skinnies out there in the world that are just going to come off the bench and jack up 3s.
Maybe Brooklyn, you can get Cam Johnson, who shoots a good 3. And you can, if you could somehow get them to throw in Cam Thomas, maybe you make that trade.
It's crazy to talk about not quality, but quantity. You just need
you need more bodies, more experienced bodies who are in the prime, who are ready to win now.
Hey, Nick Wright said something absolutely, it's so outrageous. It's fun to talk about. It's so wacky. You ready for something wacky crazy until Nate gets here? Are you up for something wacky crazy?
Yeah.
All right, I'll give it to you coming up next. Spring, I'll just let you know, very mixed results on the text line with me just filling in while there's technical difficulties. Rightfully so.
Hey, it's polarizing. Come on now.
I know. I get it. I mean, I can only stand so much of myself, frankly. So
I don't know. Like some half Nuggets fans want them to trade Mike, the other half don't. It depends on what time of day you're on, which half of the audience you offend.
Well, it's a compliment to him. He's the only guy that can get you anything. It's no offense to Michael Porter Jr. Michael Porter Jr. was talking about it the other night, very frankly, very open, very honest, very, very cool. I like Michael Porter Jr. a lot, actually. But he's just better when they can focus more on him. He just is. That's just the way it goes. All right, let's transition a little bit to sort of the NFL and the Broncos. You ready for something crazy from Nick Wright?
Yeah, no, I heard it during the break. I like this. I actually think this is an interesting take.
It is kind of interesting. And it comes under the context of you have to consider it. It's not like it's going to happen or you have to do it. The concept is you have to consider it. So go ahead. Here's Nick Wright on Fox Sports.
And you also have to deeply and thoroughly investigate or, figure out how much you like Shedeur Sanders and or Cam Ward. And if you feel like this year's QB1 that you can pick, you can decide who it is, you like more than last year's QB3, who you have, then you must shop Drake May. And if as an added bonus, because I know Wilds thinks Drake May is awesome, if the Titans agree with you, who have the number 2 pick, and the Titans are like, listen, we would take Shedeur, but if you guys take Cam, we like Drake May more than Cam Ward. As an added bonus, you have a chance to truly revamp the New England Patriots by going Shedeur Sanders 1, Travis Hunter 2, Deion Sanders head coach, and say you turned the worst college program around in 2 years. Have a shot at the worst pro program. That has to be something you investigate. And for some reason, Drake May is a sacred cow amongst Patriot fans that the play doesn't demand, nor does the tape. And so it just must be considered and investigated. I agree.
This is fun. It's actually not Tennessee that would make the most sense. It's actually Cleveland. Or it still might be the Giants, but you may miss out on Travis if you do that. But let's think about this for a second. If you're the Patriots, so this is specifically the Patriots, Tennessee is 2 right now, and Cleveland is 3. Patriots are 1 right now. And all 3 teams better do their best to just lose on the final weekend. I could get Travis, Shedeur, and tempt Prime to come coach if I do a deal with, it'd have to be a team that would be all right not having Shedeur. So you'd have to figure out, Spring, would the Titans prefer Drake May over Shedeur Sanders? Okay. Let's think about that for a second. Would you rather have Drake May or Shedeur Sanders? You're Tennessee.
I would rather have Shedeur.
Okay.
I've been high on him since his first start with the Buffs
All right.
that went over TCU. I was like, oh my gosh. No, I see it with this guy. But Drake had a pretty good season.
Oh, yeah. I think they're plenty happy with him in New England.
Man, did the Alamo Bowl just hurt Shedeur's perception at all?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
No. I think he'll be no. Because Cam Ward only played a half, too, which I thought was fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fun concept. Because right now, if New England did nothing, they get Travis at 1. However, Tennessee and Cleveland are both going to realize both of them are going to have to do a deal with New England if they want to get Shedeur. So ideally for the Patriots, you do a deal with Tennessee, right? You flip from 1 to 2. You probably pick up an extra first-round draft pick somewhere along the line, and you're also getting Travis Hunter. But the concept that you could sort of dangle Drake May out there, that's pretty fun. It's kind of a fun concept. So, all right, we're going to stay at 1. I guess. How would you do that? Yeah, we're going to stay at 1. Tennessee, you're going to give us your 2. We're going to give you Drake May. We're the New England Patriots. We now get Shedeur and Travis? Wow. You get Drake May, and then we're going to back up the Brinks truck for Prime? It's a fun take. It's crazy. It'll never happen, but it's a fun take.
Yeah, because like I said, I'd almost rather have Shedeur than Drake. So if you're
that's the question.
Because Drake's the prospect. Drake's the prospect that's like would maybe be worth that, and then all of a sudden New England could have both those dudes.
But only New England could get both. They're the only team. That's why that's kind of a fun take there by Nick Wrong. But it's kind of a fun take just to sort of throw around there. It's just New England that could do this deal. That's it. There's nobody else that could figure this out. They're it.
All right, hey, let's let Nate Kreckman get on his own show. He's driving. He wants to talk.
Of course. Nate Kreckman on the Nate Kreckman Show.
Hey, Nate Kreckman of the Nate Kreckman Show. How you guys doing?
Just biding my time until you get back.
No, your tap dancing is wonderful. I've been very impressed. And now we're doing wild draft trade scenarios. I'm here for it all day long, buddy. Good job.
Well, what do you think about it? It's not mine. It's Nick Wright. But what do you think of that crazy idea?
Isn't it late for Dion to leave? I guess it's not. Now that I'm thinking about it, like he's not fully committed to anything next year.
Not really. By the way, did you notice that Phil Lodeholt and the defensive end coach there, Dancy, I think, they both left?
Already bailed.
Yeah.
Yeah, already bailed. So, yeah, that's already going on. Guys are going to get – look, there's just some schools that have larger assistant coaching salary pools, and so guys are going to jump and they're going to take those gigs. Wow, New England. I had not considered New England as a possibility because I had been so focused on the Raiders.
Right.
But with the fact that the Raiders are winning games now, and even the dumb Giants are winning games now, these teams are screwing themselves and just doing New England a huge favor.
It is kind of a crazy take. Listen, it's probably not going to happen, but only New England could pull that off, and it would just depend if the Titans, hey, Titans, you okay with Drake May? Rather than Shedeur? All right, let me just ask you straight up, Nate. Who would you rather have? Drake May. Now, you already got 1 year burnt, so factor that into it if you want. But it's Drake May or Shedeur with 1 year burn for Drake May. Factor that in.
See, I know Drake May can play in the NFL. Like, that dude is out there running for his life right now. Shedeur... That's just the thing. It's like, I don't know. Do you want to reset the clock? Although, if you're going to fire Gerard Mayo anyway, then you're going to change your offensive system. So you're essentially, I'm just doing the thing where I'm thinking out loud right now.
Right.
But you're essentially starting at square one there with Drake May. You could bring Shedeur Sanders in the door, and boom, you could be off and running with Dion as your head coach. Now, here's the other thing that I wonder about, though. Would Kraft want to go there, or would Kraft just go back to the well and bring Vrabel in to be his next head coach? Because Kraft always wants to bring in somebody he trusts.
Well, I don't think there's a point. I mean, if we're just following this crazy path.
Right.
I don't think you would do Travis and Shedeur without Prime. I mean, that wouldn't make it. That really wouldn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. And you realize you got to pick up Shiloh in the 6th round. So, that's, you got, and you're probably going to have to, I mean, I don't know. You got to take Wester in the 3rd. Who knows? Jimmy Horn as an undrafted free agent, with visitation rights. I mean, something like that, right? You got to do something like that. So
I don't think Dion would find. Who the hell am I to say, though? Dion does unpredictable things, so I don't know if he would necessarily just look at it as get the gang back together. Although it's kind of worked out for Philly's defense, getting all those Georgia dudes. It didn't work for the first year, but the second year, since they got Fangio in the door, now their defense rules. So,
I mean, you could hire Pat Shurmur to be the offensive coordinator again, right? I mean, Livingston, Livingston wants to go back and be in the NFL. I mean,
inflict Pat Shurmur upon some poor NFL fan base? Sure, I'd love that.
And what's the worst you're doing? Disappointing Miss Peggy and Juju Lewis? I mean, those are the hearts you're breaking? I don't know. I could see it. Hey, Nate, what should we talk about next on your show?
Coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, I can tell you how difficult it is to call on and be a guest on my own radio show. You will want to hear this story coming back on the other side on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm Mark Springer. D-Mac has headed out momentarily, at least, because we think we have an interim solution here. Nate Kreckman called in via the phone last segment. He's driving back to the studios as we were having some issues out at our remote. So we got Nate on the phone. I'm going to try to bring Andy in on the phone as well. I'm realizing this is the first time I've tried to get two phone guests on at the same time. So let's... Oh, nope, that didn't work. Who do I got here, Nate or Andy?
I'm here.
All right. I'm going to have to call Andy back, Nate.
Did you hang up on Andy?
I told you this is the first time I tried to do this. Maybe I shouldn't have had D-Mac leave quite yet.
Okay. Yeah, it's there's been a lot of hubris going on today at Altitude Sports Radio, and it has led to the point where I am on the highway attempting to host a radio show while my Google map is telling me how to get to work where I drive to every single day.
Yeah, it's just another day at the office, right?
it's really no big deal at all. I tell you what, man, our performance here today, it's on par with Sean Payton's end of game management today. The problem was this wasn't the end of our show. This was the beginning of our show. So right off the jump, like, we're down 3 touchdowns by the end of the first quarter today.
Well, what a segue right there, dude. I don't know, man. Like,
thank you.
It's so easy to say go for 2 when you're not on the sidelines. Am I wrong? I know you're going to disagree with me, Nate.
I think it's really easy to say it when you're on the sideline, too. I think it's equally easy everywhere that you are standing to recognize that there's 8 seconds left in the game. Joe Burrow is absolutely carving up your defense. You have a chance to steal a game on the road away from that dude and not let him back out onto the field. You should probably go ahead and take that opportunity when it presents itself. I feel as though that's an easy call. I was stunned, I tell you, when the extra point unit jogged out to the field for the Broncos to tie it up and head to the crapshoot of overtime to let Joe Burrow move up and down the field against them. Sure, they forced one punt, their first forced punt of the game. Way to go, guys. And then Burrow actually beat you twice. It's just the kicker didn't let him do it the first time.
All right, I believe we have Andy Lindahl speeding down a highway as well. Andy, are you on your own show now?
Yeah, hey, this has been a great day. I've enjoyed it. Thank you to all. I'm glad we did not take a day off and that we actually are here efforting this. We've done a lot of dumb things on this program, but both of us on the phone at the same time, not involving a bathroom emergency, that's a new one. So I'm here, Nate Kreckman. Where are you? Because I'm here to drop the gauntlet that the I-25 route that you snubbed your nose to may pay off for me to get there before you. So I'm offering you the challenge to see what Mario Andretti gets there first.
Okay. I am approaching the Yosemite exit currently here off of C-470. I avoided I-25 because to me that is the gonorrhea of roadways that you don't want to deal with no matter what. So I took the safe route here on C-470. How about you, Andy? How are things going? Are you to IKEA yet?
I did get a healthy dose of penicillin, dealt with the gonorrhea, and I'm actually going past Bellevue as we speak, despite leaving about 20 minutes later than you. But I guess if you're at Yosemite, then you win, but your head start is the only thing that got you there, Kreckman.
Yeah, no, I don't think my route felt like a winner, and yet. Again, my avoidance of I-25, it's a commitment, Andy. It's an ethos. It's a mantra. Basically, avoiding driving on I-25 is my religion, and I adhere to it. I believe in it, and I am a C-470 guy through and through.
All right. Well, everybody said like the other broadcast sounded like we were on the cell phones, and now we actually are. So.
Now we actually are on cell phones, and like you said, neither of us is in a bathroom, and so I think that's the first time we've ever been able to do this before.
Yeah, it's been magical. It's been fun. I don't have my access card, I realized. I left that in the other car, so there's another win for today. But, yes, we'll all be there, and we'll all actually try to bring you the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Are you going to be hosting from the parking lot for the remainder of our show, locked outside the building?
I might. You know, who knows? I've done weirder things, as you well know. So,
Andy, so for me? Obviously, it's I-25. Ironically, Colorado Boulevard, where we used to work, is also very high on my list. What is your Colorado roadway that you will do everything humanly possible to avoid?
Oh, I think it's usually I-25, but I trusted one of the apps, and it promised me and it delivered that I-25, nobody that is from Colorado wants to drive on I-25. Now, sometimes going to the airport, I will E-470 it to avoid that final stretch of I-70 as well, but the I-25 is usually the one where there's some accident all 9 lanes are closed down because of one car, and you're not going anywhere for an hour.
Man, E470, I didn't know you were doing that well.
Well, I mean, look, when you got to get to the airport, you can't afford.
Good for you, bud.
Here's the other thing. Not only do I not want to get stuck on an I-70 wreck, don't let it be near that Purina plant. I ain't whiffing that whiff. That odor will send me into a psychotic rage by
Diarrhea.
itself. Yeah. Because it smells, as you drive through there, it feels like you're in the cow, like the cow's a tauntaun, and you're Luke getting shoved inside the guts.
Oh, my God. My kids are addicted to Empire Strikes Back right now, and I had to explain to Lucy what was going on in that scene of like, well, here's the thing. If Luke Skywalker goes to sleep inside the tauntaun's intestines, he'll be warm and he might be able to live, even though she was horrified by how disgusting that was, which it in fact was.
Didn't they do that in The Revenant, that DiCaprio movie where the bear doesn't his buddy, doesn't the Native American guy cut open the freaking bear and shove him in the bear too? I was like, oh, that's a clear rip-off of Star Wars, pal.
Yeah, no, whatever it takes to be able to survive out there. We used to work on Colorado Boulevard. Colorado Boulevard is the ninth circle of hell. I don't know how people are able to drive on that thing, but it is guaranteed. First off, there's a stoplight every 4 feet, approximately, on Colorado Boulevard. It is constant stop and go, stop and go. It's how many lanes is that thing? It's 3. What is it? 6 lanes in total, and yet it manages to never be able to move. I don't understand how that's humanly possible.
Yeah, we need everybody to text in 303-504-0925. The must not travel route in Colorado, because we'll read these here momentarily. And of course,
we can't read them now.
Is doing it as I near the C470 get off or the county line get off. Of course, I've got Colorado or I-25 doing magical things. So I'm going to go ahead and bail off on Dry Creek. I feel like we're both living our own version of the OJ chase. All we need is copters flying overhead, updating everybody as to where we're at on the road,
By the way, the county line get off, that's one of my favorite moves that you can pull. So, all right. Whoa. I'm getting out of my car into hurricane force winds. You guys fill time. I'm going to run inside the station.
All right, there he goes. There goes Nate Kreckman, Andy. So you're close, man. You're by the IKEA, so you're going to be here momentarily.
Am I still here?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I had the wrong pod, Andy. Yeah.
All right. Hey, Spring, this is one of those, I've done a lot of stupid things in radio, and this can be top of the list now.
This is good.
I was hosted with people on the phone. So
This is a good segment right here. So Nate is coming in from the parking lot right now. And we got this question. Mike on the text line texted in Andy. He said, "I was just on my way to the Hofbrau. I thought you two were supposed to be there today?" ? You were supposed to be there.
We were there. We physically were there. We ate some food. Got a chance to talk to some of the guys. We get a lot of folks that show up there. We appreciate you. It's been a good remote. We've had a lot of people show up to watch the show there. It's been awesome. Frankly, I've never had so many people show up on such a consistent basis on one of these things, but they always show up. Tell Mike, I'm sorry. We got up there. Apparently, the thing we need, basically we do radio remotes over cell phones, and we didn't have our cell phone with us. That's the easiest, most general way to put it. I think Sanford hijacked it. He's out there running all over, God's country doing bowl games.
That does make sense.
If I had to guess, we're missing one, and I think he took it and nobody knew.
So this is kind of Snoop Dogg's fault in a way.
Well, now Sanford's doing stuff with Boise State as they get ready to play in their bowl game. Is Boise State tomorrow or is it Wednesday?
Tomorrow night.
Okay, so they're the first one. Let me ask you this, Spring, real quick, and I'm sure Nate hopefully
Nate's here now.
Ask it to me as well.
I'm going to ask now, and this is just for Spring because no, I'm kidding.
You hear that, Nate?
Yeah. I am curious, did any of you – I really don't care about the bowl games now that there's a playoff. I know the betting interest will always keep the bowl games, I guess, alive. But I found myself I know it's probably sacrilege. CU and CSU both lost their bowl games. I felt nothing about the results. Just nothing. I don't, oh, what a bummer, whatever. I just feel like the playoff is going to kill any real joy of winning a bowl game. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think there's probably, I mean, real joy. Like the part where Colorado State hadn't been to a bowl since 2017 doesn't feel like they've won a bowl game this century. Like you would have liked to have seen CSU go out and have a better performance and not, give up 97-yard touchdown runs after failing to convert on fourth down. I was flipping back and forth with that game. I would have liked to have watched more of the Snoop Dogg Bowl. I thought it was an entertaining product. I thought that Snoop was really good while he was on the broadcast. By the way, did you guys hear it was Brenneman that was on there? Tom Brenneman.
Really?
Yeah. Was doing that game, which he bounced back. He came back after we all know what happened there. But yeah, he bounced back and he's managed to have a broadcasting career. He's gotten himself uncanceled. He's hanging out with Snoop Dogg and he's doing the CSU game. The Buffs getting murdered. I would have liked to have seen a better performance than what they showed out. How many times did Shedeur gets sacked in that game and lose over 15 yards on a given play just consistently, but ultimately the accomplishment of the season, Andy, to your point, it was all what they did in the regular season and being able to get to bowl games. That's what mattered for those two programs this year. Ultimately, the results of their bowl game, while disappointing because it was the last chance to be able to see those teams, does it matter all that much to your point? No, not really.
Well, I just – and I will tell you, I didn't get to watch any of the CSU game. Now, I attempted to, but I didn't realize it was on the CW.
Yeah, it was on the same time as the Bronco game. It started right at 2:30.
No, I know, but when the Bronco game was done and I wanted to see what was going on with CSU, I tried every usual haunt I could for college football and couldn't see it.
You forget about this.
Out it was the CW.
Yeah.
As I turned to it, it was already, out of hand, and so that was it. All right, I'm in the parking lot. Have Spring come grab me, and I'll see you in 2 seconds.
Okay. Spring's going to go give Andy the county line get off real quick out in the parking lot. We're going to go to break. We're going to come back. We're going to do some version of a Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Yeah!
When we return. Oh, we covered some mileage today. Crackman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, we're not at Hofbrau. So if any of you are on your way to go see us at the Hofbrau, we have a lot of loyal listeners that come out every Monday. We had some technical difficulty. We are back in the studio. So we are not there. Now, still, go to Hofbrau and watch the Nuggets game and watch Monday Night Football and enjoy yourselves, all of that. Just know that you will not see us there. We will be back at a later date, hopefully.
One of the next 2 Mondays.
Soon to be determined. We'll tell you when that is going to be. I learned something today, Andy, that I did not know.
About the county line get off?
I know that move, but I didn't know it's really hard to get on the Crackman and Lindahl show as a caller.
Yeah.
It's tough. And I can tell you this was my experience. So we attempted to do the remote and it didn't go great. And so, it was get in the car and go back to the station. And so I'm driving and DMAC is hosting. Shout out to DMAC. Thank you for filling in for us, pal, and staying late. We greatly appreciate it. Good teammate. And so, DMAC's he's filling time. I'm like, hey, I'll call in. I'll chat with DMAC. I think I called 6 times in a row.
Yeah.
And getting to no avail. No answer was coming through. Now
this is a daily. This is all this is everybody.
Yeah.
This is not a Mark Springer thing. Let's be clear.
I appreciate that Spring, the building was on fire, okay? He's back there trying to keep the thing afloat. He's got DMAC jumping in. He's got us on the move. He's got sound that he's got to queue up. He's trying to host and keep everything on the rails. Like this high degree of difficulty stuff from Mark Springer. But I finally get an answer, okay? Altitude Sports Radio, really fast. And I just went with the, hey. Literally all I said. One word, hey. I assumed my name would have popped up on the caller ID.
Yeah, I thought DMAC might have seen it.
Or I would have assumed that the guy that has to listen to me talk for 15 hours a week would recognize my voice based on my, hey. Nothing. Instead, what I got from Mark Springer was, and I quote, hey, man, we're not taking calls right now. Click.
Yep.
Which also, tells you what he was dealing with. People have no idea when it goes this poorly. Mark Springer is the last guy you want to be.
Exact.
Like half of the people when they call in, it just says wireless caller.
Yeah.
So I guess
what I got.
That's what I changed carriers recently.
Oh,
so I
wow,
guess
it doesn't tell you anymore?
No, so I said like half the people.
Yeah.
Okay.
It must
At the
have
old
been.
building, you guys should know your names popped up all the time.
Yeah, it must have been since I changed carriers. That's how it pops up now.
Now you're anonymous.
And it happened, and I just laughed. I was like, you got to be freaking kidding me. So then I'm trying to figure out how to do the voice to text thing to tell Spring of hey, I'm trying to call.
Oh, then I bugged his cell phone. Spring's like, what do you need? Technically, Spring hung up on me twice because I was talking at Hofbrau as you left, and I'm like, man, and look, guys, if you don't think we're not reading your texts, when you get a bunch of texts going, this sounds awful.
You suck.
Yeah, it does affect us.
Yeah,
so
aware.
You're trying to talk, and you're just like, how am I going to get through this? And I didn't know if DMAC was coming in, and then all of a sudden I hear Mark talking. And then I hear DMAC talking, and nobody's talking about what I was talking about. And Mark's like, this is terrible. You got to get out of there. and everything's shortened to the point. I was like, well, then I shall be leaving.
Yeah, so anyway, couldn't call into my own show. Eventually.
Ken comes flying out of the back of Hofbrau like all of a sudden Dad's coming out of his workshop or something. What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
What's happening there?
We were struggling, Ken.
We were trying. We got to go. He's like, then you got to go.
We did our best. Really, I mean, it's not that different than every other afternoon. It's called Nate and Andy Try to Do Radio. Some days it goes better than others. But we're here, Andy.
We're back in the old friendly confines.
You know what was funny, too, was, and I heard Spring and DMAC talk about this. So Saturday night was the Alamo Bowl, right?
Yeah. By the way, the Buffs have to quit going to that thing. They get waxed every time they show up there.
It's not going
Quit
well.
accepting that invitation.
So on Saturday night, It was, and there was a Nuggets game on. There was a lot of sports going on.
It was an overload.
Yes. My father-in-law is a diehard, like, been there from the beginning Buffs fan, grew up in Boulder, like black and gold through and through, right?
Okay.
He's him and the family, they are CU all the way.
Okay. They're good folk.
They're good folk, they're good fans, they're dedicated, okay? And so it was also his birthday on Saturday night.
That's not what you want.
So we were like, hey, can we take you out to dinner? We'll do something good. We'll go somewhere with the game on.
Sure.
No, I just want to stay home and watch the game.
He wanted to be dialed in.
Yeah, he just wanted to stay home.
As the kids say, he needed to lock in.
Right. And that's what he did. And we got together yesterday morning. We got together and we had donuts. And we had a little birthday celebration, and it was nice. But, yeah, he declared, I'm staying in for the Alamo Bowl, only to watch the Buffs just get their teeth thoroughly kicked in by BYU.
Yeah, man, not a good deal. And I am. Look, you guys are having the interesting discussion with DMAC based off Nick Wright demanding that everybody trades everybody and still trying to get Dion out of. I want everybody to know.
Shout out to Nick Wright, by the way, for figuring out a way to shoehorn Dion into another conversation on Fox Sports.
This is what I want to bring up. Dion is a hot topic. Aaron Rodgers is a hot topic. The Dallas Cowboys are a team. Pretty much these are the things, and I know from my friends at the network level, they are basically told this is what you're going to talk about. Mm-hmm. So, of course, they had to find a way, even though Dion. Now, look, I'm not telling you Dion may not. He might leave. He might not leave. I don't know.
Yeah.
My guess is he's staying. I feel like now that you've actually got recruits that have shown up on campus and are practicing with you, that makes me feel as best as I felt through this whole process. He's probably hanging around.
Yeah.
But I am curious. Shedeur, now, part of the reason why Shedeur does what Shedeur does in games is that line is just still not very good. He covers a lot of warts for that offensive line. Now, the problem is you give a team 3 weeks to focus on you and figure out where you're really not good, you're not going to win that game.
And they were out of rhythm.
Yeah. Yeah, he and Travis weren't on the same page totally, which was a little wild, but whatever. It
had one good play.
Shedeur is going to have to prove to people he'll run offenses called. I want to ask you this:
that the ball will come out in a rhythm.
You know who might cause Shedeur? Like Shedeur may pay for some of the sins of Caleb Williams. Did you watch that Chicago Bear game the other day? Whenever it was, what day was it? I don't even remember.
That was on Thursday night.
Yes,
it was the day after Christmas.
Thank you.
As much as my bleeding eyes could take that thing in, 6-3.
Dude, Caleb Williams,
he's broken.
Is so broken.
Yeah,
and so Shedeur is going to have to learn the NFL isn't into the second plays as much.
Right
now, look, I can tell you as a guy that watched all the home games from field level. Man, there's times where Shedeur literally saves your bacon and gets you back momentum when all is going wrong through some of what he does.
Caleb did a lot of it at SC.
He did. But I also, watching Caleb Williams, I will say, it makes me understand why Sean Payton doesn't want a guy like that all the time.
Right.
Because, dude, just give me the 5 yards. Just let's get in a rhythm. Let's get some stuff going.
Yeah.
I don't care if you want to take the shot. I want you to take the shot. But not every play is the time for the shot. You just need to get a lather going.
Keep things in rhythm. There's a great NFL stat that I subscribe to. It's called success rate, and it's about, are you on a given play getting the positive yardage necessary? On a first down, are you picking up at least 5 yards? On a third down, are you converting? Like, are you running plays that are keeping you ahead of the chains and successful? And the best offenses are the ones that are able to do that. Especially the best run games are the ones that are able to do that. Like, are you picking up the requisite yards that you need on a given play to stay on schedule? And it's really tough if you can't do that. Now, if you're Joe Burrow, hey, you're cool.
Yeah, he ain't worried about it.
By the way, you okay with giving an MVP to a guy on a team that's not going to make the playoffs?
You're asking the wrong guy.
No,
Joe Burrow is my quarterback crush. Yes. He's unbelievable. He is unbelievable.
I have no problem giving that guy the MVP award this year. And I mean that as no diss to Josh Allen, 5th straight season of 40 or more offensive touchdowns. Lamar's been unbelievable. Saquon's gone over 2,000. But if you wanted to tell me that nobody is doing more with less around them on a football team than what Joe Burrow is doing, and hey, T. Higgins is awesome.
Yeah.
And Jamar Chase is awesome. And Gesicki is awesome. Okay. Hell, Yoshi Voss is awesome. They got dudes all over the place in the pass catching game, but that line was doing him no favors. Did you realize the Broncos blitzed over 40% of the time? Only one of their sacks came on a blitz. The rest of them in that game were dropping 7 and rushing 4 and just winning up front because that offensive line is not particularly good. But that guy, I tell you, the skill that he has that blows my mind is whatever way he has to move and maneuver his body in a tight pocket to get himself into a good throwing position, he gets there. That's that gift that he has right now. Bo's got to find that. That's got to be the next step. Like if I was Bo Nix, I'd spend an off season watching Joe Burrow's footwork, watching what he does inside those tight pockets to be able to get his body squared up. He's a damn ballet dancer out there, Andy. The guy's amazing.
He is. Now, I would say this when it comes to real quick on the MVP race. I would give it to Josh Allen because they actually stripped down his cast and he's not missed a beat.
I agree.
They got rid of Diggs. They got rid of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's had more on his shoulders than he ever had, and he's responded. So that'd be ultimately why I would give the nod to him over Burrow, despite my affinity for Burrow. Going back to Joe Burrow and the way that now again, that's a hell of a cast. If Cincinnati's going to give guys up, and it's going to be interesting what that thing looks like without T. Higgins, because I don't think T. Higgins is going to be there next year, and there's no way you give up Jamar Chase. Guy's the best player and best receiver in football for my money. I know Justin Jefferson is good, but Jamar Chase is special. Now, that said, the Broncos, we talked about this earlier before everything got derailed. We didn't really get a chance to explain it. It was something you and I talked about in the past when we talk about sometimes a sack is worthless. We've learned this against Mahomes.
Yeah.
You need to strip sack the guy. Sacking a guy like Mahomes, like Burrow, like Josh Allen, where they don't care if you put them in double digits, third, second double digits. They're just going to make a play anyway, and they have the ability to. When you're playing guys like that, you better get the damn ball out of their hands. And you hit the guy enough, you needed to get him to fumble a couple of times.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
No, and some of that is his gift, right?
Yeah.
Some of that is just recognizing, okay, I got to be able to hang on to the football here. But he 2nd and 17, he's not bothered by it. That's no issue for him. Boom, give me 9 yards.
I'll get another 8.
Yeah, boom.
And keep going.
And we'll convert. Look at that. T. Higgins will make another play. I'll hit him on a slant, and boom, we're right back there in business. T. Higgins has some of the best hands on a receiver in the NFL right now. He honestly, Andy, he's not as bulky, but to me, he looks like prime Brandon Marshall out there. His ability to be able to box out and just make a tough catch with his hands. And be able to make a play. The catch that he made in the back corner of the end zone, I mean, Riley Moss had good coverage, but the difference on that play was that Higgins, first off, he waited until the last second to put his hands up. Moss didn't know the ball was coming. Had he put his hands up any earlier, Moss gets his hands up and he knocks that thing away. But because Higgins waited until the last second, also I know some Broncos fans were complaining about a push-off. They're never going to call a push-off that late. That when you make it and the ball's damn near there, you're going to get away with it every single time, especially when you're operating in a phone booth in the back corner of the end zone right there. Higgins he's unbelievable. Did you notice Sean Payton today mentioned a couple of times that number 5 is pretty special. I'd have no problem paying that guy this offseason.
I said we should have traded for him earlier. You know? Remember, that was my little camp push, and this is what I was talking about. He's just the kind of guy that we don't have. You don't have a guy like that.
Good news is now you can get him and you don't have to give up a draft pick.
Yeah, but
that'd be cool.
Now you're going to have to ask the question, like, what is this team? Now you can just do a little fun 5 minutes here. Nothing's been on schedule anyway.
Why not?
What should this team pay for in the offseason? Because, again, I know everybody thinks they got a ton of cap money. They really don't. A couple guys, that cap money's gone. That's just how these big contracts and the early payouts, if you go get like remember, I would remind everybody, I know you remember, but I'd remind everybody a couple years ago when they went and got McGlinchey and Powers, how quickly was that cap money gone? And Zach Allen, I mean, 3 guys, boom, all of it gone.
Yeah.
All that guaranteed money. So
good news is, though, you're not paying a quarterback.
Not right now.
You got a couple of years of it.
No, you've got now, 3-4 years, we'll see. You may have to do something then, but my question to you is, where should you spend the money? Because, look, Nick Benito's not signed yet.
Skill position. Benito, obviously. Pay Nick Benito.
You got to pay Nick Benito? I got no problem getting T. Higgins. I like T. Higgins.
But skill position.
And I think T. Higgins, Marvin Mims, and Cortland Sutton. By the way, I mean, Mims is a good receiver when they finally get a little chemistry together.
Right.
I mean, he and Nick's got a little thing working now.
A part of what I'm excited about with Marvin Mims is what if you had a year where you weren't just discovering what his role is as the year goes along? What if you have an entire offseason and a training camp of being like, okay, you are the Swiss Army knife. Here is the countless ways which we will employ your skill set and get value out of you. And I think he'd be really damn special in this offense. So I'm really looking forward to that. I want Cortland Sutton back in a Broncos uniform next year. But the thing about that game was that Surtain did a great job on Jamar Chase. I know you look up at the end of the night and it's like he's got numbers. But here, I want to make sure I got these numbers right.
I don't think we're against Pat, though.
Against Surtain, Jamar Chase ran 43 routes, 3 catches for 27 yards, 3 catches on 6 targets. Against everybody else, Chase ran 13 routes. This is in total against everybody else. 13 routes, 6 catches, 9 targets, 75 yards. Burrow only targeted Chase 14% of the time when Surtain was in coverage. I mean, he got a couple of catches on him because that's what great players do. But again, look up at the end of the night, and largely Surtain kept him bottled up. Surtain had another great game. He had a huge forced fumble. Like he had a phenomenal game the other night. But Joe Burrow can drop back, and even in a situation where Jamar Chase he's not completely taken away, but then it's just, hey, T. Higgins, go for $130 and 3 touchdowns here tonight. And you're going to be a tough matchup for Riley Moss, who's coming off an injury. People were killing Riley Moss. I didn't think he played that poorly. He's coming off an injury. He had a number of big tackles in the open field. It's just that, guess what? That's a brutal matchup against Joe Burrow and T. Higgins when those guys are cooking, and you're going to get picked on when Surtain's on the other side of the field. I thought Riley Moss, again, did he have his best game? No, but I didn't feel the need to kill that guy after the game the way a lot of people were.
No, and look, the Broncos held him to 10 points in the first half. 10 points in the first half in their building. In the game they had to have.
Yeah.
You got to put up more points than you did at the beginning. What is it? This is another game where we get down to the final 2 minutes and they put 2 of their 3 touchdowns up. What do you need to unlock so that gets going? Is it trusting? Or can you let the kid just let it rip? Are you not letting him do that?
Right.
Like, what was going on that you only had 10 points for a majority of that game until the final 2 drives?
Yeah, it's a very risk-averse offense that the Broncos are running right now, and yet they're also not leaning into the things that they do best.
Well,
I mean, Andy,
run the damn ball at times.
Jaleel McLaughlin had 3 touches in the fourth quarter and overtime. That third quarter touchdown drive that you put together, it happened because you were feeding him the ball. Like, whatever happened to a hot hand? Sean Payton says, I like to ride the hot hand. He really doesn't.
No, you don't.
No.
You got plays that you imagine a guy going in for and you put him in.
Okay, now I need to get. It's almost as though it's like McLaughlin starts getting touches and going. Then it's like I got to get Marvin Mims involved again, and I got to get Estime a touch, and I got to throw a screen pass to Javonte Williams. Or you could just do what's working and stay with it for a minute. But it was yet another game where Sean Payton just got too excited about his gigantic play sheet and then, did the thing where he ignored what he writes at the top. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're talking about that Broncos loss, talking about the wild sports weekend that was. Again, programming note, guys, we had technical issues, so we're not out at Hofbrau as we normally are on Mondays. We were, but now we're not anymore. So if you're going into the Hofbrau tonight, say hello to Ken. They got a great staff over there. Enjoy Mexican Monday. Watch Monday Night Football. Watch the Nuggets game tonight. They're taking on the Utah Jazz. We'll have it here on Altitude Sports Radio. Go to Hofbrau. See all our friends there. but just know you will not see us. But honestly, maybe that's a part of the appeal of going to Hofbrau today.
We'll be back there one of these next 2 Mondays.
Yes, very much so. Crackman and Lindahl. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Sport Trade. It's a brand new app in Colorado that is designed just for you. Download Sport Trade onto your phone. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place in your first week. What's different about Sport Trade? First off, better prices on Sport Trade. We're talking about minus 106 main lines. That is money that is in your account when you win. Normal sports books, they like to delay your in-play bets, change the odds, cancel your bets, give you the old spinny wheel. We've all been there, right? Sport Trade, boom, instant in-play betting, instant live wagering when you're betting football on Sport Trade. Hey, normal sports books are tough to get in touch with. You got to fill out a form, email, or whatever. With Sport Trade, they'll text you right as soon as you sign up. You can get in touch with your team at Sport Trade anytime that you need to. You can ask them for better prices. You can ask them for different bets, and they'll work with you. Download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. Nate Craigman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a Monday. The Broncos are not a playoff team yet.
But will they be?
I think they will. They should beat the Chiefs' backups, right? They should.
With all due respect to the situation. We've seen them blow this game. Have we not?
We have.
Yeah.
Yes, we've seen them.
It's part of what's now, instead of Nug life, it's now Bronc life.
Ooh, I see what you did right there.
Right?
That was good, yeah.
That's what it's been since Manning left.
Yeah.
Now, here's what I'm so irritated. And I'm not Mr. Go for two all the time, but I will reiterate. Bo Nix went down and had a signature moment of his rookie year.
Yeah.
And you don't you should have just tried to put the exclamation point on that thing.
Don't let that guy back on the field.
Yeah. Do you not know who you're playing?
Right.
And frankly, your D's been struggling. What's funny is I don't feel like they were completely overmatched, but it was one of those things we've seen Mahomes do it to this team 1,000 times, which is why those two are in the class.
Yeah.
And Josh is getting there for me. But there's when I talk about true franchise QBs, these are the guys I'm talking about. And I only feel like 3 or 4 teams have one at any one given time. Just because you've got a guy that may play for you for 10 years, they ain't that guy.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That guy's something else right now. There's 4 of those dudes, right?
Who would be the fourth?
Mahomes,
Allen,
Burrow, Allen, Lamar. There's 4 of those dudes.
Yeah.
I mean, 2-time MVP.
No, I know. Lamar, I need a little more in the playoffs out of Lamar, but it'd be fair to probably say that. Look.
I mean, only one of those dudes has a ring.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Even Burrow's only had one good run.
Yeah.
Now, again, it's because
he plays for that
they're
franchise.
doing Dan Marino things to him. There's just no defense sometimes.
He plays for the wrong franchise. That's Joe Burrow's going to have to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, he may rethink about the next re-signing. I won't be shocked if that team with Mike Brown as the owner lets Jamar Chase go. The
Matthew Stafford plan's not a bad plan.
That's a great call.
Sometimes you can rule and just be playing for the wrong franchise. Now the Lions are a good franchise now, but it didn't happen
Took
until
him a minute to get there
after Stafford left, and you got to finally get the right people inside the door. That very well could end up being what Burrow's fate is going to be. I would say that there's 4 of those dudes right now, and he's one of them. So don't let him go back out there and take the game. The stops that you had in that game, you forced a turnover on downs in the first quarter because of a bad play calling on 3rd and 4th down. They just handed off to Chase Brown a couple of times in a row. Broncos got the
didn't
stop.
they take a timeout to run the handoff
they did.
At one point?
Yeah.
I'm like, Zach Taylor, what are you doing?
Zach Taylor, that guy, his use of timeouts, and this is not the first time we've seen it, he sucks at timeouts.
He's hideous.
And a big part of his problem is it's just like, okay, that's fine if you want to be the offensive play caller, but when you're burning timeouts because you're the play caller and you're so concerned about that, are you serving your entire football team? No, you're not. And that could have been their undoing. Again, Sean Payton wouldn't take it. They had a sack on 4th and goal, but that was only after Jamar Chase dropped a touchdown. So you hit him in the hands, he drops it, you get a stop. That was it for your stops in the game. That was it.
I didn't even realize till I saw you tweet out they didn't make him punt till overtime.
Not till overtime.
That didn't even hit me.
Yeah, and then they finally made the play. Zach Allen got it done. Did you realize if not for penalties, because 2 of the sacks were taken away on penalties, Zach Allen would have had 5.5 sacks the other night? All-timer of a game. He was magnificent.
He was a beast.
He was a game wrecker out there. He deserved better than what Sean Payton ended up giving him. And deciding to go play overtime on the road because there was a chance the game could end in a tie, terrible decision.
But then you didn't coach like you were going for the tie. You took the 2 timeouts when I don't think you should have because they were on offense. They needed the win.
Yeah.
You make them operate as hurriedly as possible at any time you can. Period. So, and then you throw on 3rd down where I was thinking, look, man, at least just run the ball. Make them burn a timeout.
Well,
you let them keep both of their timeouts.
Here's another reason. Okay, here's another reason why it was bad. And I do not say any of this to besmirch the performance of Bo Nix, which was good when it had to be the other night. But the touchdowns that you would get, you had one good touchdown drive that ended with a lot of McLaughlin runs, and it ended with the throw to Cortland Sutton, great touchdown run, okay? The 51-yard touchdown to Marvin Mims, phenomenal play. Play action, Bo set his feet, 67 air yards on that throw. Awesome.
He threw it early enough. Marvin could run under it. Perfect.
Footwork
Chef's
was there.
kiss.
All of it. It was absolutely phenomenal. Also, you've hit, what, 2 of those touchdowns all year?
You've tried them.
Yeah.
It's been more bad than good.
And you got another touchdown that came on, let's be honest, a prayer, and I'm not even sure it should have been a touchdown. All right? So again, don't mean this to crap on the performance, but the touchdowns you had scored to get that thing to overtime, they're not your bread and butter.
Right.
And some of those were the gifts of the terrible Cincinnati defense. So it's not, again, exactly like your offense was crushing it. Now, if you wanted to go to overtime and say, hey, let's lean back into our run game, let's push a tired Cincinnati defense around, and let's give the ball to Jaleel McLaughlin and let him rip off some runs, by all means, but that's not what you did. So both strange decision, and then the way you acted when you got there was bizarre. Sean, he pounded the table that he had made the right decision. He said it after the game. His players were saying it after the game. We ultimately made the right decision. But sounds to me like a bunch of guys that knew they'd blown it, trying to convince themselves, now we did the right thing. You really didn't.
You're 2 yards from the playoffs, man.
Take it.
And you know what? And again, you're going against a bad defense. To me, it does matter what you're dealing with. What are the factors of the game? I'm not saying I make this decision against every single team in the league, but to your point, we should know as well as anybody. You're facing Burrow. He's the Mahomes of that division.
Yeah.
You don't give Mahomes a chance to go back out there in overtime if you can avoid it. I would rather give myself a play from 2 yards out when going against one of those dudes, and then I would double up my confidence in that decision when you're talking about a defense as bad as Cincinnati's.
Yeah.
Period. They aren't a very good defense. Just call a good play.
Most of Bo's downfield throws look like the one to Troy Franklin.
Right.
That just didn't connect. You know? You threw it a little too far. Franklin lost his footing. Either way, it's just sort of been missing all year long. So stay with what you did do well. Broncos didn't do it. They didn't do it. It was there for the taking. It was really disappointing. It was really disappointing, especially because as poor a decision as I thought Sean made, and I thought his game management in overtime, as bad as it all was, in many ways, Zach Taylor was worse, and yet you let him get away with it and win that game.
Yeah, man, it's he's got to get better at the late game management. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
I'm serious. If you don't make the playoffs, it's going to be on him. Your young QB, your guy, went down and made the play that you needed to. And between the 2-point decision and what you did in overtime, this looked like the Patriot game of a year ago that also cost you the playoffs.
Yeah,
you didn't have it as firm in hand as you do this year.
No, but what's odd about it too is, and I'll even cite, and I know, Andy, we fundamentally disagreed on this, but the punt decision on 4th down against the Chargers, not going for 2 against the Bengals, what's so strange about both of those choices that you made, and they differ for sure, but the similarity in them is you didn't trust Bo to make a play.
Right.
In either of those situations, you didn't trust your rookie quarterback, your hand-picked,
You've told the world I'd have taken him number one.
Individually developed guy that you love, and yet when he's got a chance to make a play to win a game, and to his credit, he made the play when he had to.
He made the throw.
You took the ball away from him.
Yeah.
Back-to-back weeks, you took the ball away from him when he had a chance to potentially give his team a victory. That's strange to me.
It is. Well, yes, it is. And I don't know. I mean, again, you got too much to think about it because of the forever ongoing review, whatever. I'm just saying he's one of the highest paid coaches in the league.
Yeah.
We said when you hired this guy, we wouldn't see some of this stuff. And I'm sorry, when it matters, we're seeing end-of-game mismanagement. How else do you label it? How many times do we need to go back and look? He was taking weird timeouts beginning of the year, too.
Yeah.
Like, again, I just don't get sometimes when this guy chooses to use his timeouts. They don't always make sense to me. And then you challenge things at times, too, where I'm like, don't challenge that. Didn't they have a play where they challenged, and I thought that...
Oh, they blew one of their timeouts on the challenge.
Wasn't it the early part of the half, too, where I'm like, don't challenge that?
Yeah,
Who told him to challenge that?
It was the Yoshi Voss catch.
Thank you. Don't challenge that.
Yeah.
Don't get emotional about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, McMillan ripping the ball out as they went to the ground.
That's right. Thank you. Okay.
Challenge, but it was down by contact, and boom.
Yeah, there was a clear replay.
Yeah.
Okay? And really, to me, that early in the game anyway, in that situation, let that one go.
Yeah.
That was kind of like when Malone did the challenge. Jokic kind of
early
hung
third
Malone
quarter.
out.
Yeah.
Remember that the other night?
Yeah.
Insisting when he fouled the guy?
We have got NFL news for you when we return. Latest out of Kansas City and Andy Reid's plans for this week's matchup against the Broncos. We'll give you those updates next. Hour number 3, programming note. We're in studio. We're not out at Hofbrau. Normally we do the Monday remote at Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. We love the fine folks up at Hofbrau. But we are not out there today. We'll have a makeup. We'll announce when we will be there. But still, go out to Hofbrau. Mexican Mondays. Watch the Monday Night Football. Lions, Niners, in a game that honestly has been rendered meaningless, insanely enough. And the Nuggets tonight. They will take on the Utah Jazz there in Salt Lake City. Make it 2 wins over Utah.
Yeah.
After the Avalanche beat up on those dudes.
You gonna chat about them at all? What do we think? What are we doing?
I don't need.
How do we feel about the weekend?
I don't need Nathan McKinnon to fight anybody.
Oh, no, I was talking about the Jazz. Sorry, but yeah. No, Nate needs to not throw. Don't chuck knucks, please.
I
Because when
appreciate
that knuckle gets broken, we need you shooting the puck.
I appreciated his spirit.
Sure. He'd had enough.
He had.
Who did he fight? Spring, was that one of those dudes who used to fight when they were a Coyote?
Barrett Hayton.
Oh.
Yeah, the guy that he fought
Young kid.
was
Younger
his
kid.
first NHL fight.
Okay.
McKinnon hasn't fought since he hurt his finger in the Cup year.
Yeah, maybe don't do that.
But he only missed a game.
Okay.
After he did all
Still
that.
don't do it.
Yeah,
please.
no, I don't recommend
How about
it.
McKenzie Blackwood getting a nice little contract?
I like
huh?
that guy. That's
Well, I
fun.
do like that guy. Now, can we get Miko under contracts and
Good
just
player.
roll?
Hey, you got a goaltender. I didn't realize they give him what, $5.2 million per, which I think makes him like the 16th highest paid goaltender in the NHL. I saw. Man, life is good for NHL goalies these days. Let's do NFL news, Spring. Let's go.
Let's do the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Hey, the Broncos played a game on Saturday. They lost in overtime, 30-24, but they sent that thing to overtime on a late prayer, Knicks to Mims, to make it a 1-point game, 24-23, and then the Broncos kicked the extra point to tie it up and send it to overtime rather than going for 2 and trying to win the game. There's been a lot of controversy around that decision. Sean Payton talked to the media today. He was asked after having a day or so to sleep on it, think about it, has he had any new thoughts about not going for 2?
Oh, certainly. You go through it all the time, relative to what the call would have been. Based on the outcome, you always second guess or you always do that as a head coach. And so I know I kind of felt I trusted my gut at the moment. But yeah, I think it's normal to do that.
Yeah. First off, I am so screwed up. I was about to ask you, why are we doing this at 4? Oh, yeah. It's been a whole hour.
It's 5
screwing
o'clock.
around. It is 5 o'clock. We just didn't get to do all our show today. No, yeah, and then he also then hacked up a lung. That was, woo.
You okay,
Sean's
Sean?
got a little bit of the head cold going around. Yeah.
I got it going on as well.
Look, I don't know what to tell you. He said, what are we going to do? He said a gut feeling told him not to do it, so there you go.
His gut
Whatever.
was wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
gonna happen.
disagree.
It's going to happen. He's factoring in, okay, defense is getting home a lot. We're sacking Joe Burrow a lot, so I'm sure that was a part of the calculus of, okay, which they forced a punt. He in the very least has that to be able to rely on. Now, the thing is you didn't get a first down either time that you touch the ball, so that sort of negates the ability to be able to force the punt, and then they go down and have their kicker doink one off the upright. Also, disappointment in NFL Network or whomever was in charge of the production of that game. The quality of mic on the upright, I hate when there's a doinked kick and I don't get to feel the reverb of that doink. It was a silent doink, and that was disappointing. Budget production on Christmas weekend. I was disappointed in the NFL
Were
for
you
that.
not having audio problems the whole game? I was watching on 7, like I think we all had to do.
Uh-huh.
That thing was hiccuping and just.
I think I had it on NFL Network, so I was okay.
How did you have it on NFL Network? Mine was blacked out. I had to go to 7.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, look at it. Look who's maybe up to illegal activity. I didn't mean to out you.
It's also possible I didn't know what channel
I didn't know
had
you were
the
in
TV
Russia.
on. This
I
isn't
didn't know
Russia.
that's
Is it
where
Russia?
you went home to.
This isn't Russia. Must go to the homeland to enjoy the holiday. But yeah, no, I was disappointed in that. I need the doink. I need the doink sound.
You need that.
Exactly. That's what I'm living for. Also, Sean, you weren't playing for the tie because you kept calling timeout when they had the ball, so you weren't playing for the tie.
You were acting like you were going to get the ball back if they kicked the field goal.
We haven't had a tie in the NFL for 2 years. That's not something to actually play for. All right? That's not a real thing.
Not against Joe Burrow, especially.
Exactly. No,
anyway,
really
whatever.
disappointing decision from Sean Payton at the end of that game. It was made so much worse by the shot from the telecast of Bo Nix screaming down the sideline, holding the 2 fingers in the air.
By the way, shout out to Peter McCauley. Maybe not the day for you guys to complain about audio. Touche, sir. Touche. Well, see, we can laugh. We weren't down here. We were just trying to maneuver the road.
Also,
Poor Spring didn't know what was going on.
We don't have NFL budgets.
Yeah, we don't. Peter
Yeah.
McCauley. No, I kind of do.
Our owner does, but he doesn't
Yeah.
always.
We're not in the NFL. Everything is very branched out here. We are a tree with a ton of branches.
We have a real trickle-down effect.
We're that thin branch that you're not sure is going to make it through winter.
Doesn't always trickle all the way, if you know what I'm saying.
Sure.
Go ahead, Spring. Thank you.
five.
Thank
There's
you.
a doink for
That
ya.
that
I
was
liked it.
epic.
Thank
There's a
you.
doink.
Wasn't that the double doink that got?
That was a McManus doink.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, he kicked for the Packers yesterday. Hey, the Broncos are now 10-point home favorites on Bet365, hosting the Chiefs this Sunday afternoon. They're going to wear their throwback uniforms, the really clean, cool-looking ones.
I like those.
Yeah, that they wore in the win over the Raiders earlier this season. So that's good vibes.
Yeah, I like it.
For the Broncos on Sunday. Now, all the reports there are actual reports that the Chiefs are going to rest their starters. They're going to get the bye. So it'll be like 3.5 weeks that their starters will not have played.
Yeah.
If they choose to rest them on Sunday. Andy Reid was asked about it today. Here's what he said.
I'm not going to address that today.
Is he sick too?
Until I have a chance to talk to the team.
We all are.
Quick comments from Andy Reid.
Dude, Patrick Mahomes basically, was it interview or Twitter? I think he was interviewed in the postgame. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to go have a baby. Glad to have these 2 weeks off.
Yeah.
He ain't playing.
No, he's
now,
not.
They may play some other people, but Patrick isn't playing.
Well, and he's got the ankle. Like,
yeah.
just let him.
Oh, yeah, that ankle's been a real problem.
I know, right?
So sick of that guy and
I
his
know,
injuries.
I know. The guy,
he's got a lacerated spleen. Guess what? He's fine.
every year he suffers an ankle injury, and it doesn't seem to bother him. I also liked, did you watch on Christmas Day at the end of the Netflix game, they gave him and Kelsey like a weird cake that was inside a
All right,
football?
yes.
And Mahomes was just like, I'm not eating that.
Did you see it got worse with the Ravens game?
Oh, really?
So I didn't watch
I didn't
lick
watch
of
that
the
one
Ravens
all
game.
the way to the end.
I didn't either. So they showed it on Good Morning Football the next day because poor Jamie Erdahl apparently had to be the host of the Ravens one.
Okay.
And so she was trying to get Lamar and Derrick Henry to take a bite. And both guys are like, nah, I'm good. It's finally, she snapped the football in half. She's like, see, it's fine. So then she said, she was talking about it. I could not believe how honest she was. She goes, yeah, this is like the worst TV moment I've had forever. She's like, I'm just begging these guys to take a dang bite.
Yeah.
One bite of the football.
For the sponsor.
Please, for the sponsor. So she showed it, and neither guy would. She finally had to take a bite of the thing.
Okay.
So, yeah, the players weren't. But I kind of.
Kelsey was game.
But I'm with the players, though.
You don't know what that is.
I mean, I got done playing football, like in every sport I ever played. I don't ever remember a day where I was like, man, give me a brownie and some ice cream. Like, I want some protein. You know what I mean? Give me a burger. Give me some chicken. At least, now I'll take your undercooked, probably salmonella-laced turkey leg. But don't give me the damn cake that's in this weird hard shell.
In a football for some
and
reason.
now you're all handling it. No.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Gross. Again, shout out to Travis Kelsey. He was the one guy that did it. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's talk about the scenarios for who can get that final AFC wildcard spot. Obviously, if the Broncos win, they're in. But should the Broncos lose, the next team up that would control their destiny the most is the Dolphins. If the Dolphins were to beat the Jets, they are at the Jets, they're 1-point favorites at the Jets, then the Dolphins would get that spot, and it appears that Tyler Huntley would start this game, as he is going to get more reps in practice than Tua this week, who missed the Browns game with a hip injury. Tyler Huntley leading the Dolphins to that win in Cleveland. Okay, if the Dolphins lose in New York and the Broncos lose, then the Bengals would be the team that could get in with a win over the Steelers. Now, the Steelers will play their starters if the Browns can go to Baltimore and beat the Ravens on Saturday. But
spoiler alert, they can't.
They can't. The Ravens are 18-point favorites against the Browns. It's the biggest spread since 2001 in the NFL. So it's likely the Steelers will have nothing to play for in that game against the Bengals, but Mike Tomlin says he doubts he'll rest his starters even if the Ravens beat the Browns. For the Browns, they are hopeful that running back Chase Brown can play in that game after he hurt his ankle trying to go down before the goal line and kill some clock for Cincinnati late in that Broncos game.
Okay, let's circle back.
To unpack
there. Let's circle back to the Steelers for just a second. I kind of get what Tomlin is saying. That team over the last 3 weeks, and granted they've played tough opponents, Andy, but they've scored 13, 17, and 10 points in their last 3 games. Like, that team does need to find something, some offensive mojo before they go to the playoffs.
Yeah, Denver showed up against Kansas City.
Yeah.
Now, Kansas City's a better defense than I think any of us give them credit for. But that was one of those games from Russ where it looked like even a couple of his teammates were getting frustrated with him, which we've not seen since he took over the role from Fields, in October. So I'm with you. Right now, you got to get your mojo back. You don't have any.
Interesting that the spread on Miami is as a 1-point favorite on the road at the Jets. And I know the Huntley thing is a part of that. Now, Huntley played yesterday and played well. Granted, it wasn't much of an opponent that they were going up against.
Yeah, but the Jets aren't either.
Have you ever seen a team with worse vibes than what the Jets have going on
Did you
right
hear
now?
Aaron Rodgers explain he basically got himself benched because he went up there and said,
He's like, get me out of here.
He goes like, we're gonna go to Tyrod pretty soon, and then it was 40-0.
Yeah.
I don't think whoever that filling guy is, who I can't remember his name, I don't think he was thinking about it, but I'm sure once he was like, yeah, fine, whatever, sit. Who cares?
499 career touchdown passes. He didn't manage to get one in the game. Tyrod came in and threw 2 chunk touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Maybe Rodgers didn't want to get the record in a game where he's getting shellacked that badly. But that thing is just it's toxic.
Okay,
what is going on with that team?
Is there? I don't know his contract situation. Is there any chance the Jets just sit him at the end of the year for the old "I can't afford you" injured?
Very, very well could happen.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
He may not get the record. Period.
Yeah, no, it very well could happen next year. He is due. Let's see, what would his dead cap be? Hold on. Give me a quick summary here. His dead cap number for next season would be $49 million.
Ugh. Hey, man, that's half of Kirk Cousins.
I was going to say,
maybe not.
It's less than what the Broncos are taking on with Russ this year. They need to move on. They can't bring that guy back in the building next year.
Oh, I don't think anybody wants to.
Yeah, they got to.
I think including Woody Johnson.
Yeah, and including Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Lot going on. Broncos can do themselves a favor and just, go win a game. We'll take a break. When we come back, Broncos lose on Saturday against the Bengals. One more chance to get into the postseason as they will play Kansas City at home this week. We point the finger after a Bronco defeat coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and just wanted to let you know, you probably already know, it's that time of year. It's a new year, and for many of us, that's the time of year when you make decisions on making positive changes in your life. If you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today so that you can have a positive effect on your sex life. I'm sure if you are dealing with erectile dysfunction, you probably don't want to sit around and deal with it for long. Maybe you've been frustrated as to where to go. Maybe you don't know who to talk to. Maybe you're embarrassed. There's no reason to feel any of those things, especially embarrassed. A lot of men deal with this problem, especially as they get older. And you've got a place to be able to talk to about this and get out of what could be a bad or even a mediocre sex life. You want to get it back? Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail and treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some can have you lasting an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. So this is what you do. You schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and when you pop in, your visit's only $99. Does include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose is not working in the office, your visit's free. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado, including in the Springs and Fort Collins. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I don't know that it changes the game plan because the scheme's still the same. I think you have to approach it like you're seeing starters at these positions. Obviously, NFL rosters are, it's not like you have a college roster, and I've been in this position before on the other side of it. So I think you're looking at the scheme relative to the game plan, and then planning on seeing the player that you're watching on film, and if someone else is in that spot, then so be it.
Sean Payton saying prepare for the scheme. Well, Andy, they're also going to have to prepare for the conditions. Dave Frazier up there on Fox 31 telling us prepare for snow and cold on Sunday.
Shut up. Are you kidding me?
For the Bronco game. Yes.
Oh, our guy Dave Frazier. We may have to get Dave on.
Looking ahead to the weekend forecast for Sunday, 39 degrees and a chance of snow.
I got 32 and nothing on my app.
All right.
But see, Chris Bianchi's always warning you, don't trust the
Don't
apps
trust those
this far
apps.
out.
Yeah, well, Frazier is...
Should we go Frazier versus Bianchi? Get them on together.
Yeah.
Frazier's down for that. One time, Mark Stout had a fun idea.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pit these guys against each other. We had them on, and they were willing to do it. They were willing to do it, Dave. Matter of fact, Dave was the only one. Bianchi wasn't in it yet. I think he was starring in some of your funny stories. But
was he still my producer?
Yeah, he might have been. But yeah, Dave Frazier came on. He's like, hell yeah, I'll do it. What prediction you want?
All right.
I'm going to nail it right now. And if I'm wrong, then I'll shave my head. I don't think that was what he agreed to do. But Frazier's not afraid to back up his forecast.
Are TV weather guys allowed to shave heads?
I don't know. Is that something in the contract?
Are they allowed to get frosted tips?
Well, I mean, who isn't? It's a phenomenal look.
Can they do a weather report with frosted tips and jorts?
I don't know about the jorts.
K&L style.
What's more off-putting? The jorts are more off-putting of the two.
I like the combination, though. Just you can look exactly like Mark McGrath in 1996 with that combination. It would look really good. Prepare for the scheme. I don't know, Andy. Like, what if Carson Wentz just goes out there and has a Sam Darnold-like career revitalization and gets himself paid for next year based upon a Week 18 performance against the Broncos? Somebody's going to need a quarterback. Somebody needs a bridge guy. Carson Wentz going out there to get himself paid.
Or they could play literally everybody on their roster just because I don't think – now, do I think the Chiefs are afraid of the Bengals? No, I don't. They already beat the Bengals earlier in the year.
Yeah.
But you don't have to deal with Joe Burrow if you don't need to.
No, you'll take a pass on that. That's the one guy that's coming to Arrowhead and beat you in a playoff game.
If the Broncos do get in, Broncos win, they're playing the Broncos because the only path the Broncos have is to be the 7th seed. And the Chiefs, after their bye week, would get the surviving lowest seed, and you can't get lower than 7.
That's a good point.
So
should Denver go to Buffalo and win, yeah.
Boy, we put it that way.
Kind of a tall
But
order.
I'm just saying, let's just say somehow it worked out that way.
Yeah.
The Chiefs don't, you know the Broncos.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Now, they know you too. I still say the Broncos, if they were to play the Chiefs, of all the teams, the Broncos would roll in there least. They wouldn't feel anything. You get whooped, so what? Dealt with this before.
Yeah.
Whereas with the Ravens and the Bills and even the Bengals to some extent, it's kind of a big deal. Now, the Bengals have beaten them there. Ravens and Bills got a problem winning in KC.
They seem to.
So,
yeah.
I think the Broncos would roll in with the least pressure of anybody. But
And there's such an advantage to getting the bye in the postseason.
There is now.
Since we've gone to the 7-team field in each conference, I believe Tampa Bay is the only team to have won a Super Bowl when they played on Wild Card Weekend. It's just a massive advantage
because you lose guys.
Yeah.
You lose guys every game.
Right.
So play one less and don't lose them.
It is the Craig and Lindahl Show. We are taking your text at 303-504-0925. Point the finger. After the Broncos drop a disappointing game on the road at Cincinnati, a game that they had a chance to be able to take, Bo Nix' miraculous touchdown pass to Marvin Mims in the closing seconds of regulation on a 4th and 1, by the way.
Yeah, and he said, no, I'm good.
As soon as I saw him chuck that thing up, too, on 4th down in my head, I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to end well.
Mims, unbelievable play. Really, Marvin Mims, I know we're pointing fingers right now, but a hearty smack on the rear to Marvin Mims for the player that he has really turned into this season. He was a guy, and Andy, he was a source of quite a bit of discussion in training camp of like, what's going on with this dude? Why is he not developing? Well, as it turns out, he needed a different role, and this is where I'll give Sean Payton all the credit in the world. He figured out a way to be able to get the ball in that dude's hands and make him a productive NFL player. He's special. He has speed, the likes of which we have not seen on the Denver's offense in a really, really long time.
No, and so if he can continue to be this, guess what? One less thing for the offseason checklist. Now, I still think you need more speed on this offense.
Agreed.
But, you can't just have one guy.
51-yard touchdown throw. He double moved that thing, but he got behind two safeties.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Cincinnati was backing too deep, and he still beat those guys. That's special speed.
Well, what I also love is I don't think they thought Bo would throw it to him.
Mm-hmm.
And Bo said, oh, yeah? Have a look at this.
Right, exactly. For the game, Andy, Jaleel McLaughlin. 10 carries, a very nice 69 yards. That's an average of 6.9 yards per carry. Touched the ball 3 total times, fourth quarter and overtime. Why do they do this? I heard Kosmider was talking about this. The Broncos this is a little bit of an odd statistic, but if you go through and look at who has led the Broncos in rushing in every single game so far this season, Andy, the Broncos have their leading rusher has averaged the fewest carries per game all season long. Meaning, like, that thing,
that hot hand deal,
that hot hand thing that Sean has talked about, he doesn't actually do it.
No.
And that's what's so strange about it. That the late screen pass to Javonte Williams that Cincinnati just completely snuffed out and blew up. And again, I get it. Like, you trust the guy, and you've had success throwing screens to Javonte. I don't just automatically hate the play call on the surface, but also is Javonte on a play like that, and you go back and watch that play, the guy that Ben Powers was engaged with, Powers shed him and then went upfield. That's one of those plays where you need somebody to make someone miss, to break a tackle. Right now, who do I trust more to break a tackle? Javonte Williams or Jaleel McLaughlin? It's McLaughlin every single time.
Yeah.
But Sean trusts Javonte as his pass pro guy, so that's the guy that he threw to.
Look, it's sad. I love Javonte. He's been a fun Denver Bronco player at times. He really has. Remember when he was running through everybody and what was that, in Dallas? I remember Dallas rumbling through a bunch of tacklers and Quinn Miners leading the way. And injuries changed him. And you talk about trusting a guy to break a tackle. It's literally everybody in front of Javonte right now.
Mm-hmm.
He just doesn't have the burst anymore.
No,
he doesn't have the wiggle.
He doesn't do it. It's disappointing. The guy's career was on one trajectory. It ended up on another. Really, being a running back's a tough gig. It's a tough gig in the NFL. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it just goes south on you and the body starts to break. Maybe Javonte in a new environment and an off season to heal up and everything like that, he's going to be okay. I hope that's going to be the case. I hope the guy can carve out some kind of NFL career, but it right now it kind of looks like he's just going to turn out to be the standard kind of NFL running back story. Most guys don't get to be Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, well, it's why, and he's the violent runner.
Right.
Look, it was why his style translated to the NFL. He wasn't afraid of the contact, right?
Yeah.
Who was the other guy? Remember who drafted the other Carolina scat back? He even playing anymore? Remember he was the...
Yeah. Mike Williams, right?
Is that who it was? I don't even remember.
Wasn't he the other Mike Williams?
Yeah, could be.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying, that guy, I don't think that guy made it too long. Javonte did because he was an NFL-style runner.
Yeah.
But the knee injury robbed him. There's a lot of running backs have lost what they were thanks to a knee injury. Who else do we want to point the finger of blame at? Now, you know what? A texter wrote in, and I didn't really think about this. You're going to have to upgrade from Justin Sternad next year, aren't you? I mean, look, I hate to put everything on that guy, but he's just been exposed way too much over these last two very important games.
No depth at linebacker. None
Cody
whatsoever.
Barton has been a very, very pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
He's really not – he's allowed you to not miss Alex Singleton too much, but Sternad, again, when the games matter and you're playing playoff teams, he seems to be the guy making the tackle after the play is made.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not stopping the play from being made.
Tight end coverage wasn't great in that game. Michael Carter, not Michael Williams. Michael
Carter. There you go.
Yes, there it was.
Carter, Mr. Carter.
I got home eventually. You ever see Coach Carter, Samuel L. Jackson?
No, I didn't, but I remember it.
It was fine.
He was a coach.
Yeah.
He coached stuff.
It was a movie. It was made. I saw it.
It was there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Everyone's saying he's in Arizona now, I guess. Thank you, Ben, and the other texter. But yeah, I can't tell you. I was taking it. I tried to watch a little of that Rams and Cardinal game here and there.
A hot 13-9 barn burner.
Yeah, Nuggets are doing well enough. I'm like, I'm just going to keep it right here.
The Nuggets on Saturday, I enjoyed a lot more than the Nuggets on Friday.
Yeah, but it was that thing again where you can't hit threes. They scored 135. What?
The Cavs scored what, 149?
150?
Yeah.
Something like that?
149? Mm-hmm. Yeah. They took 1,000 more threes than you did. They made them because that's what they do, and you lose the game. Dan Hyatt had a great note, and he was talking about the importance of right now for this team, Andy, if they just took one more three a quarter.
Okay, four more threes a game.
Follow me on this. 4 more per game. If on average, and this will sound a little wonky because think of it in the macro instead of the micro, but if they were shooting 4 more a game, they'd be making another 3.5 per game. That's 4.5 points per game. You up your scoring total by 4.5 points per game, and what that would then have done to your record is something considerable. They don't need to start jacking up 12 threes a quarter or anything else like that. That's not their personality.
Let's just be honest.
Exactly, but shoot 1 more three per quarter, stay consistent with your percentage. You'll up your points per game just a little bit more. It'll make up for some of your defensive deficiency, not efficiency.
But what has happened, and follow me on this, and you're going to laugh at the term, but I don't know how to put it. They used to be a little more handsy on defense, okay?
Yeah.
Why are they the ones where every pass, every dribble, every rebound, some guy seems to have a hand bothering them?
Yeah.
They used to be that team. Like, again, I'm not expecting everyone to turn into KCP and Aaron Gordon, okay?
Right.
But your hands in lanes, bothering passes, bothering a guy after a rebound. How many damn tip-out rebounds have we watched the other team get? You got to cut down on that crap. That's stuff you can stop. Who was it? Cleveland and Detroit. There was a time where I think Detroit got like 4 shots off because guys kept tapping the ball out past the 3-point line for their guards to go retrieve.
Yeah, because everybody shoots 1,000 threes against you, they give up longer rebounds, and then teams just they scout that. Go to the tap game. That's a good way to be able to control things and be more efficient in that way. And in terms of being handsy, just more aggressive defense on the perimeter. Like tonight you're playing Utah, okay? Utah sucks. They're rebuilding, okay? You should just go in there and spank those guys.
Yeah.
You should.
Get in their kitchen. Everyone's in your kitchen.
You lost in Portland. You lost in Washington, okay? I'm not going to be stunned if they lose tonight. If Utah goes out and has a hot shooting, Lauri Markkanen can make threes. Jordan Clarkson can make threes. 2 of those guys get hot. You're going to be in a tight fourth quarter game tonight.
Is Markkanen healthy? I have him on my fantasy team that I didn't want or ask for, and every day I feel like I'm getting a notification that he's not healthy, but he's in my lineup.
Okay. As far as I know, he's playing this season.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying desperately to get Yahoo to quit telling me about the team I didn't ask for.
He played on Saturday.
How'd he do?
He made 5 threes and scored 23. That's what I'm saying. If he makes 5 threes tonight, if Clarkson makes 5 threes, you're going to be in a meat grinder in the fourth quarter again. It keeps happening to this team.
But at least, you know what? Look, last night showed you, or not last night, the
Saturday.
Detroit game on Saturday showed you. It's real simple. To get back into the contender conversation, Jamal's got to go be Jamal again. Go have fun. Go look like you enjoy basketball.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Now, he pumped in 30-some points. Don't necessarily need that every night.
Yeah.
But you've got to be a threat. You've got to be something that they worry about, period. Look, Russ is fun. Russ adds some energy.
Yeah.
You can't have as much of Russ as you had, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Aaron Gordon's start to make me a little nervous.
That
calf thing.
He's going to be out for
again.
a little bit. Yeah, he's not playing tonight. He's going to be out for a little bit. Jamal has gone for 20-plus 6 of the last 7 games. He was bad in Phoenix, But other than that, he's been really, really good of late. It's good to see. He takes a minute to get into a season, and he's starting to find it. I'm getting a little bit of confidence from all of that. I'm wondering about if this team is ever going to get to a place where they can defend the 3-point line well enough. And the other thing, and I know, here's what's so funny, and people keep shouting me down on this, okay? I'm not here to argue that a Zach LaVine trade is the panacea that's just going to fix everything. What I'm telling you guys is the effort that Nikola Jokic is putting out on every possession offensively, especially late game situations where fatigue is kicked in, that's the thing that's going to be his downfall.
Yeah.
It's going to be this team's downfall. Andy, what do great players do? Is it sounds counterintuitive. They rest on offense.
Right.
That's where they get their rest. Does Nikola ever rest on offense?
No, because first off, he can't quit being given the ball.
Right.
We're going back to way too much of the
here.
Back to you. No, I don't like it. Here.
Right. Fix it.
Look, MPJ's got some stuff going recently where you see enough of MPJ where you're like, yeah, I really don't really want to trade that guy.
Right.
But that's the only option you're going to end up having if this thing doesn't fix itself.
There needs to be able to be possessions where they can get a good shot and it isn't Jokic doing all of it.
Right.
That has to happen. Jamal he's doing more of it. We're getting there, but it's still a long way away.
Real quick, what is going on with Saric? I mean, look, DJ's giving him some decent minutes, and at least it's a big body to go in there and offer a different look of things. But when's Saric coming back? Is he coming back? What the hell's happened there? Because DJ, God love him, and I do. He's a fun enough guy, but he should be in every other game at minimum entrance for you. At maximum, I should say. You don't need to be. He's like.
Is this right?
Is he healthy and not playing, or what?
He hadn't seen the floor since November 23rd.
Allegedly, he hurt something, and I don't remember what, like an ankle or something. But it's just like he just doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, he had an ankle. I mean, he wasn't good prior to the injury.
No, I get that. But DJ, I don't think DJ can play in back-to-back nights like he tried to do over the weekend.
No, he can't. He cannot. Honestly, until you brought it up, I had completely forgotten about Dario Saric. So he's available.
Okay, could we play him then? Could you just give him, what is going on?
I guess not.
All right.
Your answer is no.
Yeah. But we went and signed the guy.
They cannot.
Can I get a peek?
They cannot play it.
Can I get a look?
Uh-huh.
I just have a morsel.
It's correct, but at Lindahl. Sports weekend that was. There was fun. The Detroit game was fun. The Avalanche game on Saturday where they beat Utah, that was fun. Uh-huh. There was fun. There was also a lot of not fun. What was the lamest thing you saw this weekend? We'll talk about that next. Good Times Bambino burgers are legendary in Colorado. In fact, they're so popular, Good Times has decided to up their Bambino game with an all-new Bambino. Andy, it's the Bambino Supremo. Bacon, melted white American cheese, and, of course, all-natural beef. The new Bambino Supremo for a limited time at Good Times.
By the way,
yeah.
So I live in the general area of King Carl.
Okay.
There's apparently a mountain lion, or at least a pack of them. I've now seen like 5 videos circulate on Ring of these mountain lions everywhere. Just be aware. That might even extend to your area.
There's a pack of them?
I don't know. I've seen like literally 4 different videos of these, and they're not small. They're pretty big.
Question.
One was off Hamden near Quincy in that horse area, best I could tell.
Are a group of mountain lions a pride?
Well,
you know how lions are a pride.
Yeah.
A group of them.
I don't know the answer to
like
that.
A herd of buffalo, a gaggle of geese, etc. What is a pack of mountain lions?
I just know a group of cougars they call Ladies' Night. Working hard for that.
Come on.
Working hard. I can't even get the mummy off that one.
Couldn't even.
Spring ain't putting his food down for that.
Couldn't even get some
I
Shuffle
really
guy
hard.
mocking you for that one.
I couldn't. Hey, what's the new one he feels like? What's the new drop you think is going to be used to?
I thought it was good. I liked it.
I thought you had, when we did drop of the year, didn't you have another one that you said would be weaponized against you?
All of them are being weaponized against me. Are you kidding me? Screw you, Serbian. All right.
Those are your people.
I know. I loved that drop when it was new.
Yeah, it's
now
not new.
Yeah, no.
That was the summer love right there.
Exactly.
Literally, it would happen over summer.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Now things are ugly.
Quit writing me.
Hey, you can watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream, Serbian guy. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. They have everything you need to create a holiday menu your whole family will love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Andy and I feel as though we should be the commissioners of the NFL because we've already fixed it. It's real simple. The fact that Detroit or Minnesota, one of those teams, is going to play a road playoff game, stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid.
You got to stop this.
Against
what are you doing?
Against the winner of the NFC South, the Bucks or the Falcons? Are you kidding me? Let's stop it with this stuff. College football playoff and the NFL, both of you guys, really, really simple. Okay? Just that's fine if you want to reward a division or conference winner by giving them a spot, but let's not change the seeding. Okay, for it. So whoever wins the AFC and NFC South in the NFL this year, you should not be the 4 seed. You should not be getting a home playoff game. That is crap. The fact that Detroit and Minnesota, one of those two teams will have to play a road playoff game is dumb. Just put them in by record, and then if you got to give the division winner a seat, fine, but let him be the damn 7 seed.
Yeah, I would go back to this because everybody says winning your division needs to mean something, and former players used to tell me this too. All right, if that's got to be the case, then change your divisions. Go back to 3 divisions. Go to 2 divisions. I don't really know.
Right.
But you gotta quit guaranteeing home playoff games for some of this stuff.
Yep.
We're down to 4-team divisions. Really, once upon a time, we only had 3. I know people now, they were 5 teams each.
Yeah.
And if you were to do this in each conference, you'd have to go with 3 5-team divisions and 1 6-team division. Okay, I don't care. But to your point, this happens every year where some crap division. Remember when New Orleans, Sean Payton got bit by this. They had a great record, and they had to travel to Seattle.
Yeah.
Who I think were like 7-9 or something that year, but won the terrible. That was the year of the Beastquake. Remember that?
I do.
Marshawn Lynch went rumbling, bumbling, stumbling through everybody.
Yep.
Tyler Columbus blocked on it.
Mm-hmm.
Stop with this. Just stop with it. So either, like you said, winning the division guarantees you're in, even if other records are better than yours. But you can't keep giving these guys a home game. It's out of whack. What is the point?
The 2011 Broncos, Andy, 8-8. Yeah. The week before the start of the postseason, they lost 7-3 to Kyle Orton and the Chiefs. Okay, now we all remember where we were, Tebow to DT. Okay, we all remember that moment. It was freaking magic. it shouldn't have happened.
Right.
Or in the very least, if it was going to happen, it should have happened in Pittsburgh, not in Denver, where the Broncos got a home game, despite, again, being an 8-8 team that were outdueled 7-3 the week before the start of the postseason.
Yes. No, you're right. This is and what ended up happening with the Broncos? They got the one shining moment and then went and got just curb stomped in New England.
Annihilated. Yeah. They're like the 14 seed that then it's like you get to play UConn now. Oh, how'd that go? Yeah, not good. Mm-hmm. So change that. Do away with it. I'm glad Boise and Arizona State are in the college football playoff game. I really am. They shouldn't have had buys.
No, I'm with you.
They should have been playing
Your
last
record
weekend.
was not good enough.
Your ranking. You gave us rankings, and then you were like, yeah, but ignore all that.
Never mind the rankings.
We've got to do this conference championship thing that we're going to outweigh right here. I really hope they change that. The committee changes that by next year.
Well, when they finally get down to two power conferences in the Big Ten and SEC, then we won't worry so much about this. That's where it's headed.
Yeah. The weekend that was, Andy, let's see. We had the Buffs get housed by BYU. Rammies were destroyed by Miami, Ohio. That didn't go well in the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl. Nuggets got blasted by the Cavs, but hey, they bounced back and beat Detroit. That was good job, guys. Avalanche had a good weekend.
And locked up their goalie.
Yeah, nice job. They paid McKenzie Blackwood, and they went out and beat hockey clubs, so good job by the Avalanche.
By the way, real quick.
Uh-huh.
Hockey club, they look like the Winnipeg Jets, do they not? Their color scheme is the Winnipeg Jets. Now, I realize you counter it by putting Utah and real big, you get Utah across your chest.
Uh-huh.
But your color scheme is that of the Winnipeg Jets.
It is. You're right about that. Also, can they – I mean, they're going to come up with a name by next year. Can they change the colors too?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I don't know why I care. It's like they were like, you know what? We were red and white in Arizona. We're going to be black and blue now that we're in Utah.
Now that they're – yes.
We will do away with everything Arizona-like. They're kind of a pesky club, are they not?
Hockey club?
Yeah. That club?
One of those pesky hockey clubs.
Good old pesky hockey. Well, you should be whooping them every time.
Yeah, you should be.
But, you know.
Yeah. Well, the Avs took care of business this time around, so that was certainly good to see. McKinnon, by the way, the points lead just keeps on growing. Okay, we're back in that place again.
Say,
are we going to give McKinnon
double MVP?
and Jokic MVPs again? Is this the world that we need to live in? Because right now, they're both right there.
Well, I'll tell you what. Blackwood feels like he's been great since he got here. He's certainly smoothed out the goalie situation. If the Avs make a hard charge towards the top of this thing, and let's be honest, they probably need one right now, he could get right back in there. It was the Oilers and McDavid's incredible second half of the season that got him into MVP consideration again.
Yeah. I'm wondering if the Nuggets struggles are going to eventually push Jokic out of it. If this team does not find their way in some form or fashion, if eventually, because Oklahoma City keeps winning and Shea keeps playing out of his mind, if this is the year where they're just going to have to look at it and say, we got to reward team success.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I got no problem with it. At what point, I was going to ask you this, bigger discussion for tomorrow. What point do we accept that, I mean, it's 20-some games in. What point do we just say, look, man, is that when you make the trade? When you say this, we aren't good enough, and so let's make the trade? Sooner or later, you got to quit getting your butts kicked. What bothered me, and I realize Cleveland's phenomenal.
They're really good.
What bothered me about the Cleveland game, though, is you used to nobody came into this building looking to put a whooping on you.
No, and what really bothered me about that game was Cleveland, basically, they had one good run. That was it. One good run, and the Nuggets used to be a team that used to be able to bounce back from that and put one of their own, but they couldn't get stops. They just flat out couldn't get stops that entire game. It was a frustrating watch. It really was. I mean, it's one of those broadcasts where Marlowe and Hastings, as pro gets, you could hear the frustration on their voices of just, man, we're watching this every single night. This team just continue to not be able to get stops, to give up, frustrating offensive rebounds and everything else. That was a tough one the other night. Again, good bounce back against Detroit. They're always good on the second night of a back-to-back.
But I mean, we're in a championship window because of Jokic.
Should be.
This does not feel like one of those championship quality teams unless something changes.
No.
Now, if Jamal wants to be the Jamal of Saturday night,
good start.
I believe you're back in.
Good start.
But right now, with what we've seen too consistently out of this team, this feels like another second-round out team, and I don't want to talk like that.
Nuggets tonight. They're on the road in Utah. Tip it off at 7 o'clock. Kaz has the call. Berto's got your pregame at 6:30. Berto and Springer blitzing coming up next. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We look forward to yakking with you then. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.